Chapter 1 I love money, and money loves me. It is said in folklore. Justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. Yet, can justice at the terrace lady truly be considered justice? This is a question that perhaps none can definitively answer. When misfortune falsia, most people instinctively seek a rational resolution. However, when problems cannot be resolved according to will and justice remains elusive, feelings of helplessness and anger inevitably surge to a surface. As the saying goes, thistran grevera power, whileth waker certo violence. When an individual lacking power and influence is subject to relentless oppression and justice fails to intervene, the nefarious paths will inevitably emerge, with violency becoming the most effective means of resolution. Thought he term nefarious but has long been regarded as a pejorative, new ne restoigner its existence. Yet, one thing remains irrefutable. Nefarious paths may never adequate liar solve problems, but they can certainly eliminate who createth them. Tianhai City, nameless street. At midnight, lay tudum and leped the entire city, casting a somber veil over the deserted streets, where ethid in blow of streetlights berlipier set the darkness, a cold wind swept through, rustling the newspapers scattered on the ground, lending an air of salation to the scene. On the corner stood Asiope with its light still and exuding a melancholic atmosphere. Inside, the decker waspars, with shelves lined with an array of jars and bottles that see a metal most jarring in the rodidity. At a table, a human with a stern demeanor sat with his back to the door, holding a paper doll and meticulously drawing facial features in it with upon his expression imbued with a hint of mischief. Hugh steps up sooner year and noun for his penchant for peculiar curiosities, which had reduced this business away from conventional trade. As Uran finished detailing the doll, a woman entered the shop, clutching a handbag tightly to her chest. She glanced around cautiously, her demeanor tinged with anxiety. Make yourself comfortable, feel free to browse, and if you can't find what you are looking for, just ask, Uran said, placing the doll aside and casting a glance at the plainly dressed customer. The woman nodded, her movement hesitant as he began to wander through the shop. Though her anxious expression suggested she was mere litherito shop. Noticing Garunias, Uran spoke directly. If you have something to say, just say it, no need for pretense. The woman paused, her brow furrowing on then relaxing, as he hesitated before responding, Mina mai jiu inito hire for a job. Uran nodded, gesturing for her to zatan pouring a cup of warm water. Jiu tukasip, her face clouded with worry as he continued, Mikkel just started university this year and a very time a kamesham, hebers varying degrees of injuries, Hanover speaks about it and often locks himself in his room. It was only latter that he discovered Myson was being bullied by his classmate. He was not only insulted and tormented but was also the target of a campaign to humiliate him. He had thought about transferring him to another school, but then a mysterious lady Datchel, the authority exclaimed it was suicide and insist official Hunwa involvement. As her counted hurdle, Jiu's voice grew coquette with emotion, struggling to contain her grief as he laid out the tragisphans. Her son Jiao had barely complete half his master of university before being driven to his death by his fears. Jiu had tried to investigate the matter herself but was met with obstruction from the school, which eventually expelled her from the premises, forbidding her from returning. Fortunately, fate smiled upon her when she learned the truth from a student. Jiao Feng had not taken his own life, had been pushed from the rooftop by Simeone the school. To protect its reputation, the school chose to conceal the incident, especially since the perpetrator was the son of a board member. Jiu refused to back down after conferring with the witness. She resolved to take legal action against the unman. Just when things seemed to be going smoothly, the witness was bribed and recanted, claiming nothing had happened. Jiu felt their spirit crumbly to watch at the smug satisfaction on the perpetrator's face, realizing she was powerless. As ordinarily without money or influence, they stood no chance against such lofty adversaries. She had planned to return her son's body to the rural hometown for burial. Butenmut, a gang of thugs ambushed them, smashing the coffin and leaving Jiao Feng's remains in disarray. After reporting the incident, they got to be apprehended, believing revenge was beyond her reach. She unexpectedly heard whispers about kill your shop in Tianhai City thought could fulfill almost any request. After much inquiry, Jiu finally located the shop on nameless street. Once she had finished her story, Uran was dead in a time. What do you want, Matoto? Jiu steeled herself, her teeth clenched as he declared, bring him home. Uran did not rush to agree, maintaining his calm demeanor. The extent of the payment will determine the extent of the service. In Thizera, money was paramount, and Uran was no exception. Hehe D'Amato. Money loves him, and I love money. Zhao Yu opened her handbag and produced a stack of neatly folded red bills, counting approximately 300,000. Yeranglan said Themani with indifference, "Ubral consequences, where shall the delivery take place?" Zhao Yuthaman Faramant wrote down details on a piece of paper and provided him with the necessary information. After she left, Yeran locked the Duran Pakita Themani. Her destination was the luxurious Shingtonga Wadu, a Vilio Arena bited Bethifluent, where locating Herder Getwood Posno College. Building A, Unit 12. Yeran Parkadiskaran began searching according to dress, quickly spotting Gisterjit, Toinpassing bodyguards in sharpsuit stood at the entrance. As Yeran approached, Onoftam raised a hand and barked, "Private property, step back." Ignoring the warning, Yeran drew a sleek black handgun from his waist, affixing the silencer before firing 12 shots that pierced Thegwards' schools. Stepping Goverthes, he entered the villa, momentarily blinded by the opulent Sethatrizumble de Palace, making Jitius Etolosion sway Thefrent Dora Maindejar, revealing the Basalif staff like servants within. Even Yeran couldn't help but marvel at the extravagancy of Tuel the cheapest villa in Shingtong Waja started at 50 million, ensuring the tight's residents were either rich or powerful. "Excuse him, sir, but?" A maid appeared beside him, holding a tray, her face shed with confusion as the stranger before her left no impression. Yeran offered her a gentle smile, lifting a drink from the tray, and inquired, "Which floor is young Master John Wen?" The maid felt to Sudan Zenzal bewilderment, clearly reluctant to respond. Yet, in the next moment, a holu was subpoenaed in the center of fair forehead. Yeranto Okasapo Fedrink, his expression uncanny Jingash strode into the villa. The maids inside, busy with their cleaning, turned to him, their faces reflecting as-haired confusion. Without a hint of hesitation, Yeran laminate de viri living witness insight, ensuring that no subsequent reports to the authorities would cause him any trouble. For him, his guiding principle was succinct. Payment for services rendered. As for any witnesses beyond this target, it was for simpler to eliminate them directly with complicated matters. With 4 floors in the villian ne specifies information on his target's whereabouts, Yeran was left osi archroom baroom. Upon reaching the first room on the 4th floor, he fired several shots at the doorknob before kicking the door open. What Mathiskezu as well an absurd Sino-fa cartoonish battle between a fluffy sheep and a banana wolf, quite the sire. Thetwa Cup and Synthi Bidwara thoroughly startled, haste Eliburo and Gunder the covers for concealment. Themid Legidman with a grisly complexion yet exuding an air of authority bellowed, "Getudafir, now!" Yeran took another sip off his drink, raising his pistol to tape against this temple. "You John DeWang?" John DeWang continued to drink, shouting, "You know how I am, yet you still the Redica main Hieri, Urius King Fordeth." Yeran's lips scrolled into a smirk, tinged with mockery, before he emptied Themagazini into Thetwiftum. Since John DeWang was in his room, it was evident that John who was nearby. Casting a cold glance at the body as in the bed, Yeran to the Safit Scoffata Peret the Teventhosian power were a note invulnerable, merely flesh and blood. He swept through to room sand ultimately located this target, Hale sound layasli panakarner. Approaching the bed silently, Yerancho Theman in both legs, ensuring Howl't escape. Jiang Wei was jolted awake a Bethesda in pain, screaming, "My legs, Quoth Hillary autotouch, "Do you believe I can have you killed?" Yeran frowned slightly, raising a shentok knocked the man unconscious before Kazale tossing him into the trunkan leaving Thessin. Joyous location was not far, and at 120 km per hour, it would take in 5 or 6 minutes than conscious Jiang Wei in the trunk would not beat up before thin. Upon arriving at the delivery point, Yeran exited the vehicle and surveyed the surroundings. This area belonged to an urban village devoid of people by night, with many of the houses appearing dilapidated. Lighting gas cigarette, Hugh waited silently for Zhao Yu's arrival. After finishing off the cigarette, a figure suddenly appeared under the distant, dim streetlight swaying as it approached, seeming burdened by something heavy. Zhao Yu drew Peter backpack, "Master, have you captured the person?" Yeran moved to the trunk, open and Jito pull Themanu Tandan ceremoniously throw him onto the ground. Seeing the murderer person, Zhao Yu could hardly contain her free and slapped him across his face. At that moment Jiang Hui, having lost too much blood, was police ghost, seemingly drained of strength. He recognized the woman before Hyman immediately uttered, "My father is in Honorary Elder of Tianyang Association Hinosman, a powerful figure is in Tianhai City, be careful, or I'll make sure you do without a grave." Truly, the Yun master remained arrogant even in such dire circumstances. Yiran was soon phased that man's father had long since seated in bed. Jo Yuziai's Jung Huobitha collar, gritting her teeth, I want to auto pay for my son's life. With that, she pulled a plastic sheet from her backpack, laid it on the ground, and picked a dupa pig slaughtering knife, swiftly decapitating Jun Wei and dismembering him for disposal. Yiran Marie watched silently, his heart disturbed. After cleaning up the scene, Zhao Yu politely asked, Master Yi, if you do possess the ability to bring the dead back to life. May I ask for your assistance on some more? Yiran extinguished his cigarette, replying coolly, I have an orious interfuse business opportunity presented to me just pame. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuxia sparkled with happiness, immediately opened her bag and pulled out several bundles of red bills. Yiran glanced at the man, said, So really you're not joking? Zhao Yu paused, looking down at them in silence. After a moment, she asked, May I inquire how much you desire, Master Yi? Yiran calmly raised 12 fingers, 200,000, no bargaining. 200,000? Zhao Yu stammered, horrified with shock. The initial sum she had gathered had been cobbled together from various sources, and now only a few thousand remained. A thumb at 1,200,000 was indeed astronomical. Yiran turned to leave, preparing to drive away if she couldn't produce the money. There was nothing more to discuss. Pay him, and although the job no money, then you can stay wherever you like. Seeing Yiran about to depart, Zhao urgently called out, Master Yi, I'll have a theme for you by tomorrow. Hearing her, Yiran rolled down the car window and reminded her, the consequences are ours to bear. With that, he drove away, his tail lights quickly vanishing into the night. That being said, what kind of person would seek out a dark sorcerer for business? Certainly, it would be Zomiona Hohedex house di dallo theravinu say it was unwilling to accept defeat, placing their last glimmer of hope in the hands of a sorcerer. It is well known that the reputation of dark sorceresses and Tatato frats and Thesaurus all manner of vile terms can be associated with them. Yet, nuna candidi thought despite their malevolence, dark sorcerers possess the ability to perform extraordinary feats beyond their realm of reason. As for the consequence of engaging dark sorcerer's services, nuna can predict the outcome. Alon Kundo was prayed to the heavens. Chapter 2 I only acknowledge money. Upon returning to Thup, Yiran closed the door behind him and descended into the dim, damp basement. As he walked down a narrow corridor, he was confronted by a coffin that emanate a pungent, metallic odor. A cursory glance revealed numerous runes etched into the floor, while the grooves and wooden planks were filled with some unidentifiable filth. Yiran picky dupe near Burna fascius and, after a few months, rolled a cigarette, lightened and inhaling deeply. His previously weary visage seemed to soften after the smokyphila dislings had been living thisway for over could diagnosed with cancer and ishperitito survive had reluctantly entered the real mothaniang profession through fierce off struggle had inadvertently discovered a method of prolonging lifers and gashes. From that momentum he was inexorably drawn deeper in tough path of dark practices. There was no alternative other right to sect strictly prohibited such sorcery, and the superficial glamour of their world could not offer salvation if not for the duress circumstances. He would never have ventured into the realm of the dark arts, but discussing such matters was no futile. The following day, Yiran returned with breakfast and turned on the television to catch the morning news. Last night, a notorious tycoon in her city was hot dead and hisped by outlaws, leaving Gul 12 officials hold staff deceased. Upon hearing this, Yiran simply immersed himself in his porridge. Yiran, we need to speak with you. Suddenly, several individuals appeared at the door, led by a composed middle-aged Edmund wearing glasses. When Yiran remained insolent, a Angerman stormed in, slamming a Shen Sun Theta and shouting, Did you kill Jiang De Wang? Yiran slightly lifted his eyelids and struck the man across the face, causing him to stagger, Hyzia spinning, as she collided with Wolf Theother Sathador contemplate intervening but were halted by the bespectacled man. Do you come at me for time so me ondies? Do you seek me out forever right kill your incident? Do you come here when you're feeling down? After delivering his writ, Yiran struck the man again, raising Gainy a brow and asking, Do you think this place is a public restroom? Theseriusov slapped him on his swollen, rendering him speechless. The glasses-wearing man, witnessing this, quickly intervened. Yiran, Wermerle following protocol, please don't make this difficult. Yiran turned to him, Histonia replied, Get lost. Each Timothy visited, he left humiliated, and the bespectacled man felt a sense of frustration, yet they were bound by orders from above, leaving them no room to refuse. We're leaving. The bespectacled man, seething with fury, turned away but glanced back at the shop before departing. Uran rubbed his lit a cigarette, and sat down. The members of the Nyang Association were until since he arrived in the city, they had been shadowing him, sending people to inquire every few days, were it not for his formidable a strength, he might have already found himself confined behind Iran bars for the rest of his life. Not long after the group departed, Zhao Yu's figure appeared at the door, and she placed the gathered money on the bus he entered. Master Yi, shall we zef no? Yes, just a moment on the thermithings, Uran replied, regaining his composure. He stood to retrieve his equipment before locking the door behind him. Zhao Yu lived on the outskirts of a village within the city, near the food of foul by the seaside. According to her, she had sold her house that very morning but still had to stay, and she hoped to seize this opportunity to take her son away and return to her hometown. During the journey, Uran remained excellent, following her to the destination without uttering a word. Upon entering, a foul stench assaulted him who did not be unaccustomed to such odors. It might have made a hemorrhage in the main lofty house lay a straw mat covered with oilcloth, indicating that Zhao Yu had near that person's corpse. Master Yi, can my centrole me back to live? Zhao Yu's motions were a tumultuous mix. Uran set down his backpack and began preparing his stools, responding, as long as this event day has not passed, it is possible. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yusher tightened. She had intended to voice her thoughts but instinctively suppressed them. Uran arranged the room, adorning the hall with black talismans and placing 2 spirit receiving banners at the entrance. Hethan instructed, prepare black dog's blood, stove ash, fresh eggs, and defulums. Zhao Yu hurriedly acknowledged and dashed out to procure the materials. Uran glanced at her, then took out paper to start crafting, quickly fashioning a paper effigy that appeared eerily lifelike. By that evening fell. Zhao Yu returned, and Uran did not inquire about their prolonged absence. He poured stovish into a bowl, mixed it in eggs, then poured black dog's blood into the corpse's mouth, smearing some and Zhao Yu shen before finally inserting 2 incense sticks. At the entrance of fire home, light 3 sticks of incense and burn some joss paper. Once it is burned sufficiently, Jen light up the bowl while and Lyra sitting Orson's name. If he senses something behind Donna turned back slowly, rise and walk in a circle back home, tapping the bowl with the axe step. Don't stop until you return. Fearing Shemet forget, Uran repeated the instructions, confirming her understanding before stepping outside to Kektheski. Satisfied that the time was right, urged her to proceed. Zhao Yu carried the bolt of the entrance, glanced around, and dignited the joss paper. Mysteriously, as soon as the fire flared to lift, a cold breeze swept through, sending a chill down her spine. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and began to tap the bowl, mentally invoking Herson's name. In an instant, the flames roared higher, near lining her clothing. After about half an hour, Zhao Yu felt presence looming behind her. Recalling Uran's admonition, shuddered and linger, slowly tapping the bowl as he circled the fire before eating inward. Seated inside, smoking, Uran heard the tapping grow closer and rose a tum of paper of fijita the door. Upon seeing Zhao Yu, he gestured for her to shatter the bowl with force. Crash, the sound of shattering startled Zhao Yu, causing her to tremble while it had paper of figgy quivered in response. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, her face turned pale, and she stumbled against Thol in panic. The paper of just a flightern tilted jit shed to scrutinize a Thetwine said before moving on its sound toward the corpse, nodding repeatedly. Uran's gaze a sharpened pick a dupe a black talisman and intoned, no path to return, no to the underworld, sealy our 3 souls and 7 spirits, prohibiting or reincarnation. As the incantation concluded, he slapped the talisman onto Thifiggy's forehead, and a killing wind swept through the room. However, tranquility soon returned, and everything full silence Marie. Uran observed the falling of Fidge and crushed their food. These subjects served merely as a vessel it was prudent to destroy it afterward to avoid any unforeseen complications. In the midst of Zhao Yu's bewilderment, the corpse on the bed suddenly sat up, revealing its lifelessness. Myson, Zhao Yu cried out, rushing to embrace the corpse. Noticing Herson's lack of response, she furrowed her brow on desk in confusion. Master, what is happening? Uran leisurely lit a cigarette, explaining, the corpse cannot speak. Of course. Zhao Yu was momentarily stunned. Isn't he alive again? Uran shrugged nonchalantly. He can walk and jump, and he will always listen to you. What else could it bif no tell live? By that way, Uran added, pulling out several bottles. This reading will slow your son's decomposition, priced at 1,000 diak, effective for 3 days. Theblakani suppresses Theodore of decay, also 10th and but only less foreign day. Decide how man you need them Maria by Thebiger that discount im a practical man, nogamix. With the task complete, it was to me to promote his worries. After all, one never knew when future clients might come knocking. In business, it was essential to cultivate relationships with customers, avoiding gone-off transactions. Zhao Yusius would end in disbelief, momentarily stunned, but I don't think the anemone right now. Upon hearing this, Yiran put away the bottles, if she had no money, then thicitum swariofnus heglans de thurson, andush pathethic grotesque appearance, Joya could not bear to part with him after all, he was a picio foraunfulsh. Master Yi, could you perhaps seloma to away a foreign bottle, ipra misito paya bakwane have a themony, her voice lacked conviction, a mera hopeful attempt. Yirang Lerdath replied coldly, no, your financial situation is not my concern, to deseo your own matter, when the money is ready, you will receive the goods, no money, thenio can weather. With that, Hebigin toga the risk belong Jingsan prepare to leave, whether deemed cold-blooded or heartless, Yuran ways indifferent to external judgments, in this world rife with predators, only wealth provided true security. What of empathy, human connections and thornthof relationships, almara nonsense, and called betrayal, but money wouldn't avail to you down. Chapter 3, Underestimating the game. Before Yiran could fully depart from the realm of the urban village, his phone rang. After a brief listen, he hung up the call and hastened towards the city. Upon arriving at a traditional courtyard, he parked his car and made his way into the alley. It seems that the wealthy have grown fond of the once popular courtyard homes rather than towering villas. At that moment, a young man was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Yiran approach, he scrutinized him from head to toe before inquiring, Master Yi. He did not personally know Yiran but had heard of him over the phone. Expecting an elderly figure, only to be surprised by the youth before him. Yiran, foregoing any pleasantries, stated directly, I am he, take me to the site. The young man, who had initially intended to exchange a few words, abandoned that thought upon hearing Yiran's command. He gestured for Yiran to follow and led the way. Arriving at a room, they could hear raised voices from within before even stepping inside. Once they entered, all eyes turned towards them. Judging by their attire, it was clear that these individuals were invited practitioners from the community, each presenting themselves with an air of ethereal grace. Master Yi, my name is Lin Yu. My father once had dealings with you, and I have specially invited you to take a look, Lin Yu said, cupping his hands in greeting. Yiran offered no reply. He had long grown weary of such formalities. On the bed lay a frail old man, various intricate instruments attached to his body. This man, Lin Tianfeng, was a notorious tycoon in Tianhai City, and it was not an exaggeration to say that even a stamp of his foot could shake the entire city. Yet, he now lay in such a state, and should word spread, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Young Master Lin, what do you mean by this? Though we three old fellows may not be renowned, we have some reputation, and if even we cannot resolve this matter, what can a mere youth accomplish? Are you implying that you do not regard us at all? One elderly figure with a red nose expressed his discontent. Hearing this, Lin Yu remained unperturbed, maintaining his calm demeanor. There is no need for the three masters to be angry. I am merely taking precautions, rest assured. I will not shortchange you. Yiran interrupted their exchange. Tell me the current situation. I have no time for idle chatter. Lin Yu immediately signaled for the three to quiet down, then explained, the specifics are unclear to me as my father fell into a sudden coma, and we have yet to determine the cause. Yiran chuckled derisively. Incompetent. Lin Yu frowned slightly, about to respond but chose to hold his tongue, silently observing. The red-nosed elder, however, could not contain his irritation any longer, declaring, what a sharp-tongued lad. I shall see just how capable you are. Yiran ignored him and walked straight to the bedside to examine the old man. After a brief inspection, he withdrew his hands. Lin Yu then asked, Master Yi, what is your assessment? Yiran lowered his eyelids and moved to wash his hands, replying casually, just some dark sorcery, a mere trick. Someone had planted a corpse worm near the old man's heart. Cleverly concealed and thus difficult to detect, the corpse worm exists in a mother-child relationship, with the old man's heart being the child worm. By eliminating the mother worm, the connection would naturally sever. Such sorcery is not particularly skilled, yet it poses a challenge for righteous practitioners due to their limited knowledge. However, for Yiran, who himself practiced dark arts, it was hardly a concern. Upon hearing this, the red-nosed elder sneered, keep boasting. Corpse worms, you say? Why not claim the old man has a bull inside him? Lin Yu refrained from defending Yiran, wanting to ascertain the young man's true capabilities, as the situation had yet to spiral beyond his control. Yiran was well aware of their thoughts. All crows in the world are black. Young Master Lin, the old man's life hangs by a thread. He may not see the light of tomorrow. I can intervene to save him, but you must personally eliminate this old Taoist, otherwise prepare to collect Lin Tianfeng's corpse. With that, Yiran seated himself, lighting a cigarette. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, you enjoy theatrics, do you not? I shall let you take center stage. If he did not wish to commit murder, then he could simply allow Lin Tianfeng to fatefully perish. It was of no concern to himself. Lin Yu's heart trembled, and his gaze towards Yi Ran shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that this young man would be so ruthless, dragging him into a predicament with a few words. To kill would leave a handle, yet to refrain would jeopardize his father's life. What a cunning scheme to use his own hand against an unwelcome adversary. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yu ceased his hesitation and clapped his hands, summoning several bodyguards from outside. Young master, at your command. Lin Yu's gaze turned icy as he commanded, take these three away and dispose of them properly. In terms of thoroughness, since a handle was to be left behind, it was best for as few people as possible to be aware of the matter. The red-nosed elder immediately panicked, exclaiming, young master Lin, you cannot commit such a treacherous act, you cannot. The other two elders were equally alarmed, having done nothing yet still caught in this calamity, feeling utterly wronged. Alas, it was too late to plead, their cries fell on deaf ears. Master Yi, may we commence? Lin Yu's gaze shifted sideways. Yi Ran quietly regarded him for a moment before rising. Prepare the altar, I shall confront the adversaries. At that moment, in another upscale villa, a fierce-looking bald man was performing a ritual. Across from him sat a portly middle-aged man, swirling a glass of red wine. Master Zhao, are you certain you can eliminate Lin Tianfeng today? Master Zhao grinned maliciously. Rest assured, from what I know, few possess the skill to unravel my worm sorcery in Shanghai. Just as he finished speaking, his expression abruptly changed. The middle-aged man noticed and frowned. What is wrong? Master Zhao's face darkened. My connection with the child worm has been severed. Oh, the middle-aged man sprang to his feet, urgently asking, what are you saying? Are you capable or not? Master Zhao gritted his teeth. There must be a master on the opposing side. Do not worry. At worst, I will suffer some damage to my cultivation. Watch how I deal with him. With that, he opened a small coffin on the altar and retrieved a straw doll, biting his fingers to draw blood and smear it on the doll. He then picked up a skull with his left hand and a peculiar string of bells with his right, performing his incantation. Heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, malevolent deity, manifest now. Soul-binding straw doll, drink my blood, share my spirit, and kill from afar with the death bell. As the spell concluded, the entire altar began to tremble violently, and the doll, as if animated, stood up and leapt off the altar. Heading outside, this scene left the middle-aged man dumbfounded, unable to suppress his admiration as he exclaimed, truly worthy of being the grand disciple of the Scorpio elder. Master Zhao grinned widely, indeed, my master. Before he could finish, Master Zhao's voice abruptly cut off, his expression turning to one of terror. In the next moment, he hastily discarded his tools and fled out of the villa, not daring to look back. After sprinting 100 meters, he was drenched in sweat. Believing himself safe, he was soon met with a cacophony of mocking laughter from the surrounding darkness. Sir friend, weren't you quite capable? I have come to find you. The voice was unmistakably that of Yi Ran. Master Zhao looked around frantically, and upon looking up, he saw something in the trees. My master is the Scorpio elder. Please, do not kill me, do not. In the darkness, nothing was visible, only the sound of chewing and the piercing screams echoed throughout the villa district. Chapter 4, Using a Knife to Kill. Within the courtyard, Yi Ran opened his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. The sorceries he had encountered were utterly pathetic. One could hardly fathom from whom they had learned such trivial tricks. Beside him, Lin Yu was oblivious to the unfolding events, but upon seeing Yi Ran set down his tools, he anticipated the outcomes. Master Yi, it is getting late. I implore you to act swiftly. Lin Yu's face was etched with concern. Should Lin Tianfeng meet with misfortune, it would not only impact Tianhai City but also deliver a fatal blow to the Lin family. The competition outside was fierce, and only Lin Tianfeng could instill fear in them. The precarious balance must not be disrupted. Yi Ran brushed past him, entering the room and shutting the door. Lin Yu, still outside, found himself met with failure, but he bore it silently inside, gazing at the unconscious Lin Tianfeng. Yi Ran retrieved a small black pill from his backpack and placed it in the old man's mouth. Moments later, Lin Tianfeng's eyes shot open, and he began to retch violently, expelling a white worm among the vial contents. Yi Ran merely glanced at it. The bond between the child and mother worm had long been severed, and it would not survive much longer. After a prolonged bout of coughing, Lin Tianfeng finally regained his composure. Pulling out the tubes attached to him and leaning back, Master Yi, I did not expect to trouble you again. I am truly ashamed. In response to this, Yi Ran showed no concern, settling down with a cigarette, crossing his legs as he replied, it matters not, just pay me. Lin Tianfeng nodded, stating, then let us proceed as before. 3 million will be delivered the day after tomorrow. Yi Ran took a deep drag from his cigarette, casting a sidelong glance into the distance. Old Lin, the last time I extended your life, it has reached its limit. You likely won't survive the night. Upon hearing these words, Lin Tianfeng was momentarily taken aback. But in the next second, a myriad of expressions flitted across his face as he smacked his lips, struggling to articulate a response. Master Yi, you know individuals like us hold our lives in high regard. You possess various skills. Could you devise another method? Lin Tianfeng inquired once more. Yi Ran extinguished his cigarette with a light chuckle. Of course, there are methods, but I fear you may lack the courage to execute them. Upon realizing that he might still have a chance at prolonging his life, Lin Tianfeng's eyes sparkled with hope, and he immediately proposed, I understand. I will add 5 million to the 3 million already offered. How does that sound? Wealthy individuals are particularly concerned with issues of health, especially matters of life and death. Money can be earned at any time, but life is singular, thus, they will not hesitate to spend in order to extend their existence. I possess a type of living corpse poison, one male and one female. You would consume the male, while the female would be administered to a close relative. Afterward, you should be able to continue living vigorously for a few more years. Yi Ran retrieved a black vial from his backpack and gently placed it on the bedside table. Lin Tianfeng's heart leaped with joy as he grasped the vial, reluctant to release it. However, he soon regained his composure and inquired, Master Yi, are there any side effects? Though the man before him possessed a plethora of skills, capable of executing many unexpected feats, he was also a practitioner of dark arts. And all his methods bore severe side effects, potentially rendering one neither human nor ghost. Yi Ran shrugged, it is perhaps better for you not to know, given your current physical condition. This is the only method that can save your life. I reiterate, all consequences are yours to bear. The living corpse poison indeed can extend life, but the process is somewhat inhumane. The female poison will continually feast on the lifespan of its host, ultimately transferring it to the male, thus achieving the effect of prolonging life. Once the female's host has been sufficiently drained, it will begin to lay eggs frantically, ultimately transforming the host into a worm-like creature. Until death ensues. Yi Ran glanced towards the door, for he understood that Lin Tianfeng had only one son. This Lin Yu was exceedingly decisive and possessed a deep cunning. The previous friction between them would undoubtedly serve as a future catalyst for conflict. If that were the case, it would be prudent to eliminate him now lest he become a future liability. After all, it was Lin Tianfeng's actions that had brought about this predicament, and Yi Ran bore no responsibility. Very well, I shall deliver the money tomorrow. Lin Tianfeng hesitated no longer. To cling to life required decisiveness, as indecision would yield no fruitful outcome. By the way, Master Yi, could I trouble you for one more favor? There shall be ample rewards upon completion. Speak plainly. An old friend of mine has a daughter who is about to graduate from university. She wishes to conduct archaeological studies in a distant rural area before departing. But my friend is unable to attend due to family issues, hence I seek your assistance as a bodyguard. Of course, you need not serve tea or run errands. Merely ensure her safety. The remuneration for this task is 1 million. Upon concluding, Lin Tianfeng retrieved some documents from a nearby drawer. Yi Ran glanced over them briefly and agreed, for such an opportunity to earn money while merely accompanying someone on a leisurely journey was exceedingly rare. After all, one would be a fool to turn down easy money. Now that Lin Tianfeng had awakened to the reality of his situation, further actions on Yi Ran's part were unnecessary. After a few pleasantries, he departed the courtyard. Upon returning home, Yi Ran headed straight to the basement, opening the pitch-black coffin and pouring the freshly acquired blood into it. The coffin was filled with blood, emitting an overwhelmingly foul stench. Through the crimson liquid, one could faintly discern a corpse lying within, bound with ancient coins. It appeared that the blood of a cultivator would yield superior results, significantly shortening the time required for the corpse to take form. Yi Ran sliced open his palm, mixing his own blood into the concoction, then lit a bone-ash cigarette and took a drag. His body could not sustain itself for much longer. He must hasten his search for the fabled golden tree, for only then could he extend his life. Yet, it must be noted that references to the golden tree existed solely within certain ancient texts, with scant details provided, leaving its existence uncertain. Yi Ran sighed softly. Gazing up at the dim light, regardless of its authenticity, he was determined to verify it for himself. This was his sole chance at survival, his only glimmer of hope. Lost in thought, Yi Ran gradually succumbed to a deep slumber, only to awaken to the bright light of day. After leaving the basement and showering, he habitually ventured out to procure breakfast, returning to turn on the television to watch the morning news. Recently, a shocking incident of human-on-human violence has erupted in our city. Details remain unclear, but officials are making every effort to apprehend the perpetrator. And now let us review the footage from the scene. The footage was quite blurry, rendering it nearly indecipherable, until the sound of a bell rang out, prompting Yi Ran to lift his gaze. If he was not mistaken, the footage likely featured Zhao Yu's son. That lad had become a walking corpse. Once he tasted human blood, there would be no turning back, inevitably transforming into a zombie. If blood was not provided regularly, he would surely descend into madness. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure appeared at the door, none other than Jiayu. Chapter 5, a travel interlude. Jiayu nervously glanced around, ensuring the coast was clear before stepping into the shop. She clutched a bulging small leather bag, and her appearance suggested she was not in good spirits. Her wrist was bandaged but still appeared red and inflamed. Master Yi, I wish to purchase the items from last time. I have gathered the funds. With that, Jiayu produced approximately 30,000 in cash. Yi Ran cast a cursory glance at the money on the table, which bore traces of dried blood, further confirming that the news story was indeed related to her son. It is no longer necessary I advise you to leave Tianhai City as soon as possible. If the Yinyang Association finds you, the fates of you and your son will be dire. Her eyes were slightly bloodshot, black veins creeping up her neck, compounded by her peculiar demeanor. It seemed she had indeed been bitten by her soni. In no more than 3 days, the poison would completely spread through her body, and she would cease to be human. Yi Ran checked the time. It was nearly time to rendezvous at the meeting point. He hastily gathered his belongings and prepared to close the door. Unexpectedly, Jiayu suddenly knelt, repeatedly bowing her head and clutching Yi Ran's pant leg, tears brimming in her eyes. Master Yi, please help me once more. He is my only son. I have raised him with great difficulty. And who could have foreseen such misfortune? The bell you provided is becoming increasingly difficult to control. I beg you to devise another solution. Jiayu wept profusely, her last hope resting upon the man before her. Yi Ran's brow furrowed slightly as he looked down coldly. Give me 500,000, and I will assist you. Jiayu's voice trembled. At 500,000? Yi Ran seemed to have anticipated her reaction. With a slight push, he freed himself from her grasp and departed without a backward glance. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. All interactions are predicated upon mutual benefit. Moreover, he had warned her from the outset that she must bear the consequences of her actions. The proposal was hers, as were the risks. No one else bore the obligation to clean up her mess. Unless, of course, she offered sufficient compensation. Given the current circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the two of them were apprehended, and their fates were all but sealed. Yet, Yi Ran felt no pangs of guilt in his heart. Not even the slightest hint of remorse crossed his mind. Their departure point was by the seaside, with the target individual named Luo Xiaoxiao, accompanied by approximately 6 others, all archaeology students on the brink of graduation. Standing at the edge of the beach, he surveyed the area before fixing his gaze upon a yacht, where several individuals could be seen laden with bags, easily identifiable. Approaching swiftly, he spotted a strikingly dressed woman standing at the front of the yacht. Golden waves of hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding an air of arrogance. As Yi Ran drew near, Luo Xiaoxiao glanced at her wristwatch, seemingly displeased. You are the bodyguard arranged by Uncle Lin. Yi Ran chose to disregard her, merely stating as he passed, let us depart. With individuals like this wealthy heiress, who had been pampered since childhood, it was best to limit conversation to avoid entangling oneself in convoluted arguments. Though Luo Xiaoxiao was dissatisfied, she held her tongue, as he was the bodyguard designated by Lin Tianfeng. Once they set sail, the others on the boat appeared quite animated, chattering incessantly. Yi Ran lit a cigarette, taking a seat on the deck, gazing into the distance, uninterested in joining their idle chatter. As the saying goes, trouble finds those who do not seek it. No sooner had he taken a couple of puffs than a young man, seemingly a wealthy scion, swaggered over a friend. I don't know how you ended up here, but please understand the disparity between us. Always be aware of your station and refrain from making any inappropriate moves. Also, I dislike the smell of smoke, particularly with so many young ladies aboard. Extinguish it at once. His words dripped with condescension, entirely dismissing Yi Ran, a clear indication that he had never faced repercussions for his arrogance. Yi Ran appraised the young man, donning a benign smile as he extinguished his cigarette, then proceeded to pull out another from his pack right in front of him. You motherf, before he could finish, the young man received a resounding slap across the face, and before he could comprehend the situation, he was unceremoniously tossed into the sea. With a splash, all eyes turned in their direction. Luo Xiaoxiao hurried to the edge of the boat, peering over the side, and upon spotting her floundering companion, she urgently called to the captain, quickly, save him. Upon concluding her words, she turned and shot a fierce glare at Yi Ran before hurriedly making her way to the stern of the ship. Yi Ran let out a scoff, drew out a dagger, and followed her towards the rear. The young master who had fallen overboard was just pulled back aboard when Yi Ran kicked him back into the water. What are you doing? Luo Xiaoxiao demanded angrily, utterly appalled by this person's behavior. Indeed, how can you act like this? Even if there are conflicts, such actions are inexcusable. What if Zhou Hao can't swim? isn't that attempted murder. Exactly what kind of person are you? The others chimed in, condemning his actions, yet remained rooted in place, hesitant to approach due to the knife in Yiran's hand. Zhou sputtered and choked on water, furiously slapping the surface as he shouted, "Kid, do you have any idea who my father is? Be careful, or I'll make sure you regret this when I get back." Yiran grinned widely and kicked him into the water once more, then slashed his own arm with the dagger, letting his blood drip into the sea. The others gasped in alarm, realizing that there were sharks in these waters. "Quick, save him!" Luo Xiaoxiao yelled, and several people rushed forward, only to be swiftly knocked down by Yiran's kick. Yiran seized Luo Xiaoxiao by the hair, pulling her close. "Listen carefully, my task is to ensure your safety. As long as you remain alive, my mission is accomplished. As for the others, they fall outside my responsibilities. Their lives or deaths are of no concern to me, therefore, do not present yourself with any airs of superiority, or I might just take you out. Yiran's tone was devoid of emotion, yet none dared to question the authenticity of his words. The earlier scene of him slashing his own arm was enough evidence that he was not one to make empty threats. "Alright, just let me go," Luo Xiaoxiao said, a hint of panic in her voice. Though she was a wealthy heiress, she was not foolish. Before their arrival, Lin Tianfeng had specifically warned her not to provoke this individual. Initially skeptical, she could no longer afford to dismiss that caution. Yiran nodded in satisfaction and turned to Zhou, who was floundering in the water. "Hey buddy, looks like there are sharks coming." Zhou spun around in a panic, spotting a fin cutting through the water towards him. "Big brother, I was wrong. Please, let me up. I'm wealthy. I can pay you." At that moment, Zhou was no longer the arrogant figure from before. His bravado shattered by sheer terror upon hearing wealth. Yiran's interest peaked. "How much?" In desperation, Zhou blurted, 100,000. "I'll give you 100,000. Yiran threw a life ring to him, and once he grasped it, he yanked him back onto the boat. Zhou scrambled back in fright, his heart racing uncontrollably. Observing this, Yiran provided him with his bank account number. "Master Zhou, please transfer the money, or I might just throw you back in." Zhou, still reeling from shock, hastily borrowed a phone from someone nearby. After a few minutes, Yiran received a notification of the balance change, and with satisfaction, he patted Zhou on the shoulder. As Yiran walked away, Luo Xiaoxiao's gaze flickered, a sense of inexplicable anxiety washing over her. Glancing back at her companions, she couldn't shake the feeling that something ominous was about to transpire. Chapter 6, Entering the Village. "Hello, Uncle Lin, must we really have that Yiran as our bodyguard? He acts like a lunatic." Cough, Xiaoxiao. "While it's true that Master Yi can be a bit flamboyant, his abilities are beyond question. I understand. The person you found must be formidable, but he is quite eccentric, making communication nearly impossible." "That is indeed the case, but Master Yi is renowned for his reliability in the industry. Once he receives payment, he will ensure everything is handled meticulously. Here's the deal. I'll teach you how to communicate with him. Remember, always talk about money when issues arise." "This alright, I'll give it a try." Luo Xiaoxiao ended the call and gazed towards Yiran, her expression a mixture of complexity. Was a person who brandished a knife at every turn really so easy to deal with? Despite her grievances, should danger arise, she would need his assistance, and souring their relationship would be unwise. "Master Yi, does your oil paper fan have any special significance? It looks beautiful. May I take a look?" Approaching Yiran, she casually initiated a conversation, hoping to ease the tension. Yiran glanced at her before turning away, coolly stating, "No, and treat me like an invisible person. There is no need for deliberate communication." Luo Xiaoxiao's smile instantly froze, leaving her standing there in awkward silence. As the heiress of the Luo family in Tianhai City, she was accustomed to being revered wherever she went. This was the first time she had been dismissed so rudely, and just the thought of it ignited her fury. With a huff, she stomped her foot and walked away, heading to the cabin to violently punch her pillow after sailing for a day and a half. The group awoke to find the ship docked at the pier. They discussed hiring a vehicle to reach their destination while enjoying the scenic route, which wouldn't delay their schedule. Even those who weren't rich second-generation heirs came from well-off families, and upon disembarking, they began to spend lavishly, attracting numerous curious glances. Yiran, following behind, shook his head slightly. They were merely pampered young masters, unacquainted with the harsh realities of society. Although public safety had improved, unpleasant incidents could still occur in certain remote areas. "Master Yi, would you like something to eat?" Luo Xiaoxiao offered him a candied hawthorn stick, thinking it would be inappropriate to be standoffish with a fellow traveler. Yiran didn't even glance at it, striding past her with her hands on her hips. Luo Xiaoxiao felt an urge to explode but ultimately restrained herself. At the small town they were in wasn't large. Consisting of merely a single street that could be seen from end to end. After negotiating with the driver, they set off towards the village. Along the way, they admired the picturesque countryside, and the wealthy youths were particularly excited. Having grown accustomed to city life, Yiran sat by the window, lost in thought as he gazed at the winding mountain roads. The group arrived around noon, and as they approached the village, it was already evening. They disembarked at the roadside since the vehicle couldn't enter their destination, necessitating a walk. Is this what rural landscapes look like? I must take plenty of photos to share with my friends. Zhou Hao exclaimed eagerly, pulling out his phone to take pictures, while others recorded videos or snapped photos. Alright, let us hurry and find a place to stay. It's getting dark, suggested Luo Xiaoxiao. Zhou Hao was particularly attentive, offering to carry luggage and eagerly leading the way. Yiran brought up the rear and paused momentarily as they passed a patch of grass, noticing a gravestone hidden within. It was easily overlooked unless one paid close attention. There was nothing unusual at first, but as they walked further, the number of gravestones became excessive. This area was clearly a burial ground. Why would there be a cemetery right at the entrance to the village? Yiran pondered. After advancing a little further, houses finally came into view, with smoke curling from chimneys. The spacing between the buildings was quite sparse, with each structure set apart by several steps. A crowd had gathered at the village entrance, led by an elderly man with a cane, dressed in an old-style Zhongshan suit. You must be the archaeological experts. Welcome, you can call me Old Zhao. The elder greeted them with a warm smile. Old Zhao, please take us to our accommodations. I'm starving after that walk, Zhou Hao said eagerly. Old Zhao nodded. Very well, your lodgings have been arranged. Follow me. After a brief walk through a dense bamboo grove, they arrived at a small courtyard. Upon entering, the place could only be described as dilapidated and desolate. It was clear that no one had lived here for quite some time, as the debris piled up on either side must have been recently cleared. Yiran was unfazed. As a person of the underworld, he was accustomed to sleeping wherever he could find shelter from the elements. Most of the time, people like him used the ground as a bed and the sky as a blanket. However, Yiran surveyed the surroundings and then pushed open the main door, noticing several severed strips of white silk hanging from the beams and a few joss papers scattered in the corners. He found the floor to be dusty, yet certain areas appeared unusually clean, arranged in long strips with minimal spacing. On the long table against the wall sat a censer, with incense still burning. This place seemed to have been an abandoned mortuary, as evidenced by the recent removal of coffins. How peculiar. Rural customs typically involve burying the deceased directly in the ground. Why would there be a designated mortuary for storing corpses? Yiran furrowed his brow, but he could glean no further clues from just the surface. Old Zhao, why are all the other rooms locked except for the one in the middle? Are you expecting us to sleep on the ground? Crammed into this room, Zhou Hao questioned, glancing around in confusion. The others, who had been chatting, turned to look as well, noticing not only were the rooms locked, but they were also adorned with yellow talismans. Old Zhao, what is going on? Luo Xiaoxiao asked, snapping back to reality. When this topic arose, Old Zhao's expression turned pained, and he sighed heavily. You may not know, but our village has a long-standing custom. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. He continued, to be honest, this place used to be a mortuary, but it was abandoned for certain reasons. This is the only place in the village that can provide you with accommodation. I hope you won't take offense. What? Yizhuang, Zhou Hao could not help but raise his voice, a hint of displeasure lacing his words as he chided. Uncle Zhao, have we not given you ample money? Why have you brought us to a place inhabited by the dead? Luo Xiaoxiao lightly bit her crimson lips, her heart also harboring some grievances. Indeed, Uncle Zhao, can't we possibly change to a different location? The old Zhao shook his head, his expression fraught with difficulty. Alas, there truly are no other places in the village. I shall leave it at that. You can only reside here. With that, he ceased further discussion, leaning on his cane as he turned to leave, offering no opportunity for rebuttal. Observing his retreating figure, Yiran's gaze burned with intensity. This old man was not being truthful. The mortuary appeared to be long abandoned, yet an unsettling feeling lingered, compounded by the peculiarities encountered since entering the village, all hinting at its extraordinary nature. Well then, we shall stay here tonight. We are all archaeology students. Dealing with corpses is part of the job. If we are to be frightened by such things, perhaps we ought to reconsider our career choices. Luo Xiaoxiao sighed softly, for this journey was primarily to fulfill her graduation requirements. Even if they did not engage with the dead tonight, they would undoubtedly do so tomorrow. Hearing their leader say this, the others refrained from further complaints, murmuring a few words before beginning to seek out their rooms. How antiquated to still cling to such superstitions in this day and age. I shall occupy this room and see what transpires. Zhou Hao, fueled by determination, tore apart the yellow talisman before him and boldly pushed the door open to enter. Luo Xiaoxiao turned to glance at the taciturn Yi Ran. And after a brief moment of contemplation, she proceeded into the central hall. Others might dismiss such matters, but she felt compelled to believe, although her studies were rooted in archaeology, which emphasized scientific inquiry. There were phenomena beyond the reach of empirical explanations, relegated instead to the realm of mysticism. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to Luo Xiaoxiao, which was precisely why they had hired a protector skilled in esoteric arts. Yi Ran removed her inky black oil paper umbrella, gently placing her fingers upon it, and to her astonishment, the umbrella seemed to pulse faintly. This place is teeming with ghostly energy. Chapter 7, The First Night's Strange Events After a Long Day of Travel. The group lacked the spirit for merriment, hastily preparing their bedding before succumbing to slumber. As the house lacked electricity, once darkness fell, they could only light candles for illumination. In such an atmosphere, the flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows, creating an inexplicable strangeness. Yi Ran surveyed the room, then affixed a black talisman to the center of the door before meticulously inspecting the surroundings, finally settling against the wall to play with her phone. In unfamiliar surroundings, Luo Xiaoxiao felt a sense of unease, tossing and turning in her sleeping bag, unable to find rest. Shifting her gaze to the composed Yi Ran, she could no longer endure the silence and softly inquired, "Master Yi, do you sense something amiss in this place?" While their interactions had been minimal, she had observed Yi Ran's actions with curiosity. "Everything is under control. Simply rest," Yi Ran replied without pausing her activity. Her tone flat. Little did she know, this seemingly casual remark instilled a flicker of change within the heart of the affluent young lady, for despite his peculiar demeanor, one could not deny his abilities. After all, such words provided a sense of security. "Master Yi, are you also from Tianhai City?" After ruminating for a while, Luo Xiaoxiao could not find a suitable topic and hastily asked. Yi Ran lifted her eyelids slightly, her gaze akin to that of someone observing a fool. Before returning to her phone, Luo Xiaoxiao offered an awkward chuckle, feeling discouraged from pursuing further questions. As time slipped away, drowsiness enveloped the minds of all. Noticing her phone's battery dwindling, Yi Ran prepared to rest, but just as she closed her eyes, a commotion erupted in the courtyard. Initially assuming someone had risen to use the restroom, she paid it little mind. However, the eerie moaning sound sent chills racing down her spine. It was neither the wind nor the voice of a person. Yi Ran's eyes snapped open as she treaded lightly to the door. The courtyard was constructed in the style of ancient times, with doors riddled with holes, allowing a clear view outside. Such thick fog, Yi Ran murmured to herself, her brow furrowing as she scanned the situation beyond the courtyard. The entrance was unobstructed, and peering outside, she could vaguely discern a shadow advancing through the dense mist. Before long, the figure's visage came into full view. A zombie, Yi Ran hissed under her breath, her gaze locking onto the creature. The zombie hopped closer, emitting a mournful sound, eventually halting in the center of the courtyard, its head swaying back and forth as if confirming something. In the next moment, it bounded toward the room on the left, crashing through the wooden door with ease. If memory served, that room housed Zhou Hao and the others. Yi Ran cautiously opened the door, peering into the adjacent room, only to be met with a cacophony of screams. "Ah!" The volume was so high it roused the slumbering occupants, who emerged bleary-eyed to investigate. "What happened? Did I hear someone calling? Why is Zhou Hao's door shattered? Oh no, could it be Zhou Hao screaming?" Before they could finish their discussion, Zhou Hao stumbled out, clutching his throat, pallor etched across his features, only to collapse to the ground moments later. "Help! Help me!" His words barely escaped his lips when the zombie suddenly emerged, its razor-sharp claws piercing Zhou Hao's chest, lifting him off the ground as it opened its maw to bite down upon his neck. In his final moments, Zhou Hao's eyes brimmed with terror. His face contorted in a grotesque expression, and before his feet could find purchase in the air, he succumbed to lifelessness. The onlookers stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, their bodies rendered immobile. As individuals of the new era, they had been indoctrinated from a young age to renounce superstitions in favor of science. None of them believed in the supernatural, which was precisely why they had chosen to study archaeology. Yet the scene unfolding before them rendered them speechless, their senses overwhelmed by an unprecedented shock. "There is a zombie!" Someone's scream pierced the air, and chaos erupted as everyone scrambled back into their rooms. Hastily barricading the doors, Luo Xiaoxiao had just stepped groggily outside when Yi Ran swiftly kicked her back inside, locking the door behind her. "Did I just get kicked?" Luo Xiaoxiao lay sprawled on the floor, her mind a whirlwind of confusion, unable to register any pain. The zombie discarded Zhou Hao's lifeless body, turning its attention toward the central hall. Bang, bang, bang. The the relentless pounding shook the already decrepit wooden door. Threatening to splinter it, however, despite several attempts, the door held firm, causing the zombie to abandon its efforts and shift its focus to another room. That, a zombie, Luo Xiaoxiao finally regained her composure, disbelief etched across her features as she turned to Yi Ran for confirmation. Before he could respond, another room erupted with the sound of splintering wood. Master Yi, please save them, Luo Xiaoxiao implored, panic seeping into her voice. Yi Ran tilted his head slightly, responding in a low voice. I have already stated, their fates are of no concern to me. How can you be so callous? Those are living, breathing individuals. Must you truly be so heartless? Very well, if you refuse to help, I shall go myself. Luo Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, sidestepping Yi Ran to reach the door, but before she could open it, he thrust her back once more. Yi Ran regarded her with an indifferent stare. Your courage is commendable, but it would be wise to remain where you are. Luo Xiaoxiao trembled with anger, her initial impression of the man shifting dramatically. It seemed she had misread him entirely, hearing the anguished cries from the adjacent room. She could only cover her ears and crouch in despair, wishing fervently that she had never set foot in this place. Had they not come to this village for archaeology, they would not face such horrors. Had they stayed away, they would not have encountered this cold-hearted man. Cold-hearted man, Luo Xiaoxiao's gaze blazed as she turned to face the figure blocking the doorway, a sudden thought striking her: save them, and I will pay you. At last, the words spoken by Lin Tianfeng over the phone resurfaced in her mind. If she wished to negotiate with Yi Ran, it would have to be about money. As expected, Yi Ran's demeanor shifted instantaneously, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, how much are you willing to offer? As the daughter of the Luo Corporation in Tianhai City, money held little significance for her. It was akin to mere paper, of no consequence regardless of the amount spent. 1 million. Deal. Without hesitation, Yi Ran retrieved a coil of transparent thread from his backpack, opened the door, and dashed into the neighboring room. Originally, 5 individuals had occupied this space. Now only 2 women remained, huddled in a corner, wailing in terror. Yi Ran seized the zombie's arm, swiftly toppling it to the ground, redirecting its wrath toward him as he retreated toward the door. Ordinary zombies possess no consciousness, their actions driven solely by instinct, and thus it was unsurprising that they pursued Yi Ran relentlessly. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Xiaoxiao slipped out and led the 2 frightened women back to the main room. She was aware that Yi Ran had affixed a talisman to the door, ensuring the zombie could not break through. In the courtyard, Yi Ran hastily approached Zhou Hao's lifeless body, pouring a noxious substance over it. He then bit his index finger, smearing his blood upon Zhou Hao's forehead while muttering incantations. In an instant, the seemingly lifeless Zhou Hao began to stir, his limbs dangling weakly before he clumsily stood. Resembling a marionette on strings, indeed, at that moment, Zhou Hao was nothing more than a puppet. A closer inspection would reveal long strands of thread connecting his limbs and head to Yi Ran's fingertips. With a subtle movement of his fingers, Yi Ran directed Zhou Hao's body to approach the zombie in an uncanny manner, hiding within the confines of the room. Luo Xiaoxiao was also nervously attuned to the situation outside. Upon seeing Zhou Hao's appearance, an involuntary chill coursed through her heart. In the courtyard, the zombie emitted a low growl as it lunged forward, gnawing at Zhou Hao with fervor. Witnessing this scene, Yi Ran couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Dealing with an unconscious entity was remarkably simple, akin to playing house. At that moment, Zhou Hao was firmly restrained by the zombie. Sensing that the timing was ripe, Yi Ran lost interest in prolonging the game. With a flick of his fingers, several threads connected to Zhou Hao's corpse suddenly sparked to life, flames swiftly leaping along the fine strands with astonishing speed. In an instant, Zhou Hao's body was engulfed in roaring flames. The zombie attempted to open its eyes, but was bound too tightly to escape, flailing helplessly in place until it collapsed, ultimately falling silent. Only the crackling of the fire remained. Yi Ran quickly released the silk threads from his hands, for they were indeed hot to the touch. It must be said that these threads made from human sinew were remarkably effective and highly resistant to burning. Their sole drawback was their exorbitant cost. Chapter 8: A terrifying encounter in the desolate village. Inside the room, the 3 individuals trembled uncontrollably. The spectacle before them was so shocking that they struggled to regain their composure. A total of 6 had arrived together, all filled with enthusiasm and preparation for this archaeological endeavor. Who could have anticipated that on the very first night at their destination, before the excavation had even commenced, they would face such a calamity? After dispatching the zombie, Yi Ran did not rush back indoors. Instead, he circled the perimeter of the ancestral hall. He had an unsettling feeling about this place, a slight unease that had gripped him since entering the village. Entirely stemming from a primal human instinct. He had intended to retrace his steps to investigate further, but found the surroundings littered with abandoned structures overgrown with weeds. There was no sign of human habitation. What were they supposed to excavate here? A zombie's lair? After a brief exploration, Ran decided to return. Delving deeper might lead to unforeseen dangers. If he were ensnared by something peculiar, and the ancestral hall were to encounter yet another mishap, the young lady would be left defenseless. Upon returning indoors, Luo Xiaoxiao was busy soothing the other two, her own voice trembling with fear, yet she forced herself to maintain a semblance of composure. Stop shaking, the zombie is gone, and the surroundings are relatively safe for now. Let us all rest, Yiran said, leaning against the wall. Luo Xiaoxiao's expression was complex. The man before her had just endured an eerie encounter. And with so many lives lost in front of him, he still bore an expression as if nothing had transpired. After a moment of reflection, she felt a sense of understanding. He was, after all, a person who traversed the realms of life and death, likely accustomed to the sight of bloodshed. Master Yi, once dawn breaks, please escort us away. I no longer wish to remain here, Luo Xiaoxiao said, biting her crimson lip. Although she felt regret for not completing the archaeological mission, her life was far more precious, and it would be wise to depart promptly. Hearing this, Yiran merely chuckled softly. I do not intend to discourage you, but it is too late to consider leaving now. The expressions of the other two shifted slightly, and Luo Xiaoxiao, puzzled, inquired, What do you mean? Yiran raised his gaze to meet hers. His expression grave. This place will never see the light of day, unless we can decipher the formation left by the caster. The village was shrouded in dense fog. Clarity could only be attained by approaching specific locations, indicating that someone had set a trap, intending for them to venture deeper. The crux lay in this. The trap laid out for them was the only means of escape, even knowing it was perilous. They were compelled to proceed deeper, lest they remain forever ensnared or fall into the carefully constructed trap in search of a solution. Yiran couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Just days prior, he had been employing cunning strategies against others, and now someone was returning the favor. Truly poetic justice. Upon hearing these words, Luo Xiaoxiao's resolve crumbled entirely. She grasped the implications of Yiran's statement, her legs giving way as she sank to the ground. As the young lady, she had never encountered such treatment, and in her moment of panic, she lost her composure. Yiran took a deep breath. Producing a cigarette and lighting it, after a few puffs, he inquired, I am curious, what led you to choose such a remote location for archaeological work? Where did the information come from? Zhouhao, Luo Xiaoxiao replied softly, the memories of that moment flooding back to her. Zhouhao's elder is an expert in this field, and thus they obtained internal information. Yiran pondered this, yet numerous questions lingered in his mind. Was there no other information? Luo Xiaoxiao began to contemplate carefully, her delicate brows knitting together as she thought intensely. Finally, her eyes brightened as if struck by a revelation. I remembered Zhouhao mentioning that when the information was acquired, there was also a certain elder. Yes, the Scorpion Elder. Yiran began to mull over those 4 words in his mind. He suddenly recalled that during an earlier confrontation with an adversary, the bald man he had slain had also mentioned the Scorpion Elder, claiming he was his master. Generally, those who took on disciples in the dark arts did so with strong ulterior motives. When the bald man perished, the Scorpion Elder would undoubtedly have sensed it. Thus, despite their lack of direct acquaintance, a deep-seated enmity had already been forged in the shadows. Previously, Lin Tianfeng had mentioned that Luo Xiaoxiao's family was facing some troubles, even struggling to hire guardians. Meanwhile, Zhouhao's elder had met with the Scorpion Elder and subsequently obtained inside information regarding an ancient tomb's location. Combining these fragmented clues, Yiran had pieced together a rough picture. Zhouhao's family maintained close ties with the Scorpion Elder, and their true intention seemed to be to discreetly eliminate Luo Xiaoxiao, potentially to gain some advantage from it. On the surface, these wealthy families appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, currents were tumultuous. Moreover, the intricate web of power dynamics among the families made it all too common to be ensnared in plots. The fact that they had hired him as a guardian had likely spread far and wide. Thus, the Scorpion Elder most likely intended to eliminate Luo Xiaoxiao while simultaneously dealing with him. What a clever scheme to achieve 2 objectives with one stroke. Furthermore, the illusory formation set in this place was quite intricate. The Scorpion Elder truly possessed some cunning. As Yiran contemplated this, he couldn't help but smirk coldly. Very well then, let me see what you, Scorpion Elder, are truly made of. As for the deceased Zhouhao, he was likely oblivious to the unfolding events, perhaps also a victim of his family's machinations. Rest while you can, soon there will be no safe haven, Yiran concluded. Closing his eyes, however, Luo Xiaoxiao and the others had no thoughts of sleep. They could only huddle together for warmth, seeking solace for their troubled minds. Time passed, and after a while, Yiran finally gathered his strength and prepared to venture out, glancing back at the visibly shaken individuals, softly saying, "Let us proceed." Though fearful, the three had no alternative. Seeking an exit was undoubtedly preferable to remaining trapped here. Upon leaving the ancestral hall, the surrounding fog intensified the anxiety of the three. They had not walked far when a discernible path appeared before them. On either side, the undergrowth thrived, dilapidated houses were entwined with vines, and the ground was strewn with paper money. The only light came from flickering candles along the roadside. Such a scene was something an ordinary person would never encounter in their lifetime. Yiran, holding an oiled paper umbrella, led the way, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. To break the formation, no detail could be overlooked, otherwise they might unwittingly walk into a deadly trap. After walking a short distance, perhaps due to heightened tension, a woman could no longer contain herself and suggested taking a few minutes to use the restroom. Yiran shot her a sidelong glance, though he said nothing. The warning in his eyes was unmistakable. The woman could only suppress her urge, lowering her head in silence. "Hey, why have we stopped?" Luo Xiaoxiao accidentally bumped into Yiran's back, looking at him with confusion. Yiran inclined his head slightly forward. "Look." Luo Xiaoxiao shifted her position, peering ahead, and her previously listless demeanor instantly transformed into one of terror. Not far ahead, on the steps, floated a woman's severed head. Driven by curiosity, the other two mustered the courage to look as well, but after a moment of stunned silence, they cried out in fear. Luo Xiaoxiao, quick-witted, swiftly covered their mouths. If they were discovered, it would be disastrous. After calming the two, she signaled for silence and cautiously turned around, relieved to find that the head had not directed its gaze towards them. Yet in the next moment, the head suddenly halted, slowly pivoting in their direction, locking eyes with them. Yiran's brow furrowed. He recognized this creature immediately and seized Luo Xiaoxiao's shoulders, pulling her back as they fled. The two women initially intended to follow but were unable to keep pace with Yiran's speed, quickly falling behind. Only after reaching a safe distance did Yiran stop and position Luo Xiaoxiao behind him. "What was that head just now?" Luo Xiaoxiao gasped for breath, her heart still racing with fear. Yiran squinted at the intersection ahead, stating earnestly, "That was a flying head demon, a creature capable of detaching its head from its body." Luo Xiaoxiao's worldview was once again shattered. She had not only encountered a zombie but also a demon. Remembering that her friends had yet to arrive, she stammered, "What about them? They won't survive. Flying head demons are social creatures. If one appears, it signifies that a whole swarm is nearby," Yiran replied tersely. Flying head demons were inherently strange. While dealing with a single one might be relatively simple, the danger lay in their communal nature. Anyone who encountered them would have to tread carefully. In a direct confrontation, it would be either his demise or theirs. If only his ancient corpse were present, dealing with them would be a breeze. Yiran mused internally, initially believing that the malevolent entities in this area were all nurtured by the Scorpion Elder. The appearance of the flying head demon dispelled that notion. The old relic merely seems to have transformed this place. Chapter 9. Fellow Taoist, times have changed. The two were distanced from their previous positions. Yet amidst the profound silence, the echoes of anguished screams were still audible for Luo Xiaoxiao, who had grown up sheltered in a greenhouse. The dual pressure on her mind and body was nearly driving her to the brink of collapse. Had it not been for the presence of another, she might have long since abandoned all hope of survival. Noticing Luo Xiaoxiao's distress, Yiran gently reassured her, "Do not worry, since I have accepted payment, I shall naturally ensure your safe return." Though she spoke thus, the path ahead was already obstructed by the flying heads of fierce creatures, and a strategy to divert them was imperative. Yiran directed her gaze towards the oil paper umbrella, promptly tearing away the red string attached to it. In the next moment, the umbrella began to emit a thick plume of white smoke, swiftly taking shape before their eyes. Luo Xiaoxiao instinctively covered her mouth to stifle a scream, though the terror in her eyes was difficult to conceal, for before them hovered a figure clad in a vibrant red wedding gown shrouded with a veil. "Go divert that horde of monsters," Yiran commanded the ghostly bride, who without uttering a word turned and swiftly glided away. Yiran then glanced down at the oil paper umbrella, relieved by her foresight. Otherwise today would have posed a formidable challenge. Before long, a cacophony of chaos erupted in the distance, and Yiran seized the opportunity to urge Luo Xiaoxiao to hurry along. Upon returning to their previous location, they discovered two headless corpses lying in the center of the ground, identifiable by their attire as the women who had not escaped. Luo Xiaoxiao averted her gaze, letting out a soft sigh as she closely followed Yiran's lead. As they proceeded, they encountered no further peculiar occurrences until they stepped into an open area. A glance revealed dilapidated houses surrounding a muddy expanse, from which wisps of black mist visibly ascended. At the far end, a lengthy staircase rose, leading to an unknown destination. Yi Ran hesitated. The place appeared tranquil. Yet the occasional emanation of ghostly energy from the surroundings instilled unease. Having traversed this route, she recalled no additional pathways, with the rest either shrouded in thick fog or completely blocked, tentatively taking a step forward. The mire immediately roiled with dark mist, releasing a multitude of bubbles as countless desiccated arms emerged from the sludged eye. In the blink of an eye, the once empty space was filled with various spectral entities. Perhaps overwhelmed by shock, Luo Xiaoxiao, though frightened, maintained a semblance of composure. Old relic, you've truly set a trap in a ghostly village, Yi Ran mused, narrowing her eyes and whispering to herself, but you underestimate me far too much. With numerous vengeful spirits before them, a head-on confrontation would surely lead to their downfall. Thus she devised a plan to redirect their malevolent attention, seizing the opportunity to bolster her own strength. Yi Ran moved her lips, initiating communication with the ghostly bride within the village. Soon a chilling wail echoed from behind them, and upon turning, they beheld a throng of flying heads racing toward them. At that moment, the sight of countless heads floating in the air sent shivers down Luo Xiaoxiao's spine, prompting her to draw closer to Yi Ran. And Master Yi, can your ghostly bride contend with so many malevolent beings? Luo Xiaoxiao inquired anxiously, concerned by the overwhelming numbers. Yi Ran chuckled lightly, what does quantity matter? As long as the quality is sufficient, nothing is insurmountable. Besides, who says I possess only one ghostly bride? With that she fully unfurled the oil paper umbrella, enveloped once more in swirling white mist. However, this time, it was not the ghostly bride that materialized, but rather a ghostly performer clad in a green robe adorned with heavy makeup. Yi Ran brought her fingers together, silently reciting an exorcism incantation. Heavenly path completed, 3 to 5 unite, sun and moon together. Emerge from obscurity, enter the void, let all treacherous spirits and malevolent ghosts perish. Now, as the final word left her lips, the ghostly performer grinned widely, revealing a set of terrifyingly sharp teeth, and raised her blade-like hands. Charging into the throng of spirits, Yi Ran and Luo Xiaoxiao followed closely behind. However, the mire clung to their feet, hindering their speed. At that moment, the flying heads collided with the ghostly horde, and chaos ensued. Fortunately, the ghostly bride was astute. She glided over and grasped the two, pulling them along, and with the ghostly performer's cover, they swiftly reached the staircase on the opposite side. Turning to glance back, the scene was utter pandemonium. Go gather some souls for me, the more, the better. Yi Ran bit her finger, smearing the blood upon the umbrella's handle, and tossed it overhead, whereupon the oil paper umbrella suspended itself in midair, spinning autonomously. Luo Xiaoxiao had thought the night's shocks had reached their limit, only to find themselves continually confronted with the extraordinary, shattering her perceptions anew. Such occurrences, she mused, could scarcely be explained by science, utterly upending her worldview. Stop dawdling, follow me. Yi Ran snapped her fingers twice, rousing the still-dazed Luo Xiaoxiao. Such methods were hardly remarkable, even a modicum of magical prowess could achieve this, nearly a parlor trick. Ascending the staircase, they soon arrived at a plaza, where a coffin lay in the center, accompanied by a stooped old man. It was none other than old Zhao. Haha, your speed is considerably slower than I anticipated. Old Zhao grinned, adopting an air of arrogance. Yi Ran extended her pinky to scratch her ear. Enough with the idle chatter. You are the Scorpion Elder. Old Zhao shook his head gently. The Scorpion Elder is my senior. Such trivial matters do not require his intervention. A few days ago, I received news that one of his beloved disciples was killed during a duel. Just a disciple, one less matters little, yet unfortunately, my senior's painstakingly nurtured curse for 3 years lies within him. 3 years of effort wasted in an instant. Tell me, should we not take revenge for this? Old Zhao narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Yi Ran dismissed the threat, intrigued instead. So then, how formidable can a master who produces such a disciple truly be? Old Zhao scoffed, relying on a modicum of strength to act recklessly. Do you comprehend the consequences of such actions? Yi Ran, unable to endure any longer, decided against further banter with the old man and declared, you prattle too much. Please commence your performance, you impudent youth. Today, I shall demonstrate the methods of my heavenly poison sect, and in your next life, do not provoke those you ought not to. Faced with the disdain of a mere junior, old Zhao was seething with rage, envisioning countless torment methods to unleash upon this insolent brat. Master Yi, he seems quite formidable. Do exercise caution, Luo Xiaoxiao warned in a hushed tone, her expression grave. Old Zhao produced a bell from his waist, declaring, boy, now you shall experience true terror. Yi Ran instantly recognized the object in his hand, the corpse-controlling bell. Old Zhao erupted into laughter, sharp-eyed, even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, It is too late, come forth, my little treasure. With the toll of the bell, dark mist surged from the coffin, and a decayed figure rose within. Delighted by his creation, old Zhao could not contain his maniacal laughter. What an overwhelming sense of oppression! Luo Xiaoxiao's complexion paled. Though unfamiliar with the arcane, her instincts screamed of impending danger. As the abomination leapt from the coffin, Yuran remained unfazed. Luo Xiaoxiao regarded him, waves of anxiety washing over her, puzzled by how this man would respond and why he maintained such composure. Yuran leisurely retrieved a cigarette, lighting it as if the looming crisis were invisible. Old Zhao sneered, "Is this your method of self-soothing? Deep down, you must be terrified." In the face of mockery, Yuran merely nodded lightly. "Yes, you are correct in all you say." With that, he reached for his waist. To the astonishment of all, he produced a handgun. Old Zhao was momentarily stunned before his eyes widened in outrage. "Boy, we are of the same world. How can you disregard the code of martial ethics?" Yuran, however, paid no heed, executing a fluid series of motions before aiming at Old Zhao and emptying the magazine. Old Zhao collapsed, the summoned zombie falling lifelessly as if its power had been extinguished. Yuran approached Old Zhao, reloading the magazine, and offered a congenial smile. "Fellow Taoist, times have indeed changed." As the words left his lips, he discharged the gun once more, ensuring Old Zhao's demise, stowing the firearm. He turned to the fallen zombie, giving it a swift kick, sending it sprawling to the ground. What utter rubbish! Such a wretched creature dares to call itself a corpse. These old men still believed it was the pre-liberation era, readily challenging others to duels. Now that we stand face to face, should I not wield my gun against you? What purpose does my gun serve if not for this? Bullets may be ineffective against the supernatural, but against you, I shall not falter. Behind them, Luo Xiaoxiao displayed little reaction. After all, firearms were commonplace in contemporary society, yet one question lingered in her mind: with the strict regulations on firearms within the realm, how had this man acquired one? Chapter 10. A great business. Just when she thought she was about to face a fierce battle, the situation concluded most dramatically. Though the adversary was vanquished, the mesmerizing formation still lingered. Night Dai surveyed her surroundings and spotted a stone niche at the forefront of the small plaza, within which sat a small statue of Buddha emanating wisps of black mist. Without hesitation, she approached and hefted the statue, slamming it heavily to the ground. As the tremors reverberated through the ground, the once eerie and foreboding environment flickered erratically before it vanished entirely after a brief moment of abnormality. Glancing back, the sun had already ascended over the mountains, and without realizing it, morning had arrived. Yuran hastened down the steps, finding that the ghostly bride and ghostly performer had returned to their umbrella, and the mire had returned to normalcy. Was it truly over? Luo Xiaoxiao still felt a lingering dread, but upon observing the surroundings return to normal, her spirits began to lift. Yuran tucked away her oiled paper umbrella and rested briefly on the ground. Her complexion somewhat pallid, the souls trapped within the umbrella would provide sustenance for those two ghosts for some time, and they would likely grow stronger next time. A few minutes later, Yuran, suppressing the intense pain in her chest, rose and walked with Luo Xiaoxiao towards the outskirts of the village. As for the deceased, she would let them find their own means of retrieving the bodies. In such a remote corner, not even a vehicle could be seen, and she had no idea when the passing buses would depart. Thus, the two could only follow the main road back to where they came from, eventually encountering a kind-hearted soul just before noon. The next day, the outline of Tianhai City appeared before them. During this time, Yuran had endured immense suffering. Not taking the ashes with her had proven to be the gravest mistake. "Let us exchange contact information. Once we're back, I'll transfer the money to you, and we can have a meal together." After disembarking, Luo Xiaoxiao promptly took out her phone to add contact details. Yuran simply provided her phone number and turned to leave without uttering another word. Upon returning to the shop, Yuran hurried to the basement, pouring out the ashes to ignite them. After a few inhalations, she felt considerably more at ease. Her condition had deteriorated severely. It seemed she would need to choose a day to leave, lest she perish in this place. Yuran sighed softly. The method of prolonging her life with ashes was becoming increasingly ineffective. In the past, a single use could sustain her for half a month, but now it barely lasted a few days. Ding! The phone on the table suddenly rang, and a glance revealed a notification about a balance change. With several million in her account, it appeared substantial, yet it would not last long. Just the materials for corpse refining were extraordinarily expensive, not to mention the costs associated with raising spirits and ghosts. None of it was inexpensive. Once her condition stabilized, Yuran calmed herself to reflect on the recent events. The old scorpion must be eliminated to prevent further interference that would rob her of restful sleep. Currently, there was only one lead to investigate: the Zhou family of Zhou Hao. Not long after leaving the basement, a business opportunity presented itself. The visitor was a portly middle-aged man, accompanied by a striking woman clad in black stockings, who seemed to be his secretary. Upon entering, the middle-aged man cordially extended his hand. "You must be Master Yi. I have long admired your reputation. I am Huang Shandong, involved in real estate. Please sit down and speak your mind." Yiran replied, turning to pour a glass of water. Huang Shandong, undeterred by Yiran's demeanor, continued directly, "I'm currently facing some troubles and heard that Master Yi can alter a person's fortune, which is why I sought you out." Yiran lightly tapped her index finger on the table and replied nonchalantly, "Just pay me." "Indeed, Master Yi is straightforward," Huang Shandong said with a smile. 10 million. "Help me resolve this matter." Upon hearing this price, Yiran sensed the complexity of the situation. "Elaborate, please." Huang Shandong narrowed his eyes, his tone turning serious. "Have you heard of the Zhou family in Tianhai City?" Yiran furrowed her brow, and after a moment of contemplation she realized Zhou Group, precisely. I had been coexisting peacefully with them until recently, when they inexplicably aligned themselves with a master. Since then, there have been frequent fatalities at my construction sites. In just the past half-month, I've incurred injuries costing tens of millions. I thought it would pass, but they have only escalated their actions. If this continues, I will surely go bankrupt. Huang Shandong was visibly distressed at the thought of such circumstances. If it were merely financial loss, he could endure it, considering the size of his enterprise. However, the continuous fatalities led to a barrage of lawsuits, and he feared he might end up imprisoned before reaching bankruptcy. Yiran could not help but smile inwardly. Now there was yet another compelling reason to take action against the Zhou family. "Let us go check out the construction site," she said with a grin. Huang Shandong was eager to resolve the issue as quickly as possible and was exceedingly attentive during the journey. By the way, the night watchman mentioned seeing something moving at the construction site, and they occasionally hear strange noises. Upon reaching the site, Huang Shandong began to recount the various anomalies that had occurred. Yiran sensed a heavy presence of yin energy in the area and decided to return at night for a thorough examination. As the daylight made it difficult to pinpoint the issues, since most of Huang Shandong's construction sites were currently halted, there were no living beings aside from the night watchman at night. Yiran casually strolled around the site, eventually reaching the top floor, where she could survey the entire area. Moments later, she extinguished her cigarette, her gaze fixed intently on the central ground below. There, wisps of black energy were rising, which she had not noticed in the daylight due to a slight chill in the air. Subsequently, Yiran called Huang Shandong, instructing him to bring people to the construction site. "Master Yi, have you discovered something?" Huang Shandong rushed over, followed by a throng of workers, all carrying tools. Yiran sat atop a steel beam and pointed toward the ground. "Dig here." Huang Shandong, without hesitation, commanded. "Dig." At his command, the site was illuminated, and the roar of excavators filled the air. After about an hour, a deep pit had been unearthed. Huang Shandong paced anxiously nearby, his face etched with worry. "Boss, we found something," a worker in the pit shouted. And Huang Shandong hurried over to the edge, with Yiran following suit. Peering down, they beheld a glaring red coffin embedded in the earth. "What does this mean, Master Yi?" Huang Shandong inquired, perplexed. Yiran chuckled softly. "Haven't you seen the movies? Ancestors buried vertically, descendants shall surely prosper." Seeing Yiran jesting, Huang Shandong was at a loss for words and quickly urged, "Please, no riddles." "Very well," Yiran replied, adopting a more serious tone. "Abnormal deaths, that is, those who perish unexpectedly, are buried in bright red coffins to suppress their grievances. The burial method is classified into horizontal and vertical interments. The former signifies a peaceful resting place, while the latter signifies an eternal entrapment. To put it simply, any body buried vertically is not normal. Over time, it would be strange if your construction site did not encounter problems, even if you push through to completion. Incidents will inevitably continue to arise. A red coffin containing a victim of an untimely death, combined with vertical burial ensuring their eternal unrest, would mean that as long as they remained buried, their spirits would linger in this land, unable to depart. With such intense grievances, it would be akin to pouring fuel on a fire. Murder would be inevitable. How audacious! They dare to use such underhanded tactics against me. Huang Shandong seethed, his anger palpable. "What should we do now?" "First excavate it. I suspect there are coffins buried at your other sites as well." Yiran pondered briefly before adding, "You should also consider whether there are any traitors among your ranks." As a businessman, Huang Shandong needed no elaborate explanation. A single phrase was enough to awaken his awareness. Burying a coffin underground was no minor feat. It could not be achieved without assistance, and such help would likely come from someone he trusted most. Wow, so many snakes! A commotion erupted in the pit as workers scrambled to escape. Looking down, they saw a multitude of colorful snakes emerging from the earth, sending shivers down their spines. A lowly tactic, Yiran muttered, promptly tossing several black talismans into the pit. In an instant flames erupted, followed by the sound of explosions and the acrid scent of charred earth. Chapter 11, a tangle of mysteries at this stage. It could not be deemed a resolution, they had merely uncovered the cause. Yiran understood that altering a person's fortune could not be accomplished overnight. However, she had contemplated a strategy, the Five Ghosts Wealth technique. Yet, this method was rather sinister, requiring the sacrifice of human lifespans to activate. Shifting her gaze to Huang Shandong, she smiled. As long as it can alter your fortune, you would be willing to accept any cost. Correct, Huang Shandong nodded naturally. I am currently at my wit's end. As long as it changes my situation, I will accept any price. Blinded by rage, Huang Shandong's mind was consumed with thoughts of revenge, failing to grasp the implications of Yiran's words. Before we begin, I must warn you, all consequences will be your own responsibility. Yiran always issued this warning before undertaking any task. She did not want to deal with any disputes later. The Five Ghosts Wealth technique could indeed alter a person's fortune in a short time frame. The saying high risk, high reward applied here, as changing one's fortune would come with a corresponding price. Ghosts embodied calamities such as poverty and sorrow. Thus, those who lingered long in their company would undoubtedly experience a downturn in their fortunes. This was why Yiran was perpetually impoverished. Money that came to her hand would slip away within days. I possess a method known as the Five Ghosts Wealth technique, but it requires the souls of 5 of your relatives to execute. Once successful, it will cause your fortune to experience a dramatic transformation. Enough to overshadow the Zhou family significantly. Yiran spoke with an enigmatic smile, leaving her thoughts shrouded in mystery. In reality, the Five Ghosts Wealth technique did not require such a sacrifice. Her claims were merely a fade. But what did it matter? Eventually, it was inevitable that there would be an encounter with the Zhou family. Since this boss Huang also harbored animosity towards them, it would be prudent to exploit this connection. If Huang Shandong were to commit murder, all the wrath of the Zhou family would be directed at him, allowing Yiran to conduct her clandestine activities without fear. However, Huang Shandong hesitated, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. If it were merely a matter of petty sabotage, the adversary might not escalate their actions against him, with victories and losses dependent solely on individual capabilities. Yet, should a life be lost, the nature of the affair would change drastically. Observing Huang Shandong's indecision, Yiran decided to stoke the flames further, leaning in with a smile. Boss Huang, have you considered what the Zhou family has done to you? The construction site is shut down. You're on the brink of bankruptcy, and there have been numerous fatalities and lawsuits. The Zhou family is clearly intent on driving you to the edge, given that the situation has deteriorated to this extent. Do you still need to contemplate the consequences? I possess a method that could topple them in a short time. All you need to do is nod, and you shall achieve the outcome you desire most. If I were in your position, having already lost everything, I would take the gamble. What do you think, Boss Huang? Upon hearing her words, Huang Shandong found himself in a vortex of contemplation, his heart racing. Yiran's arguments resonated deeply with him. Fine, await my news, he declared, steeling himself. Indeed, now that matters had reached this point, what was there left to fear? Even if the Zhou family was powerful, he was not a mere puppet. Yiran beamed, patting his shoulder. I await your good news. With the construction site issue temporarily resolved, Yiran had barely returned to her shop when members of the Yin Yang Association arrived. Leading them was the bespectacled man from before. Zhao Kuo. Yiran, please accompany us. We now have reason to suspect you of disturbing social order in various grave offenses, including necromancy and murder. He waved his hand, and a dozen armed subordinates immediately raised their weapons. Yiran narrowed her eyes, realizing it was unavoidable that she would have to go with them today. Very well, let me put my things away first. After saying this, she walked straight into the shop, placed her belongings down, and quickly approached the counter, where she untied the red string from her oiled paper umbrella before following them out. In the interrogation room, Yiran sat at the table, the glaring lights above casting a harsh glow, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Zhaokua sat across from her, sorting through documents, accompanied by an elderly woman with an unfriendly demeanor. Yiran recognized her as Wang Jiao, a senior leader within the Yin Yang Association, under whom Zhaokua also served. The Yin Yang Association had a distinct hierarchy, comprising ordinary staff, group leaders, senior leaders, and ultimately elders. Thus, Wang Jiao wielded considerable power. It was likely this old woman had orchestrated the current arrest. Upon seeing Yi Ran's nonchalant expression as she entered the interrogation room, Wang Jiao's authoritative temperament flared, and she slammed the table, exclaiming, "Yi Ran, you have utilized sorcery for nefarious purposes, do you plead guilty?" "Ha, do you think this is a television drama? Do you have any evidence? Fine, let me show you the evidence." Wang Jiao nodded to Zhao Kuo, who immediately rose to turn on the television mounted on the wall. Playing a video. Yi Ran squinted, her lips moving slightly. The figure in the video was Zhao Yu, and judging by his complexion, the corpse poison in him had likely been resolved. This indicated that he must have been captured the very day he left Tianhai City. Otherwise, he would have already undergone decomposition. It's just a video, whatever you say goes. Who knows if your Yin-Yang Association coerced him into confessing. Even now Yi Ran remained unruffled. This flimsy evidence was insufficient to convict her. Zhao Kuo sighed, genuinely reluctant to oppose Yi Ran, yet the incidents of harm had occurred within his jurisdiction. Wang Jiao, oblivious to Zhao Kuo's sentiments, scoffed with irritation and declared, "Very well, you refuse to admit guilt? I will bring the individual here for you to confront. Yi Ran waves dismissively. Do as you wish." Wang Jiao was not a benign character. She often leveraged her authority to engage in unsavory dealings. A fact well known. As long as there were benefits to be gained, and if matters became too excessive, even the higher-ups would turn a blind eye. Over time, this had fostered an environment of audacity among such individuals. This was the essence of mutual protection among officials. Those without power, like the ordinary practitioners of the yin-yang arts, could only endure under such oppression. Afraid to utter a word. Moments later, Zhao Kuo returned with a grim expression. His gaze fixed on Yi Ran as he solemnly stated, "Senior leader, the witness is dead." Wang Jiao was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in fury, cursing, "A bunch of useless fools, how could something happen to someone in our interrogation room?" She glanced back at Yi Ran, who wore an expression of indifference, and without needing to think, she concluded that this person must have been responsible. Yi Ran casually rubbed her ear and smiled at her. "I did kill him, but you have no evidence. Tell me, can you imagine the headlines tomorrow if an ordinary person were murdered in the Yin-Yang Association's interrogation room? What would the news say? Would it declare that the Yin-Yang Association is incompetent, or would it simply be that you were the ones who took action?" Yi Ran's audacity reached its peak, and despite her bravado, they had no means to retaliate against her. Wang Jiao ground her teeth in frustration, nearly crushing her back molars. "I have been in power for over a decade, and I have never encountered someone so audacious." Yi Ran raised her hand in response. "Well, you have now, with the witness deceased." Wang Jiao had no grounds to keep Yi Ran there and could only storm out in anger. Zhao Kuo escorted Yi Ran from the interrogation room and then produced a photograph. Handing it to her, "Are you interested in taking on a job?" Yi Ran did not immediately agree. "Tell me more." Zhao Kuo explained. The person in the photo was known as the Scorpion Elder. A Class A wanted criminal. He originally hails from a neighboring city, but for some reason, he has been active in Tianhai City recently. The Yin-Yang Association there has been pursuing him relentlessly and has posted a substantial bounty, 2 million for him alive. 1 million if he's dead. The bounty was indeed tempting. Yi Ran's gaze flickered as she recalled the name Scorpion Elder, which had seemed to hover around her recently, hinting at undisclosed secrets. "I will take on this bounty mission." Yi Ran took the photo and departed, scrutinizing it closely on her way back. The face in the photo was gaunt, with a distinctive scorpion-like scar over his left eye remarkably identifiable. What secrets were yet to be uncovered? Yi Ran flicked the photo and gazed up at the starry night sky. Chapter 12. The conflict arises upon returning home. Yi Ran headed straight for the basement, shedding her clothes and immersing herself in the blood pool. She had resolved that once this matter was settled, she would leave Tianhai City in search of clues regarding the golden tree. This issue could not be delayed, for her life was at stake. After completing her cultivation, Yi Ran picked up her phone and dialed a number. Beep. After several tones, a heavily accented voice answered. "Hey, Yi Lada, what brings you to call me today? Is the situation at the table uncomfortable?" Hearing the irritating tone, Yi Ran sighed and responded, "Are there any clues about the golden tree?" Upon mentioning the golden tree, there was a brief silence on the other end. "Now that you mention it, I happen to have something to discuss with you. In a couple of days, a young girl will be coming to your place. Please pay her some attention and take care of her." Yi Ran furrowed her brow. "I have no time to babysit anyone. Spare me. Don't be like that. This little girl is only about 15 or 16 years old and truly needs your help. I'm facing some troubles and can't be there myself. Moreover, your connection might deter certain unscrupulous individuals. Rest assured, I will bring her back once I'm finished with my business. I'm counting on you." Upon hearing that Yi Ran was unwilling, the voice on the other end grew noticeably anxious. This only deepened Yi Ran's confusion about the situation. "You better clarify things. otherwise, don't send her over Asai, some matters are difficult to explain. But I could assure you of one thing, she has a connection to the golden tree and will undoubtedly be of great use in the future. Fine, but let me make it clear, if she proves to be unruly. Don't blame me for being harsh with that. Yi Ran hung up, but her confusion lingered unabated. The person on the other end was one of the few individuals she could fully trust, that he could procure most information and even restricted items like firearms. Aside from being a bit ostentatious, his capabilities were beyond doubt. 2 days passed swiftly, and late at night, Huang Shandong's call finally came through. After answering, Yi Ran gathered her belongings and headed to his villa. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of 3 men and 2 women bound and suspended from the ceiling, battered and bruised. Master Yi, everything you requested is prepared, what would you like to do next? Huang Shandong rubbed his hands together, knowing that such matters were best resolved swiftly. The longer they dragged on, the more unpredictable complications could arise. Yi Ran nodded and began to set up the scene. Casually stating, kill them all, living witnesses are of no use. Understood, Huang Shandong replied. Turning to his bodyguards, the individual was resolute, brandishing a knife as he approached to sever the throat, the crimson blood cascading from the heads of the 5 victims into the iron basin below. Reminiscent of a scene during the Lunar New Year pig slaughter. Yi Ran's movements were swift, and in no time, the living room was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. A glance around revealed the walls inscribed with intricate runes. While dark strips of fabric by the window swayed with the breeze, and a circle of white candles flickered incessantly at the center of the room, Huang Shandong, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, instinctively retreated with his subordinates, primarily out of fear of attracting misfortune. Clad in a tattered black robe, Yi Ran held a skull in his left hand and with his right, scattered a circle of ash around his feet. He then moved to the entrance, arranging 5 red paper effigies in a row and using a brush dipped in blood to animate their eyes. Curiously, once Yi Ran punctuated the paper figures with life. The lights in the living room began to flicker erratically before ultimately extinguishing. A peculiar sound filled the air, akin to someone chanting incantations in hushed tones, evoking an involuntary shiver that ran down one's spine. Huang Shandong could not suppress a tremor, hastily retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, for the scene was utterly chilling. It is often said that those who harbor no guilty conscience fear not the knocking of ghosts. Yet each of them bore the weight of countless transgressions, beyond counting. Yi Ran procured 5 red strings to bind the wrists of the paper figures, connecting them to the 5 corpses, and then produced a half-drawn black talisman. Presenting it to Huang Shandong, Boss Huang, inscribe your name in the vacant space. Master Yi, what is this? Why must I write my name? Huang Shandong inquired, bewildered. Yi Ran flashed a grin, do not ask so many questions. Merely write. Hesitation clouded Huang Shandong's face, but ultimately he complied, etching his name onto the talisman. Having previously boasted grandly, it would be unbecoming to withdraw now. After all, it was merely a signature, it couldn't possibly cost him his life. Could it? Little did he realize, what Yi Ran sought was indeed his lifespan. Guard this talisman well, and you shall be able to command them henceforth, Yi Ran instructed, pinching Huang Shandong's cheek and gently pricking the flesh between his brows with a nail. Allowing several drops of blood to fall upon the foreheads of the 5 paper figures, after completing his rituals, Yi Ran turned to face the 5 corpses, uttering a chant incomprehensible to outsiders. The onlookers fixated their gaze, and in the next instant, they witnessed the 5 corpses abruptly open their eyes, their bodies beginning to convulse violently. What kind of sorcery is this? Huang Shandong gasped, his heart racing in terror. Even with bodyguards beside him, he felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. Despite being unable to comprehend Yi Ran's incantation, he sensed the tempo quickening. Transition, Yi Ran commanded sharply, his fingers slowly moving toward the paper figures. Appearing to exert great effort. A chilling wind swept through the living room, extinguishing most of the candles on the floor, rendering it nearly impossible to see. Just then, the 5 corpses ceased their thrashing. One might have thought the ordeal was over, but the paper figures began to stir. Turning to Huang Shandong with sinister grins, Boss Huang grasped the talisman tightly and shouted, do not move. Yi Ran urgently warned. Blinded by the wind, Huang Shandong struggled to keep his eyes open, yet he reacted quickly, raising the talisman and bellowing, do not move. The moment those 2 words escaped his lips, the 5 paper figures froze in place. Their expressions of malice undiminished. As the figures stood motionless, the wind ceased, and the villa's power was restored. Master Yi, why do I feel they wish to kill me? Huang Shandong trembled at the sight of the eerily menacing red paper figures. His heart racing to an incessant beat, the bodyguard shared his incredulity, some daring to step closer for a better look at the paper figures. Yi Ran shot him a glance, they are neither my bindings nor my victims. Once they become vengeful spirits, they won't seek me out, will they? Huang Shandong, upon hearing this explanation, managed a sheepish smile. Indeed, however, Master Yi, how shall I control them? What can they do? As a businessman, he had already caught a whiff of the potential benefits. The ability to control these 5 paper figures could yield immense fortune. Yi Ran, recognizing his intentions, replied, "The 5 spirits are prepared to serve you. You may utilize them as you wish, commanding them simply by wielding the talisman. However, there are a few critical points to remember. The paper figures can only operate after dark, and you must nourish them daily with your own blood, specifically from your middle finger. Most importantly, safeguard this talisman. If lost, the 5 figures will tear you to shreds." Yet Yi Ran withheld the most crucial detail. Each time he commanded these 5 figures, a year of his lifespan would be consumed, and once his life force was depleted, the figures would break free from their bindings. The consequences of such an event were all too clear. To Yi Ran, however, it mattered little. The repercussions were his to bear. Huang Shandong nodded vigorously, mentally cautioning himself. "By the way," Yi Ran abruptly halted while gathering his belongings, turning to say, "If you seek wealth, consider the graveyard. I wouldn't recommend the bank. Furthermore, after all that the Zhou family has done to you, it is time to return the favor." In truth, Yi Ran's intent was to incite conflict among them. Huang Shandong revealed a sly grin. "Master Yi speaks wisely. Just watch, being used as a pawn yet still feeling triumphant." He was quite the seasoned merchant. Whether to label him clever or foolish was a matter of perspective. Yi Ran chuckled inwardly, leaving behind his account number as he departed the villa. Chapter 13, The Inner Path Friends. The bait had been set, now it was merely a matter of waiting for the big fish to bite. With the paper figures at Huang Shandong's disposal, one could easily predict his actions, likely prompting the Zhou family to seek the assistance of the Scorpion Elder. All that remained was to bide their time. As Yi Ran walked home, his attention was drawn to a nearby barbecue stall, the enticing aroma making his stomach grumble. Just as he was about to approach, something exploded near his feet. Upon closer inspection, it was a spotlight. "What the hell?" Yi Ran raised an eyebrow, slowly looking up. Atop a high building, a figure appeared to be standing at the edge of the rooftop. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a woman. However, her entire being was ensnared by an aura of death, particularly intense. Not far below, a disheveled woman in red lay sprawled against a glass pane, surrounded by ghostly energy, possessed by a spirit. Just one glance led Yi Ran to draw conclusions, but he had no inclination to intervene. Yet, just as he lowered his gaze, another sound erupted at his feet. The woman from the rooftop had leapt down, landing squarely beside Yi Ran. Her head shattered, brains splattered across the ground. What terrible luck! Yi Ran moved several steps aside, retrieving leaves to wipe the blood from his shoes and pants. The barbecue stall was positioned with its back to the scene, so the patrons on the opposite side were unaware of the suicide. Heavy breaths echoed as a man and a woman rushed over, identifiable by their distinctive yellow robes as practitioners of the occult. "Sister, it seems we are too late." The younger man bent over, resting his hands on his knees, breathless. The woman fared slightly better but still appeared fatigued. "We've been chasing for so long, and we still missed it. That spirit has already solidified. If we let it continue, it will surely wreak havoc on the living. We must deal with it." The woman patted her chest, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. It was then that she noticed the man beside her cleaning his shoes. After a brief glance at the corpse, she looked back at Yi Ran and quickly deduced the situation. "I am Wu Yun, and this is my junior brother, Wu Dao. May I ask for your name?" "Friend." Wu Yun clasped her hands and slightly bowed in respect. Before they arrived, they had heard a loud commotion, and combined with the corpse on the ground and the blood on the man's shoes and pants, they could surmise what had transpired. Any ordinary person would instinctively panic upon encountering such a scene. However, the man before them remained remarkably composed, suggesting he was not an ordinary individual, perhaps even another practitioner of the occult. Yi Ran chose not to respond. These two were clearly inexperienced youths, barely able to handle their own exhaustion, yet they sought to confront a malevolent spirit. "I advise you not to court disaster. Enjoy some barbecue and perhaps a few beers before heading home to sleep." With that, he disregarded them and proceeded towards the barbecue stall. "Sister, that spirit has developed a ghostly heart. It may prove difficult to handle. Perhaps we should return and seek our master." "Absolutely not, our master is too far away. We have finally tracked this spirit. If we turn back now, we may never find it again. Moreover, as practitioners, it is our duty to protect the common folk. This creature has already claimed a life. It must be exterminated." Their conversation was overheard by Yi Ran, who had not yet walked far. Upon hearing the term ghostly heart, he could not help but pause. Logically, a person upon death would simply become a spirit. devoid of organs. However, this was not an absolute truth. Once a soul's cultivation reaches a certain level, a heart begins to gradually coalesce within the body, serving as a reservoir for all the accumulated power. However, the formation of a ghostly heart is an exceedingly arduous task to take. For instance, the two spirits nurtured by Yi Ran, despite their formidable strength, they remain incapable of condensing a ghostly heart. This endeavor is contingent upon fortune and cannot be forced. The reason why the ghostly heart captivates Yi Ran is that if it is consumed by a kindred spirit, the likelihood of condensing a ghostly heart increases significantly, along with a substantial boost in strength. For righteous cultivators, the ghostly heart is akin to a malignant tumor, yet for those of the nefarious path, it is an invaluable treasure that is difficult to obtain. Do you have any means to track that malevolent spirit? Yi Ran inquired, turning around. Though Wu Yun harbored doubts about this man's sudden shift in demeanor, a flicker of delight emerged within him. After all, having an ally would greatly enhance their chances of success compared to just the two of them. I previously placed a tracking spell on it. As long as it isn't too far away, I can locate it. However, the signal is currently somewhat vague, indicating a considerable distance, so the compass can only provide a rough direction. Wu Yun did not withhold any information and laid out everything he knew. It turned out that the two of them hailed from the inland, belonging to a sect known as Qingfeng, and had come down from the mountains for training under their master. Upon discovering this malevolent spirit, they began to pursue it, but their master was entangled in other matters and could not assist. Leaving them to venture out on their own, their motivation was twofold: to prove their strength and to gain some merit. After listening to the entire account, Yi Ran finally understood they were nothing but two reckless youths. Let's hurry and give chase. If it gets too far, we may lose it. Yi Ran wasted no time on idle chatter. If that malevolent spirit escaped, the loss would be substantial. The three followed the compass, and the previously vague signal became increasingly distinct, ultimately settling on a large building ahead. Wu Yun cast a grave glance at the structure and said solemnly, "It's likely inside their senior sister. Perhaps we should refrain from entering and wait for our master." Wu Dao still seemed apprehensive, fully aware of his own limitations. "Oh, come on, you're a grown man. Stop being so timid." Wu Yun shot him a glare and retorted, "If you don't want to go, then just turn back. I won't stop you." Wu Dao's expression fluctuated, but after a moment's hesitation, he resolved to stay. While Yi Ran observed their expressions and actions, Wu Dao's desire to retreat was not misplaced. When facing an enemy several times stronger than oneself, the prudent course of action would be to retreat and bolster one's own strength, rather than charging forward recklessly. There is a fine line between recklessness and bravery. They should not be conflated. As for Wu Yun, with no strength to speak of yet eager to show off, he was destined to land himself in peril, potentially dragging his companions down with him. But how do we gain entry? There are security guards at the door. We can't exactly say there are ghosts inside, as they likely won't believe us. Wu Yun turned to Yi Ran, his expression somewhat troubled. While Yi Ran, with an impassive demeanor, strode directly toward the entrance. Sure enough, the guard in the kiosk immediately stood up, about to inquire, but before he could utter a word, Yi Ran swiftly knocked him out with a single palm strike. What a straightforward method! Wu Yun and Wu Dao exchanged glances, both silently agreeing with this sentiment. Upon entering the building, the presence of ghostly energy became palpably evident. At this point, the compass was no longer necessary. They simply needed to follow the strongest concentration of ghostly energy to locate their target. "Fellow cultivator, this building is quite expansive. Perhaps we should split up?" Wu Yun hastily called out to Yi Ran, who was about to board the elevator. "Senior sister, how can we split up at a time like this? We should stick with this big brother." Wu Dao, now acutely aware of his own inadequacies, was hesitant to separate, fearing that doing so would spell disaster. Unexpectedly, Wu Yun expressed his dissatisfaction, pouting and saying, "Junior brother, could you not be so cowardly?" Wu Dao, in a state of agitation, scratched his head, saying, "Senior sister, you, sigh." Amidst their bickering, Yi Ran had already ascended to the 10th floor via the elevator. He intended to systematically search each floor, starting from the 10th. However, halfway through the ride, the overhead lights began to flicker incessantly before abruptly extinguishing, causing the elevator to jolt and come to a halt. When misfortune strikes, it feels as though one can hardly catch a break. "Not again," Yi Ran muttered in exasperation, glancing upward. He faintly heard a rustling sound and then noticed numerous slender, deep red tendrils creeping in through the cracks. Unperturbed, Yi Ran retrieved a black talisman and pressed it against the red patterns. In an instant, anguished screams echoed as the tendrils, which had overtaken the cabin, retreated at an astonishing speed. Chapter 14. Without a hint of pressure inside the elevator, Yi Ran attempted to pry open the doors, but to no avail. It wasn't that he couldn't open them. Rather, there was a wall directly ahead in the elevator shaft, shifting his gaze upward and listening to the faint whir of the ventilation fan. Yiran clenched his right fist and suddenly kicked out sideways, delivering a powerful punch to the ceiling. Crash! The safety hatch was sent flying, revealing a gaping hole. Yiran shook his fist, noting that his knuckles were bruised and blood was seeping out. It was undoubtedly painful, but there was no alternative. He scrambled through the opening, looking up just in time to see the red-clad malevolent spirit darting through the shaft with incredible speed, before Yiran could pursue. He heard the sound of a struggle erupting below. Following the noise down the hallway, he soon encountered Wu Yun already engaged with the malevolent spirit, but the battle was decidedly one-sided. Wu Dao lay pale and slumped against the ground. Clutching his arm, Wu Yun fared slightly better, though his robe was stained with blood. He held an 8-trigram mirror, its surface flickering with runes. Fellow cultivator, you've finally arrived. This malevolent spirit is extraordinarily powerful. We underestimated its strength. Wu Yun's expression was grim, and his earlier confidence had vanished. Yiran couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that they were oblivious to their own limitations, yet they had the audacity to underestimate their foe? As he spoke, the malevolent spirit swiftly ascended to the ceiling. Wu Yun hastily raised the mirror, but the bright light only lasted a few seconds before the mirror shattered instantly. In the next moment, he was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall and grimacing in pain. Witnessing this, Yiran pulled a small cloth doll from his satchel, biting his finger to draw blood before marking it. As he tossed the doll, it astonishingly sprang to life, laughing as it dashed toward the malevolent spirit, ultimately racing down the corridor. The sight left Wu Yun and Wu Dao dumbfounded, as they had yet to master such techniques. Meanwhile, the red-clad spirit seemed irresistibly drawn to the doll, entirely disregarding the two humans in front of it as it turned to pursue the doll. Yiran followed at a leisurely pace. Maintaining an air of calm throughout, devoid of any hint of panic, the doll was a specially crafted item of his, known as a vengeful spirit doll. It contained a sealed vengeful spirit, which held a fatal allure for malevolent ghosts. Akin to a delicacy. At the end of the corridor, the red-clad female ghost was frantically devouring the vengeful spirit doll. Just as Yiran observed this spectacle, a figure suddenly lunged from behind, none other than Wu Yun. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. Wu Yun, clutching a yellow talisman, rushed forward, his face once again alight with joy. However, his elation was short-lived. The red-clad spirit swiftly turned, its razor-sharp claws piercing through Wu Yun's chest in an instant. Wu Yun stood frozen, then coughed up a mouthful of blood. Incredulity etched on his face as he looked down at his chest. Senior sister. Wu Dao struggled to rise, his eyes filled with rage and sorrow. And in that moment, he recklessly charged forward. Alas, it was a futile effort. As he approached, his head was severed from his body, rolling to rest at Yiran's feet. Blood gushed from the stump of his neck. Splattering like a fountain in a park, the red-clad spirit withdrew its arm and resumed its gnawing on the vengeful spirit doll. Wu Yun collapsed to the ground, even lacking the time to regard his fallen junior. Instead, struggling to crawl backward, trembling as he grasped at Yiran's pant leg. Save me. Terror consumed his features. Yiran remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on the woman on the floor, his heart devoid of emotion. Wu Yun had long since run out of breath, leaving only exhalations behind. After a few gasps, he fell silent. Yiran let out a cold laugh. It was a fate that need not have befallen him had he not been so greedy for merit. Rather, it would have been wise for the woman to heed her junioress' advice from the start, but now, it was too late to say anything. Since she had made her choice, she must bear the consequences. Enough of this. Yiran raised his wrist to check the time, and as he did so a chilling wind swept through the corridor. Turning back, he glimpsed something emerging from the encroaching darkness. The flickering overhead lights revealed what it was: the ghostly bride and the ghostly performer. Upon exiting the elevator, Yiran had summoned them from afar using his spells. There is a saying that goes, having a sword makes all the difference compared to lacking one. These entities he had painstakingly nurtured were meant to assist him. Thus, the main act was about to commence. Yiran smiled as he took several steps back, tossing a few black talismans that blocked all exits. The red-clad spirit seemed to sense the impending danger. Having finished devouring the vengeful spirit doll, it rose and turned to face the source of the threat, its head tilting at an unnatural angle with a sound akin to a snap. The ghostly bride and ghostly performer glided slowly past Yiran, their bodies enveloped in a thick aura of ghostly energy. Yiran sensed this as well. It appeared that the souls within the umbrella had significantly bolstered their strength. As for the outcome of this confrontation, Yiran had already formed a rough prediction. Although the red-clad spirit possessed a ghostly heart, the strength of the ghostly bride and performer was not to be underestimated. The battle was about to erupt. In an instant, the corridor was filled with ghostly energy, completely obscuring visibility. Yiran turned his gaze to the cracks spreading along the wall. It seemed that a fierce battle was unfolding within. Idly passing the time, I lit a cigarette and squatted nearby, awaiting the outcome. It was at that moment a figure suddenly slipped and tumbled right before Yiran. It was none other than the ghost performer. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Yiran chuckled, "If you lose, I shall smoke you to oblivion." The smile that had graced the ghost performer's face vanished, replaced by a look of panic. It was evident that this was not the first time Yiran had engaged in such antics. Leaving a shadow of fear in the ghost performer's mind. As the cigarette burned down to its end, the surrounding malevolent aura gradually dissipated, and visibility returned. Looking ahead once more, the red-clad vengeful spirit lay pinned to the ground. Utterly immobilized, firmly restrained by the ghost bride and the ghost performer. Yiran brushed off his clothes, donned his human skin gloves, and retrieved a dagger inscribed with runes from his backpack, advancing to plunge it directly into the chest of the red-clad spirit. With a few swift strokes, he carved a gaping wound into its spectral form, eviscerating it. Then, with a forceful pull, he extracted the ghostly heart, the anguished wails of the red-clad spirit echoing in a harrowing manner. Yet it was powerless to resist. Having dealt with it, Yiran carefully clasped the ghostly heart and placed it into his pocket, sealing it with a black talisman. The two ghosts, upon receiving the order, displayed expressions of delight and bent down to begin gnawing at the red-clad spirit, fragmenting its soul bit by bit. Yiran cast one last glance at the two corpses on the ground before turning away without a backward glance. There were indeed quite a number of short-lived spirits in this world. Once one entered the profession of yin-yang, one had to be prepared for the specter of death at any moment. Though philosophies may differ, there were similarities in certain aspects. Live for the moment, for who can guarantee the sight of tomorrow's sun? After all, life was a precarious existence, teetering on the edge of danger. Upon returning home, Yiran did not rush to hand the ghostly heart to the ghost bride and the ghost performer. At this stage, such an item was still relatively rare. If he were to sell it at the ghost market, it could fetch a considerable sum of ghost coins. It is worth mentioning that ghost coins are the exclusive currency of the ghost market, although the ghost market does not reside within the realm of the underworld. Currency from the mortal realm is utterly useless there. Even 1 billion would not suffice to purchase anything. After much contemplation, Yiran resolved to take a stroll through the ghost market the following day to see if there were any worthy items to acquire. If not, he would simply allow the ghostly heart to be cultivated, achieving a semblance of balance. Unbeknownst to him, as Yiran drifted into slumber, Huang Shandong had already instigated a conflict. Unable to contain his impatience after acquiring the paper person, he struck against the Zhou family. Meanwhile, in a secluded villa belonging to the Zhou family, an elderly man spoke with a face ashen as iron. "Tianxie, there must be a master guiding Huang Shandong from behind. All the arrangements you've instructed me to set have fallen apart. Just an hour ago, I nearly lost my life to a few paper figures on my way here. How much longer must I wait?" Opposite the old man sat a diminutive elder, strikingly similar to the figure in the photograph held by Yiran. The Tianxie elder's expression darkened, his voice growing icy. "The master behind you must be the one who killed my disciple and destroyed my junior. No need for you to voice it. I will ensure that the one named Yiran is ground to dust. Just wait. My plan is nearing its conclusion. In 2 days, he shall pay a grievous price." Blood for Blood, Chapter 15, The Mysterious Little Girl. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell rang out. Yiran approached the window for a glance, noting that the sky remained overcast, accompanied by a light drizzle. He ambled to the bathroom to splash water on his face before making his way downstairs. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of an enormous backpack. As it slowly turned, he realized that the one ringing the bell was a petite girl. Her attire was unremarkable, even somewhat shabby, yet her features were quite delicate. "Little one, are you searching for your mother? I have none here." Yiran ran a hand through his hair and yawned, appearing still half asleep. The little girl shook her head, rummaging through her clothes for a considerable time before finally producing a crumpled piece of paper and handing it over. Yiran accepted it, his expression filled with confusion as he unfolded it to read. "Little beggar, you are the one that fellow was supposed to send?" The note contained some details about the little girl, along with that fellow's signature. The little beggar nodded repeatedly, then raised her other hand, revealing a beaming smile. "Master, breakfast." Yiran's expression was complex. What was that fellow thinking, sending a girl over like this? However, now that she was here, there was no point in discussing it further. He stepped forward to assist her with the backpack. "You really have outdone yourself. Let me handle this," extending his hand to lift the backpack. He found it utterly immovable. Undeterred, he made another attempt, but the backpack felt as if it were filled with lead, extraordinarily heavy. Yi Ran's heart raced. What on earth is packed in this backpack? His strength exceeded that of an average person. Yet he could not lift even a single backpack. It was unimaginable how this little girl managed to carry a backpack twice her size. The little beggar waved her hand across her nose. Chuckling innocently, "Let me handle it, master." With that, she effortlessly hoisted a suitcase in one hand, a large bag in the other, while the enormous backpack rested on her back, strolling into the shop with ease. Yi Ran stood bewildered, holding the breakfast in place for a moment before returning inside. Once in the room, the little beggar unburdened herself of her heavy load, standing awkwardly to the side, unsure of what to do. Yi Ran scrutinized her closely but found no clues, so he gently said, "Please take a seat. I will pour you a glass of water." The little beggar nodded, cautiously pulling out a nearby chair to sit. Not daring to look around but instead focusing on her own toes, the two sat in silence, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Ahem. Yi Ran was the first to break the silence, organizing his thoughts before voicing his curiosity. "How old are you this year? And how did you meet that fellow?" The little beggar neatly crossed her legs and replied earnestly, 16 years old, master." "Are you referring to the uncle with the wild hair?" As she spoke, she made a gesture with her hands, appearing quite adorable. Yi Ran nodded. "Yes, that's him." After confirming, the little beggar recounted the entire story. It turned out she was merely a wandering beggar, unaware of her own name or when she had lost her memory. Unable to scavenge food and constantly fleeing from pursuers, she nearly starved on the streets. Were it not for that fellow fortuitously passing by and discovering her, she might have long since perished. Subsequently, that individual had cared for her for a time before inquiring if she wished to find work that could fill her belly. After hearing the tale, Yi Ran pondered deeply, recalling a particular detail noted on the paper. "May I see the jade pendant you carry?" The note had indicated that the little beggar possessed a special jade pendant, with significant ties to the golden tree. The little beggar did not refuse. Reaching up to remove the pendant from her neck and placing it on the table, Yi Ran gently picked up the jade pendant, examining it for a while before retrieving an ancient, hefty tome from a nearby shelf. After flipping through a few pages, hope began to glimmer in his eyes. The golden tree had always been a legend, its authenticity shrouded in doubt, with only fragments mentioned in ancient texts. Yet the illustrations depicted the golden tree's likeness. Although somewhat indistinct, it was still discernible that the jade pendant he held bore a striking resemblance to that depicted in the book. This meant that the golden tree was not merely a myth but a tangible reality. Yi Ran inhaled deeply, unconsciously tightening his grip on the jade pendant. It had been a long time since he had felt such excitement, and the joy within him was hard to contain. Initially skeptical of its existence, he had merely been surviving on hope, but now Yi Ran had solidified his resolve. He must find the golden tree. "Master, are you all right? You seem to be trembling." The little beggar scratched her head, her eyes filled with concern. She had just arrived and feared encountering a master afflicted by illness. If something went awry, she would again be cast onto the streets. Yi Ran let out a long sigh, quickly adjusting his emotions, then shook his head and returned the jade pendant to her. "There is nothing wrong. You must keep this jade pendant safe and refrain from showing it to others. Many would covet the golden tree, and should anyone discern its significance, it would inevitably attract unnecessary trouble." As for the girl calling him master, that was inconsequential, it was merely a title. Yi Ran had no immediate plans to take on disciples, and moreover, not everyone could embark on the path of the dark arts. It was fraught with peril. This was not a profession that brought glory, nor could it withstand the light. It was not a burden for the average person to bear. "All right, I will heed Master's words." The little beggar nodded obediently, committing this advice to memory. As if recalling something, Yi Ran added with utmost seriousness, "You must learn the shop's rules. There is a notebook at the counter. Feel free to read it whenever you have time." After saying this, he fell silent, sensing that this girl harbored secrets yet to be uncovered. Her peculiar strength alone was enough to raise alarm. Suddenly, a nauseating stench wafted into his nostrils, causing Yi Ran to frown slightly as he traced the source of the odor. Discovering it emanated from the little beggar, she too had caught a whiff, but panic-stricken, she stood up to check her own body. "Master, it's not me. I swear it's not me." Upon seeing Yi Ran's gaze, the little beggar felt a surge of dread. Fearing she might be cast out, Yi Ran raised a hand to interrupt her, then turned his gaze toward the door. At that moment, the rain poured down more heavily, and the foul odor intensified. "You may ascend to the upper floor to change your attire, and tidy up the vacant room next door to make do for the time being." As Yi Ran approached the entrance, She discerned the source of the foul stench. It was indeed the rainwater. The presence of such a putrid odor on the little beggar could undoubtedly be attributed to the clothes being tainted by the rain. What on earth has transpired? Yi Ran murmured to herself while gazing at the sky where the rain had turned a sinister shade of crimson, staining the entire street in a most peculiar manner. The blood rain persisted for about another hour, showing no signs of abating, indeed intensifying further. Upon switching on the television, she found that nearly every channel was broadcasting the blood rain incident. Today, our city has inexplicably been graced with blood rain. The cause remains unknown. Experts have analyzed the rain and discovered it contains a plethora of toxic substances, which upon contact can cause severe skin lesions. Citizens are advised to minimize outdoor activities and take necessary precautions. Summer has quietly slipped away, leaving behind a little secret it must be kept within. I cannot reveal it to you. Suddenly, Yi Ran's phone rang, and upon checking the caller ID, she was surprised to see it was a call from Luo Xiaoxiao. Master Yi, something has happened to my father. I need you to come over at once. How much are you offering? Money is negotiable, just hurry over. Send me the address, I will be waiting. After hanging up, Yi Ran shouted upstairs, little beggar, stay put at home. I have matters to attend to. Understood, master, no problem. The little beggar responded promptly. Yi Ran gathered her belongings and ventured out under her umbrella, due to the rain. Although the shop doors along the street stood wide open, not a single customer could be seen. It was not just the street. Everywhere she passed exuded an air of desolation. Numerous ambulances whizzed by, accompanied by a convoy from the Yin Yang Association. Announcements blared from every corner, warning citizens to remain indoors, as the entire city was under lockdown. A natural phenomenon surely heralds some malevolence. Something ominous is about to emerge within Tianhai City. Yi Ren squinted her eyes and spoke to herself, subsequently accelerating her pace. Upon arriving at the designated location as indicated by her phone, she found herself at an upscale residential complex, a place so exclusive that mere wealth could not guarantee entry. Upon reaching the gate, the security guard halted her vehicle and required registration, along with an escort to gain access. Fortunately, someone from the Luo family was waiting in advance, otherwise it would have posed quite a hassle. As soon as she exited the elevator, Luo Xiaoxiao rushed over. Master Yi, please come in quickly. My father, for some unknown reason, suddenly began to eat voraciously, and we cannot stop him. It was evident that she was in a state of distress. Still clad in her pajamas, upon stepping inside, loud arguments filled the air. Crossing the threshold revealed a group of individuals shouting, among whom were several doctors in white coats. Mom, please stop arguing. Master Yi has arrived. Luo Xiaoxiao interjected as she pulled aside an elegantly dressed woman. The moment the noblewoman laid eyes on Yi Ran, her previously uncontrolled temper diminished considerably, clearly having heard of Yi Ran's reputation. After all, Lin Tianfeng was a family friend, and she was somewhat aware of the underlying connections. Yi Ran quickly spotted Luo Tianhe at the table, devouring food with reckless abandon, flanked by two bodyguards who were equally helpless to restrain him. Master Yi, what has happened to my father? He woke up like this today and refuses to acknowledge us. Luo Xiaoxiao expressed her deep concern, as the situation was indeed bizarre had it not been for their previous experience in the wilderness. She would have merely assumed he had fallen ill, but now she dared not make any unfounded conclusions. Yi Ran scrutinized Luo Tianhe for a moment and promptly concluded, he is possessed by a hungry ghost. We need more people to hold him down. With bloodshot eyes, exaggerated behavior, and dark mist swirling around his forehead, he was a classic case of possession. If he continued consuming food at this rate, he was bound to choke. The declaration left everyone in the room astonished, for such words were indeed chilling. Luo Xiaoxiao, however, managed to maintain her composure and shouted at the nearby bodyguards, what are you waiting for? Go! Though Luo Tianhe was immensely strong at this moment, the sheer number of people soon overwhelmed him, pinning him down on the table. Hungry, so hungry, I'm starving. His mouth never ceased its motion. Yi Ran formed a hand seal and retrieved a black talisman. Placing it on Luo Tianhe's forehead, the laws of nature dictate, the cosmos' boundless break. As the incantation concluded, Luo Tianhe's body convulsed violently before finally falling still. Observing the scene, the doctors rushed forward to carefully lift Luo Tianhe onto the sofa. Yi Ran turned her attention to the swirling black mist within the room. Not only she but even the others witnessed this alarming spectacle. Had there not been so many people present, it was likely that panic would have ensued. The manifestation of a hungry ghost in broad daylight, visible even to ordinary individuals, was likely linked to the blood rain outside. Yi Ran mused silently, then extracted a pitch-black diamond-shaped copper sword from her belongings, mumbling a few words before hurling it forward. The copper sword, akin to a guided missile, struck the black mist with pinpoint accuracy, causing it to dissipate entirely in an instant. Yiran approached, bent down to retrieve the copper sword from the ground, and then produced a small vial from her bag, offering it to Luo Xiaoxiao. That he has eaten far too much, give him this medicine. In about half an hour, he should be able to purge it safely. The vial contained a special concoction designed to cleanse the gastrointestinal system, harmless to the human body. Having anticipated this scenario upon hearing about the excessive eating on the phone, Yiran had prepared accordingly. Luo Xiaoxiao accepted it with utmost caution, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Master Yi. The noblewoman beside her appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, instructing her aide, Secretary Wang. Prepare a reward of 2 million for Master Yi, and an additional 1 million as a token of gratitude. Understood, Madam. Secretary Wang replied with deference, just as Yiran settled down to sip her tea. She noticed Luo Xiaoxiao's mother receiving a phone call, her gaze drifting toward Yiran. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in a suit entered. It was Zhao Kuo. Upon entering, he directed his attention toward Yiran, greeting the others before approaching her and stating, Yiran, I require your assistance. Yiran feigned indifference, continuing to sip her tea, clearly signaling her disinterest in engaging. Aware of the existing tensions between her and the Yin-Yang Association, Zhao Kuo understood that he would need to offer something substantial to gain her cooperation, otherwise it would be futile to persuade her. I know what you have been searching for. If you assist me with this matter, I will provide you with what you seek. Yiran let out a scoff, slowly placing her teacup down before finally meeting his gaze. That depends on whether your information is of any value. Zhao Kuo adjusted his glasses, retrieving a photograph from his pocket. This individual is said to have encountered the golden tree and has brought back something. I believe this information is an irresistible bargaining chip for you. Moreover, I can guarantee that this news has not yet circulated. If you accompany me, I will divulge all the details. Yiran's hand trembled slightly as she reached for her teacup, but she maintained her composure, chuckling softly, merely your vague words will not suffice to sway me. While it was true that she harbored deep-seated grievances against the Yin-Yang Association, Zhao Kuo was an exception. Their relationship was neither particularly amicable nor antagonistic. Yet he possessed knowledge of certain closely guarded secrets. Aside from Zhao Kuo, no one within the Yin-Yang Association was aware of Yiran's clandestine investigation into the golden tree. To her surprise, Zhao Kuo seemed unfazed, grinning as he said, I suspect you've already made up your mind. The allure of the golden tree was undeniably potent for Yiran. Even whispers of its existence were too tantalizing to dismiss, let alone precise information regarding an individual. Fine, but in addition to the information, I require 3 copper coins. Otherwise, this matter is non-negotiable. Yiran was resolute in not allowing anyone to manipulate her. She would not be coerced by mere information. Even if she agreed to assist, she would ensure to take her due share from the Yin-Yang Association. Zhao Kuo appeared conflicted, recognizing the high value of 3 copper coins, yet he had no choice but to concede. Very well, 3 copper coins it is, agreed, let us proceed. Yiran hesitated no longer. Having secured the benefits, she was ready to act. Observing the two preparing to depart, Luo Xiaoxiao curiously inquired, may I accompany you? Yiran cast her a cool glance, stating, you'd only be a burden. Best you stay behind. Well, fine then. Luo Xiaoxiao felt somewhat disheartened by the rebuff. Yiran's vehicle would be returned by Zhao Kuo's associates, allowing them to proceed directly to the scene. En route, Zhao Kuo elaborated on the situation. The impact of this incident on society was monumental. Even the Yin-Yang associations from the 2 neighboring cities had been urgently summoned to assist, totaling over 30,000 personnel. The higher-ups had issued a strict order to resolve this matter promptly. Thanks to their strategy of overwhelming numbers, they swiftly pinpointed the source of the problem. We have discovered abnormalities in the artificial lake of Zhongshan Park. It seems something lurks within. All personnel dispatched had not returned, and while they had secured numerous spirit mediums, they were all reluctant to enter the water, merely observing from the shore. I suspect, however, before he could finish, Zhao Kuo shook his head. Perhaps it's just my imagination. In any case, there exists a perilous entity beneath the water. You must exercise caution. Yiran stared out at the crimson rain in silence, likely surmising Zhao Kuo's unfinished thought. Ancient texts recorded that when the skies manifest blood rain continuously, it heralds the birth of blood zombies. These creatures are classified as a mutated variety among zombies, and once fully formed, they become exceedingly troublesome to deal with. Upon arriving at Zhongshan Park, one is greeted by a rather expansive lake, now cordoned off by the members of the Yin-Yang Society. Barring the curious onlookers from entering, after Zhao Kuo presented his identification, he hurriedly led Yiran inside, where they could see numerous stretchers draped in white cloth being carried away, while more individuals suited up in diving gear along the lake's edge. Yiran cast a sweeping glance across the lake's surface, and even before entering the water, he was assaulted by an overwhelming stench of blood that left him feeling lightheaded. The lake was nearly filled with blood, rendering the underwater visibility murky and unclear. How do you intend to proceed? Jiaqua adjusted his glasses and, holding an umbrella, turned to inquire. Why Yiran narrowed his eyes slightly, donned his yin yang gloves, crouched down to scoop up a pool of blood, and then declared, "Prepare my diving equipment, I must descend to investigate." The water was already contaminated, and direct skin contact could result in severe necrosis. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise before accomplishing anything. Chapter 17. Unjust Actions. Just as he finished outfitting himself, a crooked figure approached from a distance, and upon closer inspection it was revealed to be Wang Jiao. Why Yiran held no fondness for this elderly woman, yet her unexpected presence stirred some intrigue. Typically, this matriarch remained in the background, directing her subordinates from afar, only venturing to the scene under conditions of absolute safety. However, upon reflection, it was not difficult to surmise that she had been coerced by higher-ups, compelled to appear in person due to excessive pressure. Jiaqua, I instructed you to summon a highly esteemed master. What purpose does it serve to bring someone who resorts to despicable methods? Upon their initial encounter, Wang Jiao unleashed her well-known verbal assault, laden with animosity. Jiaqua intended to clarify, but Yiran intervened, allowing him to chuckle lightly and retort, "All you possess is the ability to wield words. Stripped of this facade, you are nothing. You send your fearless subordinates into the lake, yet you, as their leader, show no regard for their sentiments, behaving tyrannically on sight. They are human, with families of their own. Do you truly view them as mere tools, indifferent to their lives and deaths?" His voice intentionally rose, ensuring that all present could clearly hear. As anticipated, his words drew the attention of those around them. Some lay moaning on stretchers, while others bore grotesque wounds. Without exception, their gazes were fixed on the two figures. In times of fear, people are easily swayed by certain words, and Yiran aimed to amplify the resentment simmering within their hearts. Wang Jiao, however, scoffed at his remarks, her demeanor growing increasingly aggressive as she shouted, "I am the group leader. The underlings simply need to obey orders, and any discontent must be suppressed." Yiran scanned the faces surrounding them, noting a near-universal expression of hatred, yet no one dared to erupt. Wang Jiao was notorious within the Yin-Yang society for exploiting her subordinates, and many harbored grievances against her, yet, due to her position as group leader, they felt powerless to retaliate. Sensing the opportunity, Yiran prepared to stoke the flames further, igniting the kindling of their anger. "Group leader Wang, you have devalued the lives of your subordinates. Do you not realize how disheartening such words are? They are the ones charging into battle, risking their lives, while you reap the rewards of their sacrifices. Do you not think this is profoundly unjust?" Yiran grinned, fully aware of Wang Jiao's reputation as a miser. Regardless of the accomplishments of her subordinates, she would never part with a single reward. Wang Jiao let out a cold laugh, asserting those at the bottom belong at the bottom, not aspiring to climb higher. Even if they do ascend, it will not change their lowly status. As her words lingered, Yiran felt a surge of elation. Wang Jiao was indeed foolish. How had he ever regarded her as a formidable figure? To hell with it. Today, how many brothers have we lost? Not only do you offer no words of comfort, but you speak in such a manner. Indeed, do our lives count for nothing? Can the group leader act with impunity? No, she must be made to take the plunge as well. I will not tolerate this any longer. Yes, let her descend into the water. Wang Jiao's statements acted as a catalyst, igniting the pent-up resentment within the crowd, who spontaneously rose to encircle her, demanding she enter the water. Wang Jiao raised her hand to gesture, barking, "What are you doing? Do you wish to revolt?" At that moment, a stone flew from an unknown source, striking her forehead with precision. Dazed and disoriented, Wang Jiao clutched her head and collapsed to the ground, blood streaming uncontrollably. Witnessing the fury in the crowd's eyes, she began to comprehend the gravity of her situation. Realizing she had been ensnared in Yiran's trap, manipulated by emotional warfare. As the throng drew ever closer, Jiaqua swiftly called for a set of diving gear, then approached Wang Jiao, speaking in hushed tones. "Group leader, I believe it would be prudent for you to enter the water, otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Wang Jiao initially intended to berate him, but she swiftly quelled her impulse, responding with evident irritation. "Are you unaware of the dangers that lie below?" Jiaqua, his expression grave, reassured her. "Rest assured, I will ensure your safety with my most trusted aides." Very well. Wang Jiao, caught between a rock and a hard place, had no choice but to steel herself and proceed. However, unbeknownst to anyone, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Jiaqua's eyes. Yiran turned to board the boat, with Jiaqua following closely behind. However, he did not plunge into the water but rather approached to speak. Yiran, I understand there has been some discord between you and the group leader, yet I implore you to prioritize the greater good. With that, Zhao personally secured Yiran's belt and slipped something into his waist pouch, patting it twice for emphasis. Yiran regarded Zhao with a knowing glance but chose not to elaborate further. Soon, their party boarded a vessel, making their way to the center of the lake, where they conducted a final equipment check before plunging into the depths. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Zhao finally followed suit. The underwater environment was exceedingly harsh, with visibility barely exceeding 3 meters. The deeper they descended, the more they felt the biting chill, even clad in diving gear. The cold was relentless. As Yiran made his descent, a figure approached, gesturing for them to split up and search. Yiran gave a thumbs up in agreement. Turning back, he noticed that the now down Wang Zhao had dispersed from the group, leaving only the two of them in proximity. Seizing the moment, Yiran shifted his hand to his waist and swiftly swam towards Wang Zhao. In her heightened state of anxiety, upon seeing someone approach, she beckoned him to swim alongside her. Due to the poor visibility, she could not discern his features. Yiran recognized her instantly, however, thanks to her deep blue diving suit. As he reached Wang Zhao's side, Yiran's eyes narrowed, and he plunged a dagger into her back while simultaneously severing her oxygen line. Feeling the sharp pain, Wang Zhao realized something was amiss and desperately kicked to ascend, yet Yiran would not afford her the opportunity. With no flamboyant display, he simply grasped her with one hand while the other wielded the dagger. Delivering a flurry of lethal strikes, over a dozen in quick succession, Wang Zhao, who had been thrashing violently, began to slow her movements as blood gushed from her mouth and nose, mingling with the lake water. Within half a minute, this once mighty group leader met her demise in the depths, likely never imagining such a humiliating end. Confirming her death, Yiran discarded the dagger and dragged Wang Zhao's lifeless body to the lake bed. It was essential to secure her there, otherwise her corpse could float to the surface and cause complications. Though afflicted by a grave ailment, Yiran experienced no difficulty navigating to the lake's bottom, where he bound Wang Zhao to an abandoned vehicle. He then retrieved a flashlight to survey his surroundings. In a short time, he noticed something unusual nearby, an ominous mass of dark energy swimming closer. He discovered a pitch-black coffin, with thick chains extending from within, binding a decayed corpse. As he leaned in for a closer inspection, the corpse suddenly convulsed, releasing a torrent of blood energy. Merely brushing against it caused his diving suit to corrode, leaving a gaping hole. Yiran's heart raced. He quickly pressed his hand against the tear in his suit and ascended with all haste. Underwater combat proved perilous in such an environment, and he recognized the entity's true nature. It was wiser to retreat to the surface and devise a plan for confrontation. Once he broke the surface, Yiran swam towards the boat, where Zhao promptly called for assistance to haul him aboard. How did it fare below? Can we confront whatever lurks there? Zhao inquired. Yiran refrained from replying immediately, instead stripping off his diving suit to inspect his arm, where a significant patch of flesh had begun to rot. Zhao's expression shifted to one of alarm. If even Yiran had succumbed, the fate of the others was surely dire. Cut the chatter. Hand me a knife, Yiran barked, prompting gasps from the onlookers as he took the blade and unflinchingly sliced away the decayed flesh. Not flinching even for a moment, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. This was a man of resolve. Yiran grabbed a first aid kit, using a cotton swab to dress his wound, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Let me be clear, that entity beneath the surface transcends the category of blood zombies. If you wish for my assistance, the price must be increased. Chapter 18, an unexpected turn were it anyone else making such a claim. Zhao would have dismissed it outright, yet, given Yiran's profound expertise in the realm of the arcane, his assertion indicated that the situation below was likely far more severe than anticipated. Zhao gathered his thoughts and inquired, if the depths do not harbor blood zombies, then what exactly are we dealing with? The corpse demon. You discovered it too late, only realizing the mutations of the blood zombie afterwards. Yiran did not beat around the bush, directly informing him of the situation beneath the water. The mutation of zombies is an exceedingly rare occurrence, classified into natural and artificial mutations, judging by the extent of the blood rain. There must have been a mass disappearance of individuals in Tianhai City recently, all likely captured for ritualistic sacrifices. If my conjecture is correct, the area surrounding the artificial lake must have been ensnared in an intricate formation. In order to cultivate a blood zombie, it is imperative to nourish it with the blood of over 1,000 people, and to orchestrate such a grand scheme, there is but one method: the soul-devouring blood refining array. Yi Ran articulated the suspicions harbored within, acknowledging the sinister nature of this formation, one he would not dare to wield lightly, for the soul-devouring blood-refining array necessitates the lifespan of the practitioner to activate. And during its duration, the practitioner suffers a continuous reduction in lifespan until the goal is achieved. However, the mutation of the blood zombie likely exceeds the control of the practitioner, the souls of those sacrificed upon death wander in a state of terror, seeking suitable vessels to inhabit. Thus the blood zombie is rife with souls, ultimately transforming into a blood demon. Upon hearing this, Zhao felt overwhelmed. If they mishandle this, the members of the Yin-Yang Society might very well face execution. Very well, as long as we can resolve it, I am willing to go all in. I shall add 3 more copper coins. Zhao Kui immediately fished out 6 copper coins from his pocket, feeling a pang in his heart. Though the value of the copper coins was exceedingly high, when contemplating his own life, the choice became abundantly clear. Yi Ran, with an impassive expression, accepted the coins, though internally she was elated. Instruct your men to drain the lake, and simultaneously set up a ritual altar on the shore, enlisting 100 Yin walkers to channel their energy and suppress the blood demon with the rebirth incantation. I will find a way to deal with the soul-devouring blood-refining array. We will devise a plan once the lake is sufficiently drained. As it stands, the blood demon is on the verge of taking form. Merely hindered by the practitioner's confinement, having 100 Yin walkers join forces is not a futile endeavor. Firstly, it serves to intimidate the practitioner lurking behind. Such a vast number of individuals would undoubtedly incite caution, making it unwise for him to appear on site for the next phase. Secondly, the multitude of souls within the blood demon necessitates a collective effort to diminish its power to the greatest extent, lest they find themselves confronting a fully formed blood demon, a scenario fraught with peril. Draining the lake will take at least a week. Even with maximum effort, it would require 3 days. Is it truly impossible for the blood demon to break free from its restraints? Zhao furrowed his brow, not out of disbelief in Yi Ran, but rather due to the prolonged timeline, which posed a grave threat to the entire Tianhai city. Why Yi Ran did not indulge him, sharply retorting, either proceed or seek a more capable individual. By the way, Wang Zhao's corpse is also bound below. If you wish to avoid blame, it is best to address that matter post-haste. Mentioning Wang Zhao caused Zhao Kui's expression to shift slightly, yet with everyone around, he found it inappropriate to discuss further, ultimately mustering the courage to say, I will arrange it immediately. In less than half a day, an astonishing scene unfolded by the lake in Zhongshan Park. 100 Yin walkers gathered to open the altar, their chanting resonating with a profound intensity. Under normal circumstances, such a spectacle could only be witnessed at significant Yin-Yang gatherings. The abnormality of this location had already been leaked. The uproar on the internet was overwhelming, with some even intending to visit specifically. A throng of reporters had converged, but they were all barred entry by the Yin-Yang Society members. In a bid to prevent chaos, even the military was mobilized, imposing martial law across Tianhai City. The speed at which news spread across the internet was unstoppable. Now the entire world had its gaze fixed on Tianhai City, leaving its upper echelons in a state of disquiet as Zhao Kui's phone was inundated with calls. Once this matter is resolved, regardless of the background of those involved in the corpse cultivation, it is likely that the only outcome awaiting them is death. Yi Ran returned to her shop, where a young beggar was tidying up. Having learned of the ongoing events from the television, Master, the meal is ready, I will go heat it up for you. The young beggar set aside his feather duster and scampered to the kitchen. Yi Ran responded nonchalantly, then descended to the basement to take a few puffs of ash, subsequently donning a tattered black robe. Upon emerging from the basement, the young beggar had already brought the steaming meal to the table. Standing by patiently, you may eat, I have matters to attend to for the next few days, do not go outside. If anyone comes to the shop, simply refuse them. Yi Ran slung on her bag, opened her oil paper umbrella, and turned to leave. As for her destination, it was undoubtedly the Zhou family. Ever since the Scorpion Elder arrived in Tianhai City, unusual occurrences have been relentless. Thus, Yi Ran suspected that the blood demon lurking beneath the lake in Zhongshan Park was inextricably linked to him. Even if there was no direct connection, the ties must surely run deep. To activate the soul-devouring blood-refining array, one person alone would not suffice. The sheer number of disappearances indicated the involvement of a powerful force. The residence of the Zhou family was not difficult to ascertain. A quick call to Huang Shandan would reveal everything. After hanging up, Yi Ran gazed at the distant hillside and promptly set off in her vehicle. The Zhou family appeared to live leisurely. While others resided in the city, they chose to dwell atop the mountain, making the journey a cumbersome one. After an hour of driving, she finally arrived at the mountaintop. Where an expansive ancient residence loomed before her, however, the oppressive clouds overhead rendered the venerable structure seemingly lifeless. Yi Ran stepped out, clutching her umbrella, and approached the open gate. A gentle push was all it took for it to yield. Upon entering, the scene that unfolded before her caused Yi Ran to frown in disbelief. The ground was drenched in crimson, the walls splattered with blood, and numerous corpses dangled from bamboo poles, each one devoid of eyes and tongues. Their chests hollowed out, intestines spilling forth, crows cawed raucously, pecking at the remains. The stench was overpowering, nearly overwhelming Yi Ran. The gruesome tableau could only be described as sadistically barbaric, devoid of any semblance of humanity. This was undoubtedly the Zhou family, but why had they met with such a calamity? Yi Ran traversed the courtyard, searching for any signs of survivors, but ultimately returned empty-handed, standing once more at the front of the courtyard. As her gaze shifted, she suddenly noticed a corpse floating in the water beneath a rockery. Upon inspection, it was none other than Zhou Wugong, the head of the Zhou family. The corpse bore a serene expression, with a clean, precise wound at the neck indicating a sudden attack. The absence of livor mortis suggested recent death, and there was no trace of the Scorpion Elder at the scene. Strange. Yi Ran shook her head, rising to scan the surroundings for any valuable clues. Just then, a silver needle shot toward her from behind. Yi Ran sensed it and deftly tilted her head to evade. Turning to look, she found a figure clad in a black cloak perched on a tree. Facing her, despite being tightly wrapped, an air of chilling malevolence was unmistakable. Yi Ran stood to confront him, and after a few seconds spoke. "I presume you are the Scorpion Elder." The cloaked figure snorted coldly. "Young one, your perceptive abilities are quite commendable." Yi Ran chuckled lightly. "No special insight required. Your height of barely 5 feet makes it rather easy to identify you." The Scorpion Elder was not incensed by her words. Instead, he inquired, "I am curious to know, how did you manage to kill my disciple and annihilate my junior brother?" Yi Ran merely shrugged. "What difficulty is there? Those of a foolish lineage cannot be expected to possess extraordinary strength." The Scorpion Elder raised his hand and struck the tree trunk with such force that the ancient tree quivered slightly, shedding a multitude of leaves. "You insolent brat." This act might appear merely as a display of strength to an ordinary person, yet Yi Ran recognized at once that this individual possessed some skill, likely at the level of minor external strength. Those of the Yin-walkers engage in endeavors that defy heaven, naturally encountering secrets unknown to the common folk. Practitioners of the yin-yang realm do indeed possess their own cultivation methods. The realms of external strength include minor and major accomplishments. Internal strength encompasses the same, dark strength. Likewise, the path of yin and yang comprises these three major realms. It is said that upon reaching the ultimate realm, one becomes impervious to all poisons, akin to the toxic blood emanating from the blood demon beneath the lake, which can be disregarded even if contaminated. Yi Ran grinned broadly, swiftly drawing her firearm and firing, denying the Scorpion Elder any opportunity to react. Chapter 19. The drama behind the scenes. Clearly, the Scorpion Elder had not anticipated such a turn of events. Caught off guard and struck by 2 bullets before plummeting from the tree, "You lack a sense of chivalry," the Scorpion Elder bellowed in fury. To this, Yi Ran merely scoffed. "You and your junior brother are equally foolish. What era is this? I possess a firearm. Why would I resort to fisticuffs? Am I mad?" Yi Ran strode closer to the Scorpion Elder, looking down at him. "Where is the eye of the formation? The soul-devouring blood-refining array is rather peculiar. Its eye need not reside within the formation itself and can be activated remotely." Previously, he had not detected the presence of an eye in Central Park, so it was necessary to inquire. "Are you not quite capable? How is it that you cannot discern this, even incapacitated?" The Scorpion Elder's aura remained undiminished, and he retorted with sarcasm. Yi Ran remained unfazed, aiming at his legs and firing twice, her tone icy. "This is your last chance." Seeing that Yi Ran was serious, the Scorpion Elder felt a flicker of fear. After all, one's life is singular. "Take a look behind you. What is unusual about this place?" At his prompting, Yi Ran suddenly realized, scanning the courtyard and observing that the arrangement of the corpses displayed a distinct pattern, rather than being disposed of haphazardly. "How blind I was, failing to notice such an obvious clue." Yi Ran murmured, then proceeded to empty the magazine into the Scorpion Elder, pulling aside his cloak to snap a photo. After all, the bounty on this individual warranted the effort. The task at hand certainly required to be accomplished, and profit must be made. "Let me see, how can this formation be broken?" Yi Ran sheathed his gun and began to study the matter. Upon entering, he had been influenced by the atmosphere before him, causing him to overlook the improper arrangement of the corpses. However, now that he was aware of the issue, the solution became significantly simpler. Yiran promptly retrieved several coffin nails from his bag and inserted them at the 4 cardinal points of the courtyard. The essence of this formation relied on the flow of sinister energy. As long as he could guide that energy away, the formation would naturally collapse without resistance. Standing at the center of the courtyard, Yiran scattered black talismans around him, then bit his finger to let his blood precisely fall onto the talismans. In an instant, the previously tranquil courtyard was engulfed by a chilling wind, and a vast amount of black mist began to coalesce, forming a small whirlwind at the center. Moments later, the black mist surged forth as if attracted, rushing out of the courtyard and vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, the blood rain in the sky began to lessen, ultimately ceasing. Yiran put away his oiled paper umbrella and glanced at the old man in the water. A self-inflicted punishment, indeed. With that, he no longer lingered and turned to exit the courtyard. The disarray left behind would be dealt with by the authorities. He had no desire to concern himself with it. The Zhou family had evidently been exploited by the Scorpion Elder, ultimately becoming a stepping stone. Anyone with a modicum of understanding knows that collaborating with wicked practitioners should never warrant absolute trust. Otherwise, one might not even know how they met their demise. Every heart harbors a shadowy side, merely concealed from view. Wicked practitioners, however, lay the darkness bare without pretense that if one sees clearly, others can too. No need to live behind a facade of hypocrisy. That said, with the formation disrupted, the situation at Central Park would certainly worsen. Without the constraints imposed by the practitioner, the blood demon would be able to break free completely. Yiran sat in his car, smoking, wearing a leisurely expression, betraying no hint of tension. He was well aware of what would transpire once the formation was dismantled. From the very beginning, Yiran had devised a plan. He had never intended to drain the lake. Summoning those 100 shadow walkers to the scene was merely to expend their energy when the blood demon emerged. They were all righteous individuals, and when confronted with malevolent forces, they would surely not stand idly by, even if it meant risking their lives. Of course, what if some cowardly souls fled? In truth, even that was accounted for in Yiran's calculations. Among 100 individuals, it was entirely natural for a few to be fearful for their lives. Unfortunately, once they reached Central Park, their fates would no longer be theirs to decide. It must be noted that a plethora of reporters awaited outside. In this era of advanced networking, news travels swiftly. The moment one attempts to escape, their flight would be broadcast online. Once one's reputation is tarnished, one can forget about continuing in this line of work. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Yiran decided to take a nap. He discarded his cigarette but reclined his seat and closed his eyes. When he awoke, the sky had already darkened, and his phone was inundated with calls. Looking down at the 70 or 80 missed calls from Zhaoque, Yiran remained unfazed as he lit another cigarette, crossing his legs nonchalantly as he called back. "Hello, what's the situation on site? I've called you so many times, why didn't you answer?" "No need to panic. I was busy dismantling the formation. Surely the blood rain has ceased." On the other end, Zhaoque fell silent, suppressing his urge to yell and responding as calmly as he could. The losses among the shadow walkers were substantial, and many from our Yin-Yang Association also suffered casualties, not to mention that bullets are ineffective against the blood demon. The military has already made their stance clear: if the blood demon is not subdued within 5 hours, they will resort to direct force. All our previous efforts and sacrifices would be in vain. In the makeshift command center, Zhaoque sat with a grim countenance, a bandage wrapped around his head, his suit in tatters. Listening to Zhaoque's complaints, Yiran remained indifferent and replied directly, "Buy yourselves some time. I'm currently pursuing the Scorpion Elder." With that, he hung up, cutting off Zhaoque's opportunity to vent further. Inside the car, Yiran turned to gaze at the brightly lit city before lowering his head to scroll through videos. Heavy casualties? Then let us escalate things. The Yin-Yang Association's members are expendable. After all, I'm not going there now. It's essential to weaken you significantly. As for the previous efforts and bloodshed, what do I care? It was made explicitly clear before the transaction. Yiran only needed to deal with the blood demon, and how to do so was entirely his affair. At this moment in Central Park, the Yin-Yang Association and the Shadow Walkers were in complete disarray, chaos reigning supreme. "Captain, the blood demon is too fierce. The Shadow Walkers at the front can't hold on any longer." A panicked individual rushed into the command center, fear evident on his face. Zhaoque tossed his phone aside, slamming his hand on the table, unable to contain his anger any longer, shouting, "Then reinforce our numbers. If 100 isn't enough, then add another 100. He could no longer maintain his composure. Yiran claimed to be pursuing the Scorpion Elder, but the truth of that assertion remained uncertain. Now, they could only stalling until Yiran arrived. Across the entire Tianhai city, there was no one with more experience, more means, or greater understanding of dealing with malevolent entities than Yiran. Thus Jiaqua had no choice. Time passed swiftly, and atop the mountain Yiran checked the time, realizing that approximately 3 hours had elapsed. He could no longer delay his appearance. With that thought, he leisurely started his car and drove down the mountain. However, his destination was not Central Park, but rather his own shop. Upon returning home, he found the little beggar asleep at the counter, 3 sticks of incense burning at the entrance. Yiran draped a blanket over her before heading to the basement. Directly approaching the coffin, observing the ancient corpse lying within, Yiran took a deep breath and removed the coffin nail from its forehead. Although it had not been fully refined, it should suffice to deal with the blood demon. "Allow me to admire your form," Yiran mused. He pricked his fingertip, letting his blood fall onto the ancient corpse's forehead, then retrieved a string of tarnished bells to wear on his wrist. Shaking them gently as the bells chimed, the ancient corpse suddenly opened its pale eyes and rose directly from the coffin. The copper mask adorning its face clanged ominously, sending shivers down the spine. "Let us go." At Yiran's command, the ancient corpse floated out of the coffin, following closely behind him as they left the basement. At the shop's entrance, a man and a corpse stood side by side. "It should be about time," Yiran said, glancing at the ancient corpse. No sooner had he spoken than black mist swirled around the corpse, and soon the bells on Yiran's wrist began to shake violently. Witnessing this, Yiran opened the trunk of his car, allowing the ancient corpse to lie inside, then set off towards the outskirts. Meanwhile, in Central Park, those engaged in battle with the blood demon were suffering heavy losses. Dismembered limbs strewn across the ground, cries of anguish echoing, yet in the next moment, the blood demon, its eyes glowing red, ceased its assault and abruptly turned toward the city, vanishing at an alarming speed. "Why did the blood demon flee? I don't know. Did you hear the sound of bells just now? Now that you mention it, I think there was a bell sound. Is anyone here ringing bells?" The crowd was left bewildered, yet relief washed over them, for the blood demon's departure granted them a moment to breathe. Not far from the stone pillar, Jiaqua clenched his teeth and pounded the ground. A realization dawning upon him in mere seconds. It must be Yiran. He must have already devised a method to deal with the blood demon. We've all been played. Regrettably, the ancient corpse has been nourished by blood for many years, rendering the blood demon's methods utterly ineffective against it. The dynamics of the battlefield swiftly shifted. The blood demon, having lost its previous momentum, was left to defend passively under the relentless assault of the ancient corpse. It found itself retreating step by step. Yiran, no longer wishing to prolong the confrontation, snapped his fingers, summoning the twin ghosts to his side. The blood demon, having already been nearly depleted by that group, was solely drawn here with the intent to absorb the ancient corpse, thereby augmenting its own strength. Alas, in its ignorance, it completely overlooked this crucial point. Zombies and souls have been irreconcilably at odds since time immemorial, and their encounters invariably lead to conflict. Though the blood demon was seething with rage at this moment, it was utterly powerless. Surrounded and besieged by the 3 entities, even defense became a luxury. In mere moments, this once dreaded blood demon collapsed completely, without even a chance to rise again. With little effort expended, one must extend gratitude to that group of righteous individuals and the Yin-Yang Association. Yiran grinned, surmising that Jiaqua was likely beside himself with fury. He had not shown mercy simply because of their acquaintance. Setting aside the grievances with the Yin-Yang Association, Jiaqua was hardly a virtuous character. His frequent assistance and the provision of valuable intelligence were purely driven by self-interest. Jiaqua, recognizing the precarious situation, understood that engaging Yiran directly would be unwise, leading him to adopt a more submissive stance. This in turn alleviated much unnecessary trouble for Yiran. After all, only the astute survive longer. As the battle neared its conclusion, the ancient corpse ferociously wrenched the blood demon's head from its shoulders. The soul within attempted to flee but was intercepted by the twin ghosts, who opened their gaping maws to voraciously consume it. Yiran lit a cigarette and awaited patiently, aware that the blood demon housed a considerable number of souls, which would require some time to extract. Just as he believed the matter concluded, a glance towards the distant street lamp revealed a figure clad in pure white ancient garb gracefully wielding a white paper umbrella. Due to the distance, he could not discern the person's features clearly, but it appeared that they were smiling. Yiran furrowed his brow. In mere seconds, countless images flashed through his mind as he murmured, "Is it a scholar or a student?" When he looked again, the figure beneath the street lamp had already vanished. At that moment, Yiran sensed that the true instigator of the Zhongshan Lake Park incident was likely someone else. After all, the Scorpio elder had left a profoundly negative impression on him. Even less favorable than a child's play, yet, at this juncture it mattered little. His task was solely to eliminate the blood demon, and it was best to avoid unnecessary complications unless additional compensation was offered. Once the twin ghosts had feasted to their satisfaction, Yiran called back the ancient corpse, preparing to return home. With all matters resolved, the clock had already struck midnight. "Master, are you hungry? Allow me to prepare a bowl of egg noodles for you." The little beggar, still groggy from sleep, yawned and rose, folding her blanket neatly before swinging towards the kitchen. Yiran made no objections. After such prolonged exertion, he too felt a pang of hunger. Seizing the moment, he extinguished the incense at the entrance. Given the late hour, it was unlikely any customers would arrive. However, just as he stepped inside, someone followed closely behind. "Excuse me, are you the owner of this establishment?" A frail man inquired softly, his voice lacking strength, appearing as though his days were numbered. Yet Yiran was not inclined to entertain customers today, so he politely declined. "Please return tomorrow. We are closed for the night." Without waiting for the man to respond, he slammed the door shut. Peering through the curtain, Yiran observed that the man was shrouded in an aura of death, likely on the brink of collapse within 3 days. And conventional methods of prolonging life would prove futile. "Master, the noodles are ready," the little beggar's voice called from behind, pulling Yiran from his contemplation. "Just place them on the table," he replied, then moved to sit and enjoy his meal. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed the shabby little beggar and retrieved a stack of bills from his pocket, handing them over. "Tomorrow, go get yourself some decent clothes, and perhaps a mobile phone. The remaining money is yours to keep. You needn't continue living like a primitive." The unexpected kindness left the little beggar taken aback, her mind momentarily blank as she stared at the pile of money on the table. Having begged for so long, she had never encountered such a sum, and even on the streets, she was often scorned, never having received any care. "Master, I feel embarrassed to accept this." Regaining her composure, the little beggar spoke hesitantly. After all, she had only just arrived in this place. Although she called him master, she had never truly apprenticed under him, having provided no tangible assistance, and taking advantage of his hospitality felt entirely inappropriate. This was not the same as begging on the streets, where one could generalize the experience. Yiran remained unfazed, engrossed in his phone, before lifting his eyes to regard her silently. The little beggar felt increasingly uneasy. Lowering her head further, "You'll take care of the chores from now on. There will be plenty of opportunities to spend money, except it." Yiran turned back, not intending to put the little girl in a difficult position. Instead, offering her a way out. The matter with the blood demon was concluded, but issues with the Yin Yang Association remained unresolved. It was likely that Jiaoque would come knocking for retribution before dusk the following day. Chapter 21. A visitor from the funeral home. The next day, Yiran, as was his custom, attended to unfinished business. It wasn't until lunchtime that a familiar figure appeared outside the shop, none other than Jiaoque. However, this time he was alone, devoid of his usual entourage. Sitting at the table, Yiran couldn't help but chuckle at Jiaoque's ashen complexion. "Zhao, team leader, you've swiftly resolved matters with the Yin Yang Association." Quite impressive. Faced with Yiran's mockery, Jiaoque felt an overwhelming urge to slap him, yet he could only suppress his anger. "Yiran, do you have any idea what price we paid last night?" he demanded. "If you already had a method to deal with the blood demon, why did you lead us to our demise? You owe us a reasonable explanation." The Yin Yang Association had suffered significant losses, not only needing to pay exorbitant commissions to the souls they had dispatched, but also facing repercussions from their superiors. Even Jiaoque's position as team leader was in jeopardy. This was a complete debacle. In response to the inquiry, Yiran remained unfazed, retorting with a smirk, "You don't deserve an explanation from me." His demeanor remained defiant, showing no sign of subservience. Not even a lowly team leader could expect respect from him. Even if high-ranking officials were present, he would offer none. His earlier display of weakness before Wang Jiao had merely been for amusement, to see what tricks she might employ. Did they truly think that capturing Yiran and dragging him into the interrogation room would render them omnipotent? It was merely a game to him, a childish delusion. "If you only came to say this, then you may leave. Oh, by the way, I've already killed the Scorpio Elder. A photo will be sent to your phone shortly. And the blood demon has been dealt with. You will need to settle the remaining payment with me. In the realm of the supernatural, there are only 3 forms of address: senior, fellow practitioner, and insect. If one is stronger and suffers defeat, it is their own misfortune, for they cannot blame anyone else. However, if one is weaker, then they must learn to endure punishment without complaint, lest their mood sour and they find themselves dispatched at any moment." Zhao fell silent, initially intending to dominate the conversation with Yi Ran in order to regain some semblance of face, but the reality unfolded contrary to his expectations. After careful consideration, he abandoned the idea of further verbal sparring and tossed a photograph onto the table. The image depicted a village located approximately 300 kilometers from Tianhai City, and the individual was named Zhao Sanfeng. I will send you detailed information via text. Our transaction ends here. Zhao was eager to avoid prolonged dialogue with the person before him. And after speaking, he turned to leave. Yi Ran paid him no mind, picking up the photograph to scrutinize it closely. Before long, another figure appeared outside the door, the same man who had visited the night before. Still bearing that sickly pallor, but now evidently in worse condition. Cough, cough, boss, I really can't endure this any longer. I implore you to assist me. The man coughed incessantly. Please have a seat. Yi Ran did not refuse and called out. Little beggar, pour a glass of water for our guest. Through inquiries, Yi Ran learned that the man before him was named Song Wu, employed at a funeral home. He had been in this line of work for 7 or 8 years without incident. But recently, he was inexplicably deteriorating day by day. However, Yi Ran immediately discerned the underlying issue. Those who work closely with corpses inevitably accumulate a significant amount of negative energy over time, which can deeply infiltrate their bodies, leading to a shortened lifespan. Consequently, individuals in such positions typically do not last long, 3 to 4 years at most before moving on. Someone like Song Wu, who had persisted for 7 or 8 years, was indeed a rarity. Of course, if one's constitution were sufficiently robust, they could remain in such a profession for a lifetime, but Song Wu clearly did not possess that aptitude. I understand your predicament, and there is only one method that can save your life. However, it comes at a steep price, Yi Ran stated plainly. Upon hearing the exorbitant cost, Song Wu hesitated noticeably, yet, considering he had 2 children to support at home, and his wife, unable to work due to a disability, relied entirely on him, he could not afford to falter. Boss, how much are you asking for? Song Wu had learned of this place from others, who had mentioned that a shop on Wuming Street could resolve most troubles, even to the extent of bringing the dead back to life. Thus, he had come with a mindset to give it a try. Hoping for assistance. Yi Ran extended his palm, speaking in an unyielding tone. 500,000, no negotiations. Despite being a practitioner of dark arts, Yi Ran was not devoid of compassion when it came to matters of remuneration. If the subject in question is a wealthy individual, then the remuneration shall commence at a minimum of 2 million. Conversely, it would start at 200,000. For the trifling matters of everyday life, it is merely a matter of assessing the individual's worth, yet the fee shall not dip below 10,000. Upon hearing the exorbitant sum of 500,000, Song Wu found himself momentarily ensnared in silence. Boss, can't you lower it a bit? While 500,000 is not an unattainable sum, it would require considerable sacrifice, and subsequently life would undoubtedly become exceedingly frugal. Yi Ran, with a smile, extracted a cigarette and lit it, taking a few puffs before speaking. My friend, do you think this is a marketplace where one can haggle? I shall not frighten you. Let me be frank, your condition is dire, and you are likely to perish imminently. In the face of your own life, what value does money truly hold? The world is cruel. Some individuals cannot afford the exorbitant medical expenses and are left to await their demise. They may claim they do not wish to burden their families, yet deep down they understand that if treatment fails, not only will they crumble, but their families will be dragged down with them. Thus, when faced with depleting their own savings, ordinary individuals weigh their options repeatedly. And this is an inescapable reality that Yi Ran comprehends. Song Wu's expression fluctuated, and after a fierce internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and declared, "All right, I will go fetch the money immediately." Yi Ran's face bore little expression. Yet before Song Wu departed, he offered a reminder. There is but one method to cure your current affliction, but it will sow the seeds of consequence. Therefore, I can only guarantee your recovery. All other matters are beyond my responsibility, and the repercussions are yours to bear. As is customary, we must clarify the consequences before proceeding, to avoid entanglements should complications arise. I understand, Song Wu nodded, before hastily preparing the payment. Once he had left, Yi Ran turned to the small beggar behind the counter. Follow me, you must learn something in the process. Tonight, I will introduce you to the wider world. I will send the necessary details to your phone, so be careful not to make any errors. Yes, master. The small beggar nodded eagerly, her expression revealing a keen curiosity about such matters. Yi Ran then gazed out at the street beyond the shop. The next step was merely to await the fall of night. He had already formulated his plan regarding the location. Song Wu had already ventured to the brink of death. To retrieve him would require defying the heavens and deceiving the underworld's emissaries after evading divine observation. This tactic was aptly named Cutting Off the Source of Fire, Chapter 22. Bewildering the underworld's enforcers having concluded the day's affairs, Yi-Ran called upon the small beggar to accompany him. Laden with various items. To the small beggar, endowed with extraordinary strength, these burdens felt like mere trifles, and she strode ahead with ease. Their destination lay behind the funeral home where Song-woo worked. To a neglected graveyard that had supposedly lain fallow for a considerable time. Upon arrival, Song-woo had already been waiting for some time, alongside two burly men who were digging a pit. "Ah, boss, Yi has arrived. Just a moment, we'll have it ready shortly." Upon spotting Yi-Ran, one of the bald men immediately turned to greet him. "All right, carry on with your work." Yi-Ran replied, then turned to the small beggar and instructed. "Scatter some spirit money around the grave pit, and place paper figures at each of the four corners. Additionally, prepare the altar and offerings." "Yes, master," the small beggar exclaimed, her face brimming with determination as she set to work. Yi-Ran approached Song-woo and produced paper and pen. "Write down your date of birth and time accurately. If you are uncertain, take your time to recall before writing." Song-woo took the paper and pen, furrowing his brow as he hesitated to write, clearly deep in thought, as this matter was of great significance and could not be taken lightly. Time slipped away like sand through an hourglass. And soon an hour had passed. The two men in the grave pit had completed their task and emerged, placing the pre-prepared paper coffin inside. "Bossy, I followed your instructions to the letter. Is there anything else you require?" The bald man grinned as he approached, offering a cigarette. Yi-Ran casually glanced at the grave pit before retrieving 2 stacks of red bills from his bag. "This will suffice. You may leave now." "Alright, if there's work in the future, remember to contact me." The bald man cheerfully acknowledged the payment and called to his companion as they gathered their tools and departed. Yi-Ran had mingled in these circles for quite some time and was well acquainted with many individuals from various professions, including those who specialized in grave digging. "Master Yi, it's done. I assure you there are no mistakes." Song-woo handed over the slip of paper and "Master, everything is prepared." The small beggar chimed in at that moment. Yi-Ran scanned the birth details on the paper, then plucked a hair from Song-woo's head, instructing him to lie down in the coffin and admonishing him to keep his eyes closed and remain still. Song-woo's expression was somewhat peculiar. After all, there are numerous taboos surrounding the living lying in coffins. Yet thinking of his own precarious state, he gritted his teeth and jumped into the pit. Yi-Ran checked the time. Only 3 minutes remained until midnight. "Small beggar, when the clock strikes 12, fill the pit back in. But do not cover it too deeply, simply ensure the coffin is concealed." "No problem, master." The small beggar responded swiftly, her movements brisk as she took a shovel and stood by the pit, ready to act the moment the time arrived. Yi-Ran inscribed Song-woo's birth details onto the paper figures before returning to the altar. He held a bell in his left hand, shaking it rhythmically while raising a bowl of dark liquid to his lips, then forcefully spraying it onto the candles, causing 2 tongues of flame to leap forth. "Restless souls, where do you linger? 3 souls descend, 7 spirits arrive, by riverside, in wildlands, in temples and villages, palaces and prisons, graves and forests." As the incantation concluded, the previously tranquil graveyard was suddenly beset by gusts of chilling wind, sending spirit money swirling chaotically. The small beggar quickly shielded her eyes. The wind and dust made it nearly impossible to see, and it took some time for her to adjust. Yi-Ran surveyed the surroundings, not rushing to the next step. Though the area was imbued with a certain malevolence, it was not yet enough to obscure the heavenly secrets. It was imperative to gather all the wandering souls and spirits to create a natural barrier. If his intuition was correct, the underworld's enforcers would come to claim Song-woo's soul tonight, and he needed to create some disturbances for them. Many may not fully grasp the concept of the underworld's enforcers, often perceiving them merely as minor spirits collecting souls. However, that is far from the truth. They not only collect souls but can also take lives. If discovered, the enforcers operate on an entirely different plane than humans. Even the most skilled practitioners must tread carefully around them. It is not merely a matter of strength but of the sheer difficulty they present, far exceeding one's imagination. You might manage to deal with 1 or 2, but what of thousands? This is no child's play. If you eliminate 1 enforcer, the underworld will dispatch 10. If you slay 10, 100 will follow. Human powers are ultimately finite, while enforcers are inexhaustible. Even if 1,000 were to perish, it would matter little to the underworld, which remains indifferent. Thus, when encountering enforcers, the best course of action is to evade them entirely. If avoidance is impossible, one may defeat them, but never harbor murderous intent, or you will live in nightmares until your death. Of course, the enforcers are not fools. They will not recklessly throw their lives away when they realize they cannot defeat you. Returning to the graveyard, The temperature had significantly dropped, with visible breath fogging the air. Noticing the time was nearly upon them, Yiran lifted a skull, rhythmically shaking the bell while chanting obscure incantations. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, startling the small beggar. Almost simultaneously the drizzle began to fall, quickly escalating into a torrential downpour. Yiran looked up, then turned to see a swirling mass of black mist not far behind him. Small beggar, hide behind the paper figures. Yes, master. In a flash, the small beggar dropped the shovel and fled, with Yiran following closely behind the paper figures, peeking out cautiously. The next moment, a wailing sound resonated throughout the graveyard, akin to the howling wind, yet reminiscent of someone weeping. As the black mist thickened, the small beggar discerned 4 shadowy figures emerging within. Gradually, as the rain fell, the mist began to dissipate, revealing the figures in their entirety. The small beggar gasped. At her tender age she had never witnessed such a spectacle. Quickly covering her mouth, afraid to make a sound, before her stood 4 figures clad in ancient garb, brandishing mourning staffs and adorned with terrifying makeup. Their appearance strikingly similar to the paper figures. Yiran narrowed his eyes and signaled to the small beggar to remain silent. These 4 were indeed the enforcers. The area was dense with malevolent energy, and with the 2 of them concealed behind the oversized paper figures, it was difficult for the enforcers to detect the presence of their life force. The 4 enforcers swayed their heads, emitting a low, mournful sound, as if engaged in conversation. They approached the grave pit and with a casual wave of their hands, cleared the soil, fully exposing the paper coffin. The 4 enforcers grinned widely, leaping down to uncover the coffin lid and peering inside closely. At that moment, Song Wu lay with his eyes tightly shut, feeling an unbearable chill. Had it not been for Yiran's strict admonition to keep his eyes closed, he would have likely succumbed to temptation. Observing that the enforcers had yet to ascend, Yiran felt a twinge of anxiety and unconsciously glanced at the paper figure opposite him. Writing Song Wu's birth details onto it was intended to mask his living essence and shift his spiritual presence, leading the enforcers to believe that their target was already deceased. As long as the enforcers could not sense his soul, they would assume that the target's spirit had long since fled, and thus depart from this place. Yet, with the delay and no sign of the enforcers approaching, Yiran could not help but worry that their ruse might be uncovered, prompting him to subtly move his fingers in a rhythmic motion. At that moment, the paper figure across the way sprang to life, swiftly fleeing into the distance. The ghostly enforcers in the grave pit sensed the disturbance and immediately leapt out, turning to gaze in the direction of the escaping paper figure, their forms instantly shifting to pursue it. Had they not been well prepared, they might have easily been deceived by these few ghostly enforcers. Yiran let out a sigh of relief in her heart. As long as they evaded the ghostly enforcers, the remaining matters would be manageable. Little beggar, where is the rooster I asked you to bring? It's in the backpack. In the backpack? You didn't suffocate it, did you? Yiran asked, her expression one of disbelief. The little beggar also just realized this, dashing over to open the backpack and retrieve the rooster, which was now barely clinging to life. Then, the little beggar did something utterly astonishing. Wake up, I'm going to get scolded. The little beggar shook the rooster vigorously, raising his palm to repeatedly fan its head. In this bizarre and abstract manner, he managed to rouse the rooster from its stupor. Master, it's not dead yet. The little beggar chuckled. Yiran shot her a glance, then leapt into the grave pit, calling to awaken Song Wu. Master Yi, is it time to proceed? Song Wu sat on the ground, trembling and leaning against the wall. Yiran scrutinized him for a moment before tossing a small vial from her bag, instructing, take this. You will suffer a serious illness during the process, but if you endure it, you will fully recover. The vial contained a medicinal insect, designed to clear the meridians, with no harmful side effects. Only after the insect devoured the remaining death energy in his body could he be considered to have regained his life. Without hesitation, Song Wu opened the vial and swallowed its contents whole. Yiran approached and patted his shoulder, smiling lightly. This karma is of your own making. You must bear the consequences. Song Wu appeared bewildered, and before he could inquire further, Yiran had already called the little beggar to leave the area, instructing her to take their belongings and head to the funeral home for the night. The little beggar glanced back repeatedly, her curiosity piqued. Master, aren't we going to watch over him? Yiran cast her a sidelong glance, responding nonchalantly, if you wish to stay here in the rain and cold, then by all means. Well, in that case, I'll pass. The little beggar chuckled, scratching her head. Yiran turned to glance back at the grave pit, with the paper figures guarding it and Song was still carrying a trace of the ghostly enforcer's aura. The wandering souls dared not approach, ensuring their safety, and now, they simply had to wait for dawn. Chapter 23, The Hidden Hand. As day turned to night, dawn soon broke upon this dark land. The 3 crowing roosters echoed clearly within the funeral home. Yi Ran could not sleep, while the little beggar, somewhat frightened, had forced herself to stay awake all night. Before long, heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor. Yi Ran tilted her head toward the entrance, where a figure, caked in mud and trembling uncontrollably, gradually approached. It seemed Songwoo had not fared well, however. He now appeared transformed compared to before. Despite the mud covering his face, one could still discern a glimmer of vitality in his eyes, the deathly aura having completely dissipated. Ye master, can we proceed to the next step now? Songwoo stammered, propping himself against the wall and sitting on the floor. Ye Ran stared at him for a moment before tossing him a small vial from her bag, advising, take this. You will endure a severe illness, but if you persevere, you will recover completely. The vial contained a medicinal insect specifically designed to clear the meridians, without adverse effects. Only after the insect devoured the lingering death energy within him could he be deemed to have reclaimed his life. Songwoo did not hesitate, opening the vial and swallowing its contents in one go. Ye Ran stood up and patted his shoulder, smiling gently. This karma is of your own making. You must bear the consequences. Songwoo looked utterly confused, and before he could ask for clarification, Yi Ran had already summoned the little beggar to leave. Back on the street, the two casually sought out a breakfast stall to fill their stomachs. After being drenched in the rain, avoiding a cold was a blessing, and a warm bowl of porridge was undoubtedly the best remedy. While sipping the porridge, the little beggar rubbed her eyes sleepily and inquired, Master, what did you mean by that statement before we left? Yi Ran bit into a steamed bun, chewing thoughtfully before replying, someone in his family is destined to die, though I cannot say who. Upon hearing this, the little beggar perked up, her curiosity ignited, and she eagerly asked, how do you know? Every person has their fate, preordained by the heavens. Songwoo was meant to die, but I altered the course of his fate with my powers, allowing him to escape a calamity. In our line of work, there has always existed a notion of cause and effect. Whenever fate is involved, one inevitably becomes entangled with it. To simplify, Songwoo was supposed to die, but I unexpectedly pulled him back from the brink, thus planting the seed of cause. However, his misfortune will not be negated by my actions. Instead, it will shift to the closest person to him, which is the effect. As Yi Ran finished speaking, the little beggar's eyes lit up with understanding, exclaiming, so someone in the uncle's family will die in his place. Yi Ran nodded in satisfaction. You are quite correct. Reflecting on her past dealings with Lin Tianfeng, there was indeed a layer of cause and effect involved. This matter was quite mysterious, and one could never know when it might backfire on oneself. Yet, Yi Ran, being a person on the verge of death, naturally felt no fear of such repercussions. If she could find the legendary golden tree to grant herself immortality, then the consequences would matter little. Conversely, if she could not find it, her years would be few, and she had already come to terms with her fate. The two fell into silence, feeling dizzy halfway through their meal. The sensation after an all-nighter was truly unpleasant. Upon returning to the shop, the little beggar could no longer bear it and collapsed onto the table, falling into a deep sleep. As Yi Ran closed the door, her phone rang unexpectedly. It turned out that Luo Shasho's father had awakened and, to express his gratitude, had prepared a feast at home, also wishing to discuss important matters. Yi Ran wrinkled her nose as she caught a whiff of the muddy odor on her clothes, then quickly took a shower and changed before driving over. Upon arriving at the Luo residence, she found Lin Tianfeng already present, his vibrant spirit not resembling that of a man in his 60s or 70s. Master Yi has arrived. It's been a while since we last met, so we must drink a few more cups today, Lin Tianfeng said, lowering himself to a friendly tone upon seeing Yi Ran. Yi Ran, feeling unwell, opted to skip the pleasantries and casually replied, let us get started. After we eat, we can discuss business. I need to get some sleep. Lin Tianfeng noticed her discomfort and extended a hand in invitation. All right, please take a seat, Master Yi. Just as they settled down, Luo Shashao approached in formal attire, wearing a smile. Yi Ran frowned, displaying her impatience. Can you just be quiet for once? How annoying. Luo Shashao looked bewildered. I didn't say anything. Well, now you have, Yi Ran retorted bluntly, offering her no quarter. Feeling embarrassed, Luo Shashao could only sulk silently at the opposite side of the table. Lin Tianfeng and Luo Tian had exchanged glances. Though they said nothing, their eyes conveyed a wealth of information. Master Yi is young and impetuous, speaking frankly is only natural. I have yet to properly introduce myself. I am Luo Tianhe. I must extend my gratitude to Master Yi for your assistance the other day. Otherwise, I fear I would have faced dire consequences. He continued with a sincere tone. I am here not only to express my gratitude, but also to offer my assistance in any matters within my capability in the future. Before he could finish, Yi Ran interrupted him, locking eyes with him and saying, I have no interest in flowery words, just tell me what urgent matters you wish to discuss. Once individuals reach a certain level, They often indulge in grandiose rhetoric, their words a mix of truth and embellishment. They hadn't even begun their meal, yet speeches could easily drag on for over half an hour. What was the point? Yiran took out a cigarette, lighting it to stimulate her senses, while the others were left speechless. Luo Tianhe appeared somewhat awkward, as he was not well acquainted with the young woman before him and thus lacked insight into her temperament. Ultimately turning his gaze toward Lin Tianfeng for guidance, Lin Tianfeng cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. Master Yi, are you aware of the incident involving the Zhou family's annihilation? Of course, why do you ask? Good. Do you know who was behind the manipulation of the Zhou family? I'm not certain. Do you know? Yi Ran's gaze flitted between the two, intrigued by the topic. Previously she had learned that the Zhou family was not only at odds with the Luo family but had also affected various enterprises nearby. While everyone assumed it was the work of the Scorpion Elder, the conflict ultimately did not point to him. From the outset, Yiran had sensed something amiss, feeling that there was a secret yet to be unearthed. The Scorpion Elder was merely an external powerhouse. While he may appear formidable to others, he was undeniably weak in Yiran's eyes. After the matter concluded, she had reflected deeply and found numerous inexplicable questions. Luo Tianhe supported his chin with both hands, his expression grave. The one who harmed me was a man known as the Scorpion Elder, but there was someone beside him, based on my experience. The Scorpion Elder seemed quite wary of that individual, yet I did not catch a glimpse of that mysterious person's face. Thus, it can be inferred that the Scorpion Elder is merely a pawn. And the true mastermind behind the chaos in Tianhai City is yet to be revealed. One cannot deny that Luo Tianhe's conjecture holds a modicum of truth, a sentiment echoed in Yiran's mind as well. A profound silence enveloped the group, which lingered until Yiran finally spoke. Since we could not discern the features, we might explore other avenues such as attire, gestures, or vocal patterns, while the specifics remained unclear. Lin Tianfeng interjected, noting that the enigmatic individual donned a flowing white robe and wielded a white paper fan, giving off an air reminiscent of ancient times. While Yiran's gaze flickered, it immediately conjured the image of the person seen in the outskirts that day. Likely the same one Lin Tianfeng described. Allow me to offer a word of caution. If you wish to avoid peril, do not delve further into this matter. While Yiran had long harbored suspicions about that person's identity, yet lacked the means for precise confirmation. Upon hearing Yiran's warning, both Luo Tianhe and Lin Tianfeng were taken aback. Had it been anyone else, they might have dismissed such a statement, for both were renowned titans in Tianhai. Not easily intimidated, however, the speaker was Yiran, whose prowess was well known, lending significant weight to his words. Yet, Lin Tianfeng remained eager to know why Yiran made such a statement. Master Yi, do you possess some knowledge we are unaware of? Indeed, he did. Before Yiran could respond, a voice emerged from behind them. Jiaoqua, Luo Tianhe and Lin Tianfeng merely nodded in acknowledgement, their demeanor markedly different from how they had treated Yiran. Jiaoqua respectfully greeted them. Old Lin, Old Luo, allow me to elucidate the situation. Why Yiran scoffed softly and turned back to his meal. Jiaoqua, undeterred, adjusted his glasses and continued, neither of you are versed in the ways of our world. Hence your lack of understanding. The realm of yin and yang boasts a myriad of professions, among which one stands out: evil practitioners. The people of the martial world refer to them as evil wayfarers, as their cultivation strays far from the righteous path, focusing instead on obscure and illicit methods. As he spoke, Jiaoqua cast a glance at Yiran, and the others sensed the underlying implication, all of them well aware of its significance. There exists a ranking among these evil practitioners, with 6 individuals recognized for their notoriety and formidable strength: the top scholar, the corpse master, the Gu King, and the licentious traveler. According to our reliable sources, the one causing turmoil in Tianhai City is none other than the top scholar. Though Jiaoqua's account was vivid, Lin Tianfeng and the others remained unaware of the gravity of the situation, their reaction subdued. Why Yiran was familiar with this ranking but was puzzled about its origins. However, one fact was undeniable: those at the top of the evil practitioner hierarchy were not to be trifled with. So, you summoned me here with the intention of having me deal with the top scholar? Yiran set down his wooden chopsticks and scanned the group. Luo Tianhe and Lin Tianfeng remained silent, but Jiaoqua nodded earnestly. If it were merely a lower-ranked evil practitioner, your assistance would not be required. However, the top scholar is a formidable opponent. I have already reported to the higher-ups, requesting a contingent of experts to assist us. Why should I engage in this endeavor? What relevance does it hold for me? Yiran retorted, unwilling to involve himself in such a thankless task. Jiaoqua had anticipated this response. He promptly produced several documents and handed them over. These contained the correspondence between the Scorpion Elder and the top scholar. We have scrutinized all his messages over the past month, and your name appeared within them. Thus, we are certain that the top scholar is targeting you. The reasons remain unclear, but you will undoubtedly find it impossible to remain uninvolved." Jacques' tone bore a hint of schadenfreude, and he was relishing the fact that he didn't need to pay any compensation this time. Rand perused the documents swiftly before carelessly tossing them onto the table. Rising with a derisive laugh, "You must be delusional if you think I would willingly step into this mess." With that, he exited the room without a backward glance, disinterested in their discourse. He was all too aware of the caliber of individuals who occupied the upper echelons of the evil practitioner ranking. They were either mentally disturbed or psychologically twisted. Engaging with such individuals could only yield self-damage and harm to others. The very existence of this ranking was utterly absurd. Upon returning home, Rand collapsed onto his bed, his mind unable to process the tumult of thoughts. By the time he awoke, night had fallen and master dinner is ready. The little beggar emerged from the kitchen, clad in an apron and bearing steaming dishes. Rand had little appetite, instead retrieving the copper coins he had acquired earlier. Lost in contemplation, the recent turmoil had hindered his ability to visit the ghost market for treasures. Now that he had some free time, it seemed an opportune moment to venture out. The ghostly heart he possessed could not be preserved for long. "Come with me to a place shortly. It will serve as a good opportunity to hone your perception." Lighting a cigarette, Rand settled behind the counter, waiting for the little beggar to finish his meal. Afterward, they locked up the shop and departed. The ghost market is a street comprised of 3 distinct avenues, each governed by a unique formation. Without the appropriate tokens, traversing through would render it an ordinary street, devoid of any significant sights. Such places are rife with treachery, where theft and violence are commonplace. Even if one were to unearth treasures, their ability to escape safely would depend on their prowess. Fighting is prohibited within the confines of the ghost market, yet once outside, the rules change entirely. Rand navigated the city in his vehicle, finally halting near an urban village. Upon disembarking, he noticed a throng of people moving in the same direction. Before long, they arrived at an alley, where a long line had formed, each individual quietly awaiting their turn to receive a token. "Stay close to me once we enter. Do not wander off, understood?" Rand turned back to earnestly caution. The little beggar nodded fervently, yet his eyes sparkled with curiosity rather than fear. Chapter 24, Clarity of Thought. The little beggar initially believed the ghost market would resemble an ordinary marketplace, teeming with excitement, yet upon stepping into it, he realized that the reality was far removed from his expectations. The streets were lined with stalls, and while many people passed by, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, as if everyone had suddenly lost their voices. This peculiar ambience felt unsettling. Rand remained silent as well, finding a decent spot to set up, displaying an array of bottles and jars, while the most prized possession, the ghostly heart, was encased in a transparent glass box. "Master, I thought we came here to purchase items. Why are we setting up a stall?" the little beggar whispered as he approached. Rand cleared his ears and raised an eyebrow. "Why are you speaking as if we are thieves? There's no need to be so discreet. We must assess our needs before purchasing, and besides, the ghost market lasts the entire night. We have ample time." Chastised, the little beggar could only hug his knees and chuckle awkwardly to ease his embarrassment. Rand leaned against the wall, smoking a cigarette while waiting, confident that good items would eventually attract buyers. As people trickled by, many paused to gaze at the ghostly heart, only to shake their heads and walk away. Rand remained unfazed. While the ghostly heart was indeed valuable, it required a willing buyer, or else acquiring it would be in vain. "Boss, how much for this ghostly heart?" After finishing half a pack of cigarettes, someone finally approached to inquire about the price. The question came from an elderly Taoist, accompanied by 2 young disciples who appeared to be the same age as the little beggar. 20 copper coins. No bargaining. Rand held up 2 fingers, his demeanor unyielding. 20. "Boss, are you trying to fleece me? The market rate for a ghostly heart is at most 15 copper coins. That's exorbitant." The elderly Taoist's face twitched at the mention of 20 coins. Nearly spewing blood in disbelief, adamantly refusing to be the gullible buyer. Rand smiled, countering, "Are you in a hurry?" The elderly Taoist cast a peculiar glance at him, pondering how someone so seemingly amiable could harbor such a dark heart. "Of course not. I merely intend to purchase it for future needs, but your price is simply unmanageable." After a brief pause, he replied, though his eyes betrayed a hint of urgency, despite his attempts to suppress it. Rand feigned indifference, leaning back casually. "Suit yourself. That's the price." With a slight sigh, the elderly Taoist stood, casting a lingering glance at the ghostly heart before departing. Rand was no fool. All who sought the ghostly heart were in dire need. Or else they would merely browse like the others without inquiring. As the elderly Taoist began to walk away, Yiren called out, "No worries. I know you will buy it, take your time to browse. I'll be waiting." The elderly Taoist, having moved a distance away, nearly stumbled upon hearing his words, taking a few more steps before halting and turning back. "Boss, can't you lower the price? You know how hard it is to earn copper coins. If I spend this much, my disciples and I will be left with nothing." The elderly Taoist still sought to haggle, his irritation evident, but the ghostly heart was precisely what he urgently needed. However, he also required other items. If he spent all his coins at once, even acquiring the ghostly heart would serve little purpose. Yiren understood the principle of not pushing a deal too far. If he persisted, he risked losing this potential customer. "How about this? I'll make a concession. If you can offer me something worth 5 copper coins, I'll sell you the ghostly heart. Think it over before responding. Once you leave, this deal may not come around again." Upon hearing this, the elderly Taoist hesitated, glancing at his disciples, revealing the internal struggle he faced. "After much contemplation, I ultimately acquiesced to the terms." "Very well, I recently acquired a unique bronze bell, which I initially intended to sell in the market. How about I trade it to you instead?" The old Taoist retrieved a weathered bronze bell from his satchel and handed it over. Yiren took the bell and examined it for a while. From its appearance, it certainly seemed to be an antique artifact, yet she found nothing particularly remarkable about it. At most, it was worth merely 2 copper coins. "Surely, my friend, you do not intend to deceive me. Though the bell bears some runes, the rust is far too mottled, indicating its great age, and whether it can be activated remains uncertain." With that, she returned the bell. As its value was insufficient, the old Taoist could only accept it back with a sense of resignation, as this was the only valuable item he possessed. As for artifacts, those were merely tools for survival, once sold. "One could forget about them, master. That bell seems somewhat familiar," murmured the little beggar, who had remained silent until now, gently tugging at Yiren's sleeve. Yiren furrowed her brow and inquired, "Do you understand artifacts?" The little beggar shook her head in denial. "I do not, but I do feel that the object seems a bit familiar. May I see it again?" Yiren hesitated for a few seconds before allowing the old Taoist to present the bronze bell once more. This little beggar had a unique background. Although she was currently in a state of amnesia, it was possible she might suddenly recall something. Upon receiving the bell, the little beggar scrutinized it closely. And then, as if struck by inspiration, produced her jade pendant for comparison. Master, look, are the symbols on the bronze bell not identical to those on my jade pendant?" Hearing this, Yiren immediately took notice. Inspecting both items repeatedly, and indeed, it was as she said, the little beggar's jade pendant was related to the golden tree, and the symbols were a perfect match. This implied that the bronze bell likely originated from the vicinity of the golden tree. Yiren's mind raced with thoughts, and upon regaining her composure, she turned to the old Taoist and declared, "I shall take this item, but if you possess any others of a similar nature, I can offer you a ghost heart directly." Without requiring copper coins, the old Taoist shook his head in refusal. "I acquired this bronze bell purely by chance. I have nothing more." Yiren no longer pressed the issue, extending her hand, as previously agreed. 15 copper coins will suffice." The old Taoist's heart leapt with joy as he quickly retrieved the coins. He had never anticipated profiting from this bronze bell. This was purely a delightful surprise. "Master, is the junior brother saved?" The youth beside the old Taoist suddenly spoke, a hint of excitement in his tone. The old Taoist's face also glowed with exhilaration as he reached out to pat the boy's head, reassuring him, "Do not worry, the corpse poison curse can be lifted." Upon hearing this, Yiren could not help but glance at them again. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "I should not pry, but out of curiosity, I must inquire. Are you intending to replace your disciple's heart with a ghost heart?" The old Taoist nodded affirmatively, explaining, "Recently, I have encountered a series of misfortunes. While capturing a zombie, I inadvertently fell into a trap set by a malevolent entity, resulting in my young disciple being afflicted by the corpse poison curse. This dark sorcery is exceptionally potent. I have attempted numerous remedies to no avail, and thus I am left with no choice but to resort to the extreme measure of heart replacement." As he spoke, the old Taoist's mind involuntarily conjured the images of that fateful encounter, and even now, he felt a surge of indignation. Yiren chose not to respond further and watched as the old Taoist and his companions moved away. "Master, what is the corpse poison curse, and why must one replace a heart?" The little beggar's curiosity surged, prompting her to ask. Yiren turned back, continuing to toy with the bronze bell in her hands. "It is a malevolent curse. In essence, it transforms the afflicted into a zombie. While I myself practice dark arts, this particular curse is intricate and demanding, requiring one to cultivate themselves into a half-human, Half-corpse state. It is likely that those who pursue such a path possess deeply twisted minds, utterly incapable of comprehending the supposed benefits of becoming a half-corpse. Remain vigilant at the stall. I shall procure some items. We will return home shortly. Everything here costs merely 1 copper coin. Do you understand? Understood, master. No problem, master. The little beggar, with utmost seriousness, clenched her fist and nodded vigorously, her wide eyes sparkling with determination, as if she were preparing to catch a thief. Yiran meandered through the ghost market, purchasing a plethora of materials for corpse refinement, only to find that her freshly acquired funds had vanished entirely, leaving her with nothing. Upon returning home from the ghost market, the little beggar could no longer resist the overwhelming tide of drowsiness. After bidding farewell, she retreated to her room to sleep. Yiran, however, carried her large bundle of materials into the basement, adhering to her usual routine, first lighting a bone-ash cigarette. Resting briefly before commencing her work, the coffin, once brimming with blood, now contained only a pool of clear water. Yiran skillfully removed the coffin's plug, draining the water completely, then poured in the fresh blood she had purchased that evening, along with a variety of peculiar ingredients. Afterward, she sliced open her arm, allowing her blood to flow into the coffin. With everything prepared, she shed her garments and submerged herself in the blood pool. To excel in this line of work, one must achieve clarity of thought. Only then can one cultivate swiftly. If one chooses the path of darkness, one must embrace it fully, unlike those who oscillate between light and dark, ultimately becoming something indefinable, a mere shadow of both. Without clarity of thought, all cultivation is in vain. In the late hours of the night, while still immersed in her practice, Yiran suddenly opened her eyes to find the ghost bride hovering before her. "What do you desire?" she inquired. "I understand now. It has been far too long since I have savored the essence of yang, and I find myself quite parched. Do not even think of making advances upon me. I shall never engage in such unions with you. Silence, otherwise I shall not hesitate to slay you. However, I could take you out for a stroll. Perhaps a charming young man might take a liking to you." Yiran's lips curled into a slight smile, an expression of wickedness. The ghost bride, who had initially appeared dejected, regained her spirits upon hearing the proposition of venturing out to hunt. Yiran rose from the blood pool, and the ghost bride, understanding, helped her don her garments, remaining closely by her side. Now that autumn had fully arrived, the streets carried a chill in the air. The pair, a human and a ghost, strolled along the avenue. The ghost bride had transformed her attire into something more conventional, appearing exceedingly alluring, her features exquisitely delicate. Save for her inability to speak, she could easily rival many a star in the realm of beauty. After traversing 2 streets, they finally spotted a figure beneath a streetlight. The individual was quite rotund, sporting black-rimmed glasses, with hair that had grown long, clutching a plush toy featuring an animated character. Yiran grinned widely and slipped into the shadows. The ghost bride staggered over to him, mimicking a drunken woman. Struggling to maintain her balance, she fortuitously stumbled against the man, then fell to the ground in a graceful manner. The rotund man was startled, but upon catching sight of the ghost bride's visage and figure, his heart swelled with delight. "Beautiful lady, are you all right?" he asked, crouching down to gently shake her shoulder. When he received no response, he glanced around to ensure no one was nearby. Noticing the street was deserted and there were no surveillance cameras overhead, the man froze in place, his anxiety palpable. Meanwhile, the ghost bride intentionally lowered her neckline, exposing a tantalizingly deep cleavage. The man's gaze was fixated, his excitement palpable. As he swallowed hard, unable to tear his eyes away, he crouched down again, giving the ghost bride another gentle nudge, whispering, "Beautiful lady, have you had too much to drink? Where do you live? Allow me to escort you home." The ghost bride remained still, lying motionless. The man confirmed once more that the area was devoid of onlookers and then helped the ghost bride to her feet. "Beautiful lady, shall I take you to the nearest hospital? Why is your body so cold?" The man's eyes remained glued to her, his chubby face betraying his mounting excitement. "Goodness, I've only ever seen stories online of people picking up corpses outside bars. I never imagined I would encounter such a premium specimen myself, and with no surveillance around, tonight I can finally break free from the clutches of Fifth Sister. It's high time I indulged. Having spent over 20 years as a virgin, it was indeed time to lose that status." Yiran, concealed in the shadows, watched the entire scene unfold, her smile unwavering. Human nature is inherently malevolent, yet it is shaped by guidance. Thus it may appear virtuous. Consider this: if one were to stumble upon an exquisite beauty lying incapacitated at their feet, with no one around and no surveillance cameras above, how many could resist such temptation? Before long, muffled sounds of struggle echoed from the darkened alleyway. Yiran glanced at her watch, and shortly thereafter a cry pierced the air, but it was a fleeting sound. The ghost bride emerged slowly from the shadows, licking her lips with evident satisfaction. "That was quick. I suppose the rotund fellow was lacking. Yiran chuckled, uncertain whether the ghost bride was still unsated. She provocatively draped her hand over Yiran's shoulder. Her intentions seemingly more than just playful. When the ghost bride leaned in closer, Yiran narrowed her eyes, her fingers twitching slightly. In the blink of an eye, the ghost bride recoiled as if struck by lightning. Clutching her head in agony and rolling on the ground, before hastily rising to kneel at Yiran's feet, bowing repeatedly in reverence. Yiran crouched down, gently lifting the ghost bride's chin. Her eyes glinting with a hint of menace. You are not irreplaceable. Should I desire, I could easily end your existence and create another in your stead. It merely requires time. Understand your position clearly. Should there be a next time, I shall ensure your soul is scattered. With that, Yiran withdrew her magical influence. The ghostly bride hastily shook her head, as if to convey that she would never err again. Her delicate face marred by fear. Chapter 25, The Hypocritical Gentleman. Given that the ghostly bride now possessed considerable strength, the mere presence of one person's young energy was insufficient to quench her thirst. Meanwhile, Yiran had little interest in joining the hunt for prey, thus granting her the freedom to roam, with the stipulation that she return home before dawn. As he ambled along the path, a cigarette dangling from his lips, Yiran was burdened by heavy thoughts. Being targeted by someone on the list of sinister cultivators was hardly a good omen. Before long, he arrived at the final intersection on his way home. The surrounding silence was unnerving, with the streetlights flickering erratically, as though influenced by some unseen force. Instinctively glancing back, he was startled to find an elderly woman, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, standing on the otherwise deserted street. Her attire was somewhat tattered, and she clutched a string of floating balloons, her skin appearing wrinkled and decrepit. Madam, it's quite late. You should head home for your safety, Yiran remarked with an expressionless face. Flicking the ash from his cigarette, the old woman remained silent, simply gazing at him with an eerie smile adorning her face. Yiran squinted, casually flicking the cigarette butt towards her, only to witness the once burning ember extinguish completely in the next moment. The malevolent energy in the air had intensified to such a degree. Recently, he had not heard of any extraordinary spirits emerging in Tianhai City. Where had this one come from? From the overwhelming aura of darkness. It was evident that this entity was considerably stronger than the dual ghosts he had nurtured. Yiran felt perplexed, yet his hands did not falter, as a black talisman was deftly pinched between his fingers. Whoosh! The talisman shot forth in the blink of an eye, sticking precisely to the old woman's forehead. However, what transpired next left even Yiran astounded. The talisman had no effect whatsoever, and within an instant, it crumbled into a pile of ashes. How intriguing! Regardless of whether you were a wild spirit or a domesticated one, you seem to have chosen the wrong target for trouble. Yiran grinned, snapping his fingers. In mere moments, the streetlights on either side erupted in a cacophony of shattering glass. The entire street was plunged into darkness, and Yiran's figure had vanished, leaving only two malevolent presences swirling in the gloom. The ghostly bride and the ghostly performer had arrived. Should anyone pass by with a flashlight at that moment, they would discover that the space between the two streets was ensnared in a web of silver threads. With black talismans and bells scattered everywhere. As the bells chimed their clear notes, the ghostly bride and performer struck simultaneously, eschewing any flamboyant movements, both intent on dispatching the old woman with utmost speed. Yet, faced with the assault of two malevolent spirits, the elderly woman displayed not a hint of panic, her smile unwavering. The ghostly bride's sharp nails pierced the old woman's body. One would assume victory was at hand. Yet the attack seemed to land as softly as on cotton, yielding no results. The ghostly performer wielded a long knife, malevolent energy swirling around it, accompanied by an echoing sound of gongs, with a swift slash. The old woman was bisected, only to reconstitute herself in the blink of an eye. The attacks from the two spirits had no effect on this entity, akin to striking a mere projection. After several fruitless attempts, the two spirits found themselves at a loss, scratching their heads in confusion. From the shadows, Yiran sensed the anomaly, his gaze flickering as if struck by sudden insight, and he subtly moved his fingers. The surrounding silver threads began to tighten, slicing through the old woman's form, yet the result remained unchanged. No wonder she was so audacious. It turns out she was a shadow ghost. Yiran swiftly retracted the silver threads and approached the two spirits, observing the old woman with keen interest. A shadow ghost is a unique state of spiritual existence that does not spontaneously arise but requires transformation by another. This transformation involves merging one's shadow with their spirit, allowing it to conceal itself in any shadow, even during daylight. However, there is a distinct requirement for creating a shadow ghost. One must have both parents alive, as the bloodline's potency significantly increases the chances of success. This is why Yiran had not recognized her immediately. such entities are exceedingly rare, verging on extinction. Stop hiding. Summoning the shadow ghost is merely a test of my strength, which is rather dull. I will count to 3. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall ensure your shadow ghost is utterly obliterated. We can certainly test that theory. Yi Ran raised his voice towards the empty street, lowering his head to light another cigarette. As his words echoed, applause resounded, and soon a man in ancient garb appeared beside the shadow ghost, smiling as he waved a white paper fan. At first glance, he exuded an air of elegance. Truly, he was a renowned sinister cultivator of Tianhai City, harboring not only a shadow ghost but also a mummified corpse. In terms of capabilities, though not overtly displayed, I am confident you could easily secure a spot among the top 20 on the Sinister Cultivator leaderboard. The young scholar spoke with a smile, his words laced with admiration. Yi Ran exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression unperturbed. So the third-ranked Sinister Cultivator seeks me merely to exchange such trifles? Of course not. However, I find you rather intriguing. Should you choose to submit to me, I can offer you a chance for remarkable advancement. What say you? The young scholar gently waved his paper fan, his expression inscrutable, revealing little beyond his smile. Yi Ran could not help but chuckle. You are quite the character. How can someone who has turned his own mother into a shadow ghost maintain such a facade of virtue? Do you not find it repulsive, even in the face of such a character? Yi Ran felt no trepidation, especially as the other party showed no inclination to strike. The young scholar, undeterred by the mockery, maintained his genteel demeanor. Very well, I do not wish to waste more words with you. As a prominent figure on the Sinister Cultivator leaderboard, apart from the scholar, the top candidate is shrouded in mystery. No one knows his whereabouts. I have heard that you once encountered him, and I wish to know his current location, as well as his capabilities to hold the top position. I will not press you too hard. Simply reveal his whereabouts, and you may leave here unscathed today. Almost everyone on the Sinister Cultivator leaderboard leaves traces to follow, yet this top candidate remains enigmatic, despite my travels across the land. I have only heard rumors. The scholar had the fortune to meet him, and in their encounter, he discerned no significant disparity. Yet this top candidate, a glint of malice flickered in the young scholar's eyes, but his smile remained intact. He was determined to uncover the top candidate's whereabouts. Yi Ran scratched his head, realizing he was merely dealing with a fame seeker, unsatisfied with being third on the leaderboard, seemingly unafraid of overreaching, just a psychological deviant, and yet he dares to threaten me. If you truly possess the courage, then make your move and see whether it is you who lives or dies tonight. As his words fell, the young scholar, who had been feigning elegance, could no longer contain himself. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a snarl. Such a sharp tongue. Today, I shall disembowel you and see how many guts you possess. As the third-ranked figure on the Sinister Cultivator leaderboard, he was accustomed to instilling fear wherever he went, yet today, he found himself repeatedly provoked by this audacious individual, compelling him to exact vengeance. The young scholar straightened his posture, his palm taking on the form of a blade, a faint white energy visible. Yi Ran narrowed his eyes. The young scholar had mastered the manipulation of refined energy within. Likely having reached a minor level of internal strength, with a bit more training, he could attain a higher level of prowess. Truly formidable. No wonder he was third on the Sinister Cultivator leaderboard. That title was well deserved. However, before the young scholar could make his move, a multitude of headlights suddenly illuminated the area, revealing numerous grim-faced men in suits, armed to the teeth, aiming at the two of them. Yi Ran swiftly instructed the ghostly bride and the ghostly performer to retreat, aware that among this group were formidable individuals capable of detecting their presence. Zhao slowly exited his vehicle, adjusting his glasses, and shouted through a megaphone, "Young scholar, we have been tracking you for quite some time. Get down on the ground and surrender immediately, or you will experience the taste of bullets." The young scholar's expression darkened, his gaze fixed fiercely on Yi Ran, as he gritted his teeth. "Consider yourself fortunate today. Next time, I shall take your life." With that, he vanished at an astonishing speed, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, Yi Ran lowered his hand from his waist. Though he often displayed arrogance, drawing a weapon in front of the Yin-Yang Association could lead to complications. With the young scholar gone, Yi Ran saw no reason to linger any longer and turned to head home, only to be surrounded by several suited men. Unaccustomed to such treatment, Yi Ran swiftly slapped the nearest one twice, taunting, "If you have the guts, then fire your weapon, otherwise why wave it around uselessly?" Enraged, the man disengaged the safety on his gun, while Zhao fired a shot into the air, commanding, "Let him go." With the man humiliated from the slaps, seethed with frustration but ultimately had no choice but to comply. Lowering his arm watching Yi Ran's retreating figure, Zhao felt powerless. Had this been an ordinary Sinister Cultivator, he would have shot him into a sieve long ago. Yet this individual was different. While he could be tried and imprisoned, he could not be killed. At times, Jacques found himself baffled as to why that particular entity would protect this sinister cultivator, truly perplexing. Upon returning home, Iran promptly dismissed the earlier events from his mind, his attention now wholly captivated by the bronze bell before him. It was now evident that the golden tree undoubtedly existed. The only vexation lay in determining the direction in which to search. While Iran, one cigarette after another, smoked absent-mindedly, her hair becoming increasingly disheveled. Unbeknownst to her, dawn had already broken. Knock, knock, knock. The shop's door was rapped upon. With a cigarette dangling from her lips and a look of utter despondency, Iran opened the door, only to find the old Taoist she had encountered at the ghost market. He appeared utterly exhausted. As if he hadn't slept in days, his eyes bloodshot. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing Iran, the old Taoist was momentarily taken aback. While Iran stifled a yawn and lethargically replied, "Speak if you have something to say. If not, then leave." Having spent the entire night poring over ancient texts, her mind was foggy and in no mood for polite conversation. The old Taoist, disregarding his own fatigue, bowed slightly and, with a tone of earnest pleading, said, "My disciple is in trouble. I implore you to lend your assistance." Yiran extended her hand, stating flatly 5 million. The old Taoist was taken aback, his heart sinking at the audacity of such a demand. "You haven't even heard my situation yet, and you ask for 5 million. Do I look like an ATM to you? That's absurd. Even selling myself and my disciple wouldn't fetch 1 million. The old Taoist felt a whirlwind of emotions. Typically, when he took his 2 disciples out for business, the highest reward he ever received was a mere 50,000, and most jobs barely even reached 10,000. The thought of 5 million was utterly unfathomable. They had never even laid eyes on such a sum. Yiran scrutinized the old man before her, noting his shabby attire, even his Taoist robe appearing yellowed and tattered from wear. "Then let your fate be sealed. Becoming a Taoist like you has clearly led to this." With that, she made to close the door, but the old Taoist hurriedly wedged his foot in the opening. His expression frantic as he urged, "At least hear me out about my disciple's condition before you name your price." Yiran, with a look of irritation, reopened the door. "It's quite obvious. Your disciple has only 2 possible outcomes. First, either the heart transplant failed and the person has died, but considering you've come to me for help, we can rule that out. That leaves the second possibility. After the heart was replaced, he developed a high fever that won't subside, and the corpse poison still resides within him. The ghostly energy within the heart and the corpse poison are at war. Your disciple's life hangs by a thread." Judging by the old Taoist's expression, Yiran's deduction was entirely correct. The old Taoist couldn't help but exclaim, "You truly possess remarkable insight. How could you be so knowledgeable about the aftereffects of a heart transplant?" Yiran, uninterested in further conversation, began to close the door again. The old Taoist quickly blocked it once more, then anxiously pulled out 3 multicolored glass beads from his satchel. "A friend, while I may not have 5 million, these 3 beads and that bronze bell are from the same place. I believe you might find them of interest." Hearing this, Yiran paused her actions, took the glass beads to examine them, and then regarded him with a skeptical gaze. "You're not being entirely forthright, are you? You claim to have nothing left at the ghost market, yet now you present these?" The old Taoist chuckled awkwardly. "Well, in this line of work, one must always have a backup plan. I hope you understand." Why Yiran shot him a disapproving glare before summoning the little beggar to verify the authenticity of the beads. The beggar scrutinized the beads intently and then remarked, "Master, I can't quite recall, but these little beads look very familiar." At this, Yiran turned her attention back to the old Taoist. "All right, I'll assist you. Where is your disciple?" The old Taoist, his heart finally easing, replied, "He is in an old house in the village within the city." Without hesitation, Yiran gathered her belongings and followed him out. The situation with the old Taoist's disciple was rather complex, and finding a resolution would not be simple. The most crucial element was a medicinal catalyst. Dragoness blood. Chapter 26. Coincidence. From the outset, Yiran had suspected that the old Taoist lived in abject poverty. Yet upon arriving at the location, she was still taken aback. The house appeared quite old and, having never been maintained over the years, many areas were drafty. The furnishings were exceedingly sparse, aside from a bed, a table, and a stove. The place was littered with miscellaneous debris. I must say, even if you advocate for frugality, it shouldn't have come to this. At least you could have found a decent place to live. Yiran couldn't help but voice her critique, having never encountered a Taoist in such dire straits during her time in the world of the river and lake. The old Taoist offered a sheepish smile. "I arrived here with no connections or resources, so I have no choice but to make do." Upon hearing this, Yiran ceased her commentary. The business of guiding spirits was fraught with challenges. Each individual had their own territory, making it indeed difficult to seek work. A friend, why don't you first examine the symptoms? I will prepare a meal tonight, and we can discuss further. The old Taoist's tone shifted as he cast a worried glance at his disciple lying on the bed. Yiran wasted no time, hastening to the bedside to assess the young man's condition, only to shake her head in dismay. The youth's complexion was a sickly purple. The corpse poison had seeped throughout his body, and the ghostly energy was in constant turmoil, causing numerous pustules to surface on his skin. It was evident that he should never have rushed into a heart transplant, now, with two sinister energies clashing. Even an adult would struggle to withstand such a fate, let alone a mere youth. Observing the situation, he could last at most 3 days, and if the issue couldn't be resolved by then, not even a celestial being could intervene. A friend, what's the verdict? The old Taoist could no longer contain his curiosity. Yiran replied gravely, there is a chance for salvation, but the means are rather arduous. Upon hearing that there was hope, the old Taoist, disregarding his previous reservations, urged, I implore you to devise a solution. I will repay your kindness with my utmost dedication. Yiran remained silent, then instructed the little beggar. Go outside and buy some glutinous rice, also prepare a pot of porridge with the medicinal herbs I brought. Yes, master. The little beggar dashed out eagerly. With that, Yiran retrieved a small vial from her satchel. As she opened it, a pungent odor wafted forth, and a white, worm-like creature resembling a silkworm crawled out. The old Taoist's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, Corpse silkworm. Yiran shot him a glance, saying, you'll feed this to your disciple. The corpse silkworm will crawl directly to the heart. The old Taoist's brow furrowed, clearly apprehensive. Yiran, uninterested in his hesitations, stated bluntly, I believe you are already aware of my identity. Whether you wish to proceed is entirely up to you. I have no stake in it. The old Taoist's emotions were a tumultuous mix. From the moment the corpse silkworm appeared, he understood that the individual before him was undoubtedly an evil practitioner. Very well, at this point, I have no alternative. After a moment's consideration, the old Taoist decided to relent. He could no longer afford to hesitate. As long as he could save his disciple, he would overlook the man's dubious nature. Yiran said nothing further. She pried open the youth's mouth and inserted the corpse silkworm inside. Cultivating the corpse silkworm was not particularly difficult, as it thrived on corpse poison. It would help neutralize the overwhelming poison within the youth's body. Buying some time against sudden death, however, this alone was far from sufficient. To completely resolve the issue, they needed to find Dragon's blood. I can only extend his life for a short while. We must locate the blood within 5 days, or none can save him. Yiran preferred to be straightforward, laying the facts bare. Upon hearing that Dragon's blood was required, the old Taoist felt his head spin, his already weary face sinking further. What is Dragon's blood? Everyone in this line of work knew well. It referred to the blood of a Jiao. After all, true dragons were mere myth, and the closest reality was the Jiao. However, even Jiao blood was exceedingly rare. Such creatures were formidable among supernatural beings, and those of higher cultivation could even summon storms within a limited area, setting aside the challenge of finding such a creature. Even if one did find it, it would not willingly allow its blood to be drawn in an instant. The old Taoist seemed to age a decade, slowly making his way to the table to sit down. Rendered speechless, Yiran silently stepped to the door to light a cigarette. Indeed, the task of seeking Dragon's blood was fraught with difficulty, but that was not her concern. Should you happen to have any leads on the Jiao, I would be willing to accompany you for the sake of those 3 beads, otherwise I cannot assist. After a long pause, the old Taoist sighing finally ceased. Suddenly he looked up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. I remember now, before coming to Tianhai City, I heard of a village about 300 miles from here where there were rumors of a Jiao. At this moment, the old Taoist's face radiated joy, his voice brimming with excitement. Yiran remained unperturbed, flicking off the ash from her cigarette before asking, is that not inland? As she spoke, she seemed to recall something, continuing, what is the name of that village you mentioned? The old Taoist lowered his head, pondering, then looked up at the ceiling with a thoughtful expression. I believe it's called Lihua Village. Upon hearing this, Yiran's smoking action froze mid-motion, her expression turning serious as she inquired, are you certain? The old Taoist pondered for a moment before affirmatively nodding. Yes, it's definitely called Lihua Village. Yiran, momentarily lost in thought, continued to smoke until the heat from the cigarette snapped her back to reality. The address given by Jacques was also Lihua Village, and the distances were quite similar. It seemed she had no choice but to go this time. Very well, this opportunity would serve to ascertain whether that person named Zhao Sanfeng truly existed. Master, I've returned with the glutinous rice. The little beggar's voice rang out from outside as he rushed in. Yiran promptly retrieved several small vials from her satchel and handed them to her. Instructing, I may be away for several days. During this time, you will watch the shop, and every other day, feed the contents of these vials to the young man until I return. Rest assured, master, I shall handle it. The little beggar clenched his fist, invigorated as if he had been struck by a surge of adrenaline, and hurriedly rushed to the stove to kindle a fire. Yi ran, observing the old Taoist who remained in a daze. Inquired with curiosity, "What are you waiting for? Are you expecting your disciple to drop dead?" The old Taoist promptly sprang to his feet, retrieving his phone to call another young disciple, after giving his instructions. He gathered his belongings and prepared to leave with her. The distance to Lihua village in times past might have taken a considerable amount of time, but now, with every household possessing a vehicle, a swift journey along the highway hardly took any time at all. Yiran had initially considered taking the oiled paper umbrella with her, but then thought better of it. Should the little beggar encounter any trouble, the twin spirits could lend a helping hand. Chapter 27, The Peculiar Village. The two of them, weary from travel, arrived at a small town near Lihua village just around noon. Along the way, Yiran exchanged some information with the old Taoist. This old fellow named Wu Shan was originally a wandering practitioner from the inland regions. Having found it difficult to make a living in his previous locale, he decided to venture to the coastal cities in search of better opportunities. However, he was met with disappointment at every turn and had barely managed to scrape by relying on a continuous stream of odd jobs. In his youth, he had been too reckless, revealing too many secrets, which led to him being entangled in karmic consequences. Regardless of how much he earned, it would inevitably vanish before he realized it, as if it were being squandered, whether it was due to personal misfortunes or the sudden illnesses of his disciples. Money seemed to slip away in large quantities. Whenever this topic arose, Wu Shan's face would be etched with despair. After parking the car, they casually chose a restaurant, deciding to fill their bellies before heading to Lihua village. After all, their destination was not too far from this small town, and they had ample time. "Boss, we'll start with 2 jin of freshly sliced lamb, and 2 bottles of beer." Upon entering the restaurant, Wu Shan bellowed, "Coming right up, please wait a moment." The waiter jotted down the order and quickly made his way to the kitchen. Yiran selected a seat by the window and, upon receiving the beer, pried it open with chopsticks and took a hearty gulp. Old Wu, chuckling, sat down and curiously asked, "Brother Yi, you seem quite young. How did you find yourself on the path of sinister cultivation?" Yiran shrugged nonchalantly. "Is there really a distinction between the righteous and the wicked? Everything in existence is divided into yin and yang. This is the essence of balance. Since there is a righteous path, it naturally gives rise to the wicked. The laws of the universe are immutable. For me, both paths are inconsequential. What truly matters is how one chooses to interpret their significance." Old Wu was momentarily at a loss for words, yet he harbored some thoughts that were too one-sided to express openly. It could be said that almost everyone is indoctrinated from a young age to uphold the ideals of justice. If one cannot break free from such deeply ingrained notions, meaningful communication becomes exceedingly difficult. As the two engaged in their meandering conversation, a few individuals suddenly entered from outside, clad in waterproof garments, their military-style boots thudding against the floor. Their gazes were sharp as blades, scanning the room before they settled into a corner. Yiran, smoking a cigarette, fixated his gaze on them, noticing that 2 of them bore military knives at their waists. Clearly, they were not ordinary folk. "The lamb is served. Enjoy your meal, gentlemen." The waiter arrived with a copper pot, and the surrounding patrons arranged the various dishes. Yiran turned back, picked up the lamb, and began to savor it, oblivious to the group behind him. However, as they continued eating, the newcomers began to converse in their local dialect. "Hey, did you hear? They say there's a place nearby called Lihua village, where a god of wealth has emerged," one exclaimed. "I'll wait a moment to see if I can slap you against the wall. Reminding you not to be bewitched by ghosts, stop playing with customers. How can a god of wealth just appear out of nowhere?" Another retorted, "Really, what's the fuss about? They say things are quite tumultuous in that village. Should we go take a look? What do you think we came out here for? Are you brainless? Oh, it's hard to even converse with you. Someone like you is destined to dig holes for a living." Initially, Yiran had no intention of paying heed to their words, but upon hearing such comments, he was taken aback. Old Wu noticed the change in his expression and, tilting his head to glance at the group in the corner, asked, "Brother Yi, do you understand what they are saying?" Yiran chewed on a piece of lamb, swallowing before replying, "It's a dialect from Yudi. They're saying that there's a god of wealth causing a stir in Lihua village." "Causing a stir of wealth? I'm a bit puzzled," Old Wu responded, inquiring further, "What else did they say?" Yiran shook his head. "That's all they discussed. We'll know the truth of this news once we arrive." Let us focus on our meal for now. After about an hour, the two finished their meal and, patting their bellies, left the restaurant, continuing their journey toward Lihua village, perhaps due to having spent too long in coastal cities. The scenery of the inland regions appeared to possess a unique charm. Lihua village was situated a mere 10 kilometers from the small town, nestled against the mountains, and reportedly had a population of over 100 households. Upon reaching their destination, they were greeted by dark clouds overhead, followed by the rumble of thunder. Old Wu gazed up at the surroundings, his expression one of disbelief. This place is surrounded by mountains, enclosing the village at its center, while this main road does not lead through the back mountains, making it seem akin to a tomb. How could anyone reside in such a place? Yiran sensed the same. The feng shui of this village was notably poor, and those who lived here likely faced an abundance of misfortune. Let us go in and take a look, he declared, taking the lead. Old Wu followed closely behind, clutching a compass, glancing around and shaking his head intermittently. Not long after, they both felt an unsettling atmosphere. At a time when smoke should have been rising from chimneys, every household had their doors tightly shut. If not for the flourishing crops by the roadside, they might have begun to suspect that this place was abandoned. Brother Yi, look here. Old Wu stepped forward, tearing a yellow talisman from a nearby door, his countenance serious. This is an exorcism talisman, and I've noticed that every household has 3 incense sticks at their doorstep, along with a layer of red ochre spread on the ground. Such occurrences indicate only one possibility. Before he could finish, Yiran interjected, this place is haunted by a terrifying malevolence. They both fell into silence, realizing that the earlier rumors of a god of wealth causing a stir were indeed not unfounded. Yet, what exactly was this god of wealth? They intended to knock on doors for inquiries, but after knocking on over a dozen, not a single person responded. Forget it, let us explore the vicinity. If there are rumors of a dragon spirit, there should be rivers or lakes nearby. Yiran glanced up at the ominous sky, fearing that it would not be long before a torrential downpour ensued. Before that happened, they needed to uncover clues about the dragon spirit, after which they could address their accommodation needs. The two were in accord and traversed through the village toward the mountains. After all, their purpose was to search for dragon blood, not to confront malevolent spirits. As they busied themselves, they lost track of time, and darkness enveloped the sky, heavy rain drenching them to the bone. It was freezing. After some discussion, they decided to wait until the next day to ask a villager for guidance. If no one answered the door, they would simply scale the wall and offer a little extra cash for assistance. In the mountains, the visibility was already poor, and with the rain pouring down, the muddy paths became treacherous, causing Old Wu to stumble several times. Hey, Brother Yi, did you see a temple when we came here? Old Wu raised his hand to wipe the rain from his face, squinting to peer leftward. Yiran followed his gaze, spotting a relatively flat clearing to the left, where indeed stood a dilapidated temple. Old Wu, shivering from the cold, suggested, shall we take shelter there for the night? He took a few steps toward the temple, but before he could go far, Yiran restrained him. What's wrong? Old Wu turned, perplexed. Yiran's gaze remained fixed on the crumbling temple, stating calmly, knowing that this place is haunted, you still wish to take shelter there? Have you lost your mind? Well, Old Wu was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet the chill in the air was too much for him to bear. Glancing at the trembling Old Wu, Yiran thought it unwise for him to perish along the way. After all, they had nowhere to return to, and spending a night there might not be such a terrible idea, so long as he remained vigilant. Fine, we shall stay here for the night. Upon hearing this, Old Wu felt a weight lift from his heart and quickly quickened his pace toward the dilapidated temple. Yiran followed closely behind, but after taking only a few steps, he halted abruptly, spinning around as his gaze roamed the surrounding darkness. Since entering the mountains, he had felt as though he were being watched, though he had not been able to discern what exactly it was. The presence was undeniable. What could it be? Chapter 28, a name that conveys its essence. The depths of the mountains were steeped in an oppressive aura, particularly around structures like dilapidated temples, which should ideally be avoided at night. Such places, deprived of offerings, gradually lose their sanctity and over time become gathering spots for restless spirits. Unfortunately, the journey back was still considerable, and given Old Wu's condition, he might not endure it much longer. Upon entering the crumbling temple, they were greeted by a statue of the god of wealth, clutching a tarnished golden ingot, one of its eyes missing. Fortunately, there was a good supply of dry firewood within the temple, and Old Wu moved quickly, soon kindling a fire and shedding his wet clothing to warm himself by the flames. Yiran walked around the temple, ensuring it was safe before returning to the fire to dry his clothes. Brother Yi, I previously heard that this place is haunted by the god of wealth. Could it be that the stone statue within the temple is the source? In his leisure, Old Wu turned around to examine the area behind him. Yet he found nothing out of the ordinary. Yi Ran casually replied that she did not know, her gaze also resting upon the god of wealth, and she too observed no peculiarities, although we have entered a new century. There persist strange rumors in certain remote locales, often originating from the older generation and passed down through the ages. Whether the god of wealth truly haunts this place remains uncertain, perhaps it is merely the villagers' fanciful imaginings. As they might have encountered some bizarre specter, the two exchanged few words, and after a brief chat, they each sought a comfortable spot to lie down. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously, and a chilling wind relentlessly seeped through the cracks of the temple, leaving them uncertain when the rain would cease, significantly hindering their quest for the dragon eye. In the latter half of the night, Yi Ran drowsily rose to relieve herself at the door. In her haze, she sensed something amiss. After adjusting her trousers and glancing around, she prepared to return to her slumber when suddenly she halted, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the stone statue. Had the god of wealth's face always worn a smile? It seemed not to have been present upon their arrival. Could it be that her memory was deceiving her? Yi Ran rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand, attributing the anomaly to her heightened nerves. After all, statues of deities are surrounded by numerous taboos. Restless spirits dare not encroach upon them. As soon as she reclined, a few specks of dust fell from the god of wealth's visage, accompanied by a faint cracking sound, and to her astonishment, one of its eyeballs began to move of its own accord. Yi Ran's eyes flew open, her right hand transforming into a palm as she leapt from the ground. 5 strands of silk shooting forth to embed themselves in the beam above. With a forceful tug, the sound of splintering would echo through the air. With several supporting beams compromised, the already dilapidated temple roof collapsed in an instant. Yi Ran seized the still slumbering old Wu and dashed outside. What is happening? Old Wu, startled out of his wits, scrambled to his feet and gazed ahead. The temple had completely crumbled, reduced to a heap of rubble in mere seconds. Then, to old Wu's horror, he beheld a massive hand emerging from the wreckage. The god of wealth had come to life. The deity brushed aside the surrounding debris and approached slowly, cradling a gold ingot, each step leaving deep impressions in the earth. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Ran was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that a malevolent force would dare to inhabit the statue. Truly a revelation. Old Wu, trembling in the cold, could not contain his shock, exclaiming, "How is this possible? A deity's statue possessed by a malevolent spirit?" Yi Ran maintained a semblance of calm, pondering the situation before elucidating. This place has long been devoid of offerings. Even if there were a deity, it would have fled ages ago, leaving behind merely a soulless shell. However, this possessing spirit is audacious. I suspect that it is precisely what the villagers fear. Old Wu, now concerned, realized that if they did not intervene, their fates would be dire. Just as he intended to reach for a talisman, he suddenly remembered that all their supplies lay buried beneath the rubble. The smile on the god of wealth's face was disturbingly sinister. Had a timid soul encountered it, they would likely have perished from sheer fright. Faced with a statue towering above them, Yi Ran found herself lacking a viable strategy. Yet soon detected an anomaly. No. It seemed to harbor no intention of attacking us. Judging by its trajectory, it was likely headed towards the village below. Damn it, we must fight back. Old Wu bit his finger, preparing to draw a talisman, ready to confront the god of wealth. Yi Ran acted swiftly, pulling him back, and upon seeing the confusion in his eyes, explained, "Its target is not us, but the village below. Do not provoke unnecessary trouble." Old Wu, perplexed, countered, "If that is the case, we should stop it. Allowing it into the village is akin to letting wolves into a sheepfold." Yi Ran shot him a cold glance, replying sternly, "Do not be foolish. Even if I were to let you go, do you truly believe you can defeat or deter it?" Old Wu fell silent, realizing the truth in Yi Ran's words. Composing himself, he understood how foolish his earlier thoughts had been. Indeed, rushing forward now would only lead to their demise. Alas, the villagers were pitiful. This malevolent spirit was formidable enough to possess a deity's statue, rendering their protective charms utterly ineffective. At this juncture, Old Wu could only feel regret, while Yi Ran dismissed his lamentations, stating, "You righteous ones can only exorcise demons, but have you considered the situation from another perspective?" Old Wu looked up, inquiring, "What do you mean?" Yi Ran gestured towards the descending statue. "The spirit is so powerful, yet it ignores us. What do you suppose is the reason?" Old Wu hesitated before contemplating her words deeply. Moments later, realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be that this spirit harbors a grudge against the villagers?" Yi Ran remained silent, silently watching the stone figure depart. Typically, malevolent spirits possess twisted psyches, reveling in bloodshed for pleasure, yet this one exhibited no such tendencies, indicating a clear understanding of its purpose. Showing little interest in outsiders, such behavior could only imply one possibility: the villagers must have wronged it gravely. As the saying goes, heaven's retribution can be averted, but self-inflicted punishment is inevitable. Let us go. I am curious to see what the villagers have done. Yi Ran took the lead, with Old Wu trailing closely behind. The statue moved at a leisurely pace, and soon they caught up, though it showed no interest in others. Getting too close might still provoke unforeseen actions. After a considerable time, they finally returned to the village. As the statue approached, the livestock began to panic, but the chaos subsided quickly, returning to an uneasy calm. Clearly, even the animals were terrified of this entity. Thunder roared as lightning split the sky, shaking the windows of the houses. Under their watchful eyes, the statue raised the gold ingot and smashed it against the nearby gate. Just as Old Wu had predicted, the protective measures at the entrance proved utterly ineffective, and the gate shattered instantly. Inside, the inhabitants, frightened, screamed and fled, only to be swiftly subdued by the statue, crushed into a bloody pulp. Such a demise was truly tragic. Old Wu sighed repeatedly, lamenting his own inadequacy to intervene, leaving him with no recourse but to bear witness. By the way, Brother Yi, I noticed 3 scars on your chest earlier. Did you suffer a severe injury before? Old Wu had been meaning to ask but had forgotten each time, so he seized the moment to inquire. The 3 scars were ghastly. Although new flesh had grown over them, one could easily deduce that they were inflicted by some monstrous entity. Yi Ran, reluctant to discuss the matter, remained silent, her gaze fixed on the statue. Old Wu realized his indiscretion and promptly apologized. These villagers were merely ordinary folk. Without the intervention of someone with knowledge of the arcane, their fate would likely be one of utter devastation. Yi Ran observed silently. In truth, he did not care for the villagers' fates. Upon entering the village, they noticed protective charms adorning the doors of every household, suggesting that another practitioner resided here. That individual was likely Zhao Sanfeng. The golden tree was no ordinary entity. If Zhao Sanfeng had encountered it, even a mere proximity to its domain would imply formidable strength. Thus, would this individual intervene to assist? Yi Ran narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings, yet discerned no sign of an ally, only the unfortunate villagers meeting their grim fates. In less than half an hour, the village was engulfed in wails of despair and flames, with many fleeing in terror, presumably paralyzed by fear. In such dire circumstances, those who remained indoors unmoving were either rendered senseless by fright or had given up hope of survival. Hey, you dare to slay innocents with such audacity? Unafraid of divine retribution? At last, after the relentless slaughter, a figure emerged amidst the flames. As Yi Ran perched atop a rooftop, he shifted his gaze towards the emerging silhouette. Before the firelight stood a middle-aged man clutching a bagua mirror. His expression grave as he stared intently at the statue. With a bushy beard, a close-cropped head, and a robust physique, his southern accent was unmistakable. Yi Ran recognized him as Zhao Sanfeng from the photograph. Upon witnessing someone stepping forward to confront the statue, Old Wu turned to Yi Ran and asked, "Should we offer our assistance?" Yi Ran raised an eyebrow and replied, "Assist? Are you paying us, or is he?" Old Wu fell silent, caught off guard, realizing he could not afford to offer much. They might as well observe for now. Redirecting his attention to the scene below, he noted that upon seeing Zhao Sanfeng, the statue's expression shifted dramatically. Not fear, but rather intense fury. Zhao Sanfeng sensed the impending danger and internally chastised the villagers. "Damn it, had I known, I would have refrained from assisting you, and now look, this malevolent spirit regards me as a thorn in its side. And there is no escaping it." After venting his frustration, Zhao Sanfeng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and bellowed, "Listen to me, your children are dead even if you slay the entire village. They will never return. Moreover, I have already delivered him from his suffering. If you persist in committing further acts of slaughter, not only shall you descend into the depths of the 18 hells, but that child shall also be implicated. Trust me, I have already communicated with the spirits of the underworld to facilitate your child's reincarnation. If you cease your bloodshed, I shall arrange for you to reunite with your child." Originally prepared to act, the statue froze upon hearing these words. Clearly caught in hesitation, Zhao Sanfeng, relieved, took a breath. Fortunately, his words had some effect. He truly lacked confidence in dealing with the entity before him. "Damn it, these villagers are not innocent either. I should never have taken on this job." Yet, the rewards offered were simply too enticing to resist. Zhao Sanfeng began to feel regret. If not for the money, he would have ignored these villagers completely. On the rooftop, having overheard the exchange, Yi Ran nearly laughed aloud. This fellow certainly had a knack for fabricating tales, his tongue remarkably agile. The notion of meeting with the child was nothing but utter nonsense. If the malevolent spirit were captured by the underworld's enforcers, the only outcome would be utter annihilation. Dreaming of hell, not a chance. Just as Zhao Sanfeng, locked in confrontation with the statue, noticed the 2 individuals on the rooftop, He had no time for further contemplation as the statue suddenly erupted into madness, seizing a gold ingot and hurling it down. Damn it, refusing to heed reason. Are you? Very well, since you insist on this course. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Sanfeng rolled to evade the attack, quickly rising to his feet, pulling out a talisman to counter the threat. However, he was dismayed to find it soaked by the rain. The remaining talismans in his bag had long been ruined. What the hell? Zhao Sanfeng abruptly looked up, hastily raising his bagua mirror towards the statue. The mirror gleamed momentarily, but in an instant, it shattered with a bang. My precious, Zhao Sanfeng felt a pang of heartache. Witnessing the statue's impending strike, he immediately formed a hand seal, crouching down to draw a circle with his foot, ultimately biting his fingertip. 6 Wu and 6 G. Let the malevolent spirit cease. 6 Gung and 6 Xan. Let the malevolent spirit be divided. 6 Rin and 6 Gui. Let the malevolent spirit perish. Zhao Sanfeng stomped his foot, swiftly flinging his blood towards the statue. Yet aside from momentarily halting its movements, no other effect ensued. Then let us try again. Blood slaughter spell. Zhao Sanfeng was growing anxious, stamping his foot and reciting the incantation once more, but the outcome was no different from the first attempt. The gold ingot in the statue's grasp crashed down, nearly grazing Zhao Sanfeng's nose, causing him to topple to the ground. My pillar of heaven, damn you! Phew, thankfully I'm unharmed. Zhao Sanfeng exhaled in relief. Realizing his lineage had almost been extinguished, old Wu on the rooftop couldn't help but sweat for him, remarking, "The blood slaughter spell proved ineffective. This malevolent spirit has grown exceedingly formidable." Yi Ran wore a look of incredulity. "You're foolish. And so is he, with the malevolent spirit possessing the statue. Unless you force it out, even the thunderous spells will yield no results." The thunderous spell. At that moment, both parties, previously devoid of communication, simultaneously gazed upward at the sky. Zhao Sanfeng also realized at this moment that he must expel the malevolent spirit from within the statue. The best method, indeed, was to summon the heavenly thunder, as lightning streaked across the night sky. Yi Ran's gaze shifted to the tallest building ahead. Zhao Sanfeng followed suit, immediately taking off. This area was mountainous, with frequent thunderstorm activity. A plan had emerged. Old Wu furrowed his brow, having discerned Zhao Sanfeng's intentions. However, that building was far too tall, towering 3 stories above the surrounding structures. Should he choose to ascend and draw the lightning, the only chance of survival would be to leap from the top. Using the roofs below as a buffer, this was the sole way to escape, yet, the uncertainties involved were overwhelming, for one could not know what lay beneath those rooftops. Is he out of his mind? Old Wu could not help but scoff. Yi Ran chuckled softly. Indeed, he is a madman. However, this is also his only opportunity. Unless Zhao Sanfeng can harness the heavenly thunder, this remains the only solution to the malevolent spirit within the statue. It begins. Old Wu spoke gravely. Chapter 29, the human nature that cannot withstand testing. The malevolent spirit within the statue, blinded by rage, relentlessly pursued the swift Zhao Sanfeng, due to the distance between them. The specifics of his maneuvers were obscured. However, the thunderous roars above alerted both individuals that the moment was nigh. Zhao Sanfeng gazed at the night sky, his mind racing with impatience, akin to a fire raging within him. The statue had entered the building. Fortunately, its massive form was obstructed by the walls, buying some time. "Damn it, if you have the guts, strike me. Curse you heavens, I wish you no orifice." Zhao Sanfeng, disregarding everything, unleashed a tirade of curses. The incessant sounds of pressure and friction from below resonated like a death knell, pounding against his heart. Bang! The door to the top floor was flung open. The statue, filled with malice, advanced to seize him. At that critical moment, deafening thunder erupted overhead, shaking the eardrums painfully. Lightning crackled incessantly. Holy hell, it's really coming! Zhao Sanfeng trembled in fear, glancing back at the statue before gritting his teeth and leaping. The 2 observers in the distance were momentarily blinded, their vision obscured, their ears ringing with a buzzing sound. When their sight returned, they discovered the statue had collapsed, motionless, and the dark energy enveloping the rooftop dissipated in an instant. Heavenly thunder is the nemesis of all evil. Upon receiving such a strike, even the king of ghosts must taste bitter defeat. It is over, let us go, and see whether that man lives or dies. Yi Ran rose to stretch her limbs, her body stiff from sitting. Old Wu followed closely, shivering from the cold. After a brief search, they located Zhao Sanfeng's figure. Yi Ran kicked open the wooden door, revealing a gaping hole above, with rubble scattered everywhere. Zhao Sanfeng sat helplessly in a large pot, unable to move. Upon seeing them enter, he urgently called out, "Friends, please pull me out first." Old Wu, being sturdier, stepped forward to help, only to have a dagger pressed against his throat as he approached. Zhao Sanfeng sneered, "I have long known you were lurking nearby, watching the show. Now, confess honestly, what is your true purpose in coming to Lihua village?" Old Wu, infuriated, shouted, How can you mistake good intentions for ulterior motives? Good intentions, Zhao Sanfeng scoffed, replying, I have seen many like you. What, are you here with designs on the river dragon? Let me make this clear. I have already claimed the river dragon for myself. Whoever dares intervene shall face my blade without mercy. The moment these words left his lips, Old Wu and Yi Ran exchanged glances. So there truly is a dragon here. Yi Ran, unyielding, drew a gun from her waist and accurately shot away the dagger from Zhao Sanfeng's hand. The two of them immediately sprang apart, nearly soiling themselves in fear. A chill ran down Zhao Sanfeng's spine. How did this person possess a firearm? Seeing the gun aimed at him, he instantly leaped up and fell to his knees. Brother, please, just now I was in the wrong. If you let me go, I'll even leave my undergarments for you. Have mercy, I have an 80-year-old mother and a 6-year-old child. Zhao Sanfeng wept, his cries heart-wrenching. Yi Ran, annoyed by the noise, fired 2 shots at his feet, causing him to pale as if he had seen a ghost. You remind me of a friend of mine, so irritating. With that, she holstered her gun. Stating indifferently, I have no interest in killing you. We are here solely to procure a bit of dragon blood. As for the rest, you can figure it out yourself. Hearing this, Zhao Sanfeng let out a long sigh of relief. Leaning against the stove, but his wariness had not lessened. Those who navigate the underworld are seldom without ulterior motives. Mere words are insufficient to lower one's guard. However, these two are also here for the river dragon. Though its lifespan is nearing its end, dealing with it alone carries significant risk. It would be wiser to cooperate with them and proceed cautiously. Zhao Sanfeng's mind raced as he solidified his thoughts. Smiling as he proposed, if you only require some dragon blood, then it is not an issue. Why don't we form a brief alliance? Yi Ran, having long been entrenched in the shadows, could easily see through his charade. She tossed him a small vial. Consume this, or I will shoot you dead. Zhao Sanfeng's expression shifted, the smile fading considerably as he picked up the vial and scrutinized it closely. Then opened it to take a cautious sniff. You are a malevolent practitioner. In that instant, Zhao Sanfeng deduced the identity of the person before him. The vial clearly contained a cursed insect. Others might not detect it, but his keen nose caught the scent. Yi Ran, expressionless, drew her gun. Correct, you are rewarded with a peanut. Zhao Sanfeng hurriedly raised his hands to interrupt, tilting his head to swallow the cursed insect from the vial. No matter how good things may be, nothing is better than preserving one's life. Given the lack of opportunity to resist, it was best to comply with this person's wishes and ensure his survival first. Let us refrain from playing tricks. It's advantageous for both of us. Yi Ran scoffed lightly. Meanwhile, Old Wu rubbed his neck and inquired, what exactly transpired in this village, leading to the emergence of such a powerful malevolent spirit? Upon broaching this topic, Zhao Sanfeng sighed repeatedly. It's a long story, all rooted in the customs of this village. In summary, there indeed exists a river dragon, and as you might know, the people in such remote areas tend to hold on to superstitions. Each year, they select an infant to offer to the river dragon, ensuring favorable weather for the village. The malevolent entity that just appeared was none other than the mother of the chosen child. Initially, the selection was to be determined by lot, yet the villagers, observing that her husband toiled away in distant lands for extended periods, deemed her an easy target. They resorted to manipulative tactics to ensure she drew the short straw. Last year, it was her child who was sacrificed, and this year, the same fate awaited her. Naturally, she would not acquiesce. Upon learning of this, her husband hurried back from afar, only to be met with tragedy amidst the ensuing chaos, leading to this dire outcome. As for me, I merely stumbled upon the presence of the river dragon and decided to linger in this village for a time. However, let it be clear, the family had already perished before my arrival. I am not one to stand idly by in the face of death. Zhao Sanfeng disclosed everything he knew to the two individuals, vehemently asserting that he was not a bystander in this calamity. Yi Ran, upon hearing his account, remained largely unfazed. After all, human nature is a labyrinth of complexity, and the caprices of the world pale in comparison to the shifts within the human soul. In contrast, Old Wu, after absorbing the information, was seething with rage, yet at this juncture, it was too late for words. Yi Ran scrutinized Zhao Sanfeng once more. The man had already ingested the cursed insect, and it would be prudent to inquire about the golden tree once the dragon's blood was secured. They needed to find a place to rest, and at dawn, he would lead them to the river dragon's lair. You would do well not to entertain thoughts of escape, otherwise, before you even set foot outside, you shall meet a grisly end. That goes without saying. Rest assured, my presence here is solely for the river dragon, and I shall not depart lightly until I have secured it. In response to the warning, Zhao Sanfeng chuckled, reverting to his earlier cheeky demeanor. Most of the villagers had fled, making it quite simple to find a place to stay. Zhao Sanfeng exhibited no unusual behavior throughout the night. thus sparing them considerable trouble. As dawn broke, the trio hastily donned a few garments and prepared to venture into the mountains. Upon exiting, the disarray left from the previous night appeared even more pronounced. Had it not been for the rain, the entire village would likely have been consumed by flames. They soon plunged into the forest. According to Zhao Sanfeng, a considerable river pool lay nestled between the two mountains. Where the ancient river dragon resided, however, he had explored the area multiple times, and aside from a few scales and lingering traces of demonic energy, he had yet to lay eyes on the dragon itself. Thus, he speculated that the river dragon was nearing the end of its lifespan, sequestered in the pool to cultivate, hoping to break through its limitations before its demise. Yet, this world is no longer what it once was. Achieving transformation into a demon is fraught with peril, let alone for a creature as formidable as a dragon. For it to continue evolving, it must ascend to the legendary status of a dragon. Regrettably, throughout history, no one has ever witnessed a dragon's existence. The most frequently recorded beings have been the river dragons. Some individuals have claimed to have observed unidentified elongated creatures soaring through the skies, mistaking them for dragons. In reality, those were merely river dragons on the cusp of transformation. Although dragons are shrouded in mystery, with many engaging in fervent debate over their existence, whether they are real ultimately hinges on personal belief. To those who believe they exist, to those who do not, they do not. However, for Yi Ran, he firmly believed in the existence of dragons, having encountered an abundance of supernatural beings. We have arrived. This is the river dragon's ancient lair. Zhao Sanfeng gazed ahead, his tone tinged with excitement. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the emerald waters of the pool, undulating gently, revealing no discernible signs of life beneath its placid surface. Yi Ran surveyed the surroundings and instructed, "Let us construct a temporary shelter and set some traps nearby." As Zhao Sanfeng blinked in surprise, "Are you suggesting we reside here?" Yi Ran raised an eyebrow in retort. "Are you foolish? The river dragon lurks at the bottom of the pool. Do you truly believe we can capture it in a mere moment? Moreover, the river dragon's status among supernatural beings requires no further explanation. I presume, if I am not mistaken, there are likely other supernatural entities in the vicinity. Supernatural beings possess acute senses. If the river dragon is indeed nearing its end, then it will undoubtedly attract other creatures coveting its form. Thus, our adversaries extend beyond the river dragon to include those lurking in the shadows." Waiting for the opportune moment to strike, the thought of the ensuing complications made Yi Ran's head throb, yet lamentation was futile at this stage. After all, one must perform their duties for the remuneration received. Chapter 30, The Power of the Era. Yi Ran approached the edge of the pool, crouching down to skim his fingers across the water's surface before bringing them to his nose for a whiff. The stench nearly made him retch, a foul odor that assaulted his senses. It was evident that aside from the river dragon no other life thrived in these waters. If any creature could survive in such a noxious environment, it would have long since mutated into a demon. The area was rife with demonic energy. It was likely that besides the river dragon, other entities lurked nearby. The challenge of obtaining its blood would not be trivial. Yi Ran flicked the water from his hands and scanned the vicinity. The river dragon lay at the bottom of the pool. Descending directly would be tantamount to an elderly man hanging himself. They needed to devise a method to coax it out. Yi brother, come quickly, old Wu's voice rang out, tinged with urgency. Yi Ran wasted no time, hastening toward the source of the sound. Upon arrival, he found old Wu and Zhao Sanfeng grappling with a plump woman. Though something about her seemed amiss, it appeared as though she was sporting an onion atop her head. Pin her down. Yi Ran unsheathed his dagger and rushed over, recognizing that this was no mere human but an onion spirit. The two intensified their grip, fearful of allowing her to break free. Yi Ran showed no mercy, swiftly severing the woman's head, purple blood gushing forth, the stench unbearable. This creature, such decisiveness? Good heavens, while she may be a spirit, was it truly necessary to execute her so brazenly? How barbaric! The scene startled Zhao Sanfeng, his gaze toward Yi Ran now tinged with apprehension. Last night, he had indeed harbored thoughts of fleeing. Looking back, he was grateful he had failed, for otherwise, he would have surely perished. Yi Ran wiped the grime from his lips with a smile. I have a plan to lure the river dragon out. The blood of the onion spirit contained a plethora of noxious gases, and once the head decomposed, the stench would only intensify. By tossing more of the onion spirit's heads into the pool, even the river dragon would be unable to withstand such a foul odor, and it would inevitably surface. As Zhao Sanfeng regarded him with incredulity. You can't be serious about slaughtering a whole batch of onion spirits, can you? Old Wu echoed, his expression conflicted. While the method may be sound, Indiscriminate killing is, Yi Ran remained unfazed, replying nonchalantly, suit yourself, if you prefer, let your apprentice wait for death, and I can save some effort. Upon hearing this, old Wu promptly fell silent, turning to re-enter the woods in search of more onion spirits. Such spirits typically inhabited groups. The presence of one indicated that many more were likely nearby. Zhao Sanfeng cast Yi Ran a meaningful glance before refraining from further comment, opting to pursue old Wu. Their endeavors consumed most of the day, and the trio had not even taken a sip of water. By now, the area by the pool was piled high with heads, forming a small mound. The stench was more horrific than that of a garbage dump. The three were drenched in foul blood, repulsed by their own state. What if the river dragon doesn't surface? Wouldn't that render our efforts futile? Zhao Sanfeng inquired while shedding his garments. Yi Ran pondered this. After all, nothing in life is absolute, and harboring excessive hope too early often leads to disappointment. You all toss these in. I need to make a phone call. For the sake of caution, it was wise to call for reinforcements. After all, the day was still young, and it would not hurt to wait for others before taking action. After several rings, Yi Ran's call remained unanswered. Prompting him to furrow his brow, after a few more attempts, he finally connected. Before Yi Ran could pose his inquiry, the voice on the other end was heavy with exertion, punctuated by labored breaths and the sound of something squelching. AUV, who's been incessantly calling me, it's driving me mad. Oh, it's you, big brother Yi, what's up? Any lucrative opportunities for your little brother lately? The individual on the line seemed to be engaged in some physical activity. Gasping for breath, had he been present, Yi Ran would have undoubtedly given him a couple of slaps. I'm in a bit of a bind and need you to bring something before dark. Wait, did I hear you right? Even you, big brother Yi, find this troublesome? What use am I to you? Quit the chatter. This river dragon is no easy opponent, just tell me if you agree. What, river dragon? The voice on the other end was now visibly excited. And after a brief pause, he continued, I can agree, but with one condition, stop being so tedious, just say it, if that river dragon has horns atop its head, you must send them to me. If not, I want its heart. No problem, I'll send over what I need to your phone and dispatch a team for support. Alright then, just keep an eye out. After ending the call, Yi Ran swiftly composed a message and sent it off. Then turned to the two who were busy. As night fell, the three sat within their makeshift camp, roasting wild game, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the river pool. The heads of the onion spirits had long since decomposed. And after an entire afternoon, the surface of the pool remained eerily still, indicating that this tactic had failed. Damn it, is the river dragon so old it fears death? Even this foul stench can't coax it out. Zhao Sanfeng grumbled, gnawing on a piece of dried meat as an outlet for his frustration. Old Wu, too, was growing anxious. After all, each passing day was one less for them, and they had little time to waste. Just then, the previously dark forest was suddenly illuminated by numerous lights. Zhao Sanfeng and old Wu immediately became alert, arming themselves and preparing for confrontation. As the lights drew nearer, the trio discerned that they were a group of 6 fully armed mercenaries. At the forefront stood a robust man, a scar running from his brow through his left eye, exuding an aura of menace. As soon as they met, his gaze fell upon Yi Ran, who smiled and greeted. Long time no see, Wolf. Only upon his utterance did a somewhat unappealing smile flicker across Wolf's stern countenance. Indeed, it has been a while. Yi Ran did not linger on pleasantries, turning to the other two and introducing. This is a friend of mine, nicknamed Wolf. Feel free to address him as such. Zhao Sanfeng and old Wu both clasped their fists in greeting, to which Wolf nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at the time. Yi Ran patted Wolf on the shoulder. There's a big fellow in the pond, let us bring it out. Without further ado, Wolf gestured for his subordinates to follow. Curiosity piqued, Zhao Sanfeng inquired, how do they plan to extract the river dragon? Yi Ran, feigning mystery, replied, just wait, you'll see soon enough. By the riverbank, Wolf first gauged the pond's depth, then squatted down to open a box and began his operations. The group moved with remarkable precision, quickly producing a plethora of items. Though most were unfamiliar to the two, one particular object caused their hearts to race. Holy cow, a bomb! Zhao Sanfeng exclaimed, astonished that they would bring heavy weaponry for a river dragon. Look, there seems to be a rocket launcher too, old Wu noted, recognizing the two individuals shouldering the formidable devices. Yi Ran clicked his tongue, chiding, calm down, it's just some weapons. You act as if you've never seen the world. Times have changed. This is not the Qing dynasty. In ancient times, without high-tech weaponry, people had to confront demons and monsters with sheer force. Today is incomparable, not to mention monsters. Even if zombies were to appear, they would be blown to smithereens. Of course, this presumes one possesses such weaponry and that it can be concealed without detection. However, Yi Ran did not believe these conventional firearms would suffice to vanquish a river dragon. For such creatures, having cultivated into monsters, inherently possessed a degree of magical power. While Wolf's heavy armaments could injure the river dragon, killing it would likely require the intervention of those endowed with magic. Yiran understood this, which elucidated why, despite the emergence of malevolent entities, authorities refrained from deploying firepower. Such a display would inevitably incite widespread panic. Thus, the establishment of the Yin-Yang Association and the tacit acceptance of those who walk the shadows became necessary. Returning his gaze to the riverbank, Wolf was making final adjustments. All the data had been calibrated, and the sonar detected a significant presence beneath the water. All right, prepare to detonate. Wolf stepped back a few paces and pressed a button on the remote control. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and the water of the pond erupted to a height of 20 feet. Yiran hastily retreated to the camp to avoid the spray. Exclaiming in exhilaration, Wolf shook his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over the still churning surface of the pond. The next moment, a creature's roar echoed throughout the valley, reverberating in their ears. By the moonlight, they beheld a shadow leaping from the water, its roar causing pain to their eardrums. Finally, it's out. Zhao Sanfeng's face lit up with excitement, eager to engage. Old Wu too readied himself, poised to strike at the opportune moment. The silhouette of the river dragon gradually emerged from the water, its body bleeding profusely, eyes filled with resentment. Wolf, having encountered such creatures before, remained notably more composed than his subordinates. Expend all ammunition, do not hold back. With a command, the men raised their rifles and fired relentlessly. A barrage of rocket-propelled grenades launched without mercy. The river dragon, unfamiliar with such armaments, attempted to retaliate but was met with its scales being shredded by the explosions. Your task is complete, fall back immediately. Yiran bellowed, urging Wolf to withdraw. The damage inflicted by the grenades was akin to mere scratches on the creature's armored hide. Without hesitation, Wolf ordered a retreat. Zhao Sanfeng, stretching his limbs, laughed as he charged forward. Grandfather is here, all of this is mine. Old Wu, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit with his weapon in hand, yet Yiran remained still, observing intently. The river dragon's forehead indeed bore horns, and long whiskers sprouted from its jaws. This beast truly aspires to transform into a dragon and extend its life. Had it not been interrupted, it might have succeeded given a little more time. Ye Lauda, this creature appears formidable. Do you truly wish to engage in close combat? Wolf inquired upon returning to the camp, noticing Yiran's silence. Yiran shook his head. Dealing with such a creature cannot be done head-on. We must devise a strategy to incapacitate it. Wolf too felt helpless, recognizing the monster's scales were as tough as iron, and their rockets had already been expended. Yiran's mind raced, contemplating the creature's wounds. Then turned to Wolf, stating, retrieve all your bullets. I have a plan. Without further thought, Wolf complied, gathering all the bullets and piling them on the ground. He then produced 2 small vials from his backpack. Emptying their contents, donning a pair of human skin gloves, he began mixing the liquid with the bullets. Wolf seemed to grasp Yiran's intent but sought confirmation. Ye Lauda, these should be poisons, correct? You are correct. These are toxins I meticulously formulated. A single drop would incapacitate even a bull within 2 minutes. Imagine what 2 vials could do. Understanding, Wolf replied, you intend for us to use the bullets to strike at the monster's wounds. Engaging in dialogue with an astute individual certainly saves considerable effort. Everyone, put on your gloves. Do not let the poison touch your skin. Alright, let us begin. Wolf was the first to don his gloves and commenced his task, with the others following suit. Meanwhile, the two at the riverbank faced dire straits. Old Wu had been flung away, his fate unknown, while Zhao Sanfeng fared little better. Had he not been nimble, he would have met the same grim end as Old Wu. Damn it, can't you just lie still and let me finish you off? I guarantee a swift death without suffering. Unexpectedly, the river dragon, upon hearing this, roared in fury, causing a tempest to sweep through the valley, uprooting trees and snapping many in half. Mother of God, Zhao Sanfeng sprinted away, desperately clinging to a sturdy tree, fearing he might be blown away. Yiran sensed the impending danger and shouted, hurry, this beast is about to unleash its magic. Wolf's expression turned grave, accelerating his pace, and charged forward, firing his weapon against the Gale.as mercenaries. Their marksmanship was not in question. The greatest challenge lay in the wind, which could sweep them away with a moment's inattention. Yiran's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly formed a seal, shouting to Zhao Sanfeng, join me in casting the wind-stopping spell. Zhao Sanfeng gritted his teeth, bring it on. I've never feared anyone, Northern Rin and Gui water deity. I now chant this incantation. Calm the raging winds and waves. The two spoke in unison, then pricked their fingers to draw symbols in their palms, forcefully waving their hands towards the sky. The wind in the valley diminished significantly. Yet it fell short of their expectations. Zhao Sanfeng bellowed, no good, the beast has amplified its magic, adding my voice should suffice, old Wu's voice rang out as he emerged, clutching his chest. Yi Ran shouted. Come on, Northern Rin and Gui water deity, I now chant this incantation. Come the raging winds and waves, urgent as a decree. The three moved almost in unison, and at the moment they unleashed their palms. The wind in the valley abruptly ceased. Yi Ran quickly reminded Wolf below, you have only 3 minutes. Wolf turned sharply, seriousness etched on his face. That has plenty of time. Yi Ran furrowed his brow. Realizing that this creature possessed centuries of magical power, the trio's ability to delay it for even a brief moment was already a monumental feat. Furthermore, while Yi Ran was versed in Taoist techniques, his training had waned considerably as he devoted most of his energy to sorcery, leaving him less proficient in the former. The river dragon roared, churning the waters, and signs indicated the toxin was taking effect. Before long, blood gushed from its eyes and mouth, and after a brief struggle, it sank to the pond's depths. Success. Yi Ran exhaled softly, recognizing that sometimes underhanded tactics prove most effective. Had they confronted this beast directly, they would have perished countless times over. Moreover, this was under the condition that the river dragon was already greatly weakened. For a creature on the verge of transformation into a dragon, such a demise was truly humiliating. Chapter 31, Preparing to strike. Although the river dragon had perished, numerous creatures in the woods were eyeing its carcass. Before they became overly greedy, it was prudent to swiftly retrieve what was needed and depart. Zhao Sanfeng wasted no time, braving the stench of the pond as he waded in to begin his work. Noticing that old Wu had yet to move, Yi Ran urged, if you intend to extract blood, be quick. Once the poison fully permeates the blood, I cannot guarantee successful extraction. With that, he turned to Wolf, continuing, that fellow wants the dragoness horn. The heart is likely unattainable, so do hurry. Wolf nodded silently, signaling his men to retrieve the horn. Amidst the bustling activity of the crowd, Yi Ran took a few steps back, while Lin Zi beside him found himself in a pitch-black void, yet he seemed to have discovered something. If any of you harbor intentions regarding the river dragon, feel free to act. There is no need for such furtiveness. As his words echoed, several lights flickered to life in the darkness. As they drew closer, Yi Ran recognized them as the individuals he had encountered at the tavern in town. Since friends are so generous, we shouldn't accept without offering something in return. Please name your price, the woman at the forefront spoke cheerfully, attempting to lower her own stature. Yi Ran's expression remained inscrutable as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing ahead, and softly remarked, that will suffice, the commotion here has grown too loud. The authorities are likely already en route. Neither the wolf nor old Wu voiced any objections, but Zhao Sanfeng continued to brandish his machete, eager to haul away the entire corpse. Damn it, after all this time, I end up with so little, what a loss. Zhao Sanfeng was visibly displeased, yet he eventually ceased his actions, recognizing that his life was paramount. If caught by the authorities, there would be no favorable outcome. Yi Ran gestured to the others, signaling them to follow, and they departed. On the way back, Zhao Sanfeng incessantly grumbled about having shortchanged themselves to those scoundrels. The wolf, however, regarded Yi Ran with a knowing look, as if he had come to some realization this man was no ordinary character. It seemed those few would soon find themselves bearing the blame. The wolf's suspicions were entirely accurate. Upon encountering the group, an idea rapidly formed in Yi Ran's mind. Their equipment appeared quite sophisticated, and as they drew nearer, he caught a faint whiff of earthy scent, suggesting they were likely earth sorcerers. Calculating the time, the toxins within the river dragon had long since spread. Without proper protection, any contact could lead to severe skin deterioration. As for what would follow, it was likely that survival would last no longer than a minute. When the authorities arrived, all they would find would be a heap of corpses, and given the questionable background of this group, it was only natural that the blame would fall upon them. After all, it was quite common for earth sorcerers to carry explosives. As for the villagers, there was no concern about them stepping forward to report anything. Everyone is a murderer, and everyone is an accomplice. As the group reached the village, they barely had time to catch their breath before the sound of sirens approached, the red and blue lights glaringly prominent. A substantial number of individuals had arrived, including those from the Yin Yang Association. Aware that lingering here was ill-advised, the wolf slightly bowed to Yi Ran and said, Bossy, I must hasten to transport the items back. Farewell for now. Very well. I too shall set off for home. Let's part ways here. Yi Ran exchanged a glance with old Wu before turning to the feigning Zhao Sanfeng, continuing, you must accompany me. Zhao Sanfeng's heart tightened, and he forced a smile that was more pitiable than a cry. No, we aren't that familiar. This isn't quite appropriate. Yi Ran was disinclined to engage in further banter, merely casting him a glance. Zhao Sanfeng promptly fell silent, akin to a mute consuming bitter gall. After nearly losing his life, he had gained little benefit and now faced threats to his existence. Damn it, shouldn't I find an opportunity to relocate my ancestral grave? Yet, regrettably, it was too late to ponder further. On the journey back to Tianhai City, Yi Ran noticed old Wu's pallor was poor, and he seemed distracted. Thus, he inquired, "What is it? Aren't you happy that your disciple is saved?" In response, old Wu merely offered a faint smile, yet his complexion remained grim. "How could I be? I simply feel somewhat fatigued. With age, one becomes less capable," old Wu self-deprecatingly remarked, expressing mild exhaustion before closing his eyes to rest. Yi Ran chose not to disturb him, glancing through the rearview mirror at Zhao Sanfeng, who was absorbed in his phone, before accelerating. By the time they returned to Tianhai City, it was already past midnight. Yi Ran did not pause but continued toward the location of the urban village. Upon arriving at old Wu's residence, one of his apprentices was slumped over the table, seemingly awakened by the sound of the door. Rubbing his eyes, he sprang up upon seeing Wu Shan, immediately rushing over. "Master, you have finally returned. Calm down, how is Xiao Wu?" "I have found a way to save him," old Wu said affectionately, even with his pallid complexion. He feigned nonchalance, clearly regarding his two apprentices as sons. The young apprentice shifted his gaze to the bedside, sorrowfully stating, "The junior brother remains unconscious, and his condition is worsening." Yi Ran circumvented the master and apprentice to approach the bedside, where the boy lay with a darkened face, evidently suffering from intensified corpse poison. Out of curiosity, Zhao Sanfeng leaned in for a closer look, frowning as he observed, "How could he have contracted the corpse poison curse?" "That is indeed a forbidden curse." Old Wu stepped forward slowly, his eyes filled with concern. "Brother Yi, I am entirely relying on you." Yi Ran produced a dagger, heating the blade with a lighter. And once it was sufficiently warmed, he replied, "I will do my utmost." As Zhao Sanfeng stood by with crossed arms, observing, the corpse poison curse was notoriously insidious, and he had never heard of a remedy. Although this person appeared young and unreliable, after their brief interaction, it became evident that he was anything but ordinary. Who exactly is this individual? As he pondered, Yi Ran began his procedure. He pressed the knife against the boy's heart, making a precise incision, and thick, dark blood gushed forth. Old Wu watched in horror, his face twitching as he gripped his palms, which began to sweat profusely. Perhaps it was the stress that caused his qi to become chaotic. As he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, "Are you all right?" Zhao Sanfeng asked, his expression incredulous. "Even in moments of tension, one should not bleed like that, right?" Old Wu hurriedly waved his hand and turned to exit. Meanwhile, Yi Ran remained wholly focused on his task, oblivious to the commotion beside him. Once the boy's black blood had sufficiently drained, he poured dragon blood into the wound. Swiftly, he retrieved a vial, extracting a handful of worms and pressing them against the boy's injury. With a firm tug, the wound that had been gushing blood began to partially heal and staunch. Zhao Sanfeng internally marveled at the impressive technique, simultaneously elevating his perception of Yi Ran's danger level. Chapter 32. End or beginning. The corpse poison curse, deemed incurable by outsiders, was not an absolute truth in Yi Ran's eyes. The reason he exerted such effort to procure dragon blood was to create a clash between the two forces. In simpler terms, it was a case of using poison to combat poison. The blood of the dragon contained trace toxins. Consuming the same kind posed no threat, but opposing kinds would provoke severe rejection. Once the dragon's blood entered the body, it would violently surge through, seeking to dominate the physical form. The corpse poison would serve as the greatest hindrance, and the dragon blood would undoubtedly strive to devour it. Of course, this method was not guaranteed to succeed. Failure would still lead to death, yet, if one did not attempt it, they would forfeit even the chance of revival. Furthermore, should it succeed, the benefits would be immense. Under the influence of dragon blood, the boy would become a half-human, half-demon, and with the assistance of the ghostly heart, his future prospects were boundless. For now, all that remained was to wait, with some time to spare. Yi Ran picked up a nearby towel to wipe his hands and calmly stated, "Now let us discuss your matters." Zhao Sanfeng looked bewildered. "What matters could I possibly have?" "Indeed, there are matters," Yi Ran replied with a smile. Yet his gaze turned piercingly sharp. "I have heard that you have encountered the golden tree and even brought something back. I don't know. Don't ask me. It's all rumors," Zhao Sanfeng answered without a hint of hesitation. Ironically, this reaction only served to confirm that he was concealing something. Who wouldn't take a moment to ponder before responding? Yet Zhao Sanfeng blurted it out, seamlessly for those who stubbornly clung to their silence. Yi Ran had endless methods to pry the truth from them. "I have no intention of threatening your life, nor do I wish to engage in pointless chatter. You answer my questions plain and simple." Should you continue to evade, I will shatter your fingers one by one. The tone was remarkably calm, akin to discussing mundane affairs. However, Zhao Sanfeng understood all too well that this young man would follow through on his words. Despite their brief acquaintance, he could sense the underlying ferocity. He could not afford to gamble with his life. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Zhao Sanfeng sighed. Ask your questions. Wai Yiran was thoroughly satisfied with his attitude and promptly continued. Where is the golden tree? Did you see it with your own eyes, or is it mere fabrication? If you did indeed see it, what did you bring back? At this moment, Yiran was eager to uncover this information. As it was exceedingly precious, Zhao Sanfeng did not rush to respond. Instead, he leaned against the wall, contemplating before slowly lifting his gaze, fear evident in his eyes. I indeed saw the golden tree. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yiran immediately straightened his posture, urgently pressing, where is it? Zhao Sanfeng raised his hand to halt him. Do not be so agitated. While I have seen the golden tree, it was merely a counterfeit. Yiran seized Zhao Sanfeng by the collar, lifting him off the ground and glaring furiously. You tricked me. Do not be so agitated. Let me finish. Zhao Sanfeng quickly raised his hands, fearful that this person might suddenly lash out in anger. Yiran was about to explode, but upon calming down, he realized he had overreacted and released his grip, returning to his seat. Throughout his journey, even when confronted with imminent peril and dire straits, he had always maintained his composure and rationality. To my surprise, today I found myself flustered over mere news of the golden tree. It strikes me as rather amusing upon reflection. You may continue. Yiran swiftly gathered her composure. Zhao Sanfeng tugged at his collar and took a couple of steps back before continuing. Though that golden tree is a counterfeit, I suspect it was modeled after something someone has indeed seen in person. Yiran lowered her gaze, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally looking up and asking, Then what is it that you brought back? Zhao Sanfeng rummaged through his belongings and produced a white silk scarf, saying, It bears a few characters that I noticed printed on the base of the golden tree, so I inked them down. However, I cannot decipher what they mean. I've asked several friends, and they all claim it is a special script that requires in-depth study to translate. He then handed her the scarf, reasoning that keeping it would serve little purpose since there were multiple copies of the imprint, and if it could save a life, it was worth giving away. Yiran examined it for a moment, her furrowed brow remaining tense. The characters were even more illegible than a scrawl, utterly incomprehensible. At that moment, Zhao Sanfeng remarked, If you want it, take it. I certainly cannot decipher the text. Very well. Wai Yiran tucked the scarf away and posed her final question, Where did you find it? In response, Zhao Sanfeng stammered, struggling to articulate, his expression one of distress. The uninhabited zone. To be frank, there is nothing left of investigative value. I advise against taking any risks. Had it not been for my good fortune, I might have perished there. We set out with about 20 people, and I returned alone. You can ponder over that. The memory of that experience made Zhao Sanfeng's scalp tingle with fear. It was better left unspoken, for even the thought of it could lead to nightmares. Wai Yiran chose not to pursue the matter further. The information she had gathered was already quite substantial, and there was no need to dig into others' wounds. Turning her gaze to the youth on the bed, she noted his complexion had improved significantly. The dark spots on his face were gradually fading, and it seemed that within a couple of days results would be evident. Brother, what about the insect in my body? Zhao Sanfeng rubbed his hands together, revealing a rather unsavory demeanor. Wai Yiran chuckled softly. You wouldn't want to take the antidote for that insect? Zhao Sanfeng, utterly unconvinced, boasted, I've seen all sorts of scenes. I'd even dare to consume excrement. No sooner had he spoken than his voice fell silent upon seeing the highly mocking expression on Yiran's face, his heart racing in disbelief. The antidote is indeed excrement? Yiran chuckled. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. At that moment, Zhao Sanfeng felt as if struck by lightning, a torrent of expletives racing through his mind. What kind of insect requires excrement for its antidote? Nevertheless, upon reflection, what was eating excrement compared to preserving his life? Coughing twice, Zhao Sanfeng cautiously inquired, If it's not too much trouble, may I ask if it's fresh or dried? Either will do. It depends on your taste, Yiran replied casually as she made her way to the door. At that moment, Old Wu appeared, pale-faced and trembling slightly at the entrance. Old Wu, in a couple of days your disciple should show signs of recovery. If you need anything, feel free to ask, of course for an additional fee. Yiran patted Old Wu's shoulder, nearly startling him to death. I must ask, are you alright given your current state? Yiran raised an eyebrow and inquired again. The old man appeared frail and on the verge of death, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, a stark contrast to his earlier condition. Old Wu forced a pale smile. I'm fine, I just need to rest a bit. Very well, I shall take my leave. Seek me out if you need anything. Ye Ran shrugged. Since he claimed to be fine, there was no need for her to worry. Just as she got into her car, old Wu steadied himself against the wall. Trembling as he said, Brother Yi, if, hypothetically speaking, I were to suddenly pass away one day, could I ask you to kindly look after my disciple? Yi Ran peered out with a nonchalant expression. Of course not. My place is not a shelter. Upon hearing this, old Wu seemed to have anticipated her response, quickly forcing a smile and waving his hand. I was merely joking. You may leave, and I will reach out if I require assistance. Yi Ran gave him another glance before turning to leave. Little did she know, shortly after her departure, old Wu clutched his chest and spat out a large pool of black blood. Chapter 33, One Wave Unsettled. Another rises, master, you're back. The little beggar peeked his head out from the kitchen door, clad in an apron, seemingly preparing a late-night snack. Yi Ran set down her luggage and retrieved the silk scarf. Perfect timing, you're still awake, come over and see if you can recognize the characters on this. Having experienced the ghost market previously, Yi Ran felt an increasing curiosity about the little fellow. The little beggar hurried over, scrutinizing the scarf closely. From the expression on his face, it appeared he might have some insight, yet he remained silent for a long while. Chang and Lan County Lantern Flower Master. It seems the translation is something like this. There should be more following, but it's not fully written on the scarf. After a prolonged silence, the little beggar finally articulated the characters, then handed the scarf back to Yi Ran. She lowered her gaze to the characters on the scarf, her mind equally muddled. Zhao Sanfone likely did not manage to capture the entire script, perhaps hastily copying in a moment of urgency. Chang'an, once the capital of an ancient dynasty, based on current geography, should be in the Shaanxi region. If Lan County still exists, it might be worth a visit to investigate further, at the very least. She could gather information from the surrounding areas. After all, the clue pointed towards Chang'an, providing a direction for her inquiries. Although the information was incomplete, it was undoubtedly invaluable for Yi Ran, who was otherwise empty-handed. You may continue with your tasks, Yi Ran gestured, then slipped into the bathroom. The odor on her was overwhelming. If she didn't wash up soon, she'd surely start to stink when she emerged. The little beggar had prepared a feast, the aroma wafting tantalizingly through the air. I didn't know you had such culinary skills. I thought you only knew how to make pearl soup. Yi Ran remarked, drying her hair with a towel as she stepped out of the bathroom, chuckling playfully. The little beggar grinned sheepishly. I didn't have the means to cook when I was begging. But things are different now. Just as they were chatting, a group of young people gathered outside, jostling each other but none daring to step inside. Yi Ran cast a glance and called out. If you have business, speak. If not, clear out and don't block my trade. As soon as she finished her sentence, a dapper young man walked in, his designer clothing indicating he was likely a wealthy second generation. Yi Ran recognized the shirt he wore. Even the least impressive styles cost several thousand, let alone the rest of his outfit. Ahem, hello, boss. My name is Mo Zhang. This fellow was relatively polite, unlike some wealthy brats who glared at others as if looking down their noses. Yi Ran continued eating, her head down. Speak. Mo Zhang glanced back at the crowd behind him before tentatively asking, Boss, I've heard that you can handle anything. My friends and I are facing a bit of trouble. He then proceeded to recount the events of the past few days. All of them were students from a nearby university, often gathering for some thrills. One day, someone suggested they play with a pen spirit. And fueled by curiosity, they all readily agreed. However, when they successfully summoned the spirit, they panicked and fled the room. Since then, strange occurrences had been plaguing them, leading to widespread fear among their ranks. After listening, Yi Ran set down her chopsticks and lit a cigarette. Glancing over at the group, Mo Zhang, sensing the atmosphere, placed a pack of fine cigarettes and a bank card on the table, smiling, a small token of appreciation, not much but sincere. Yi Ran scrutinized the wealthy youth before saying nothing. Taking several puffs of the cigarette before raising an eyebrow, summoning a pen spirit without addressing the ensuing issues, and expecting to send it back alone, did they think it could hail a cab? The pen spirit lacked a fixed form. It was merely a wandering soul drawn by curiosity to see what the summoners intended. Who would have imagined that this group of naive youngsters would summon it and then run away? It was only natural for the spirit to be incensed. This thought filled the group with shame, all of them hanging their heads in silence. Yi Ran eyed the bank card on the table. How much is in there? At the mention of money, Mo Zhang straightened up, a touch of pride in his voice. Just a small sum. 50,000 is nothing to me. 100,000, no bargaining, Yi Ran stated. Extending a finger, for someone like him, foolish with money, it would be a disservice not to take full advantage. Mo Zhang's expression soured. Boss, that's quite the exorbitant demand. With $1 million, I could hire a renowned master. Yi Ran dismissed his protest entirely. Goodbye, don't let the door hit you on the way out. I doubt you'll last long. While looking so downtrodden, Mo Ziyang suppressed his irritation. If it weren't for the fear of his parents discovering this mess, he wouldn't be groveling here. Fine, 100,000 it is, but you must guarantee a perfect resolution. After some deliberation, Mo Ziyang ultimately relented. Yi Ran leaned back against the chair, choosing not to respond to the question. Instead, she swiftly shifted the conversation. Let me confirm once more, all you desire is to eliminate the pen fairy, just answer yes or no. Mo Ziyang nodded. Yes. After receiving confirmation, Yi Ran withdrew her smile and looked up with cold eyes. Transfer the money to this card before tomorrow. From that point onward, all consequences will be your responsibility. After saying this, she inquired about some basic information, allowing everyone to return and await further developments. Meanwhile, the little beggar, who had been engrossed in his meal, poked Yi Ran at that moment and, once the group had completely vanished, remarked, Master, that person was lying just now. Oh, Yi Ran's interest was piqued, and she pressed for details. How did you discern that? The little beggar blinked. Master, you don't know, do you? This is a skill I honed, having spent much time begging on the streets. He had encountered countless individuals. Sometimes, when he asked for food, he would be struck or chased away with insults. Over time, he learned to gauge from their eyes who would respond kindly and who would retaliate. Although that tall gentleman had spoken otherwise, his eyes clearly betrayed his intent to conceal something. Upon hearing the little beggar's account, Yi Ran couldn't help but exclaim, You noticed all that? Remarkably observant. You must be a golden needle mushroom. The little beggar scratched his head, finding no particular wonder in his ability, as it was merely a means to survive. Yi Ran turned her gaze to the deserted street, murmuring, It matters not. I have already warned them that all consequences will be theirs to bear. If trouble arises, they shall endure it. Mo Ziyang was quite efficient. By the time Yi Ran went to collect the money the following day, 1 million had already been transferred. Next, she needed to visit the school to ascertain the nature of their troubles. After a phone call, Mo Ziyang did not arrive in person but sent a girl named Xia Yan instead. Boss Yi, let me take you to our club. That is where our problems began. Xia Yan smiled gently as she handed over a bottle of water. Yi Ran, with her hands tucked into her pockets, did not reach for the water but scrutinized the woman before her. Though her face appeared somewhat haggard, a faint blush graced her cheeks, and the bloodshot veins in her eyes indicated a restless night. The heavy bags under her eyes suggested her fatigue was not merely from one sleepless night. Feeling the man's unabashed gaze upon her, Xia Yan grew slightly embarrassed, lowering her eyes in an attempt to avoid his stare. After a moment, Yi Ran extended her hand to take the water, sipping it before asking, Have you been experiencing frequent spring dreams lately? Xia Yan felt even more embarrassed by the question, but since this person was there to help resolve their troubles, she could only nod stiffly in response. That's right. Your time is limited. Yi Ran glanced at her lower abdomen, sensing a concentrated aura of malevolence. She surmised that she was likely pregnant with a ghostly child. Xia Yan, who had initially been uncomfortable, felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. Boss Yi, why would you curse someone to death for no reason? Yi Ran disregarded her retort and continued, Take me to the club. Infuriated, Xia Yan turned and walked ahead, deliberately creating distance between them, feeling that the man behind her was utterly deranged. Yi Ran cared little for others' attitudes. She was merely there to conduct business, and had no obligation to consider their sensibilities. Right here, take a look for yourself. After navigating the school's corridors, they arrived at a somewhat secluded hallway. Xia Yan, visibly upset, opened the door and leaned against the wall with crossed arms. Yi Ran stepped into the room, surveying her surroundings. Though small, it was thick with a sinister atmosphere. The floor was marked with unclean formations, and several half-burned candles lay scattered about. How long until this is resolved? I'm quite anxious. Xia Yan's earlier patience had evaporated. Yi Ran regarded her coldly, already formulating a solution, and smiled. Gather everyone involved. If they fail to show, they may as well await their demise. Xia Yan's heart raced. How could this man maintain a warm demeanor while uttering such chilling words? Although she still harbored some resentment, she began to call everyone in. About half an hour later, 4 individuals gradually entered the room, including Mo Ziyang, who reeked of alcohol. Boss Yi, you urgently summoned us. Have you found a solution? Mo Ziyang wasted no time and got straight to the point. Yi Ran, casually perched on the sofa with a cigarette, nodded and pointed at Xia Yan. Tonight, you all should have her dressed provocatively. That malevolent spirit is sure to appear. The statement left everyone momentarily dumbfounded, and their expressions turned peculiar as the realization sank and Xia Yan could no longer contain herself and erupted. You are nothing but a shameless charlatan. Mo, tell him to return that million. We'll hire someone else and have this scoundrel locked up. Indeed, Yi Ran's words were rather harsh. Anyone would feel uneasy upon hearing them, which was entirely a normal response. Mo Ziyang did not respond immediately. Instead, he frowned, looking discontentedly at Yi Ran before saying, "Boss Yi, some words should not be spoken lightly." While Yi Ran remained unfazed, even suppressing a chuckle. Mo Ziyang, appearing to defend Xia Yan, had not clearly stated his position. His words implied that he awaited a reasonable explanation, while the process itself held little importance to him. Yi Ran decided to satiate their curiosity and elaborated, "This young lady is pregnant with a ghostly child. If she takes the initiative, that evil spirit will undoubtedly reveal itself, and then we can eliminate it." Xia Yan, infuriated, felt the urge to strike him. "That's utter nonsense." Mo Ziyang glared at her, commanding, "Silence." Yi Ran extinguished her cigarette, leisurely placing her hands in her pockets. "This is the quickest method. After all, it is not I who is being tormented by the spirit. If necessary, we can take our time to devise a plan to lure it out. It should take about 10 to 20 days at most." Hearing that it could take so long, the group, already on the brink of collapse from torment, was unwilling to accept such a timeline and began to persuade Xia Yan. Mo Ziyang also joined in, believing that slightly sacrificing oneself for a swift resolution was reasonable. You all, I refuse. I would rather be killed by a ghost than agree." Xia Yan stormed out in a fit of rage. At that moment, Yi Ran approached Mo Ziyang with a smile, gently patting his shoulder. "I suspect this room is not the original site of the incident. If you wish to resolve this matter promptly, it would be best for that woman to follow my instructions. Oh, and if she agrees, remember to include me in the proceedings. That's settled then. Goodbye." Were it a righteous individual, they might still be investigating leads. Contemplating how to safeguard everyone involved, however, Yi Ran had a different strategy in mind: to use that woman as bait, and once the malevolent spirit appeared, they could swiftly eliminate it, an approach remarkably efficient. But what if the spirit resisted the temptation and failed to show? There was no need for concern. The malevolent entity had implanted a ghostly child within Xia Yan, which needed to siphon the host's life force to survive. As long as Xia Yan was killed, the spirit would undoubtedly emerge in a fit of rage, seeking vengeance. Thus, Yi Ran's suggestion for her to dress provocatively served not only as bait for efficiency but also provided an opportunity for her to survive a while longer. Was this not the most ideal course of action? Furthermore, their goal was to eradicate the spirit. As long as that entity was dealt with, any unforeseen incidents along the way were entirely normal. From the outset, it had been made clear that they would bear all consequences. As Yi Ran prepared to leave the school, her phone rang, displaying a call from Lao Wu. "Speak, as long as the money is in place, the matter will be resolved accordingly." "Uncle, my master is in dire straits." The voice on the other end was youthful, tinged with a hint of tears, unmistakably belonging to Lao Wu's apprentice. Yi Ran's expression remained largely unchanged. She had sensed something was amiss with Lao Wu earlier, so it was no surprise that trouble had arisen. "So, what do you wish for me to do?" "Uncle, I beg you to save my master. I implore you, step aside. Let me speak with him." A rough male voice joined the conversation. "Hello, I'm Zhao Sanfeng. This is rather urgent. You should come over at once." Yi Ran paused for a few seconds before responding. "Very well. I'll be there shortly." Chapter 34. This is reality. Upon arriving at Lao Wu's residence, the sounds of weeping and wailing greeted her as she approached the door. Peering inside, she saw Lao Wu sitting cross-legged on the floor. His skin darkened as though he had lost all vitality. Upon noticing Yi Ran's arrival, Zhao Sanfeng approached with a sigh. "It seems he may no longer be with us. It's up to you now to see if there is any way to help." Yi Ran remained silent, her attention drawn to the boy lying on the bed, who had yet to awaken but appeared to have regained some color. Lao Wu's apprentice rushed over, kneeling before Yi Ran, tears streaming down his face. "Uncle, I'll do anything to save my master. Get away." Yi Ran showed him no mercy, then knelt beside Lao Wu. After a thorough examination, she finally spoke. "The corpse poison curse has fully erupted." Upon hearing about the corpse poison curse, Zhao Sanfeng frowned. "I have some dragon blood. Can it help?" At this, Yi Ran scoffed. "You're thinking too highly of it. If you had mentioned it earlier, there might have been hope, but now it's beyond saving." Zhao Sanfeng shook his head gently, lamenting. "This fellow should have mentioned the corpse poison curse earlier. Now, it seems he is doomed to die in vain." Yi Ran refrained from responding, yet he could surmise old Wu's intentions. When seeking assistance at the shop, the compensation he offered was merely sufficient to save a single life for old Wu, who regarded his apprentice as a son. Self-sacrifice to save his disciple was entirely reasonable. Upon their first encounter, Yi Ran sensed that this fellow appeared frail. In retrospect, it was likely due to his own magical powers being forcibly suppressed to stifle the spread of the corpse poison curse. Coupled with the severe injuries sustained while battling the river dragon days prior, it was evident that he could no longer contain the curse. Given the current circumstances, he likely had less than an hour to live. However, if you truly wish to save him, I can offer an alternative means for his survival. After a brief pause, Yi Ran articulated his thoughts. As a practitioner well versed in the dark arts, he possessed an array of methods at his disposal. If one puts their mind to it, nothing is beyond reach. Considering their past collaboration, I can extend a concession to you, demanding only 3 million. After all, the materials required for my method are quite precious, and this is the lowest price I can offer you. Yi Ran lit a cigarette and settled into a nearby chair, silently awaiting a response. Zhao Sanfeng was taken aback. How on earth could he procure such a sum? Moreover, he was merely constrained by certain reasons to remain in Tianhai City and was not particularly familiar with this old Taoist. Setting aside whether he could indeed gather 3 million, it was inconceivable to expend such an amount on someone with whom he had little connection. After deliberation, Zhao Sanfeng chose silence, while he sympathized with the plight of the master and disciple. His own funds were hardly abundant. The boy, kneeling on the ground, hurriedly crawled over and clutched Yi Ran's leg, weeping pitifully. Uncle, I truly cannot gather so much money. I beseech you to help me. I shall bow in gratitude. Upon finishing his plea, the boy fervently bowed his head, each impact echoing sharply until, within moments, he had bloodied his forehead. With his younger disciple still unconscious and his master hanging by a thread, the eldest disciple could conceive of no better solution. Zhao Sanfeng turned away, unable to bear the sight. As one ages, they become increasingly sentimental and find such displays intolerable. Yi Ran, maintaining his stoic demeanor, continued to smoke, but the coldness emanating from his eyes was palpable. Before he forcefully kicked the boy away. Do you think this is a fairy tale world, where a mere display of misfortune can elicit sympathy and prompt others to extend a helping hand? Do not be naive. There are countless individuals like you in this world. If lamenting were truly effective, everyone would resort to it and abandon the pursuit of wealth. Lacking power, wealth, or influence, why should I assist you for no reason? Merely because of your youth, or your tragic circumstances? Absurd. In today's world, money reigns supreme. My boy, this is not mere hyperbole. It is the stark reality. Having uttered these words indifferently, Yi Ran rose and made his way to the door. Pausing momentarily before departing, without money, you shall await your demise. If you desire wealth, you could utilize your Taoist skills, but of course, I forgot you are practitioners of righteousness, too disdainful to resort to such lowly methods as grave robbing or ghostly theft. Correct, practitioners of righteousness, how laughable. With that, Yi Ran left without hesitation, stepping outside to take a call before heading to the harbor. Whether he was heartless or merely driven by avarice, in this world where everything revolves around interests, rampant empathy is worthless. Inside, Zhao Sanfeng, observing the heartbroken boy, felt a pang of compassion and promptly placed 1,000 yuan on the table, considering it a token of condolence for a funeral. News had already reached Mo Ziyang, who reported that he had successfully persuaded Xia Yan to prepare for a journey to a nearby islet before nightfall. As everyone gathered, the boat slowly departed from the harbor according to their accounts. The islet was not far, a journey of approximately an hour. The island was uninhabited, yet it housed an eerie little temple, which Mo Ziyang and his companions had stumbled upon during their explorations. In truth, peculiar occurrences had begun to manifest around them long before they sought out the spirit medium. Their desire to consult the medium arose from their wish to address the troubles surrounding them. Unfortunately, overwhelmed by trepidation, they had retreated halfway through their endeavor, leading them to seek out Yi Ran. It seemed the little beggar's insights were astute. This group was indeed concealing something about the events. As they approached the islet, an unusual silence enveloped everyone, each person seated in their respective spots, lost in trepidation and unease. Yi Ran's gaze shifted towards Xia Yan, who was staring out at the sea. Though her features were unremarkable, her figure was commendable. Even clad in layers, her silhouette was discernible. Sensing a gaze upon her, Xia Yan turned to search, and upon realizing it was Yi Ran, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Finally, amidst the heavy atmosphere, the boat reached the shore. Mo Ziyang led the way, eager to resolve the troubles at hand. Yi Ran, carrying an umbrella, took up the rear, gazing up at the overcast sky. It was the rainy season, and the weather on the islet was particularly capricious. Observing the darkening skies, it seemed a storm was imminent. True to expectation, as they ventured deeper into the islet, rain began to pour down in torrents. We've arrived. Let's seek shelter from the rain inside, Mo Ziyang bellowed, hastening forward. Yi Ran stood motionless, holding his umbrella, his gaze fixed intently on the temple before him. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was no temple, but rather a grave. Entering the temple, they were greeted by the sight of a headless Buddha, its neck smooth and pristine, resembling that of a living being, an unsettling sight indeed. On the offering table before the statue lay freshly burned incense sticks and bloody meat. Yiran circled the area, noting the temple's unsettling cleanliness. If it were truly abandoned, it would not be immaculate to such a degree. Various signs indicated that someone must regularly come to clean and offer tributes. Thus the question arose, who would venture to such a remote location to make offerings? If the intent was merely to provide incense for the statue, why then offer raw flesh? It is commonly said that statues constructed in desolate areas are prone to supernatural occurrences. Within these forests, a plethora of spirits and venomous creatures abound. Without sufficient incense to feed upon, these statues can easily succumb to malevolent thoughts under the influence of evil. Over time, they may be regarded as wild Buddhas by the populace. In summary, it was all rather peculiar. Ye boss, I see you pacing back and forth. Have you discerned anything? Mo Zhang, drying his hair with a towel, appeared curious. Ye Ran shot him a glance and retorted, "What do you expect to see in broad daylight?" Mo Zhang promptly fell silent, eventually addressing the group, stating, "Once the rain lightens, we shall find a spot nearby to set up camp." Everyone nodded in agreement, for none wished to spend a night within this bizarre temple. As they busied themselves, the sky gradually darkened. In an environment already fraught with poor visibility, a white mist began to rise, adding an air of inexplicable eeriness to the place. Whether due to excessive fear or not, each person huddled within their tents, reluctant to produce even a glimmer of light. Mo Zhang, too, was on edge, exhibiting signs of restlessness. For some reason, he seemed even more anxious than Xiao Ya, and in such a situation, one was either paralyzed by fear or harboring guilt, and it was evident that he belonged to the latter category. Leaning against a tree outside, Yiran noted that the time was ripe and kicked the adjacent tent. Xiaoyan emerged with a glum expression, already clad in light clothing, shivering as a breeze swept by. Yiran, lacking any sense of gentility, stated bluntly, "Go to the temple and lure out that lecherous spirit." Xiaoyan, slightly hunched, rubbed her arms incessantly, glancing apprehensively at the dark temple, her heart racing with dread. Ultimately she steeled herself, slowly moving toward the temple. Just as she was about to step inside, her foot hesitated, lifting and lowering repeatedly for several minutes before she resolved to enter. Yiran lit a cigarette. Silently observing the temple's entrance, time passed, yet no sound emanated from within the temple. The surrounding mist thickened to the point where the temple's outline became obscured. Suddenly a heavy panting filled the air, startling many into covering their ears and tightly shutting their eyes in terror. Mo Zhang's heart raced, perched at the edge of panic, his eyes wide open, paralyzed with fear, his breathing nearly stilled. Yiran formed a hand seal, biting his finger to smear blood on his brow. And with a flash of crimson light in his eyes, he pierced through the fog. To the right of the temple, a headless figure was slowly approaching the entrance. From its attire, Yiran quickly recognized it as the headless Buddha. Yet strangely, his gaze had never left the temple's entrance. When had the headless Buddha ventured out? Inside the temple, Xiaoyan was gripped by terror, her legs trembling as she instinctively began to retreat, forgetting even to call for help. Unbeknownst to her, she had backed against the offering table, instinctively reaching out for support, inadvertently touching something. Gradually lifting her hand to her nose, she was assaulted by the nauseating stench of blood. The menacing panting grew ever closer. And suddenly, Xiaoyan felt something looming before her, but in the absence of light, she could not discern its nature. This uncertainty only heightened her fear. Help me!" Xiaoyan's voice was but a faint whisper, tears streaming down her face as overwhelming dread rendered her mind paralyzed. At this moment, her body could no longer withstand the strain, and a warm stream cascaded down her thigh. "No, please, someone save me." Realizing that a pair of large hands were wandering across her body, Xiaoyan's pupils dilated in an instant, her expression becoming utterly blank. Meanwhile, Yiran stood outside, shaking a cigarette box, only to find it empty before crumpling it up and tossing it aside. Then leisurely making her way towards the temple. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminated half of the front hall. Yiran, wielding a flashlight, directed its beam at the headless Buddha engaged in nefarious deeds. "Apologies for interrupting your little affair, but could you kindly perish once more?" As her gaze shifted, she noticed Xiaoyan's vacant stare, while the headless Buddha continued its work, seemingly oblivious to the intruder. Yiran clicked her tongue, promptly retrieving a black talisman and hurling it. Instantly sparks erupted from the Buddha's body, and with a loud bang, it was sent flying. "I understand your needs are great, but I have no interest in being a mere spectator at this moment. Could you please refrain from ignoring my presence?" Yiran strolled up to the offering table, casting a glance at Xiaoyan, who was now drenched in blood. "It hurts so much, help me," Xiaoyan whimpered. In the next moment, the headless Buddha, having been knocked away, charged back with fervor. Yiran, quick as a flash, pulled Xiaoyan in front of her, but the Buddha, unable to halt its momentum, struck the woman's face with such force that it caved in. At that moment, Xiayan was irrevocably lost to death. "What a pity, you missed me," Yi Ran remarked with a smile. Discarding Xiayan's lifeless body aside, the headless Buddha froze in place, its body slowly turning towards Xiayan. A torrent of malevolent energy surging from it, Xiayan's abdomen harbored a ghostly fetus. With the mother now deceased, it too would naturally perish. Judging by the malevolent energy emanating from it, it was clear the entity was enraged. It is ill-advised to be distracted in the midst of battle. Yi Ran's lips curled into a slight smile as Xiayan's body abruptly rose, approaching the headless Buddha in an unnatural manner. After all, with a free labor force at her disposal, it would be remiss not to extract some value from it. "Come forth, entertain it for a while," Yi Ran softly commanded, and the ghostly performer materialized. Turning her gaze to the temple's exterior, she recalled the ringing of bells that had seemed to echo in her ears, accompanied by an overwhelming presence of malevolent energy. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Ran retracted the spectral threads and resolved to investigate the situation outside. However, upon stepping through the door, the scene before her immediately suggested trouble. The surroundings were festooned with red strings, countless soul-restraining bells swaying rhythmically. How could such a remote corner witness a ghostly wedding? Yi Ran narrowed her eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the dense forest to her left. Chapter 35, The Realm of Chaos. Before Yi Ran could react, the scene before her warped and blurred. When her vision cleared, she found herself at the center of an ancient street, two crimson moons illuminating the night sky, while numerous sky lanterns floated above. The din of nearby market stalls filled the air, with figures flitting about, neither human nor beast. A butcher with a pig's head hack meat at a stall, while a goat-headed creature selected items from a roadside vendor. Among these creatures, many souls wandered the streets. Of the bearers of palanquins and horse-drawn carriages were in constant motion, as if she had been transported back to an ancient town. Yi Ran stood momentarily stunned. Before furrowing her brow and muttering, "How did I end up in the true ghost market?" Now she could ascertain that she was undoubtedly within the ghost market. The previous ghost market she had visited with the little beggar had merely been a two-street imitation of what lay before her. The true ghost market was a chaotic amalgamation of demons and wandering souls, teeming with all manner of beings beyond mere humans, occasionally even hosting emissaries from the underworld. The most troubling aspect for Yi Ran was the legend that once one entered the ghost market, they would find it impossible to locate an exit. This place lay at the boundary between the realms of the living and the dead, beyond the jurisdiction of the underworld and inaccessible to the living. A lawless realm of chaos. "Master." Just as Yi Ran pondered her predicament, a cool voice called out to her from beside. Instinctively alert, she turned to face the source, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. The ghostly performer and the ghostly bride were smiling at her, their smiles unsettling. Yi Ran's gaze sharpened, and in mere seconds, countless possibilities raced through her mind. These two were not known for articulate speech. Yet now they spoke with clarity, likely due to the ghost market's influence. In truth, her assumption was entirely correct. The ghost market had lifted many restrictions on malevolent entities, allowing them to articulate human speech. "I have no time for idle chatter with you." Yi Ran pivoted, searching for the whereabouts of Mo Ziyang and the others. Since she had been drawn into the ghost market, it stood to reason that they too likely shared her fate. Indeed, it was not long before she spotted a group of individuals not far off, glancing around anxiously. Just then, Mo Ziyang's gaze met hers, and a myriad of expressions flickered in their eyes. Mo Ziyang narrowed his eyes and bolted away, seemingly indifferent to the fate of those beside him. Yi Ran surmised that he must know the island's secrets, yet they had never been sworn enemies. Why then did he act this way? Capture him. After a brief moment of contemplation, she commanded her two ghostly followers to pursue him. She then turned her attention to the wedding procession approaching from the street's end. Strangely, the moment this wedding party appeared, the surrounding demons and spirits erupted into panicked flight. In the blink of an eye, the vast street was left deserted, save for Yi Ran. Before being drawn into the ghost market, she had glimpsed a ghostly wedding. It seemed these were the very ones. "Well, this place is exceedingly strange. It would be unwise to provoke any trouble. I'll lay low for now." Yi Ran murmured to herself. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, the path around her was suddenly obstructed by a flurry of red strings, and numerous paper figures appeared, grinning from all directions, even atop the rooftops, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat. Yi Ran furrowed her brow, slowly placing her hand on the handle of her umbrella, for it was evident that this wedding procession was directed at her, and the situation was utterly perplexing. As the wedding palanquin came to a halt, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Whoosh, something zipped past her head, moving so swiftly that she could barely discern it. The moment she felt a stinging pain on her cheek, she extended her fingers to touch the spot. only to find them stained crimson. Before she could react, the palanquin gently descended, and a pale, elongated leg emerged from behind the curtain, followed by a tall woman clad in scant fabric. Upon a quick appraisal, Yiran recognized the woman before her as the Ghost Queen. The palpable malevolent energy emanating from her was unmistakable. Since you have chosen not to strike immediately, I presume you wish to discuss something? Even in the face of such a formidable presence, Yiran remained composed. If the Ghost Queen truly wished to attack, there would be no need for her to engage in such elaborate theatrics. Hence she felt no urgency. The Ghost Queen pressed her vibrant red lips together, a playful smile gracing her features as she spoke. Little Taoist, would you care to experience the sensation of ecstasy and demise? I possess considerable expertise in this realm. Her voice was intoxicating, capable of rendering even the steeliest resolve weak, and one could easily imagine that a person of wavering will might succumb in an instant. However, Yiran remained unmoved. If he truly harbored an interest in malevolent entities, he would have long since drawn the ghostly bride into his chamber for countless indulgences. Intermingling with such entities would inevitably lead to corruption, with the most severe cases resulting in the draining of one's life force. Even if one were not entirely drained, the ingress of malevolent energy would spell doom in the long run. Could the Ghost Queen be jesting? If you have something to say, simply state it directly without all this circumlocution. Yiran's tone remained calm and unperturbed. The Ghost Queen let out a huff of exasperation, crossing her arms. What a thoroughly unromantic dullard. Very well, I shall be forthright. Someone has gifted me an object specifically to deal with you. I initially had no intention of complying, but the gift was simply too precious to resist. The manner in which she spoke made Yiran feel uncomfortable all over. At this moment, his priority was to locate Mo Ziyang. He had no desire to engage in frivolous banter. Enough of your nonsense, old crone. I've tolerated you for long enough. If you believe you possess the power to kill me, then act. With that, he removed his umbrella and stepped forward, pointing it at the Ghost Queen. Impudent brat. You are not in a position to dictate terms to this queen. Have you had your fill of entertainment? The Ghost Queen's expression turned icy, her gaze sharp. As her words fell, a figure with a white paper fan appeared suddenly behind the palanquin. Ah, your majesty, the Ghost Queen, you are far too impatient. Very well, allow this scholar to sample the flavor first. I shall claim this brat's life. The speaker was none other than the young scholar who had fled moments ago, still donning that disingenuous facade of affability. Yiran chuckled. I was wondering who was speaking so arrogantly. What, did you strike a deal with this old ghost? The young scholar folded his paper fan, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Last time, it was merely luck that allowed you to escape. Now, I am eager to see who will come to your aid. Almost simultaneously with the fading of his voice, the young scholar lunged forward. Yiran sidestepped to evade the thrust of the paper fan, swiftly retrieving a long stick from his satchel and swinging it at the youth. The young scholar's body stiffened, collapsing to the ground in convulsions, his neck bulging with veins. Yiran grinned, raising the stick aloft. This device is known as a stun baton, imported from abroad. Strangely enough, I've never had the opportunity to use it until now. Oh comrade, your thinking must keep pace with the times. As the saying goes, lagging behind means getting beaten. Wouldn't you agree? Yiran flicked the switch on the stun baton and brought it down on the grounded young scholar once more. Chapter 36. Everything is a conspiracy. Just as Yiran was poised to strike, a few paper figures charged towards her with lethal intent. She retreated a few steps, appearing to be at a disadvantage. Yet in truth, she was far from fatigued. One might even say she was effortlessly in control. I have no time to play with you, she declared, unfurling her oilpaper umbrella and resting it upon her shoulder. With her fingers pressed together, her lips barely moved, and in the next instant, a cloud of black mist erupted beneath her feet. Several vengeful spirit dolls scattered in laughter, yet Yiran's figure was nowhere to be seen. The Ghost King's expression turned icy as she shifted her gaze upwards, finding Yiran standing atop the roof, holding her umbrella. Yiran met her gaze with indifference before vanishing completely. News had just reached her from the ghost bride that Mo Ziyang had been captured. Thus, there was no need to squander more time confronting this group of malevolent beings. Indeed, the Ghost King, as a formidable entity, possessed abilities that far surpassed those of ordinary evil spirits. When faced with such a formidable foe, the wisest course of action was to evade battle. There was no need to stubbornly engage and incur unnecessary losses. If I wish to leave, even this Ghost King cannot detain me. Yiran leaped across the rooftops, glancing back at the desolate space behind her, a slight smile gracing her lips. Only a fool would confront others head-on. It is far wiser to be cunning and conserve one's energy. This was the ghost market, a chaotic realm of malevolence. The Ghost King may be powerful, but she could not reach the level of omnipotence. Once Mo Ziyang was apprehended, she would extract useful information from him and then devise a plan to escape this place. After completing this final task, she would set her sights on Chang'an. The matter of the golden tree could no longer be delayed. It was time to prioritize it. Having concluded her thoughts, Yi Ran had already covered a considerable distance, her connection with the ghost bride and the others growing ever stronger. Scanning the streets below, she quickly pinpointed their location. "You certainly can run," she remarked, appearing at the alley's mouth, her gaze laced with murderous intent as she observed Mo Ziyang cornered against the wall by two ghosts. At this moment, Mo Ziyang appeared somewhat flustered, yet overall he maintained his composure, not exhibiting the anticipated cowardice. Yi Ran, lacking the patience to continue this charade, seized him and drew a dagger, severing his hand. The agonizing screams reverberated throughout the alley. Two questions. What was the purpose of luring me to the ghost market, and who was the mastermind behind it? Yi Ran inquired, wiping the blood from her face. Her tone calm. Mo Ziyang trembled violently but remained resolutely silent, displaying a stubborn demeanor. Faced with such obstinacy, Yi Ran possessed countless methods to extract his secrets. Without hesitation, she began to remove his trousers, methodically slicing through his flesh like sawing wood. I'll talk. Mo Ziyang could endure no longer, his resolve faltering as he realized his lineage was at stake. Gasping, he stammered, I'm an external disciple of the Heavenly Poison sect. It was an order from the elders to lure you into the ghost market. Upon hearing Heavenly Poison sect, Yi Ran briefly pondered, recalling having heard of such a sect from someone before, seemingly linked to the deceased Scorpion Elder. If that were the case, this was indeed an act of unilateral revenge from the Heavenly Poison sect. As for the young scholar being here as well, it was likely he had struck some sort of deal with this sect. Continue, Yi Ran urged, regaining her focus. Mo Ziyang, biting down on the intense pain, gritted his teeth and revealed the entire truth. As Yi Ran had suspected, the Heavenly Poison sect sought revenge and had approached the young scholar for collaboration, providing him with something beneficial for the cultivation of malevolent entities. This had been hinted at by the Ghost King earlier. Initially, Mo Ziyang had joined the Heavenly Poison sect due to a desire for notoriety, but over time he recognized something was amiss within the sect. He had not intended to comply with this task, but the elders had threatened him, leaving him with no choice but to proceed. Interestingly, Mo Ziyang's father was the regional deputy supervisor of the Yin Yang Association, a position wielding considerable power. All of his activities were conducted in secret, hidden from his parents, thus perpetually maintaining a state of anxiety. Eager to resolve the matter swiftly, it is worth noting that there was only one regional supervisor of the Yin Yang Association, while three held the deputy position. After hearing the entire story, Yi Ran could not help but chuckle. The son of the deputy supervisor of the Yin Yang Association entangled with a malevolent sect, how I would relish witnessing the chaos that ensues once this news spreads. Mo Ziyang, aghast, exclaimed, Boss Yi, brother Yi, please, I beg you, don't tell my father about this. Yi Ran ignored his plea, shifting the conversation back to the matter at hand. How do you get out of the ghost market? Mo Ziyang shook his head vigorously. The elders said to find a place to stay and wait for someone to come fetch us. They did not provide information on how to leave. Yi Ran suddenly realized that this individual was merely a discarded pawn, completely unaware of his betrayal. The means to exit likely rested with the young scholar, but with the Ghost King nearby, the challenge would be formidable. Thus she was left with no choice but to resort to the one tactic she had wished to avoid. Having divulged all pertinent information, Mo Ziyang began to plead for mercy. Brother Yi, can you let me go? Yi Ran's eyes narrowed as she grasped Mo Ziyang's hair and, with a deliberate motion, sliced open his throat, not ceasing until his head was severed from his body. Spare you? That is truly the most amusing jest I have heard in some time. You dared to scheme against me. You must be prepared for the consequences, lest I tarnish my reputation as a practitioner of the dark arts. As for that young scholar, his luck is remarkable. Whether saved by the Yin Yang Association or sheltered by the Ghost King, could he be the chosen one? Casting aside her thoughts, Yi Ran turned to the two ghosts. You may step aside. With that, she retrieved a black talisman from her bag, forming hand seals as incantations flowed from her lips. By the power of the Young Path, summon forth the spirits of the underworld, heed my call. As the black talisman ignited, Yi Ran stomped her foot. In an instant, a deep void appeared beneath her, a torrent of Yin energy surging forth. Yi Ran stood with her hands clasped behind her back, patiently awaiting the arrival of the underworld spirits. The incantation was specifically designed to summon the Yin spirits, yet it could not guarantee who would answer her call. If she were fortunate, a cooperative spirit might accept a bribe for assistance in her escape. If she were unfortunate, a troublesome encounter awaited her. The Yin energy thickened, gradually forming a figure before her. Suddenly a trident emerged. Ran dared not act carelessly. It seemed she had summoned either the ox head or the horse face. The former was notoriously irritable and difficult to deal with, while the latter was generally more agreeable. As the Yin energy dissipated, Ran felt a sense of relief wash over her, for standing before her was indeed the horse face. Chapter 37. To root out the weeds. Horseface glared at her with its two nostrils flaring, extending its neck forward. What business do you have with me, mortal? Its voice was devoid of emotion, resembling that of a cold machine. Ran wasted no time on pleasantries and produced a handful of copper coins. Take me out of the ghost market. The payment is negotiable. These copper coins served as universal currency in both the ghost market and the underworld, which is why she had mentioned their worthlessness. Even if one were fortunate enough to acquire some, ordinary people could not utilize them. Over the past 2 years, Ran had amassed quite a sum, totaling around 200 coins. From her research, she learned that ordinary ghost messengers earned only 3 copper coins a month, while the Yin commander received about 20. As for higher-ranking officials, their earnings were likely much greater. The 10 or so coins on Old Wu had likely taken him half a year to accumulate. After all, the purchasing power of copper coins was considerable. Excluding rare materials, the price of ordinary items rarely exceeded 1 to 2 coins, and seldom reached 3. Horseface's mouth seemed to curl into a smile as it squinted. Accepting the copper coins and nodding. 3 coins alone are insufficient. My time is precious. Calling me out has cost me dearly. I must account for the inconvenience fee, the running fee, the assistance fee, the appearance fee, and the wasted time fee. Upon hearing such blatant extortion, even Ran could not help but curse inwardly at the merchant's greed. To think they sought so much for merely appearing. One could only imagine the cost of truly enlisting their help. Name your price. As long as it is reasonable, I can accommodate. Yet, despite her grievances, her priority was to leave the ghost market first. Money was merely a means that could be earned again. Horseface pondered, and it was evident that it had concocted a scheme of its own. Add 50 copper coins, no negotiation. Ran immediately acquiesced, handing over another handful of copper coins. Though she still felt a twinge of discontent, she had always been the one to extort others, and now, for the first time, she found herself at the mercy of someone else's greed. Very well, I've earned several months' worth of salary in a single outing. Just wait, should the opportunity arise, I will ensure you are left with nothing. Horseface gleefully clinked the coins against its ear, reveling in its triumph. Next time you have such a need, do not forget your brother here. I am always ready to assist you. With that, Horseface released a wave of ghostly energy that enveloped Ran. When her vision cleared, the surroundings had returned to normal, and the temple she had departed from was nearby. Turning around, she noticed the headless Buddha still wandering in place. Upon spotting Ran's return, it raised its hand as if to charge at her. At that moment, Horseface, who had not yet left, shot at a glare. What insolent spirit dares to offend me? The Horseface slammed the trident down upon the ground, and in an instant, the headless Buddha disintegrated into ash, meeting its demise in an utterly decisive manner. Upon witnessing Mamian's departure, Ran raised her wrist to check the time. The passage of time within the ghost market differed significantly from the outside world. In merely an hour, dawn would soon break. She realized she had forgotten to inquire about the whereabouts of the Tiandu sect. It dawned on her that she had acted too hastily, completely neglecting this crucial detail. Consequently, she picked up her phone, pondering that such a sect, active in the eyes of the mundane world, would not likely conceal themselves too deeply. Initially, she had intended to complete this task and set off, but it seemed she would have to exert additional effort now. The members of the Tiandu sect were still alive, and Ran found it impossible to rest easy. After receiving the precise address of the Tiandu sect, Ran hurried back to her shop to pack her belongings. The little beggar, thinking a thief had entered their home, tiptoed downstairs with a broom. Master, why did you return without a word? I thought we had been robbed. Upon seeing Ran, the little beggar finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once Ran had nearly finished packing, she ventured to the basement, summoned the ancient corpse, and tossed it into the trunk. Before leaving, she reminded, in a while, I will transfer some money to your phone. Make sure to buy some travel gear. Do not skimp. The little beggar stood tall, raising a hand. Understood, master. Ran ceased her chatter and pressed the accelerator. Speeding away, the Tiandu sect was nestled on the slope of a mountain in a neighboring town, masquerading as a Taoist temple while clandestinely engaging in numerous nefarious activities involving the deceased. From what she gathered, the Tiandu sect employed exceedingly cruel methods, often deceiving young, beautiful women into seeking blessings through cultivation, only to drag them away as vessels. Once their value was nearly drained, they would be disemboweled. With their healthy organs harvested for profit, it was said that the Tiandu sect was quite notorious in the surrounding villages, with a fair number of adherents, thus wielding a degree of influence. Given this, Yi Ran felt compelled to eliminate them, not merely due to their actions, but because the Tiandu sect was undoubtedly ripe for the picking. Upholding justice was the concern of righteous individuals. As for the wicked, they should be exploited to the fullest. Other considerations were of no consequence. At Dalong Mountain, at the foot of the Tiandu sect, Yi Ran had arrived in the small town, where she observed numerous Taoists clad in identical attire wandering about, presumably members of the Tiandu sect. This sect had deeply rooted itself here, making it challenging to gather information, as the arrival of an outsider inquiring about various matters could easily attract unwarranted attention. Yi Ran parked her car in a secluded spot and mingled with the crowd as she ascended the mountain, needing to understand the structure of the Tiandu sect before taking action. After traversing a lengthy staircase, she arrived at a relatively spacious square where a large incense burner stood prominently, with the temple situated behind it. Numerous individuals came to pay their respects, and several members of the Tiandu sect were seen soliciting followers. Just as Yi Ran was scanning her surroundings, a plump Taoist boy scampered over with enthusiasm. "You must be a stranger from another village, right? Are you here to seek a child or wealth? If not, our temple is also well versed in dispelling misfortunes. It's nearly infallible." The chubby boy grinned, rubbing his hands together, his chubby cheeks obscuring his eyes. "Wealth, Taoist, could you show me around? It's my first time seeing such a bustling temple. I am quite curious." Why Yi Ran fabricated an excuse. Upon hearing this, the plump Taoist boy suddenly became bashful, glancing up at the sky and then down at the ground, before feigning reluctance. "You see, my friend, those who visit our temple are bound by fate. I should take you around free of charge, but alas, my incense sales quota remains unfulfilled. How shameful." The boy sighed dramatically, displaying a demeanor that suggested he truly loathed to ask for money from a guest. Yi Ran inwardly scoffed. These fellows were rather tactful, yet her purpose was merely to observe the temple's layout, and parting with a bit of money was no great loss. "Taoist, I left home in haste and did not bring much. Please take this 2,000 as a token of my sincerity." "You flatter me. Any amount is merely a gesture. I shall graciously accept." The chubby boy beamed, warmly ushering Yi Ran inside. After a thorough tour, aside from the restricted areas, they had seen nearly everything. As they walked, they arrived at a room within the temple. The plump boy, ever courteous, invited Yi Ran to sit before scurrying off to brew tea. "What kind of tea do you prefer? We have long jing and pu'er, among others." While rummaging through the tea leaves, he casually inquired, "No need, you keep it for yourself." The boy turned, bewildered, and with a sudden thud, collapsed lifeless on the ground. Yi Ran withdrew the dagger from the boy's forehead, leisurely crouching down to wipe the blade clean before reclaiming the 2,000 she had just given to them. Why money is not so easily taken. To avoid detection, Yi Ran produced a homemade poison and poured it over the plump boy's corpse. Within half an hour, the body would dissolve into a pool of blood. After completing her cleanup, she proceeded to various locations to place vengeful spirit dolls, preparing for what lay ahead. It must be said that the Tiandu sect's brainwashing of mundane individuals was remarkably effective. With just a flicker of magical power, they could manipulate them effortlessly. Given the daylight's constraints, she found a place to rest in the nearby town, which was anything but tranquil. Everywhere she looked, vendors sold talismans and various items infused with a hint of magical energy. What caught her attention was the small serpent statues outside nearly every shop. After a brief touch, Yi Ran sensed something amiss about the serpent statues. Within them resided an eerie chill, accompanied by an indescribable aura of malevolence. As a practitioner of dark arts herself, Yi Ran recognized a similar essence within her, yet the evil emanating from these serpent statues was distinctly different, purely sinister. She surmised that the Tiandu sect was merely a second-rate sect, perhaps possessing unique attributes, but certainly not capable of such profound wickedness. The origins of these serpent statues were likely rooted in something far more sinister. "Excuse me, what significance do these serpent statues hold?" Yi Ran casually asked a vendor entering the shop. Upon hearing her inquiry, the vendor chuckled and replied, "You must not be from around here. The serpent statues are our protectors." Yi Ran's curiosity piqued. She pressed further, "Is there a particular custom associated with them?" "Indeed, our serpent statues originate from the Serpent Temple. You know the Taoist temple on the mountain slope, right?" "Yes, I just visited it earlier, but what connection does the Serpent Temple have with the Taoist temple?" "Oh, a significant one. The Serpent Temple has existed for an extremely long time. My grandmother spoke of it, back when this town was still a village and not as developed as it is now. The Taoist temple on the mountain slope is a more recent establishment, only relocating here in recent years. However, they obtained guidance from the Serpent Temple and ultimately became its messengers, conveying messages on behalf of the Serpent God. Therefore, the people here place great trust in the Taoist temple. They almost always grant the wishes of their followers. As long as one purchases a serpent statue, they can ensure peace throughout the seasons. The vendor continued chatting amiably until he received his payment and left politely leaning against the window. Yi Ran surveyed the bustling street below, not delving too deeply into the man's words. Every place has its unique customs. The serpent god in the temple might just be a legend or a mere gimmick. Time passed swiftly, and the onset of night did not render the small town desolate, rather, it thrived with liveliness. Yi Ran groggily rose from her bed, lit a cigarette, and opened the window to check the time before heading downstairs to leave. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she found the path to the Taoist temple devoid of the daylight's vibrancy. Enveloped in an eerie silence that starkly contrasted the earlier clamor. Yi Ran ascended the mountain at a leisurely pace, soon discovering that there were patrols, 2 Taoist boys, with no other souls in sight. "Hey, the temple does not receive visitors at night, you should leave," one of the boys barked. Yi Ran raised her hand and fired 2 shots. Without uttering a word, the 2 collapsed, lifeless, as she continued her ascent. She encountered several other patrols, all of whom met the same fate at her hands. From their conversations, she learned that the mountain patrols operated in pairs, totaling 3 groups, while the temple's security was far more stringent, 6 members per group patrolling throughout the night. With a total of 5 groups, and an additional 4 guarding the entrance. To avoid alarming anyone, upon reaching the main gate, Yi Ran concealed her firearm, extending her palm. A few small, purplish-red centipedes crawled out from her sleeve. After placing them on the ground, she leaned against a tree to wait. Within 2 minutes, the guards at the gate suddenly bulged, their eyes foam spewing from their mouths, their bodies stiffening before they fell back. Lifeless. Yi Ran ascended the steps with an impassive demeanor. Even without her firearm, she possessed countless methods for killing. The gun was merely a tool for simplicity and expedience. Earlier, she had strategically placed numerous vengeful spirit dolls. Already familiarizing herself with the area's layout, beneath the temple lay a sizable underground prison housing many women, tormented to madness, and even a dedicated vault filled with cash and gold bars. At that moment, a vengeful spirit doll hurriedly approached with its short legs, chattering incessantly. It turned out that this creature had discovered the master of the temple's chamber and informed that the master was still in meditation. Inquiring whether to interfere. No need for that. Instead, summon all the vengeful spirit dolls and affix these talismans in a 9-square formation throughout the area, Yi Ran instructed, producing a stack of black talismans in his palm. The vengeful spirit doll promptly turned and dashed away, soon returning with over a dozen of its kind. Yi Ran distributed the black talismans to them and then lightly shook the bell on his wrist. In the town's parking lot, the ancient corpse confined in the trunk stirred to life. After a brief wait, the ancient corpse appeared at the temple's entrance. Yi Ran scanned the surroundings with a cold gaze. Raising his finger to draw a circle, annihilate all patrolling individuals. Upon receiving the command, the ancient corpse's copper coin mask quivered slightly, its head twisting as it leaped into the shadows. Immediately, Yi Ran turned and retrieved a vessel to draw some blood from the corpse behind him. Using his severed arm as a pen to inscribe a formation at his feet, before long, the ancient corpse returned drenched in blood, indicating that the task was complete. Yi Ran wasted no time, seated himself within the inscribed formation, and swiftly formed seals, subsequently using his fingernail to pierce the flesh between his brows, extracting a drop of his essence blood. With blood as the guide, and talismans as the command, I offer the living flesh to the dead souls. Consuming my vitality to forge a wall of corpses, devouring souls, and seizing spirits amidst the wails of the multitude. The moment the incantation concluded, Yi Ran pressed his palm firmly upon the formation's center, and blood began to seep from his arm, flowing towards the corners of the formation. Yi Ran's expression was solemn, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, clearly straining under the effort. This technique, known as the blood sacrifice soul refining formation, bore similarities to the soul-devouring blood refining formation that had appeared in Central Park. The key difference was that Yi Ran's formation required the sacrifice of his essence blood, while the other demanded the forfeiture of one's lifespan. The blood sacrifice soul refining formation was a malevolent array recorded in ancient texts, known to be practiced by only a scant few in modern times, nearly lost to history, despite Yi Ran's formidable mastery of dark arts. His innate talent was not particularly high. His current achievements were solely the result of relentless study and effort, his sweat far surpassing that of others. As he looked down, numerous strands of blood spread like a spider's web. quickly enveloping the entire temple. Simultaneously, the concealed vengeful spirit dolls erupted, their toxic fumes dispersing, while the black talismans flickered with dim light, and the surrounding winds howled ominously, caught off guard and with the guards already eliminated. Those still in slumber were suddenly poisoned, coughing up blood uncontrollably within mere moments. Some had succumbed to the poison, their bodies were ensnared by crimson strands visibly rotting at an alarming rate, and in less than half a minute they had been reduced to mere bones. The blood pooling on the ground seemed to evaporate, transforming into mist that ascended into the sky. In an instant, the temple was filled with wails akin to a hellish realm. In a secluded chamber, an elderly Taoist, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the abnormality in the air, and quickly covered his mouth and nose as he rushed outside. Everywhere he looked, corpses lay strewn about. A sight that sent chills down his spine, fear beginning to creep into his heart. Upon bursting into the plaza, the once confused Taoist understood everything upon seeing Yi Ran casting spells. Scoundrel, who is it that commands you to poison? Employing such cruel methods, do you not fear descending into the depths of hell? The elderly Taoist bellowed, his eyes aflame with rage, unable to suppress the toxins raging within him, collapsing to the ground as he expelled torrents of blood. Yi Ran raised his gaze coldly, retorting with scorn, indeed those without shame are invincible. How dare you utter such words? The Taoist's white beard trembled as he endured the excruciating pain within, shouting, my heavenly poison sect has no grievances with you. Even if there were minor disputes, we could sit down and discuss compensation. Why must you resort to such absolute measures? The visage of this man seemed vaguely familiar, but in his current state of confusion, he could not recall where they had met. For now, he could only attempt to placate him. Otherwise, the entire heavenly poison sect would face annihilation. This formation was utterly terrifying. You truly are forgetful. You previously sought to lure me into the ghost market to kill me. And now you have conveniently forgotten my identity. Yi Ran rose slowly, his words laced with a chilling intent, yet the immense consumption of his vitality and energy from the formation left his complexion slightly pale, making it somewhat challenging for him to maintain his stance. However, given the current circumstances, the members of the heavenly poison sect had lost their capacity to act, rendering them no longer a threat. You are Yi Ran, the elderly Taoist exclaimed in shock, his expression shifting dramatically. He had clearly lured this person into the ghost market, so how could he suddenly appear on his territory, without special means? It should have been impossible to escape from that place. Yi Ran snapped his fingers. Correct, I reward you with the annihilation of your entire sect. Go, let none of this vitality go to waste. I shall seize this opportunity to attempt to elevate you to a flying corpse. As his words fell, the ancient corpse leaped onto the temple's roof, emitting a series of howls, and the blood mist began to float towards it. Entirely absorbed into its body, the Taoist's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Although he was no saint himself, witnessing such a hellish scene was enough to instill fear within him. You madman, besides my disciples, there are many innocents within this temple. If you do not cease your actions, even if we perish, you shall not escape unscathed. Madman, madman. The elderly Taoist seethed, his teeth grinding as he bellowed, but inadvertently spat out more blood, struggling to maintain his footing. Yi Ran paid him no heed. Those residing here were either brainwashed individuals destined to become vessels or future cultivators of evil. What did it matter if they were killed? As for those who were abducted, they could only blame their misfortune. Fellow Taoist, as a token of gratitude for your scheming against me, I shall allow you to experience firsthand what it means to die a wretched death. With that, the ghostly performer and ghostly bride materialized on either side, grinning malevolently as they drifted closer. The elderly Taoist, once formidable, nearly reaching the threshold of internal energy mastery, found himself unafraid in the face of the two vengeful spirits. Unfortunately, the toxins within him had already spread. Any attempt to channel energy would only exacerbate his agony, and the two spirits had now approached. Fellow Taoist, if you spare me, you may take all the wealth within the sect. In the face of death, most individuals instinctively feel terror. The elderly Taoist was no exception. Yi Ran scoffed at this plea. Look at you, already speaking nonsense. If I kill you, wouldn't your wealth become mine? At that moment, the elderly Taoist had lost his grip on reality, shouting in despair, you shall not die a good death. However, before he could utter more defiance, the two spirits had already begun their grim task. The elderly Taoist's limbs were violently torn apart, and the ghostly performer's sharp hands ripped through his abdomen, pulling out a mass of intestines and entrails. The ghostly bride exerted herself, methodically shredding the Taoist's throat, skin and flesh tearing apart and falling to the ground in gruesome shreds. In mere moments, the elderly Taoist was dismembered by the spirits. Yi Ran could not help but shake his head. Such a method of death is indeed tragic. He turned his gaze towards the ancient corpse, now consuming the blood essence. It remained uncertain if it could break through to the flying corpse stage. The sect numbered over 100 individuals. Providing ample vitality, you too need not remain idle. The formation will grind the souls of the deceased to dust, so take this opportunity to consume more souls. I do not wish to see a single living soul here. Cleanse them all. Yi Ran cast a sidelong glance at the still-dazed spirits before sitting down to rest. His remaining energy was nearly depleted, and there was no need for him to take further action. He could simply wait. Thus, the heavenly poison sect faced complete obliteration. Even if some members managed to escape, it mattered little. Without their sect, they would be nothing more than scattered remnants, incapable of forming a cohesive force. Let alone seeking revenge. As for the matter concerning Mo Ziyang, since his father was the deputy supervisor of the Yin Yang Association, it was imperative to pay a visit. Emma Mian had swindled my money, and I intended to reclaim it from the deputy supervisor. After all, having been cheated out of such a sum, his son could not escape culpability. As he waited, dawn was fast approaching. The power of the formation waned further, ultimately losing its efficacy. However, given the time elapsed, the inhabitants of the temple should have perished by now. It would be prudent to depart before being discovered. The slaughter of over 100 individuals would undoubtedly cause a stir, and should he be caught, no amount of divine intervention could save him. As long as he was not apprehended at the scene, even if it were later uncovered that he had been there, it would not matter, for there would be no ironclad evidence to implicate him. Even if he was well aware of the truth, the heavenly poison sect had amassed considerable wealth. Even a truckload of money would struggle to contain it. Yi Ran managed to take away a pile of gold bars, intending to sell them on the black market for a substantial profit. Just as he prepared to leave, a chilling presence suddenly enveloped the temple, as if it were fixating on him. Yet, upon turning, he found nothing amiss. Chapter 39. Compensation. On the morning following the incident, those who ventured to the temple to pay their respects were left dumbfounded. The once thriving temple now lay in eerie silence. Some, mustering the courage to venture inside, were soon driven to scream in terror. Within the entire temple, not a single soul remained, only a heap of bones remained. The speed at which the news spread was astonishing. Even as Yi Ran traveled back to Tianhai City, he heard the reports of the incident on the radio. In this era of rapid information dissemination, many events are challenging to conceal. Unless officials deliberately suppress them, revelations will emerge within hours. Upon returning home, Yi Ran uttered not a single word, shedding his garments before immersing himself in the blood pool. The blood sacrifice and soul-refining formation had left him severely depleted of vitality. Had it been a person of lesser cultivation, they would likely have been drained of their essence in an instant. Left as nothing more than a desiccated corpse, for several consecutive days, Yi Ran remained submerged in the blood pool within the basement. During this time, members of the Yin Yang Association made numerous visits, even placing surveillance around the vicinity, while others might merely speculate. Zhao was utterly convinced that this grand design was crafted by Yi Ran himself, for he understood all too well his vengeful nature. After a couple more days, Yi Ran finally emerged from the blood pool, dressed and ready to leave the basement. The little beggar was busy tidying up the shop and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yi Ran unscathed, for his frail demeanor upon returning had startled her. Master, many people have come to the shop looking for you lately, but I turned them all away. Good job. Have you gathered all the equipment I asked you to buy? Yes, it's all complete. You've given me too much, Master. I still have quite a bit left in my phone balance. Keep it for yourself. For now, go upstairs and lay low. All right, Master. The little beggar set down her feather duster and scampered upstairs with light steps. Yi Ran shifted his gaze to the door and remarked coolly, "Come in." Lurking about his pointless study. No sooner had he spoken than three figures appeared at the entrance, one of whom was Zhao. While the other man and woman were unfamiliar to him, Zhao exchanged glances with the two beside him, adjusting his glasses before stating, "We're all old acquaintances, so I won beat around the bush. Recently, a sect associated with the Yin Gate was slaughtered in the neighboring city. Over 200 members were killed, along with many ordinary people. If I were to say you were responsible, I doubt you would admit it. So I won't dwell on it. I'm here to inquire about a young man named Mo Ziyang, who supposedly sought you out and even went to sea with you, yet you returned. And he did not. Why is that?" Upon hearing this, Yi Ran's gaze shifted to the other two. "So, you are Mo Ziyang's parents, the deputy supervisors of the Yin Yang Association. It's not difficult to deduce." Ever since Wang Zhao's death, Zhao's standing had risen sharply. Although he had not yet been appointed as the head supervisor, it was clear to all that it was merely a matter of time. Thus, the only reason he would personally come along with the deputy supervisors was that he had no other choice. Before Xiaoqua could respond, the middle-aged man, with a solemn expression, spoke in a low voice, "Your insight is commendable. So where is my son now? He is dead." Yi Ran lit a cigarette, meeting the middle-aged man's gaze without a trace of fear. He had intended to confront the couple upon recovering, and since they had come to him, it would save him some effort. Though he had never met them face to face, he had heard of the three deputy supervisors' names. Each governed different realms, one intelligence, one martial power, and one finance. The one surnamed Mo must be the one in charge of finances. Mou. You're talking nonsense. My son is perfectly fine. How could he possibly be dead? The emotional outburst from Mo's mother was palpable. Her gritted teeth suggested she longed to tear Yi Ran apart. What do you mean by that? Please clarify. Mou furrowed his brow, attempting to calm his wife. He was well aware of the identity of the person before him, and resolving this matter without escalating tensions was the best course of action. Yi Ran crossed his legs, lowering his tone. He died long ago, and besides, I have debts to settle with you. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Xiaoqua quickly intervened. Yi Ran, I understand you have your reasons, but we can speak civilly. Speak civilly? Very well, let us discuss this. Mo Ziyang had colluded with that group of evil practitioners from the Tiandu sect, attempting to lure me into the ghost market for assassination, only to suffer the consequences of their own malice. Although I successfully escaped the ghost market, I incurred considerable losses. I have yet to demand compensation from you. And yet you come here to lay blame. Tell me, should I not expect you to repay this debt? Yi Ran recounted the events in detail, particularly recalling the substantial sum he had lost due to Ma Mian's betrayal, which stoked his ire even further. 200 copper coins, an amount he had saved for 2 or 3 years, vanished in an instant. Who wouldn't he feel the sting of such a loss? As soon as he finished speaking, Mo's mother was on the verge of an explosion, but Mou shot a glance at Xiaoqua, signaling him to take her out, then raised an eyebrow. Do you have any evidence for your claims? As a deputy supervisor of the Yin-Yang Association, Mou held significant power in Tianhai City, yet here was someone alleging that his son was entangled with evil practitioners, something that seemed implausible. Mo Ziyang had reaped the benefits of wealth and power. There was no reason for him to act against his interests. The Tiandu sect had recently caused quite a stir in Tianhai City. If this were true, the repercussions could be dire. Yi Ran regarded him coolly. If you doubt my words, feel free to investigate, but before you do, you must compensate me for my losses. Mou's expression shifted repeatedly before he finally spoke in a deep voice. What do you want? Yi Ran grinned. I won't exploit you, just return me 100 copper coins. This demand was somewhat excessive. His brow furrowed, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Yi Ran shrugged nonchalantly. I hope your guards are strong enough. Mou narrowed his eyes, enunciating each word. Are you threatening me? Yi Ran showed no fear under his gaze, standing up to meet him eye to eye, and if I am, the intensity of their stares escalated. And at that moment, the atmosphere in the shop reached a critical point, teetering on the brink of explosion. 80 copper coins, plus 3 million in cash, this is my final concession, while I manage finances. Such a sum is not solely mine to dictate. If you disagree, then this matter is closed. After a long pause, Mou finally broke the tension. Within those few minutes, he had contemplated countless possibilities, ultimately deciding to yield, for it would not bode well to provoke a powerful evil practitioner. Fine, it's a deal. Yi Ran did not press his advantage. He had only asked for 100 copper coins to gauge Mou's limits. Even if he settled for 80, he would not suffer. Given the high value of copper coins, however, it was evident that the Yin-Yang Association was quite affluent, having likely amassed considerable wealth at the expense of the populace. Chapter 40. The departure. All that needed to be understood had been grasped, and there was no reason for them to linger any longer. Before leaving, Mou informed that Xiaoqua would deliver the compensation. Clearing their accounts at Xiaoqua was never slow. It wasn't long before he returned with the funds. Having settled all matters, Yi Ran instructed the little beggar to pack their belongings, preparing to depart for Chang'an. Initially considering taking the high-speed train for a quicker journey, he realized that he could not transport the ancient corpse so overtly. Speaking of the ancient corpse, Yi Ran noted that it had yet to break through to the flying corpse level. Despite absorbing such an immense amount of blood energy, it hadn't made the leap. Evidently, the path of corpse refinement still had a long way to go. As Yi Ran sat in the vehicle awaiting the little beggar, he had long been aware of her considerable strength, but seeing her now, he could not help but be astonished. Her backpack was several times larger than she was, yet she bore it effortlessly, as if carrying mere feathers. Master, will we come back here again? Yes, of course we will, but only after I find the golden tree. Yi Ran glanced back at the shop. This journey held no promise of return. It was either death from a sudden illness or finding the golden tree to prolong his life. There were no other options. Driving from Tianhai City to Chang'an would take approximately 6 hours. As they traveled along the highway, night fell, and the air grew colder. Before long, snowflakes began to fall outside the car windows. After driving a bit further, the asphalt was blanketed in snow, forcing Yi Ran to reduce his speed. Driving at high speed on such a surface could lead to dire consequences if they skidded. Master, have we entered Shaanxi province? How far is our destination? I'm not sure. Let us exit the highway and find a place to gather some information. The snow is getting heavier, making it unsuitable to continue. Check the navigation. Where's the nearest exit? Just a moment, let me see. About 2 kilometers away. Alright. Yi Ran focused on the road ahead, continuing to slow down. Upon exiting the highway, they found themselves in a county town, brightly decorated as if celebrating a festival. However, due to the late hour, the streets were nearly deserted, and Yi Ran found no shops open after driving around. Eventually, after searching on his phone for a while, he discovered a farmstay just outside the county that was still in operation. Along the way, they were greeted with an abundance of lanterns and colorful lights. With even some sky lanterns drifting in the air, the scene captivated the little beggar, who exclaimed with excitement, "Master, this place is so beautiful." Yi Ran, lacking interest in the scenery, simply replied, upon arriving at the farmstay. They heard funeral music coming from inside before even entering. The roadside was congested with cars, and mourners clad in mourning attire walked about. Upon seeing their vehicle approach, someone came over to direct them to a parking spot. Perhaps mistaking them for relatives of the deceased. "Hello, sir, are you here to pay your respects? If so, once you enter, just head left." A middle-aged man in a suit was exceedingly polite, even offering 2 white chrysanthemums. "We're here to stay. Please arrange 2 rooms for us." Yi Ran shook off the snowflakes from his shoulders. "I apologize, I mistakenly thought you were also here to pay your respects. We certainly welcome guests at our establishment." "It is just the waiter." Saying this, turned to glance behind him. Yi Ran understood his implication and replied, "I am not superstitious about such matters. Simply lead us there." "Very well, this way please." The waiter smiled, extending his hand and leading the way. Upon entering the farmhouse, a considerable gathering was visible on the left, predominantly surrounding the coffin. Yi Ran merely cast a fleeting glance, showing little concern for the scene. The little beggar, seemingly drawn by some unseen force, curiously inquired, Master, why do they place a rooster atop the coffin?" "It is to ward off the possibility of a corpse rising from the dead. The rooster serves to suppress vengeful spirits. Should a corpse indeed revive, it would chase its loved ones until the rooster crows, at which point it would cease." Yi Ran glanced at the child. Although he did not engage in funerals, he possessed considerable knowledge on the subject. At the mention of the potential for a resurrection, the little beggar hurriedly trotted a few steps forward, closely following Yi Ran. Her expression reflecting a hint of trepidation. "It seems you are well versed in these matters." "Alas, it is rather unfortunate. Every shop in the county is closed, save for our employer, who, in defiance of superstition, insists on conducting business on the eve of Granny Lanternflower's memorial." The waiter, overhearing their conversation, could not help but interject. Yi Ran immediately seized upon the key phrase and, driven by curiosity, inquired, "This place is festooned with decorations, exuding a celebratory air. How does it coincide with a memorial?" The little beggar eagerly nodded in agreement. "Yes, indeed. Who is this Granny Lanternflower?" Upon mention of Granny Lanternflower, the waiter shivered involuntarily, cautiously glancing around before halting and whispering, "It seems you two are not locals. Our county is called Lanternflower County, and we have a peculiar custom. Each winter solstice, we hold a memorial for Granny Lanternflower to appease her vengeful spirit. This Granny Lanternflower is rather sinister. Legend has it that many years ago, she was simply a young girl who adored lantern flowers, crafting them by hand to distribute freely during festivals. However, one fateful day, coinciding with the winter solstice, she was brutally murdered by a malevolent individual, who discarded her body in the river. When her corpse was eventually discovered the next day, it was frozen solid, her clothes stripped away, her head severed, and a lantern affixed around her neck. Since that day, our county has become increasingly restless, with the heads of young women being severed and adorned with lantern flowers. A passing master noticed the disturbance and subdued Granny Lanternflower, decreeing that each winter solstice, on the day of her memorial, a lantern festival should be held to placate her spirit. Thus, a custom to venerate Granny Lanternflower was established in our county. The waiter, having recounted the tale, felt a chill breeze penetrate his collar, causing him to shudder. After hearing the entire story, Yi Ran found it absurd, yet not entirely disbelieving, for he knew well that all local legends often stem from real events. Even if they were merely whispers of truth, they retained an essence of reality. The little beggar, her eyes wide with astonishment, exclaimed that, how can one see the road with such a large lantern wrapped around their head? Yiran swiftly lowered his gaze towards her, frowning. Your point of concern seems rather peculiar. The waiter chuckled softly. Please, come inside. Allow me to register you. It will be getting colder soon. Yiran lit a cigarette. Opting for silence, yet his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the floating sky lanterns above. Chapter 41. A familiar aura within the room on the 4th floor. Yiran stood by the window, smoking, while snowflakes danced outside. Noticeably heavier than when he first arrived, the mournful music below persisted, yet the faces of the people bore no traces of sorrow. It was unclear whether they were merely putting on a facade of grief or genuinely indifferent. As the night wore on, the outdoors became blanketed in snow, and a few celebratory fireworks erupted in the sky, soon followed by the resounding beat of drums. Yiran rubbed his eyes, rose, and, after a brief wash, proceeded to knock on the door of the adjacent room. Receiving no response, he attempted to push it open, discovering it unlocked, yet the little beggar was nowhere to be found. Upon descending the stairs, he finally spotted her standing in the snow, gazing at a colorful procession of drummers and dancers, occasionally nodding her head to the rhythm, her eyes brimming with joy. Master, you're awake, look, it's so lively. The little beggar, noticing Yiran's presence, eagerly greeted him. Being visitors from afar, they were informed that today, being the memorial of Granny Lantern Flower, was particularly festive, and if interested, they might want to explore the county. The waiter approached, holding a cup of hot water, and smiled as he offered it to Yiran. After taking a sip, Yiran inquired, Might I ask a question? Have you heard of Lan County? The waiter pondered momentarily before responding. I'm not certain which Lan County the guest refers to, as there are quite a few with the same name. Yiran found it challenging to answer, as the scarf bore no detailed information. However, upon reflection, he recalled it mentioned Chang'an Lan County. Is it reasonable to assume that it is not far from here? What of Lan County near the ancient capital of Chang'an? After a moment's consideration, he rephrased his inquiry to narrow down the search. The waiter scratched his head deep in thought, but ultimately shook his head. I've not heard of a Lan County near the ancient capital. There is one nearby, but you'd need to drive east along the county road for several dozen kilometers. Yiran nodded. Thank you for your help. You may return to your duties. The waiter waved dismissively. Not at all. Should you require anything else, please don't hesitate to ask. Yiran, holding the cup of water, approached the doorway and observed the little beggaress' curiosity, saying, Would you like to go to the town and see? The little beggaress' face lit up with excitement, but it quickly morphed into disappointment as she shook her head, smiling. No, master has important matters to attend to. Yiran cast a sidelong glance at her and replied nonchalantly, It is no trouble. We have ample time, let us take a look. With that, he stepped outside first. The little beggar, filled with enthusiasm, hurried to keep pace behind him. In such a setting, she had never even dared to imagine herself. Her lack of funds had rendered her disheveled, often met with disdainful looks from those who passed by. Watching others joyfully participate in festivities while she remained an outsider, the disparity was profound. Yet luck had smiled upon her, first with a kind-hearted big brother, and then with a master. Otherwise, she would still be begging on the streets. Upon reaching the town, it was a bustling scene, with motorbikes weaving through the streets, lively restaurants emitting warmth, and stalls adorned with vibrant lights lining the pathways. Fireworks erupted overhead, while clusters of children dashed about, carrying lantern flowers. This spectacle resembled a New Year's celebration, hence the waiteress' remark about the memorial being a grand affair. Yiran strolled ahead, pausing to glance back at the little beggar, who was energetically shaking her head, her curiosity piqued by everything around her. If you like something, buy it. Don't you have some pocket money on your phone? After all, she was merely a girl of about 10. Despite her outward pretense of maturity, her inner child remained untouched. Just as Yiran spoke, he suddenly turned, sensing a familiar, chilling presence watching him. You go ahead and play. I need to step away for a moment, I will call you later. With that, Yiran swiftly departed, disappearing from sight. The little beggar stood puzzled for a moment before continuing on her way. Yiran pursued the familiar cold aura for quite some time, finally cornering it at a mahjong parlor. The figure that had been leading him vanished upon entering, leaving no trace behind. As he lifted the curtain to step inside, he was immediately engulfed in a haze of smoke, causing his head to spin and tears to stream from his eyes. Inside the parlor, the sounds of tiles clashing and boisterous shouts filled the air. Yiran scanned the room, quickly noting its layout, and observed that the stairs leading to the second floor were guarded. He intended to ascend but was promptly blocked by two men. The second floor is reserved for VIPs. We don't serve ordinary guests. Don't cause trouble. Very well, as you say. Yiran raised an eyebrow, swiftly producing a stun baton and incapacitating them with a single strike, their bodies stiffening before collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Sometimes, one had to admit that modern technology surpassed certain mystical practices. The instantaneous action with no recoil was undeniably satisfying. As he stepped onto the second floor, the chilling aura intensified, guiding him along the corridor toward the manager's office. Just as he was about to approach, 7 or 8 men emerged from the side, brandishing steel pipes and knives, each exuding a menacing demeanor. How dare you come here seeking trouble? Let's take him down. The leader bellowed, prompting his subordinates to rush forward. Yiran, putting away the stun baton, calmly drew his firearm. The foremost attacker's face drained of color, and while he intended to halt, the momentum from those behind him knocked him to the ground. Landing at Yiran's feet, slowly he lifted his head, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. Brother, let's talk this out. Without a moment's hesitation, Yiran smirked and fired, due to the overwhelming noise below, compounded by the fireworks and firecrackers outside. No one paid any heed to the gunfire emanating from the second floor. A group of individuals was slaughtered. Upon pushing open the door to the manager's office, a middle-aged man in his 30s was seated in the boss's chair on the left, while a pallid young woman on the couch was tending to her bleeding arm, attempting to bandage herself. Who dares trespass on my territory? The middle-aged man bellowed in fury, slamming his hand on the table. Yiran did not spare him a glance, tossing a peanut. Instead, his gaze shifted to the woman, whose wrist bore a serpentine tattoo, the chilling aura he had sensed earlier emanating from her. At that moment, Yiran recalled that this familiar coldness had been felt previously at the Heavenly Poison sect, remembering vaguely that an old Taoist there also had a similar snake tattoo. Upon seeing Yiran, the woman appeared visibly flustered, dropping the bandage from her trembling hands. Yiran plopped down opposite her, offering a friendly smile. Do not be anxious, I merely wish to inquire about the significance of your tattoo. Oh, how forgetful of me. I should introduce myself first. My name is Yiran, and you, Zheng Qian. Splendid, now we are acquainted. Please continue to answer my questions. Yiran raised his gun, aiming it at her. His smile unwavering. Zheng Qian's heart raced. This man was as mercurial as he was amiable, a fact already confirmed by the manager of the mahjong parlor. It is a totem. Everyone who joins the organization bears this tattoo. It holds no special significance, merely a mark of membership. Zhang Qian replied without hesitation, knowing that in the face of death such information was trivial. Yiran pondered for a moment before continuing. Is your organization connected to the Snake Temple? Zhang Qian nodded, not denying it, though she was unaware of how he knew. The truth remained. Yiran recalled the terminology associated with the Snake Temple but had no impressions aside from his memories of the Heavenly Poison sect. The fact that the term Snake Temple reached him from such a distance signified the organization's considerable power and likely longevity. The question arose, if the Snake Temple had grown so formidable, why had he heard nothing about it for so many years? Do you have a vendetta against the Snake Temple? Zhang Qian suddenly inquired. Yiran snapped back to reality, gazing at her quizzically. Why do you ask? Zhang Qian shook her head. It is nothing, regardless of your relationship with the Snake Temple. I advise you to tread carefully. Her tone bore no threats but was laden with caution. Intrigued by her confidence in her organization, Yiran pressed further. From your words, it seems you have great faith in your group? Seeing Yiran's persistence, Zhang Qian bluntly stated, you are also a person of the Jianghu. You should be aware of the title Zhuang Yuan. He is a member of the organization and will arrive in Denghua County this afternoon. My understanding of this organization is limited. I only agreed to join because I need Zhuang Yuan for something crucial. That is all I can disclose. Yiran's curiosity piqued further. Zhuang Yuan is a member of the Snake Temple? From what I know, Zhuang Yuan's whereabouts are notoriously elusive. How can you be sure that person is indeed Zhuang Yuan? That is simple. Everyone in the Jianghu knows that Zhuang Yuan possesses a unique double-fish jade pendant that he never parts with. More importantly, his strength is formidable, with profound knowledge of all forms of dark arts. I have experienced this firsthand, though I have only seen his silhouette before. The oppressive aura he exudes is unmatched. Who else could instill such fear? Zhang Qian's admiration for Zhuang Yuan was evident in her words. In contrast, Yiran felt perplexed. When did Zhuang Yuan acquire a double fish pendant? Yet, considering the allure of the title Zhuang Yuan and its significant draw for those in the dark arts, it was understandable. Moreover, aside from a few legends, few had ever laid eyes on Zhuang Yuan. It was reasonable for the Snake Temple to exploit this title to attract members. Many had impersonated Zhuang Yuan before, yet none had met a favorable end. While the Snake Temple remained unscathed, this alone suggested that the Zhuang Yuan within their ranks possessed considerable strength, and even if an impostor, they still had the means to survive. Does the Snake Temple have a foothold here? Answer my questions, and I shall consider your responses. Yi Ran's tone shifted, his smile vanishing. Yi Zhangqian sensed the change and stammered, "There is a tattoo artist on South Street in Denghua County. He is our overseer, take me there." Immediately, Yi Ran's face hardened as he stood, determined to uncover the true nature of this Xuan Yuan. Zhang Qian glanced at her bleeding arm, biting her lip. "May I tend to my wound first?" Yi Ran's gaze was icy, yet he holstered his weapon. The Snake Temple intrigued him immensely. This woman still held value, and he would need her soon. The streets were bustling, even the corridors were crowded. Zhang Qian's eyes darted nervously. If she could blend into the throngs, there was a chance to escape. However, recalling how she had been pursued to the mahjong parlor after merely glancing at Yi Ran in the crowd, she abandoned the thought of fleeing. For now she would proceed cautiously, attending to her tattoo and contemplating her next move. Little did she know, this very thought would save her life, though Yi Ran trailed her closely. His gaze bore into her, ready to terminate her should she show the slightest sign of defiance. They soon arrived at a street lined with funeral services, its somber atmosphere deterring most passers-by. "Here we are." Zhang Qian halted, turning to face the shop before them. Yi Ran surveyed the surroundings before pushing her inside. Upon entering, they encountered an unkempt old man squatting on the floor, tapping away at a stone tablet. Noticing their arrival, he grumbled, "We are not open for business today. Perhaps try elsewhere." Zhang Qian lowered her head, refraining from speaking, hoping the man would soon notice something amiss. Unfortunately, her hopes were in vain. The old man continued his work, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Yi Ran approached stealthily and, with a swift motion, snapped the old man's neck, the fluidity of his actions leaving Zhang Qian in shock. Her superior had just been killed? This was a master of external strength. A tempest of emotions surged within Zhang Qian as she looked at Yi Ran, her expression shifting entirely. Yi Ran scanned the shop, dragging the old man's corpse into a cabinet to hide it, then turned to Zhang Qian with a warning. "I suspect Xuan Yuan is unfamiliar with these lowly insects. You know what to say when he arrives, correct?" Zhang Qian nodded, speechless with shock. Seeing her compliance, Yi Ran offered an encouraging pat on her shoulder. "I trust you, but first, you must eat something." Before Zhang Qian could react, he forced a pill into her mouth. "Cough, cough, what have you given me?" Zhang Qian spluttered, clutching her throat, instinctively bending over to induce vomiting. Yi Ran delivered a swift kick to her head, sending her crashing into the wall. "You lack the luxury of refusal, and you certainly don't possess the strength to do so. Be wise, and perhaps you may live a little longer." Crumpled on the ground, Zhang Qian clutched her head, blood streaming from her nostrils and mouth. The excruciating pain made it difficult for her to rise, and she could only tremble as she uttered, I understand. I will obey. Please do not kill me." Chapter 42. The Mysterious Snake Temple. According to Zhang Qian, Xuan Yuan's arrival was still about half an hour away, and he would first come to the tattoo shop. This mission was related to Granny Denghua, though she was not privy to the details. As a low-ranking member, all she could do was assist from the sidelines. Yi Ran lounged on the sofa, fiddling with his phone, while Zhang Qian stood across from him, too tense to move, her nerves frayed. She occasionally cast anxious glances at the sofa, fearing the man before her might suddenly turn hostile. "From what you said earlier, it seems you have something significant to discuss with Xuan Yuan. May I inquire?" Yi Ran, noticing her gaze, set his phone aside and turned his attention to her. Zhang Qian bit her lip, her expression complex, and after a moment of silence, she replied, "To save my life, please continue." Yi Ran gestured for her to elaborate as he lit a cigarette. As Zhang Qian gathered her thoughts, "Years ago, I fell ill while mingling in the Jianghu, visiting many places and consulting numerous individuals, yet none could provide a cure. I fear you may not believe me, but even I find it hard to grasp the reality of my condition. Every full moon, scales erupt upon my skin, causing unbearable itching. Even if I tear them off, they regenerate shortly after. Moreover, I occasionally lose consciousness, only to awaken naked in unfamiliar surroundings, devoid of any memory of the events that transpired. A senior once told me this is an exceedingly rare and fatal disease, and aside from Xuan Yuan no one else can possibly help." Before she could finish, Yi Ran interjected, "So you joined the Snake Temple solely to seek Xuan Yuan's assistance?" Zhang Qian nodded despondently. "Indeed, that is true, but there are also other reasons. We are all people of the martial world. Surely you understand the plight of the wanderers, for individuals like us, who lack power, influence, and backing. Survival in the fragmented realms of the yin and yang necessitates forced affiliation with certain organizations. I once had a younger brother who, due to a mere slip of the tongue, was falsely accused of being a malevolent cultivator by those with great power, ultimately bound to a stake and burned alive. Yet, what could I do, without any support, even if I were to be murdered? I would have to accept my fate. Fortunately, I encountered the Serpent Temple organization, although I am merely a pawn, at least they ensure my basic needs are met. They say that malevolent cultivators are wicked. Yet those righteous individuals are not much better. In this era, as long as one can have enough to eat, moral distinctions between good and evil hold little significance for inconspicuous people like us. It seemed that this topic had provided Zhang Qian with a means of venting as she poured forth the thoughts buried deep within her heart. Yi Ran remained silent after hearing her words. For there was little to say, everything she mentioned was unfortunately factual. Take for instance old Wu, whom I encountered in Tianhai City, a genuine wanderer, devoid of wealth, power, or support, left to bear the brunt of any misfortune alone. What if one cannot bear it? Then one can only await death. There are countless individuals like them, with no recourse for seeking justice above and no escape below. The inevitable conclusion is the squandering of one's wealth. And even then one may not attain their desires. Those with ample resources, especially those backed by powerful patrons, remain indifferent to the lives of wanderers. The adage, "It is not one's business, so let it rest," is not without basis. The affliction you bear, even a top scholar would be unable to cure. I advise you not to harbor any hopes. Yi Ran attempted to steer the conversation back, acknowledging that injustices in the world occur incessantly, beyond the reach of sympathy, and cannot be wholly rectified. Yet, to her surprise, Zhang Qian disagreed, retorting, "How would you know? The top scholar is the foremost entity on the malevolent cultivator ranking. His capabilities are beyond common comprehension. I believe he must possess a solution." Upon hearing this, Yi Ran chose not to respond. It was unclear when the descriptions of the top scholar in the martial world had grown increasingly fantastical. Indeed, the top scholar possesses considerable prowess, yet he is, after all, still human. Excessive deification is utterly meaningless. The two were at an impasse, and conversation dwindled. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. But the figure of the top scholar was yet to be seen at the tattoo shop's entrance. Just as Yi Ran contemplated inquiring about the veracity of the news, a tall man wielding a folding fan entered. A glance revealed a face brimming with vigor. Standing there, he resembled an impenetrable fortress, instilling an undeniable sense of security. "Are you the contacts for this meeting?" the man asked, his gaze shifting, his rich voice tinged with a hint of aloofness. Zhang Qian could hardly contain her excitement, hastily bowing in respect. "Yes, my lord, we are. You must be weary from your travels. Please allow us to guide you to the inner room for a moment of rest." "Ah, you are quite well-mannered." The top scholar nodded in satisfaction, seemingly pleased with her tone as he unfurled his fan and began to gently wave it. Yi Ran regarded him with an odd expression, wondering how he had not frozen in the harsh winter while flaunting such a flimsy fan. However, one must admit that this individual did possess some genuine strength. His strides were solid and assured, and the calluses on his knuckles were thicker than average, complemented by a gaze sharp as a blade. His energy was subdued yet palpable. He was likely a master of internal energy. Noticing the young man beside him scrutinizing him, the top scholar could not help but frown. "Do you have an opinion?" Yi Ran initially considered retorting, but Zhang Qian, fearful of disrupting her own situation, shot her a look of apology. "Please, my lord, do not be angry. Allow me to guide you inside, and I shall arrange a banquet to welcome you shortly." "I am in a good mood today. I shall overlook it this time." Indeed, we subordinates have long heard of the top scholar's magnanimity, and today, it is indeed evident. Zhang Qian forced a humble smile, quickly signaling to Yi Ran to refrain from any further outbursts. "Come, it has been tiring from the ride." The top scholar stowed away his fan, brushing past Yi Ran with an air of arrogance that was rather infuriating. Once he stepped into the inner room, Zhang Qian finally sighed in relief and quietly warned, "I am grateful you did not harm me. But I saved your life just now, and you still do not grasp the true extent of the top scholar's terrifying power." Yi Ran did not respond, turning to face the inner room's entrance. Then tilting her gaze to the right, suddenly extending her hand to grasp Zhang Qian's throat. Zhang Qian's heart raced with terror as she raised her hands to beat against Yi Ran's arm. Yet it was entirely futile. Instead, she felt the grip tighten, rendering her voice mute. In that moment, despair engulfed Zhang Qian, her face contorting in agony as blood gushed forth. In less than half a minute, she had completely lost her breath, her eyes bulging as she collapsed to the ground. Yi Ran, with a cold expression, glanced at Zhang Qian's lifeless body. This woman had never spoken the truth from the very beginning. Why had she pursued her on the street earlier? Because from the moment she entered the town, Zhang Qian had been shadowing her closely. Otherwise, how could she have noticed her presence? Why did she flee the moment Yi Ran took a few steps forward? Because Zhang Qian must have received some sort of directive to deliberately appear here. Yi Ran withdrew her gaze and walked slowly toward the inner room. Just as she lifted the curtain, a gust of wind from a punch met her face. Fortunately, her reflexes were swift, and she dodged the attack deftly. This individual possessed some skill. No wonder they had managed to annihilate the heavenly poison sect, but I am still perplexed. How did you discover that we intended to make a move against you? The top scholar emerged with a smile, his face radiating ease and leisure, completely disregarding Yi Ran. Quite simple, really. Zhang Qian's words were riddled with inconsistencies. She claimed you were targeting the Lantern Flower Granny. Yet, an organization capable of manipulating others' powers would hardly expend their energy on malevolent beings. Would that not be utterly ridiculous? As moreover, from the moment you entered, your gazes met, completely ignoring me. The owner of this tattoo shop is, after all, your contact. Would they truly withhold any information? Yi Ran could no longer contain her disdain, critiquing the abysmal performance that had made it to the forefront. She could hardly fathom the thought process behind it. That said, from the moment she sensed the chilling aura, she had been contemplating the connections between them and deduced that all actions were likely directed at herself. The old adage rings true. A cautious sailor avoids shipwrecks. Remaining vigilant in the martial world is never a detriment. Quite astute, but alas, it cannot alter your fate. Upon hearing this analysis, the top scholar's gaze turned icy, and he spoke sharply. While the Heavenly Poison sect may be incompetent, they are nonetheless a part of the Serpent Temple organization, not a mere fool that can be trifled with. Yi Ran, however, remained unperturbed, casually scratching her ear. It appears you are just as foolish as they are, thinking you can easily kill me. The top scholar shook his head lightly, wagging a finger. No, I am different from them. You see, I possess the strength to do so. As soon as the words left his lips, his expression hardened, and with a powerful push, he thrust the folding fan toward her. Even before the attack succeeded, a victorious smile graced his face. Tom. This matter was entirely child's play. Sending him down was a gross underutilization of his talents. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut against such a small fry? This was an undeniable display of self-assuredness regarding his strength. Yet Yi Ran showed no intention of dodging. Upon witnessing this, the top scholar could not help but mock her for being foolish, believing the mission could be wrapped up early with the sound of the blade piercing flesh. Crimson droplets cascaded from Yi Ran's palm onto the ground. The top scholar's contemptuous smile slowly faded, replaced by a feral grimace. Truth be told, your aura exudes even less pressure than that of that little scholar. Utterly pathetic. Yi Ran's voice rang out. As the focus drew close, it became evident that the fan had not struck Yi Ran, it merely grazed her ear, while a dagger had penetrated his heart. How is this possible? The top scholar was astounded. Having spent countless years cultivating to achieve mastery of internal energy, how could he be vanquished by an unknown individual in an instant? Subjectively, he refused to believe this was reality. Yet, the intense pain that followed told him otherwise. Raising his hand to extract the dagger, blood gushed forth like a fountain, obscuring his vision. This young man possesses quite a robust vitality, Yi Ran remarked. Wiping her face with her hand, shaking off the blood, the top scholar turned to flee, but his body refused to obey. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. Do not struggle. Simply embrace your demise. Yi Ran reversed her grip on the dagger, stepping forward a couple of paces before mounting the top scholar's back, delivering a fatal blow to his throat. In truth, it was somewhat his own negligence. He had not employed his internal energy earlier, or else this thrust would have never penetrated. A genuinely skilled master of internal energy, should he choose, could even harness his power to disarm a blade with bare hands to a certain extent. Alas, this counterfeit top scholar had been overly confident in himself, unlike that little scholar who had activated his internal energy upon their first encounter. Though the outcome was similar, he was undeniably cleverer. Those who have cultivated internal energy are regarded as elite practitioners in society. Yet within the Serpent Temple organization, they are but mere workers, a tad too enigmatic for their own good. Yi Ran muttered to herself as she lit a cigarette, then took out her phone to make a call before stepping out of the shop. The little beggar, who had been wandering the streets, was thoroughly enjoying himself, unwittingly accumulating a plethora of items, his expression betraying a hint of lingering desire. By a roadside stall, he squatted, selecting bracelets, when suddenly, his body instinctively recoiled. Leaving him momentarily bewildered. Upon turning around, he discovered that Yi Ran was tugging him backward. Master, I can walk on my own, the little beggar said earnestly. Yi Ran glanced back and replied nonchalantly, it's fine. I am not tired. Without any point of leverage, the little beggar had no choice but to let Yi Ran drag him along, seizing the opportunity to sneak a bite of his flatbread. Passers-by witnessed this scene and instinctively made way. Some laughed, others scolded, yet none dared approach. After all, it was a rare sight to see someone being pulled along while leisurely munching on flatbread. Master, are we getting ready to leave? The little beggar blinked, quickly finishing his flatbread, stuffing his mouth to the brim. Iran discarded his cigarette butt and replied coolly, "Then you can stay here." With that, he hopped into the car and started the engine. The little beggar hurriedly shoved his purchases into the vehicle, scrambling inside. As they journeyed towards El Nexian, Iran's phone suddenly rang. "Alright, send me the location, and I'll head over as soon as possible. By the way, pay extra attention to the Snake Temple. They have already set their sights on me." "Understood, we'll discuss it further when we meet." After hanging up, Iran sharply turned the steering wheel, executing a drift as the car sped away. Navigating the world, one inevitably makes enemies. For someone like Iran, who treaded the path of the dark arts, the loss of one adversary or another was inconsequential. Yet, one must at least gauge the enemy's strength. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle, lest one be led astray. However, what truly surprised Iran on this journey was not the Snake Temple but rather the gentleman who preferred to hide away at home suddenly deciding to venture out, expressing his desire to seek the golden tree together. Yet, Iran speculated that this fellow likely snuck out without his father's knowledge, and should that old man discover it, the consequences would be dire. "Master," the voice on the phone sounded familiar. "It seemed to be my big brother who saved me," the little beggar remarked, sensing a hint of recognition. Why Iran did not conceal the truth, as it was hardly a matter to shun. "Indeed, he will join us in the search for the golden tree." "What's his surname? By the way, this big brother hasn't mentioned his name. He is quite peculiar, thus we cannot call his name aloud in public. We generally refer to him as Little Beijing." Chapter 43, The strange old town. Previously, Little Beijing had called to inform Iran that he had located El Nexian. Why Iran had unwavering faith in this individual's intelligence-gathering capabilities. This journey was undertaken to fill the void within his heart. Having known Little Beijing for over a decade, Iran understood well what he sought. When a person lacks both wealth and power, their inner world may become somewhat distorted. Ordinary experiences cease to offer novelty, and over time, the pursuit of thrills becomes their primary source of entertainment. This phenomenon is not exclusive to Little Beijing. It applies to many ordinary individuals as well, for otherwise, how could one explain the constant stream of news showcasing the downfalls of various celebrities? They too seek stimulation, albeit through different means. Of course, to those who have never tasted such experiences, this may seem like mere idleness. Due to heavy snowfall, the highways were rendered impassable, necessitating Iran to divert to the national road, taking advantage of the fact that it had yet to be closed. The oppressive grayness of the sky weighed heavily upon him, and the national road saw only occasional vehicles passing by. Once night fell, visibility would be far worse than on the highway. El Nexian was still approximately 3 hours away. But given the current road conditions, the travel time would likely double, making it impossible to arrive before dawn. As darkness enveloped the landscape, Iran reluctantly reduced his speed. The little beggar, seated in the passenger seat, gazed quietly ahead, but soon succumbed to drowsiness. After some time, she awoke to find the vehicle had entered a village road. Turning her head to look at Iran, she contemplated suggesting a break. Considering the fatigue that long hours of driving could induce, however, upon glancing at him more closely, she noticed something was amiss with his complexion. "Master, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell?" the little beggar inquired with concern. Iran merely shook his head, yet the furrow in his brow remained unrelaxed. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable anxiety, accompanied by sharp pangs in his chest. The little beggar was about to insist on further advice when, in an instant, Iran coughed up blood, his body bending forward violently against the steering wheel, causing the car to spin uncontrollably. In a state of panic, the little beggar instinctively reached for the steering wheel. Fortunately, Iran managed to slam on the brakes, bringing the car to a shaky halt on the road. "Master, what's wrong?" the little beggar exclaimed, frightened, quickly unbuckling her seatbelt and rushing to pull Iran out of the car. Glancing around nervously before sprinting towards the nearest house, "Put me down." "But master," I said, "put me down." Iran's tone grew more forceful. Left with no choice, the little beggar complied, setting him down by a large tree. Iran propped himself up, his ears ringing and vision somewhat blurred. "Eye on the trunk, there's a box of ashes. There are some cigarettes inside, bring them to me." Just as he finished speaking, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, and a wave of intense pain washed over him, as if his head might explode. The little beggar dared not waste time, stumbling several times as she dashed towards the car, but she refrained from uttering a sound of pain. Retrieving the cigarettes and hurrying back. Iran trembled as he took a cigarette, lighting it, his pallor ghastly, resembling someone on the brink of death. Only after finishing the cigarette did the agony on his face ease somewhat. The little beggar, her eyes filled with worry, could not comprehend why her master in such a state would still smoke, yet she dared not ask. Why Ran closed his eyes and bent forward, taking a long time to recuperate. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was complex. He was acutely aware that the malevolent affliction within him had spread throughout his body. Fortunately, it had flared up without engaging in battle, or the consequences would have been dire. What are you looking at? Ran lifted his head, noticing the little beggar staring intently into the dark ahead, as if she had noticed something. Master, I think I see something. But I'm not entirely sure, she replied, her small face tinged with nervousness, unable to discern whether it was merely her imagination. Following her gaze, Ran scrutinized the darkness for a moment but found nothing unusual. Rising, he said, let us go. We need to continue. The little beggar swiftly turned back. Master, should we not rest a bit longer? You still don't look well. Ran brushed off the snowflakes from his shoulders nonchalantly. It is just an old ailment. I'm fine now. With that, he walked towards the car, and the little beggar, seeing his result, chose not to press further and followed suit. After driving a short distance, the little beggaress gaze remained fixed on the rearview mirror. Moments later, her expression changed dramatically, and she abruptly asked, Master, can ghosts keep up with the speed of a car? Of course they can. Why do you ask? Ran replied, turning his head only to freeze for a few seconds. A tall figure with a lantern for a head was chasing the car, its withered hand pressed against the window. Ran glanced at the speedometer. They were currently cruising at 80. This is it. I'm going to have a nightmare. The little beggar stared wide-eyed at the lantern-headed figure, her mouth agape. Ran's eyes narrowed, and he pressed the accelerator, attempting to shake it off, then abruptly swerved the car to a stop. Opening the door, seeing the lantern-headed creature still hot on their tail, he immediately began to form seals. The way of nature, the universe boundless restrain. With his hands clasped together, fingers pointed forward, as the incantation fell, a Taiji diagram appeared above the lantern-headed figure. Trapping it in place, the entity began to thrash wildly, engulfed in a thick aura of ghostly energy. Ran observed the creature closely. Judging by the intense ghostly energy it emitted, it was likely far stronger than his dual ghosts, closely approaching the level of a ghostly fiend. Moreover, it bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Lantern Flower Granny. Perhaps it truly is, yet, why would the Lantern Flower Granny be pursuing them? That made little sense. Suddenly, Ran recalled something, glancing back at the trunk of the car, and instantly understood. You may be clever, but you've chosen the wrong target. The Lantern Flower Granny's objective was the ancient corpse in the car, seeking to seize the body. A zombie is merely a soulless shell, driven solely by instinct. Unless it reaches the level of a flying zombie, it cannot develop a normal consciousness. This gap attracts certain powerful ghostly beings, and if they can seize the zombie's shell, they would regain a tangible form. Furthermore, the fusion of a ghostly being and a zombie would lead to a transformation. A zombie that could only leap and bound would significantly enhance its power after acquiring the abilities of a ghostly being. However, in mere moments, the Lantern Flower Granny managed to break free from its restraints. Ran, unperturbed, retrieved a black talisman, preparing to unleash a lethal strike, but then reconsidered. It would be a pity to disperse such a valuable material. The world is home to myriad ghosts. Those not documented in texts, born from unique circumstances, are no less formidable than the 100 ghosts recorded. Capturing one would provide excellent combat prowess. Let us have some fun. Ran pocketed the black talisman and snapped his fingers. At that moment, the little beggar hiding in the car witnessed the oil paper umbrella in the back seat tremble violently, and he exclaimed, The umbrella has come to life. 2 wisps of white mist drifted towards Ran, and the dual spirits suddenly materialized. Ran took a couple of steps back, retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and calmly remarked, Deplete its ghostly energy. The 2 spirits nodded in understanding, each brandishing their unique skills as they advanced. Although the Lantern Flower Granny possessed near ghostly prowess, she had yet to reach that level, having worked together for a long time. The ghost performer and the ghost bride shared an unspoken rapport. United, they posed a significant challenge for the Lantern Flower Granny. Unable to chase them away or eliminate them, she could only resort to a war of attrition. Ran maintained a remarkably composed demeanor, stepping back to the trunk, where he set up a portable stove on the ground and began boiling water for a hot pot. Little beggar, would you like some hot pot? Ran called to the little beggar. Yes, but I want a pack of instant noodles. The little beggar dashed over, rummaging through his backpack for quite some time before producing an array of snacks. Thus unfolded a peculiar scene. 3 malevolent entities clashed in front, while 2 individuals sat behind enjoying a hot pot. If anyone were to witness this sight, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Add more cilantro, and toss those meatballs and hot dogs into the pot. Why can't I find any meat after searching for so long? Did you forget to shop? meat is hard to preserve. And we don't have a refrigerator in the car. True, well then, let's just eat whatever, your noodles are ready. Ran used chopsticks to serve her half a bowl, while he stuffed a meatball into his mouth. Grimacing from the heat, suddenly, the ghost performer darted back from the ground, colliding with the table and splattering broth everywhere. Ran glanced down, and the ghost performer looked up at him. The two shared a moment of mutual gaze. The little beggar held his bowl, swaying his head, reluctant to bite into the noodles, remaining silent. What, do you want to jump into the pot? Finally Ran broke the awkward silence. The ghost performer, startled, scrambled forward, rejoining the fray. By the time Ran had his fill, the battle ahead was nearing its conclusion. The ghost performer and the ghost bride had significantly depleted their ghostly energy, indicating a considerable drain. The lantern flower granny fared no better. Her lantern's glow dimming considerably. Ran approached leisurely, umbrella in hand, and smiled at the lantern flower granny. Had enough fun? Then come inside. He then bit his finger, smearing his blood on the oil paper umbrella before tossing it skyward. He recited a complex incantation, almost as if singing. The umbrella above him began to spin slowly, revealing thorny iron chains that clinked ominously. The lantern flower granny attempted to resist, but her dwindling ghostly energy made it impossible for her to function normally. And once bound by the chains, she was quickly drawn into the umbrella. Ran caught the falling umbrella, feeling it quiver violently, and turned to see the two spirits also transforming into mist and diving into the umbrella. The little beggar, who had been lingering behind, had already tidied up all his belongings. Ran casually tossed the umbrella onto the back seat, started the car, and continued on their journey. To control the lantern flower granny. He needed to implant a soul mark within her, but first, he would need to keep her suspended for a while, at least until she was thoroughly subdued. As the brief interlude concluded, their journey was nearing its destination. The location of Lon County was not as close to the city as Ran had anticipated. Rather, it lay nestled within mountainous terrain, quite a distance from the urban center. The road leading into the mountains was rugged and compounded by the snowfall, rendered it even more treacherous. According to Little Beijing, this Lon County had once been renamed, as its remoteness led many to seek escape, making it impossible to retain residents. It was later dubbed the Ancient Town. Had it not been for this fellow's sudden appearance, Ran might still have been investigating Lon County, ultimately resulting in a fruitless endeavor. Around 1 or 2 in the morning, Ran finally entered the vicinity of the Ancient Town. Unlike other small towns, this place exuded an eerie aura, steeped in an oppressive atmosphere. As the car rolled into the town, not a single establishment glimmered with light, let alone any late-night eateries. No human figures were in sight. The architectural style of the surroundings resembled ancient homes, with the ground and wall tiles retaining their original essence. Bang, bang, bang. As the cold wave swept in, the warning rang out, urging to secure windows and doors and to handle fire with care. Just as the two alighted from the car, they heard the clang of a gong and someone hollering. Following the sound, they spotted a stooped old man carrying a lantern walking down the street. Striking the gong and calling out intermittently, "Master, what is that old man doing?" The little beggar was puzzled. From a modern perspective, it seemed nothing more than a disturbance. The town crier. I never expected such a profession to exist in this day and age. Ran regarded the old man's retreating figure, feeling increasingly intrigued by this place. Observing the street's environment, he noted the absence of telephone poles, indicating a complete lack of electricity, even if it were an ancient town. There was no need for such primitive conditions, was there? The little beggar pulled out her phone, hoping to check online, only to find the signal completely absent. Holding her phone aloft, she wandered about, yet the situation remained unchanged. There's not a hint of signal, Master. We haven't taken a wrong turn, have we? Hearing her words, Ran took out his phone to check, attempting to call Little Beijing, but the line was dead. Let's find a place to rest for the night and sort things out tomorrow. With that, Ran began walking, weary from the long drive. After wandering the town, they finally discovered a guesthouse that was still open. Without the flickering candlelight, they might have overlooked it entirely. Upon entering, the elderly woman behind the counter lifted her gaze to scrutinize them. Out-of-towners must pay a deposit, bed fee, room fee, hot water fee, and food fee. You look like an old hag, Ran couldn't help but mutter. While it was understandable to fleece newcomers, there was no need to be so excessive. The old woman huffed, "Stay, or leave, I won't see you off." As tensions rose, the little beggar quickly pulled Ran aside, whispering, "Master, let's not argue with her tonight. Didn't Little Beijing say he was around? We can ask him to reimburse us later." Ran turned to her, a look of approval crossing his face. "You've got quite the clever head on you. Indeed, this old woman is trying to fleece me." I'll just fleece little Beijing tomorrow. As dawn broke, the wind and snow outside showed no signs of abating. If anything, they intensified, relentlessly battering the windows with loud thuds. Yi Ran stepped out of the guest house. The biting cold wind hitting him squarely in the face, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Tightening his collar, he proceeded towards the car, where he retrieved a pack of cigarettes and lit one. Turning, he noticed an off-road vehicle approaching, coming to a stop right beside him. Well, if it isn't Yi Lao, aren't you supposed to be in bed keeping warm with your disciple? Why are you out here braving the cold alone? The rear window slid down slowly, revealing a pale-faced man with long hair and small round sunglasses, grinning mischievously. The front window also rolled down, exposing a short-haired, muscular man with a scar over his left eye, none other than the wild wolf he had encountered earlier. Yi Lao, Wild Wolf nodded in greeting, his expression still as unsmiling as ever. As for the man in the back, Yi Ran couldn't be bothered to glance at him, casually handing a cigarette to Wild Wolf. Come on now, we finally meet up, and you're acting so cold. Old friends meet again. We should at least share a drink, shouldn't we? Little Beijing kicked the car door open, swaggering out with his head held high. You shouldn't be running your mouth. You guys should have arrived before me, right? How come you're coming in from outside? Yi Ran wasn't in the mood for idle chatter. Little Beijing flashed a thumbs up and, shaking his head, said, Hey, this has to do with my prowess. Yi Ran responded with a swift kick, causing little Beijing to dodge just in time, losing his balance and tumbling over. Wild Wolf silently observed, aware of their relationship, and explained, Yi Lao, you might not know, but we scoured the surroundings last night, and due to the heavy snow, we couldn't return. So we spent the night outside. Yi Ran glanced at little Beijing and then turned back to inquire, What did you find? Take a guess. If you can't, I'll tell you. Little Beijing interjected with a grin, but no one paid him any mind. Wild Wolf then relayed all the clues they had gathered the previous night. Only then did Yi Ran realize that the two had arrived 3 days prior and had been investigating the area. Wild Wolf had come to assist, initially intending to bring more people. But due to the stealthy nature of their exit, it was best to keep things low-key. When they discussed the peculiarities of the ancient town, Yi Ran wholeheartedly agreed, as the place indeed felt unsettling and oppressive. As for the surrounding mountains, they hadn't ventured too deep, merely surveying the vicinity. However, they had uncovered the existence of a large ancient tomb, said to house a renowned general. Most importantly, Lan County was once dubbed the land of longevity. In an era where people barely lived past 80, the inhabitants here, regardless of age or gender, could reach a century. What was most chilling was that anyone who attained the age of 100 would exhibit signs of rejuvenation. In ancient times, this was the elixir of life that emperors yearned for. As for the matter of dynasties, Xiao Beijing remains uncertain, as there are no iconic objects to analyze regarding the general interred within the tomb. He was the vanguard sent by the emperor in search of the elixir of life. However, the general met his demise here, along with a battalion of over 1,000 men. This story, akin to a celestial manuscript, piqued Yi Ran's curiosity about how Xiao Beijing had managed to uncover such secrets. Sensing Yi Ran's bewilderment, Xiao Beijing approached, resting a hand on his shoulder, and chuckled. Though my abilities may be lacking, I have a knack for gathering information on this matter. Standing there with a stern expression, Yi Lang explained, we learned of this from a night watchman, who only divulged some details after being thoroughly intoxicated. Yet he seemed reluctant to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Xiao Beijing became incensed, exclaiming, Come on, it sounds as if I haven't contributed anything. Can we engage in a civil conversation? Why do you always undermine me? Yi Ran interjected, Enough, you can't go a day without showing off. Let's find somewhere to have a warm meal, as I still have inquiries regarding the little beggar. Mentioning the little beggar altered Xiao Beijing's demeanor, turning it serious, indicating that he indeed knew some insider information. At that moment, the little beggar was fast asleep in the room. Yi Ran initially contemplated waking her, but reconsidered, as some matters were best left unheard. The trio randomly selected a breakfast shop on the street and chose a spot further inside. Due to the snowstorm, few people were visible outside, allowing their conversation to flow with less hesitation. Boss, bring us your finest. I am not short on money. Upon entering, Xiao Beijing bellowed, his demeanor quite flamboyant. Each of the three enjoyed a bowl of soy milk, feeling considerably warmer. It was then that Yi Ran brought up the earlier topic, urging, Please continue. Xiao Beijing sighed dramatically, shaking his head lightly. Look at you, so eager. Fine, I'll satisfy your curiosity. Yet he then leaned on the table, adopting a serious tone. Have you heard of the Golden Clan? Yi Ran furrowed his brow. What do you mean by Golden Clan? Is it the left foot or the right foot? Xiao Beijing shot him a disbelieving glance. What on earth are you talking about? Are we even on the same wavelength? I mean the clan, as in family. Realizing his misunderstanding, Yi Ran nodded. Alright, continue. Xiao Beijing cleared his throat, reverting to his earlier serious demeanor. The Golden Clan is a unique group that exists in this world. They are known for being half-immortal. Yi Ran's brow furrowed further. Half-immortal? What does that even mean? Before his confusion could settle, Xiao Beijing continued. According to ancient texts, there exists a divine tree known as the Golden Tree, under whose aegis lies a guardian clan called the Golden Clan. They appear almost indistinguishable from ordinary humans, yet their essence is profoundly different. The ancient texts describe that all members of the Golden Clan possess golden eyes under extreme weather conditions, and their blood is not a vivid red but rather a radiant, golden fluid. These individuals are endowed with immense strength and possess the remarkable ability to self-heal at an astonishing rate after injury, with lifespans extending up to 300 years. Most intriguingly, when a member of the Golden Clan reaches the brink of their lifespan, they perform an ancient ritual to transfer their soul and blood into a new vessel, thereby achieving immortality. However, I later discovered that this method does not guarantee success. If the new vessel resists during the merging process, the attempt at prolonging life will fail. Moreover, the vessel may suffer from significant memory loss due to the backlash, which we refer to as amnesia. As Xiao Beijing spoke, he suddenly felt parched and went to fetch another bowl of soy milk. Yi Ran, meanwhile, pondered over the information, recalling his own extensive research, yet finding Xiao Beijing's revelations were entirely foreign and unfamiliar. So the little beggar is merely a vessel, having lost her memory due to a failed body swap, ultimately ending up on the streets as a beggar. But how does this relate to your desire for her to become your disciple? After a brief silence, Yi Ran voiced his confusion, unable to comprehend the connection between her apprenticeship and the matter at hand. Xiao Beijing snapped his fingers, grinning. I knew you would ask that. The most surprising thing I uncovered while gathering information about the Golden Clan is, do you want to know? As he appeared to relish the suspense, Yi Ran raised his hand, ready to intervene. I know you're about to get slapped. Xiao Beijing recoiled slightly. Oh come on, you have no sense of mystery. With a sigh, he relented. Alright, let me tell you directly. From what I have gathered, the half-immortal condition only applies to the clan leader, while the ordinary members, despite their longevity, cannot perform such a transfer ritual. Furthermore, to become a new vessel, one must possess the purest golden blood within them. In that instant, Yi Ran interjected, a hint of surprise in his voice. So, you're saying the little beggar is the chosen successor of their clan leader? But due to the interference of the little beggar, the immortality ritual failed, leading to the demise of the clan leader. Does that mean the little beggar is? Xiao Beijing clapped his hands in realization, exclaiming, exactly, the little beggar is the next clan leader of the Golden Clan. At that moment, Yi Ran finally grasped why Xiao Beijing was so adamant about having the little girl become his disciple. The Golden Tree and the Golden Clan are intricately linked. Thus, discovering this clan greatly increases the chances of finding the Golden Tree. In that eventuality, Yi Ran, as the little beggar's master, would reap immeasurable benefits. However, before that, the relationship between the two would need much fortification. Truly, Jin Yi is wise. It seems his mind is filled with knowledge far beyond the ordinary. Yi Ran chuckled, giving a thumbs up. Xiao Beijing flipped his hair back, tilting his head. Of course, you ought to consider who Jin Yi is. Wait, hold on, are you insulting me? Meanwhile, the ever-silent Yi Lang finally spoke. Boss Yi, what do you intend to do next? Yi Ran retracted his playful demeanor, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, and after a considerable pause, stated, we need to extract more information from that night watchman. I sense he is no ordinary man, although the scarf bore the inscription of Chang'an Lan County. None of them had uncovered any substantial information regarding the Golden Tree. To continue their investigation, they required a breakthrough, and that old man was just the person to provide it. However, it likely wouldn't be easy. Yi Lang set down his utensils, glancing warily at the proprietor who was busy cooking, and whispered, that night watchman gives me an unsettling feeling, even stronger than your oppressive aura. Strangely, he is blind yet carries a lantern every night, which I find quite abnormal. Yi Ran contemplated for a long while before shifting his gaze to Xiao Beijing, inquiring, where did you encounter him? In the mountains. We sought refuge in a cave from the snowstorm, and that old man walked in with his lantern, and we shared a drink and chatted for a bit. Xiao Beijing replied, taking a bite of a fried dough stick. Initially, he thought the sight of a blind man with a lantern was rather cool, but now upon reflection it felt amiss. A blind man carrying a lantern through a snowstorm, and more importantly finding their hiding spot in the cave, that was decidedly peculiar. He would likely emerge tonight, and they could inquire further then. Yi Ran had no better plan and opted to take it one step at a time. Both Yi Lang and Xiao Beijing had no objections. They would follow Yi Ran's lead. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Ran. And he extended his hand toward Xiao Beijing. Last night, I was robbed of over 800 here. I won't make things difficult for you, just return me 3,000 accounting for miscellaneous expenses, Xiao Beijing sputtered. Soy milk. Coughing several times, nearly choking, once he regained composure, he stared wide-eyed in disbelief. You were robbed of 800, really, and now you're asking me for 3,000, indeed, Yi Ran affirmed. Is that reasonable? Not at all, why should I? Because you have money. Just because I have money means I should be robbed. Precisely, cash or mobile payment. You were treated like a sheep and then come to fleece me. You truly are a great friend. In times of prosperity, you are nowhere to be seen, but in times of hardship, you are always thinking of me. With a scowl, Xiao Beijing retrieved his wallet and, in a moment of frustration, tossed a wad of cash onto the table. You've got to be kidding. Every time we meet, I end up getting scammed by this guy. It's not that I mind parting with the money, but that I can never recoup it is what truly vexes me. Yi Lang sat quietly beside them, observing silently, having long since grown accustomed to such scenes. Yi Ran adeptly counted the money before placing it into his satchel, rising to declare, You two continue to gather any relevant information in town. We'll meet at the town's entrance tonight. Both responded affirmatively, and upon exiting the breakfast shop, they dispersed in different directions. Yi Ran returned to the inn with the breakfast, noticing the little beggar still fast asleep, and decided to draw his dagger to check if this little one possessed golden blood. However, as he bent down, the little beggar suddenly opened her eyes, locking gazes with Yi Ran. Subsequently, her gaze drifted to the right as she tugged the blanket upwards, revealing only half of her head, and whispered, Master, I am still young. Yi Ran raised an eyebrow, seized the little beggar's arm, and swiftly cut open her palm. Ouch, that hurts, that hurts. The little beggar could not help but cry out, nearly leaping to her feet. Yi Ran's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, the blood flowing from the little beggar's palm was golden. She immediately reached out to collect a small amount of the blood, bringing it close for a meticulous examination, then leaned in to take a gentle sniff. Upon inhalation, even Yi Ran could not suppress her astonishment at its marvel. The golden blood bore no acrid scent of iron, but rather exuded a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. I mean no harm, my curiosity simply compelled me to discover the color of your blood. You may bandage yourself afterward, and I shall place your breakfast on the table, Yi Ran stated before departing her room, carefully storing the golden blood in a small porcelain vial. For Yi Ran, this blood possessed significant research value, as she could attempt to merge it with other substances, possibly yielding unforeseen surprises. At that moment, the little beggar was grimacing and gripping her arm. A closer look revealed that the wound on her palm was visibly healing at an astonishing speed, though the process seemed to be quite agonizing. Chapter 45, Testing the Poison on Oneself. Upon returning to her own chamber, Yi Ran locked the door, drew the curtains, and retrieved the golden blood she had just obtained, with a slight tremor of her arm. A purple-black centipede emerged from her sleeve. Yi Ran cautiously dripped a drop of the blood onto the centipede's body, and as the golden blood made contact, it began to sizzle and emit white smoke. The centipede writhed in agony, seemingly in great distress, and after a couple of convulsions, it fell silent. What could be causing this? Yi Ran raised an eyebrow, prodding the lifeless centipede to confirm its demise. Subsequently, each experimental insect she brought forth met the same fate. Upon contact with the golden blood, they perished. Initially, she had intended to integrate the golden blood into the body of the insects to observe any potential mutations, for such extraordinary blood was exceedingly rare, likely possessed only by the Golden Clan. However, the results of her attempts left Yi Ran quite dissatisfied. The golden blood emitted a potent medicinal fragrance, and she pondered how it could have morphed into such a form, which defied all logic. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, achieving a semblance of immortality was no small feat, and a touch of peculiarity seemed only fitting. Yi Ran stared at the small porcelain vial for a prolonged moment, her brow furrowing and then relaxing, as if contemplating a significant decision. Eventually, she lifted the vial and consumed the remaining golden blood in one swift motion. If the insects could not serve as subjects, then she would become the test subject herself. The sweet flavor blossomed on her tongue, and the rich aroma filled her mouth, devoid of the metallic taste typically associated with blood. Yi Ran remained attuned to the changes within her body. Yet after a brief interval, no abnormalities manifested. Just as she pondered the situation, a sudden wave of heat overwhelmed her chest. Yi Ran's complexion shifted dramatically as her internal temperature soared, her skin flushing crimson as if she had just emerged from a sauna. Veins resembling spider webs crept across her cheeks, her expression contorting into one of agony as she collapsed to the floor, convulsing uncontrollably, until she finally expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. This state persisted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Yi-Ran clutched her chest as she rose, her surroundings stained with bright red blood interspersed with flecks of gold. The golden blood she had ingested now expelled. Thankfully, she had not perished. This golden blood was indeed extraordinary. And its secrets would either be unearthed upon locating the Golden Clan or revealed when the little beggar regained her memories. Yi-Ran still felt a lingering trepidation, mere moments after consuming the golden blood. It had begun to radiate intense heat, as if attempting to vaporize her own blood from within. Just a minuscule amount, no larger than a fingernail, had such potency. Had she ingested more, she might have met her demise on the spot. Regaining her composure, Yi-Ran retrieved her oiled paper umbrella. Since studying the blood proved futile, she decided it wise not to expend unnecessary effort and instead focused on dealing with Granny Lantern, who had likely received ample attention from the twin spirits while confined within the umbrella. As her lips moved, the umbrella began to tremble violently, unfurling itself in mere moments. Accompanied by the clanking of iron chains, the nearly 2-meter-tall Granny Lantern materialized in the room, compared to her earlier state. She now appeared quite disheveled, only a faint aura of ghostly energy remained in her spirit form, and the lantern around her neck was dim and flickering, on the verge of extinguishing. Upon seeing Yi-Ran, Granny Lantern began to struggle vigorously, but no matter how fiercely she fought, the iron chains bound her tightly, constricting even further. Yi-Ran smirked disdainfully. I advise you against struggling. The more you exert your ghostly energy, the tighter the chains will constrict until your spirit is ultimately crushed. The chains within the umbrella were no ordinary objects. Yi-Ran had obtained them from a ghostly enforcer, specifically designed to restrain spirit forms. A considerable price had been paid to procure them. After a series of futile attempts, Granny Lantern ultimately surrendered. Once she quieted, Yi-Ran shifted the conversation to, I have no interest in how you met your demise. Nor do I care about the grievances you bear. The fact that you have cultivated to this level indicates a considerable fortune. Alas, it ends here. I now present you with two choices: either I send you to the underworld, or you follow me and perhaps attain even greater heights, potentially becoming a ghost king. As a being of your caliber, should you fall into the hands of the ghostly enforcers, your fate would be nothing short of obliteration. Even if you are fortunate enough to escape their wrath, you would nonetheless endure relentless torment in the 18 layers of hell, never to be reborn. Yi-Ran fell silent after speaking, awaiting Granny Lantern's response. Her previous words were not spoken lightly. The operational systems of the underworld and the mortal realm bore a striking resemblance, one aimed to capture spirits, the other to eliminate them. If a ghostly enforcer had met their monthly spirit capturing quota, they would seize her to exchange for a bounty. Powerful spirits like her could easily fetch 5 copper coins. To put this into perspective, a low-ranking ghostly enforcer earned only 3 copper coins a month. Conversely, meeting the spirit elimination quota was far simpler. Ghostly enforcers were often busy, and those unlucky enough to fail to meet their quotas would face a deduction in their pay. Thus, they resorted to slaying powerful spirits to compensate. One malevolent ghost could equal 2 wandering souls, and beings on the verge of becoming ghostly fiends could be worth 3. One might wonder why, despite the existence of the underworld and the continuous capture of spirits by ghostly enforcers, so many wandering souls still roamed the world. This notion is fundamentally flawed. The underworld is not a charitable establishment. One does not simply descend into reincarnation upon death. You must offer the ghostly enforcers money to gain entry into the underworld. What if you lack funds? In that case, the spirit does not journey to the underworld but rather descends to the 18 layers of hell. Those without family to provide funds remain in the mortal realm, only to be tortured mercilessly until their spirits are shattered. The road to the Yellow Springs, the soup of Mangpa. Without money, crossing the Naiha Bridge becomes a daunting task. The saying money can make the ghost grind holds a kernel of truth. Returning her gaze to Granny Lantern, who had remained silent for an extended period, Yi-Ran grew increasingly impatient. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Granny Lantern kneeling, seemingly conceding. It was only logical. In the mortal realm, she could flaunt her power, but in the underworld, she would be nothing. After cultivating for so long, wasn't it all for the sake of prominence? Even in death, one cannot escape this eternal truth. You have made the wisest choice. Now, part with a portion of your soul essence for me, Yi-Ran declared, gleefully producing a black talisman to affix to the umbrella's handle. Granny Lantern bowed her head. A wisp of black mist emerging from her spirit form and melding into the umbrella. Upon closer inspection, her entire spirit form appeared considerably more translucent. This was Yi-Ran's method of control. Embedding the corrupt portions of her soul essence into the umbrella's handle, this would not only enhance the umbrella's magical power but also eliminate any hope of rebellion, just like the ghostly bride before. Should she entertain any treacherous thoughts, she would be subjected to relentless torment until she begged for mercy. The loss of a portion of her soul essence would undoubtedly weaken Granny Lantern. Yet she would soon recover as long as she nourished herself with the remaining souls. This was also why Yi-Ran occasionally procured living souls to feed the twin spirits. Chapter 46, following with a formidable ally at her disposal. Yi-Ran's spirit soared. Unlike certain individuals who stubbornly insisted on fair play in one-on-one confrontations, she understood the folly of such notions in this current age. Why engage in a fair fight when she could easily overwhelm her adversary with numbers? As evening descended upon the ancient town shrouded in darkness without electricity, Yi-Ran and the little beggar arrived at the town's entrance first, followed shortly by Xiao Beijing and his companions. The little beggar stood in place, exhaling clouds of breath and rubbing her hands together. The street was indeed bitterly cold in the heavy snow. Upon their meeting, she dashed over to embrace Xiao Beijing's arm, grinning widely as she exclaimed, "Big brother, it's been so long." Xiao Beijing affectionately ruffled her hair, his eyes betraying a sense of fondness, and then produced a piece of chocolate from his pocket, offering it to her. "Have you been resting well and eating enough?" The little beggar gleefully accepted the chocolate, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. "Of course, master gives me pocket money every day, and I eat really well. He even provides me with my own room." Yi-Ran snapped her fingers, interrupting their light-hearted banter. "So what information have you gathered?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Beijing turned his gaze toward the wild wolf beside them. "Let him speak. Little beggar, let us go. They can freeze while we enjoy hot pot in our room." The little beggar hesitated to leave immediately, instead turning to Yi-Ran, as if seeking her approval. Yi-Ran, without uttering a word, gestured for them to leave, knowing that the tasks ahead would require considerable effort. Having too many people around would only complicate matters. Yi-Lang handed Yi-Ran a cigarette and respectfully lit it for him before continuing. "According to the townsfolk, the bell ringer is quite mysterious. He has no children or relatives, and aside from his daily trips to the tavern, he hardly engages in conversation with anyone. However, some say that the old man is quite aged, belonging to the generation of their ancestors. And by current reckoning, he must be over 100 years old. As for the secrets of the longevity village, those are tales from long ago. Apart from the bell ringer, there likely hasn't been anyone in the town who has lived to such an age. We have no leads on the ancient tomb either. The snow is too heavy, almost waist-deep, making exploration impossible." Yi-Lang succinctly recounted all the information he had gathered during the day, not omitting any seemingly insignificant details. Yi-Ran stroked his chin, his gaze flitting back and forth along the darkened street, before finally speaking. "To be old and not die is to be a demon. Perhaps, the bell ringer harbors secrets of immortality." Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to capture the bell ringer tonight and demand answers. The phrase "to be old and not die is to be a demon" does not apply to ordinary individuals. The bell ringer was evidently peculiar. Despite his blindness, he called out while carrying a lantern, walking with remarkable steadiness, showing no signs of unsteadiness. Yi-Lang took a deep drag from his cigarette, releasing a cloud of smoke as he remarked, "Strangely enough, we initially intended to seek him out during the day, but the townsfolk insisted that he does not reside here. Moreover, no one has summoned him to ring the bell. He has been doing this of his own volition for quite some time. I suspect the old man lives in the mountains." Yi-Lang was initially reluctant to believe that a blind old man could live alone in the mountains, aside from the challenges of survival. The path to the town was incredibly treacherous. Over the years, he had encountered numerous oddities, yet he had never come across a situation like this. "Take these talismans, just in case," Yi-Ran said, producing several black talismans and handing them over. Yi-Lang nodded. If the bell ringer turned out to be some sort of malevolent spirit, these talismans would prove more effective than bullets. Uncertain of when the old man would emerge, the two settled into the car to wait. Their feet growing numb from the cold, they waited until the early hours of the morning, discarding a multitude of cigarette butts. "Another one." Yi-Ran offered the cigarette pack. Yi-Lang waved it off. Already feeling nauseated from smoking too much, he feared he might end up poisoned. Just as Yi-Ran prepared to light one for himself, the sound of two gongs echoed from the town's entrance. Shortly after, they saw the bell ringer, stooped and carrying a lantern, slowly making his way toward them. Yi-Lang reacted swiftly, focusing intently, gripping his dagger tightly. "It's the first watch. A cold wave is coming. Secure your doors and windows." The bell ringer rasped, chanting as he moved forward. Once he had traversed a short distance, Yi-Ran followed closely, with Yi-Lang right behind him. They trailed the old man through the town, observing that he would take 5 steps and pause, occasionally stepping to the left to peer around, then to the right. Yi-Lauda, what is he doing? Yi-Lang asked, perplexed. It seemed unnecessary to walk in such a manner. Yi Ran squinted in contemplation, his gaze inadvertently fixating on the lantern. I understand what he is doing. What is it? Yi Lang inquired. Yi Ran replied coolly, he is consuming yang. What does that mean? Yi Lang was confused, his brow furrowing in inquiry. Yi Ran elaborated, this old man is half human, half spirit. Aren't you curious how he, being blind, can walk so steadily? The answer lies in the lantern he carries. What could possibly be wrong with the lantern? Yi Lang remained bewildered, unable to grasp the significance. Yi Ran, unhurried, intended to continue following the old man to see where he would lead them. Offering further explanation. To be old and not die is to be a demon, and this bell ringer exemplifies that when a person reaches a certain age, they will naturally age and die. This is the law of nature. Yet, there exists another scenario. If a person's will to live is exceptionally strong as they approach death, their spirit may cling to the object they have used most throughout their life after their body has perished. The crucial next step is consuming yang spirits. This yang spirit is not a soul in the conventional sense, but rather a manifestation formed simply by a person standing still for an extended period, releasing their yang energy, which may coalesce into a human-like shape. Even after the original body departs, the yang spirit remains in place for a time before dissipating, akin to a shadow. What remains unclear is how the old man manages to consume yang spirits while his physical body is dead. In short, this old man's body is akin to that of a walking corpse, needing to consume the yang spirits left by others to stave off decay. The lantern contains his spirit, while the body may be unseen. The spirit is visible, which elucidates why he, despite his blindness, must carry a lantern. How fascinating, Yi Lang mused, realizing the intricate complexities of the realms of yin and yang, feeling enlightened by the night's revelations. After hearing this lengthy explanation, the fog of confusion in Yi Lang's mind finally began to lift. What should we do now? Should we confront him for information or follow him into the mountains? Do not. He cannot be disturbed while consuming yang spirits, or he will cling to you until he takes your life. I am now more curious about the kind of conviction that allows him to cling to life. Yi Ran halted Yi Lang's advance, guiding him back to a corner where they could wait quietly. He suspected the old man would return after completing his rounds in the town. Chapter 47, Unexpected Discovery at last. They waited until the bell ringer finished his circuit, and the two stealthily followed behind. Upon leaving the town, the old man immediately plunged into the mountains. The ferocity of the wind and snow had intensified since the previous night, whipping against their faces like a blade. What was even more surprising was the thickness of the snow on the ground. Yi Ran and Yi Lang could scarcely lift their feet, while the old man moved swiftly, widening the distance between them. Due to the blizzard's severity and the treacherous terrain, they could barely discern the faint glow of the lantern. Fearing they would soon lose sight of him, it was unclear how far they had traveled from the town. But Yi Ran was certain they had covered at least a fair distance, now deep within the mountains. Yi Lauda, if we continue like this, we might truly lose him. The conditions are worsening. Should we retreat and try again tomorrow? Yi Lang was not one to shy away from danger, but even he found the situation intolerable. While he had adequate gear to keep warm, his feet had grown numb from being submerged in the snow. Let us move forward a bit more. I believe his lair should be nearby. If necessary, we can mark the spot and return at dawn to investigate. Yi Ran also sensed that they could not continue the relentless pursuit, lest they become frozen statues before ever catching up to the old man. Yi Lang fell silent, taking the lead to forge a path ahead. Fortunately, after a short while, the storm began to abate, granting the two a moment of respite. After roughly another half hour, Yi Lang suddenly spotted a figure ahead and stopped, saying, Yi Lauda, look over there. Yi Ran followed his gaze and saw a hunched figure moving slowly beneath a large tree. Both felt a surge of excitement, believing they had finally caught up. Yet, as they drew closer, even Yi Lang, a robust man, was taken aback, instinctively stepping back. What is that? By heavens, what a massive rat! Before them stood a slender, weasel-like creature, roughly the height of a human. Yi Ran found it curious that in such frigid weather, when food was scarce, a weasel would be out and about. Upon noticing the two, the weasel's green eyes flickered as it approached, standing upright and inspecting them closely. Yi Lang intended to shoo it away, but Yi Ran restrained his shoulder, exchanging glances before falling silent. My good friend, do I resemble a human? The weasel inquired, grinning as it approached Yi Lang. Although Yi Lang had heard tales of weasels seeking recognition, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. He remained silent, turning his head away. Seeing that the man before him was unresponsive, the weasel approached Yi Ran, repeating, my good friend, do I resemble a human? As someone familiar with the ways of the supernatural, Yi Ran knew better than to respond. The weasel's request was rather bizarre. Answering would mean relinquishing half of one's lifespan. With no room for negotiation. A mere like a human would instantly drain a person of their vitality, while a not like a human would result in losing all remaining life. Such strange tactics would bewilder anyone. The best course of action was to remain silent, allowing the creature to tire of questioning and leave them alone. Better to make an enemy than to lose one's lifespan, seeing that neither of them replied. The weasel grew anxious, scratching its head as if disbelieving the situation, inching closer and closer, almost pressing its face against theirs. Speak, speak. Do you think I resemble a human or not? The weasel's expression grew increasingly grotesque. Its sharp claws rasping together restlessly. Ye ran focused intently, realizing that matters were about to escalate. The weasel, unable to contain itself any longer, raised its claws, ready to lash out at the two. However, abruptly, its grotesque visage morphed, and the raised claws froze mid-air. At that moment Ye ran and the wolf both drew their pistols simultaneously, aiming them squarely at the weasel's head. I was merely jesting. Surely you can't take this so seriously? The weasel stood frozen, its eyes darting about, long strands of mucus dangling from its nostrils. Ye ran flashed a grin and pulled the trigger. With the sound of gunfire, the wolf followed suit without hesitation. In less than 10 seconds, both had emptied their magazines into the weasel, leaving its body grotesquely mangled. You startled me. I was unprepared for a weasel to suddenly leap out like that. The wolf reloaded his weapon and kicked the weasel's corpse, as if fearing it might spring back to life, promptly firing a few more rounds. All right, it's undoubtedly dead now. Let's mark this spot for now. We shall return to investigate at dawn. I suspect that old man is somewhere nearby. Ye ran scanned the surroundings. The darkness was oppressive, and he feared that continuing their search might lead to unforeseen dangers. The wolf, moving with agility, dragged the weasel's corpse against the nearby trees, ensuring they wouldn't lose their way come morning. Just as they were retracing their steps, the wolf suddenly sank into the snow. A cracking sound echoed nearby, and the ground within a 2-meter radius abruptly caved in, before Ye ran could grasp a nearby tree for support. He too fell into the pit. Fortunately it wasn't deep, and they merely tumbled to the ground. Otherwise, in this pitch-black abyss, a bump to the head could have proven fatal. Ye Lauda, are you alright? The wolf, disregarding his own condition, hurried over to assist Ye ran brushed off the snow from his clothes and looked up at the edges of the pit. It appeared to be a trap dug by hunters from the town. Indeed, their luck had taken a turn for the worse. The wolf retrieved a flashlight from his backpack and scanned the area. Ye ran pressed his palm against the muddy wall, preparing to climb out, but was halted by the wolf's call. Ye Lauda, come quickly and take a look. The wolf directed the beam of the flashlight into the darkness ahead, revealing half of a stone archway buried in the earth. Ye ran hurried over to crouch down for a closer inspection. Its shape resembled that of a tomb entrance. The wolf leaned in closer, turning to say, Ye Lauda, could this be the ancient tomb entrance we seek? Ye ran did not respond immediately but instead reached into the archway to scoop up a handful of dirt, which he promptly discarded while brushing his hands off. It is indeed possible, but this cannot be considered an entrance. At most, it is a thief's hole. The soil at the entrance and its surroundings are markedly different. It has clearly been disturbed. This pit was likely excavated by those individuals, and we stumbled in by sheer coincidence. It seems we are not the only ones with designs on this ancient tomb. Judging by the snow covering the pit above, they must have been down here for quite some time. Shall we venture inside? The wolf drew his dagger, awaiting Ye ran's command. They had delved into tombs before. While it was not their first rodeo, they were by no means novices. Very well, there is no signal here, and returning to summon help would be far too cumbersome. Let us explore a little further first. Ye ran produced a flashlight as well and peered into the cave. Upon hearing this, the wolf, dagger clenched in his mouth, crouched down and crawled inside. Chapter 48. Mercenaries. Upon entering the tomb, a pungent odor of decay assaulted their senses, making it instantly uncomfortable to breathe. Fortunately, Ye ran only occasionally ventured into tombs. Had it been that group of dirt diggers, they would likely have all succumbed to lung ailments. The wolf swung the flashlight around, declaring, Ye Lauda, there is a path this way. Ye ran turned to see that they were situated in the center of the tomb passage, the floor strewn with disordered arrows. We can follow this route. The traps ahead have likely been triggered by that group, saving us some trouble. He then produced 2 vengeful dolls from his backpack, releasing them to scout ahead. Ye ran and the wolf continued down the tomb passage, passing several locations where traps had been activated, and eventually descended deeper underground. After traversing a lengthy corridor, they arrived at a grand main hall, where a bronze cauldron, seemingly for sacrificial purposes, stood at the center. Upon inspection, they discovered the cauldron was filled with bones, confirming their suspicions. The hall's doors stood wide open, with signs of violent destruction evident on either side. 2 corpses lay nearby, their expressions frozen in terror, their faces darkened. The wolf crouched down for a closer look, retrieving a Nepalese army knife from one of the bodies and tearing the dog tags from their necks. These 2 corpses were well equipped, their calloused hands suggesting they were accustomed to handling firearms. It was evident they were mercenaries. Look at their chests, 3 deep claw marks visible to the bone. I wonder what could have dealt such a fatal blow. This tomb was likely not a peaceful place. The greatest threats were not the specters, but rather the bizarre creatures lurking within. Yi Ran recalled an encounter with a serpent the size of a truck during a previous tomb expedition. A memory that still sent shivers down his spine. He merely cast a cursory glance before proceeding into the hall. If all went as anticipated, they had likely entered the central area of the ancient tomb. Even if not, they were close enough. As they continued to explore, the air thickened, becoming increasingly rarefied, inducing dizziness and persistent ringing in their ears. Unbeknownst to them, they had unknowingly caught up to that group. Yi Ran lifted his gaze to the corpses suspended above, an overwhelming number beyond counting, while the group of individuals, numbering around a dozen, stood motionless below. Sensing the presence of outsiders, they all raised their rifles and turned. "Who goes there?" One voice bellowed, causing the tension in the air to spike as they chambered their rounds. The wolf's expression grew serious as he stepped forward to shield Yi Ran. Whispering, "Yilada, if things go awry, you must escape." Yi Ran pushed him aside, arching an eyebrow. "With so many guns aimed at us, where do you propose we run?" In such a predicament, escape seemed futile. A single misstep could turn them into Swiss cheese. Moreover, those who ventured into tombs generally did so for monetary gain. As long as their interests did not clash, they should be safe. Stay calm. Let's maintain our distance. No need for swords to clash unnecessarily. With hands clasped behind his back, Yi Ran took a few steps forward, his gaze sweeping over the group before finally locking onto an elderly man, accompanied by a striking woman, presumably his personal bodyguard. Both parties scrutinized one another until the elder finally broke into a smile. "My young friend speaks wisely, please proceed as you wish." A flicker of disdain crossed Yi Ran's eyes. It was clear this group was reluctant to probe ahead. Hence their facade of amicability, yet, this was inconsequential. The wolf remained close by, his vigilance unabated, mentally preparing to buy time should any hostility arise, thus granting Yi Ran a chance to flee. At this moment, the elder approached with a genial demeanor. "My young friend, do you have any expertise regarding these traps?" Yi Ran cast him a sidelong glance, replying coolly, "Expertise might be too grand a term, but I do know what this is." "Oh, might I trouble you for a more detailed explanation?" The elder's interest piqued, he eagerly pressed for more information. Yi Ran chuckled lightly. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." At this remark, the bodyguard frowned sharply. "Before you speak, I suggest you assess the situation." Before Yi Ran could respond, the wolf turned with a fierce glare. "What is it to you? Does the leader's words not merit your silence?" The bodyguard's expression shifted, and the group immediately raised their weapons once more. Nevertheless, the wolf remained undeterred, retorting, "I found it curious how the gear on those 2 corpses at the entrance seemed so familiar. Turns out they were from the Caesar group. I advise you to reconsider your actions before confronting the Black Hand group. The consequences could be dire." Initially, the bodyguard had relied on their numerical advantage and dismissed the 2. But upon hearing the name of the Black Hand group, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. The tension in the air thickened, yet Yi Ran refrained from intervening. He was certain the elder would not give the order to fire. Had they entered blindly, things might have been uncertain. However, after this exchange, it was clear that this group was utterly ignorant of the mechanisms before them. To proceed, they would need to lower their stance and plead for assistance. Otherwise, retreat would be their only option. "Enough. Pointless bickering will only hinder our progress." "Wanrong, apologize to these 2. The elder commanded. Hearing she was to apologize, Wanrong felt a surge of indignation, eager to protest. "Boss, Before she could finish, the elder struck her across the face, his tone stern. "I command you to apologize. Do you wish to rebel?" Witnessing her boss strike her in front of outsiders only fueled Wanrong's anger, yet her position compelled her to comply. Bowing slightly, "I apologize, gentlemen." Though she attempted to suppress her ire, anyone could discern the venom laced within her words. The elder then opened his backpack and produced several stacks of red bills, smiling as he said, "I admit my poor management. Please do not take offense. Consider this small sum as a token for seeing the money." Yi Ran immediately dropped his scowl, responding with a smile. "Oh, you flatter us. Our meeting is indeed serendipitous. The money is of no consequence. You are being overly courteous, and such behavior is not to be repeated next time." Yi Ran spoke while laughing and counting money, unabashedly disregarding the gazes of those around her. This scene instantly stirred contempt among the onlookers. The essence of this individual could be summarized in 2 words: hypocrisy. Ahem. Yi Ran cleared her throat twice. Having accepted the money, she decided to indulge their curiosity. What you see before you is known as the Thousand Corpses Formation. Look closely above. This group of corpses is bound with countless red strings, with 2 bells placed between every 10 corpses. The path ahead appears deceptively smooth, yet the moment someone triggers the mechanism, the red strings will be pulled, causing the bells to jangle violently. In mere seconds, these corpses will awaken and descend from above. Upon hearing this explanation, the old man couldn't help but ponder, then promptly inquired, "How can we pass through?" Simple. Yi Ran tilted her head slightly, gazing at the densely packed corpses above. Locate the corpse king and sever all its connecting red strings. In doing so, even if the mechanism is triggered, the other corpses will remain still. And by the way, these corpses are highly poisonous, with mercury coursing through their bodies, so refrain from using guns or knives. A careless scratch could be fatal. Yi Ran concluded with a smile, turning her gaze toward the old man. In truth, her words were half-truths. The corpse king indeed exists, and severing its red strings would nullify the formation. However, severing even a single red string would immediately trigger the Thousand Corpses Formation. The real solution would be to awaken all the corpses and use a living person as bait to lure them away. Allowing for safe passage ahead. Chapter 49, Hidden Agendas. The old man, decisive as ever, sprang into action upon hearing the solution. The stone walls on either side were difficult to climb, but fortunately, their gear was of excellent quality. Even equipped with grappling hooks, seizing the moment of chaos, Yi Ran called to the wild wolf to stealthily depart and find a place to hide. Upon seeing his demeanor, the wild wolf recognized that something was amiss and teased. "Boss Yi, you must be up to no good, right?" Having known Yi Ran for quite some time, he had never witnessed him display genuine kindness toward outsiders. That detailed explanation just now felt decidedly off. Yi Ran smirked. "Remember, when the corpses fall, hold your breath, and we'll move quietly afterward." This was not a baseless attempt to deceive the group, it was simply the only way to proceed. As for the mercenaries, their motives were a mystery. In such ancient tombs, an enemy need not present a reason to kill. Just moments ago, Yi Ran still held some value, hence, they had refrained from making a move. "Boss, those 2 have vanished." Turning around and seeing no one, Wan Rong said coldly. The old man paid little mind, merely squinting and saying, "It doesn't matter, as long as we can get through." "How dare those insignificant scraps act so brazenly before me? If we encounter them again, we shall eliminate them." Hearing her boss's words, Wan Rong, still harboring resentment, responded with a sinister smile. By the way, that muscular man claimed to be from the Black Hand group. "Do you recall anything about them?" the old man asked again. Wan Rong shook her head. "I don't know much. The Black Hand group tends to keep a low profile, but their strength is undeniable. Likely surpassing ours at Caesar." The old man hesitated. After all, the Black Hand group's reputation was resounding within the industry, yet he soon felt reassured. This place is a dark, desolate tomb. Even if one were to die here, no one would find the body. Before long, a clear bell rang out within the tomb, followed by a cacophony of bells ringing in unison, nearly deafening. The old man's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "You useless fools, can't you handle this minor detail?" No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of corpses began crashing down into the tomb. Wan Rong sensed the danger and quickly supported the old man. Attempting to flee, unfortunately, it was too late. A heavy roar echoed, and from the pile of corpses emerged an armored ancient corpse. "Open fire," the old man instinctively commanded, utterly terrified by the sight of the rising corpses. Completely forgetting Yi Ran's earlier warning, Wan Rong was about to draw her gun but quickly remembered the corpses were poisonous. Gritting her teeth, she hurled a grenade instead. She aimed to block their path. Those who lagged behind suffered greatly. Before they could be ensnared by the corpses, the shockwave from the grenade hurled them away. Fortunately, 2 quick-footed individuals successfully escaped behind the old man. Otherwise, they would have met a grim fate. Yi Ran, hidden in the shadows, watched the scene unfold, astonished. This woman was not only decisive but ruthlessly pragmatic. She truly embodied the mercenary spirit, willing to sacrifice her subordinates without a second thought. The wild wolf frowned. She blew up the passage. "How do we get through?" Yi Ran pressed against the wall, muttering a string of incomprehensible words. Thankfully, having previously sent the vengeful spirit doll ahead to scout, they were not entirely at a loss. When the vengeful spirit doll returned, Yi Ran smiled. "Great, let us follow it." As for the other vengeful spirit doll, Yi Ran could not reach it, likely having triggered some mechanism and unable to return. Before leaving, they heard the sound of walls being smashed and the mournful wails of corpses. These rubble would not hinder them for long. They would likely break free in no time. Yi Ran followed the vengeful spirit doll forward. and upon passing through a narrow passage, discovered the missing doll. No wonder she couldn't reach it. It had been pinned to the wall by a long arrow. The leading vengeful spirit doll scampered over to assist, attempting to pull out the arrow, but after much effort, it was of no avail. The wild wolf couldn't help but chuckle, casually extracting the arrow. "Bossy, your dolls are quite amusing." Ran looked down at the damaged doll, tossing a black talisman, which ignited into flames. The nearby vengeful spirit doll jumped back in fright. The wild wolf was momentarily at a loss for words. "I don't have the luxury to mend it. If it's gone, it's gone. I can always make another. After all, it's merely a tool." Ran's tone was devoid of any fluctuation. After all, he still had a plethora of vengeful spirit dolls at home. Even if they were all consumed, crafting new ones would require minimal effort. Noticing the other vengeful spirit doll remained unfazed, he shot it a glance. The doll promptly waddled forward, swaying like a duck. Whenever they passed peculiar sights, the vengeful spirit doll led the way, narrowly escaping danger multiple times. Luck truly on its side. The tomb resembled a labyrinth, and after wandering for a while, they arrived at a side chamber. As they approached, Ran caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance. Pushing open the large door, they were greeted by a small arched bridge, and as they stepped across, they clearly saw 3 pale corpses standing within the walls, 1 male, 1 female, and a child between them. If one didn't look closely, one might truly mistake them for living beings. The male had rough skin, the female's skin was rosy, and the child was fair and tender, hardly resembling a corpse. So fragrant, the wild wolf finally caught the unusual scent, sniffing around to find its source. Ran's gaze remained fixated ahead. "Stop searching. The source of the fragrance is from those corpses. The bodies were preserved. Either they contained a corpse-preserving elixir within their mouths or were filled with mercury. If it was the former, they could fetch a handsome price. Indeed, this trip would not be in vain. The primary function of the corpse-preserving elixir is to prevent decay, allowing the body to retain its youthful appearance. Such substances are quite expensive, typically unaffordable for common folk in ancient times. These 3 corpses were likely the relatives of the tomb's owner. Moreover, the elixir could also be used by the living. Ground into powder and applied to the skin, it could restore a person's complexion to its youthful state. However, the side effects are significant, leading to accelerated aging after 2 to 3 years. Generally, only wealthy women would indulge in such luxuries. What a narrow path for adversaries! Just as they were about to investigate further, a commanding voice rang out behind them. The two turned in unison to see Wan Rong supporting the old man, who bore numerous wounds and limped painfully. Chapter 50. Surprises and frights. Upon seeing the two, the wild wolf, disregarding his fatigue, drew his gun and stood ready to confront them. Ran raised a hand to stop him, his eyes darting between Wan Rong and the old man. The old man had sustained serious injuries. One of his arms was completely gone. Wan Rong was not faring much better. Her clothing was torn, exposing her figure. Sensing a malevolent gaze upon her, Wan Rong did not lash out but clenched her teeth, helping the old man to a nearby seat. "It appears you've encountered quite a predicament." "How delightful," Ran grinned, his gaze filled with wicked amusement. Wan Rong huffed softly. "No need for your concern, you should be more worried about yourselves." No sooner had she spoken than the wild wolf fired a shot at her feet. "Warning, you're out of bullets. Be more polite, or I won't hesitate to give you a peanut." Wan Rong clenched her fists. Having exhausted her ammunition during their escape, she found herself unable to fend off their pursuers. Now that they finally had a moment to breathe, she still had to endure this indignity. Just as he was about to erupt, the elderly man, who had kept his eyes shut, reached out and grabbed her, shaking his head. "Forget it, just bandage me up and let's keep running." Upon hearing this, Ran couldn't help but feel curious about what was pursuing them. If it were merely the Corpse King, its speed wouldn't be so swift. There must be another reason. "Never mind them, let us just make some quick money first." Ran nodded at the wolf, but as soon as she turned around, she was stunned. The female corpse within the stone wall had mysteriously leapt down. The two exchanged glances, and as they turned back, the distance to the female corpse had closed again. Ran narrowed her eyes and glanced at the old man, who was being bandaged. It was highly likely that the scent of blood had provoked this female corpse, but why did it behave like a wooden puppet, stopping after a few steps? This puzzled her. Ran wasn't afraid, but she simply couldn't comprehend the underlying principle. "Wolf, let us divert our gaze for a couple of seconds and then look back," Ran instructed, taking the lead in lowering her head. With the wolf following suit. However, when they raised their heads again, the female corpse was already right in front of the wolf. "Don't move, stay still." Ran raised her hand to stop the wolf from retaliating, then deliberately moved closer for a better look at the female corpse. This was incredibly intriguing. The next tomb might yield unexpected discoveries, leading to substantial gains. Ran suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. leaving not only the wolf bewildered but also causing the two behind them to frown, curious about what she was up to. Yilata, the wolf couldn't help but voice his confusion. The female corpse was practically pressed against his face. What could be so amusing? Yi Ran's smile gradually faded as she suddenly reached out to grasp the back of the female corpse's neck. Then pulled out several silver needles to stab into its crown. Slowly back away, keep your eyes on the corpse's eyes, otherwise it will chase after you. Yi Ran had recognized that this female corpse was not an ordinary zombie but a cursed corpse. This type of zombie was exceptionally unique. Its combat ability was not particularly fierce. Its most formidable trait was that as long as one made eye contact, it could pursue a person no matter where they ran. Without the target perceiving any abnormalities, of the moment one's gaze shifted, it could appear right before them in the blink of an eye. Like a curse, it was impossible to shake off until the target was dead. If the wolf hadn't looked up just in time, his head might have been displaced from his neck. Yi Ran had studied numerous zombies over the past decade, but had never encountered a cursed corpse. If she could decipher its abilities and transplant them onto ancient corpses, just thinking about it filled her with excitement. Once her inner ecstasy subsided, Yi Ran shifted her gaze to the other two. Her eyes glinting with malice, the wolf had already been targeted by the cursed corpse, and there was only one way to break the spell: to forcibly redirect its focus. What do you intend to do? Wan Rong sensed something amiss and immediately positioned herself protectively in front of the old man. Yi Ran's lips curled into a smirk as she charged forward. Wan Rong immediately assumed a defensive stance. The person behind her was the boss, and if anything happened to him, there would be no chance of continuing in this industry. Get out of the way. Faced with such a stance, Yi Ran delivered a merciless kick. Wan Rong crossed her arms in front of her in an attempt to block, but she completely underestimated the force behind it. The moment they made contact, she felt as if her bones were about to shatter. And she was sent flying against the door like a cannonball. Yi Ran didn't even spare her a glance as she seized the old man by the neck and hoisted him up to the side of the female corpse. Just do me a favor and maintain eye contact with the corpse for half a minute. Though the words were spoken, the old man refused to comply and simply closed his eyes. Yi Ran glared at him fiercely, then pulled out a dagger and pressed him to the ground, viciously slicing off his eyelids. Do you think closing your eyes will keep you safe? How naive. Wan Rong, bloodied, clambered to her feet and immediately shouted, "Stop!" Yi Ran completely ignored her, forcefully pushing the howling old man towards the female corpse's face. In less than half a minute, the image reflected in the corpse's eyes was no longer that of the wolf. The old man cried out in agony, and at that moment, Yi Ran released her grip. The instant he was out of sight, the female corpse lunged at the writhing old man, effortlessly tearing his neck apart. Seeing this, Yi Ran produced a few more silver needles from between her fingers, swiftly stabbing them into the corpse's body. Finally, she struck the needle embedded in its head forcefully downwards, causing the corpse to freeze in place in a bizarre posture. "Yilata, what trick is this? I've never seen it before." The wolf, now able to move freely, approached with great curiosity. Yi Ran resumed her previous nonchalant demeanor, shrugging her shoulders. "Just a simple little trick, but it won't hold for long. I need to think of a way to completely subdue it." This cursed corpse held immense research value. She was determined to take it back, just as Yi Ran's thoughts began to crystallize. She suddenly paused and slowly turned to look towards the entrance. Wan Rong's expression changed dramatically as she stiffly turned her head. The wolf's gaze darkened, and upon seeing what was at the entrance, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. "What is that?" The three stood frozen in place. At the entrance stood a creature over 8 feet tall, with a black human body and protruding fangs, 3 severed heads floating above its shoulders and crown. Yi Ran immediately signaled the wolf to remain silent and to back away slowly. This creature was a flying head barbarian, and judging by its appearance, it was likely a demon king. This was unlike their previous encounter. Flying head barbarians were difficult to deal with, but they were merely scattered troops. At least there was a way to handle them. However, the one before them still had its own body, and it was impossible to ascertain how long it had been alive. Even if they could kill it, the cost would undoubtedly be severe, and it was entirely possible they could perish here. Chapter 51. A dead friend is better than a living Taoist. The hall was surrounded with no escape route, the only exit being the grand door directly ahead where the flying head barbarian stood. Yi Ran was not lacking in confidence, but there was no need to engage in a deadly struggle with this creature. If the problem could be solved more simply, she had no desire to complicate matters. Wan Rong was closest to the flying head barbarian and felt a chill run down her spine. Not daring to make a single move earlier, she had already witnessed the terror of this creature. Bullets had no effect against it. The flying head barbarian relied entirely on its hearing, and as long as they remained silent, The three of them would be safe for the time being, however, it was not a viable solution to remain in this standoff. As she pondered, Yiran noticed the cursed corpse's body moving slightly. The silver needles embedded within were beginning to shift outward. Initially intending to take this creature back for research, she now felt a sense of loss. Yiran slowly drew her dagger and forcefully hurled it in Wanrong's direction. The latter's attention was focused on the flying head barbarian, completely oblivious to the impending danger. The dagger, as expected, pierced her shoulder. What no one anticipated was that this woman didn't let out a single groan of pain. She merely turned back to glare at Yiran with a fierce expression. Goodness, a trained individual can really endure, huh? Let's see how long you can hold out, Yiran thought to herself, and then pulled out 8 throwing knives. I'll see how well you endure this. Wanrong was startled. With so many knives coming her way, even if she could hold her silence, she would likely bleed to death. As a mercenary, she was not a desperate outlaw. She took on missions for money, not to invite death. Under Yiran's intimidation, Wanrong had no choice but to adopt a pitiful demeanor, attempting to persuade him not to go through with it. Upon witnessing this, the wolf couldn't help but smirk. This woman was quite attractive, and in such a delicate state, she indeed evoked a sense of pity. Unfortunately, she was up against Yilauda, while others might be unaware. He was all too clear about what a tortoise eating a scale meant. Yiran's mind whirled, seemingly coming up with an idea, and she returned the throwing knives to her hand. Seeing this, Wanrong finally breathed a sigh of relief and threw him a grateful glance. She then retrieved a cursed doll from her bag, signaling it to sneak out and create some noise. Being merely a cloth doll, it made no sound as it walked, successfully passing by the flying head barbarian. Soon, laughter echoed, prompting the flying head barbarian to turn sharply and, in the blink of an eye, it began to follow the sound. Quick, let us go, Yiran urged, bolting away. The wolf dared not be careless, sprinting after her while trying to minimize noise. Wanrong hesitated for a few seconds before immediately following suit. She realized that to survive, she needed to stick with this young man, and she could no longer afford to worry about her pride. The trio hadn't run far when a piercing cackle echoed behind them. Glancing back, they saw the flying head barbarian had already caught up. As they ran, the wolf glanced back at Wanrong and then turned to Yiran. Lauda, if we keep this up, we'll be caught. However, Yiran wore an expression of utmost confidence, swiftly drawing her handgun and grinning. No, I left a wall behind. Just as she finished speaking, she came to a sudden halt, executing a flamboyant motion with her hand. Turning, she cocked the gun and aimed in one smooth motion. The deafening gunshot reverberated through the tomb passage. The wolf turned back to see Wanrong's legs pierced by several bullets, her body losing balance as she fell to the ground. Her teeth knocked out in the process. The excruciating pain became unbearable, and she accidentally let out a wail. You wretched woman, you will meet a terrible end, a terrible end. Wanrong, fully aware of her lost hope, no longer concealed her resentment and hurled insults at Yiran. Yet Yiran paid no mind to such trash talk, viewing it as mere defiance from a weakling facing death. What a joke! Do you think you can live while I die? With one last retort, Yiran fled the scene. In less than a minute, heart-wrenching cries echoed in her ears. The reason she hadn't killed this woman earlier was precisely because she anticipated this outcome. The vengeful doll could not withstand even half a round against the Fey Tuaman. Even if they managed to flee the Grand Hall, the likelihood of being pursued remained high. So how could they buy time? Naturally, it was best to take advantage of the woman's momentary lapse in vigilance and break her leg. In doing so, the Fey Tuaman would be compelled to feast first on the fallen, thus achieving the desired delay. Yiran could not help but chuckle coldly within. Having already experienced conflict, would I let you go? Dream on, boss. What should we do next? Once they found temporary safety, the wild wolf seized a moment to inquire. Yiran scratched his head, his gaze sweeping over the myriad of passageways, feeling an undeniable headache. Coming down here without gaining anything felt excessively unjust. Well, since Xiao Beijing isn't here, it seems futile for the two of us to wander aimlessly and suffer losses. Let us return to regroup and thoroughly investigate that old man before proceeding. After some contemplation, Yiran chose to let go of the immediate concerns, prioritizing the pressing matters first, and only then bringing Xiao Beijing down to the tomb. That fellow's knowledge is akin to that of an encyclopedia. Having him around would certainly ease matters considerably. The wild wolf had no objections, and the two meandered through the tomb passage for a while before finally finding their way back. As they emerged from the pit, they were confronted by two pairs of legs blocking their path. Looking up, they immediately encountered a mischievous grin. I was thinking, there are plenty of beds in the inn. Is it really necessary to sleep in an ancient tomb? Xiao Beijing said with a chuckle. Yiran stood up and glanced at the little beggar beside him, then asked, how did you two find us? That's easy, if I want to find someone. There is no one I can't locate, Xiao Beijing replied confidently, tilting his head. ITSA locator. The wild wolf produced a small black bean from his possession. Xiao Beijing gasped, "Are you sabotaging me again?" Just as he prepared to argue further, his expression suddenly changed, and he dashed backward, hiding behind a nearby tree. Yi Ran furrowed his brow and turned, discovering that the Corpse King had pursued them. His previous focus had solely been on the Fei Tuoman, completely forgetting that this creature had also been awakened and was now on their trail. "Master, run!" "Hey!" The little beggar stepped forward, closed his eyes, and kicked out forcefully. "What the hell?" the three large men exclaimed in unison, utterly shocked. The Corpse King, towering above even the little beggar, was sent flying without a sound, crashing into a sturdy tree trunk. Surprisingly, the tree, thicker than two men combined, began to show signs of splintering. The wild wolf, emboldened by the sight of the Corpse King rendered motionless, immediately approached to inspect the situation. He then looked up with a horrified expression. Gazing at the others, the Corpse King's body is shattered. Upon hearing this, even Yiran, known for her composure, could not maintain her calm. The Corpse King had been specially trained. It was no exaggeration to say it possessed a body of copper and iron. Impervious even to bullets, even those with considerable skills would find it a significant challenge. Yet now, it had been incapacitated with a single kick from a 16-year-old girl, who often appeared frightened by everything. What astonishing strength! Chapter 52, The Golden Tree. In truth, Xiao Beijing had some inkling of this from the very beginning, though he had never witnessed it firsthand. Those endowed with golden blood possess strength far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Capable of killing a cow with a single punch, this merely underscored the terrifying nature of this lineage. Yet the little beggar remained with his eyes closed, eventually opening them cautiously after a long while. "Master, are you alright?" He moved closer to Yiran. Yiran immediately raised her hand, taking a step back. "Don't move, stand right there." "Yes, just like that." If she were to inadvertently swing a punch, he might end up flat on the ground. "Yi boss, there is something on the corpse." The wild wolf rummaged through the Corpse King's remains and pulled out half a roll of bamboo slips. Seeing the danger had passed, Xiao Beijing regained his composure and walked over. Brushing the snow off his shoulder. Yiran cast a sidelong glance at him. "Can you not be so cowardly? Look at you trembling." Xiao Beijing rolled his eyes and retorted, "This isn't cowardice. It's called valuing one's life. I, a genie, rely on my wits to make a living, unlike you brutes who are quick to resort to violence." After saying this, he approached the wild wolf and snatched the bamboo slips to examine them. "This looks about right. It could very well be." Xiao Beijing revealed a contemplative expression, but after muttering for a while, he failed to get to the crux of the matter. "I'll give you a kick when I get up there," Yiran declared, stepping forward. Xiao Beijing clicked his tongue, raising an eyebrow. "Look at your impatience. I'm just organizing my thoughts. Alright, this is written in small seal script, and judging by the corpse's attire, it likely belongs to a general from the Qin dynasty. The circulation of this small seal script seems to have been limited to the Qin dynasty. It records some of his past events. And since you all can't understand it, I'll translate directly for you. The humble official is incompetent and feels guilty towards His Majesty and the general. I regret that I cannot bring back the secret of immortality. The people here are fierce, each person possessing sorcery. Though I do not fear death, I am but a mortal, made of flesh and blood. I cannot bear to witness my subordinates being annihilated, so I took the audacious step of retreating into a nearby ancient tomb, thinking to catch my breath and seek an opportunity to escape. I cannot predict whether there is still a chance to survive. I can only record what I have seen and heard, hoping that when His Majesty sends troops again, they may find this will. I have also written down the secret of immortality. I discovered that there is another world beneath the village. If the future discoverers find this will, they may explore it, but I implore you to ensure that this message reaches His Majesty. The entrances. Just as he was about to translate the crucial part, Xiao Beijing suddenly fell silent. Yiran slapped the back of his head. "Why are you mute? Continue." Xiao Beijing looked exasperated. "That acid, big brother. The bamboo slip is only half a roll. It mentions that there is another world beneath the village. But how many dynasties have passed since then? The village has likely transformed into the ancient town of today. Now that you mention it, I think I did spot some clues in the town earlier. Let us hurry back." Xiao Beijing secured the bamboo slips and took off running. When the group returned to the town, the wind and snow had intensified significantly, and the streets were devoid of people. Under such natural cover, Xiao Beijing led them to a dilapidated house. Yiran raised an eyebrow. "Do you have a particular fondness for decrepit buildings? Don't misunderstand. Just come inside with me." Xiao Beijing pushed open the rotting door. IV observed that this small town is built in a bagua layout, and this house sits at the very center, right at the focal point. When I first arrived, I nearly fell for its trick. I wandered around the town for what felt like ages, only to end up back where I started. It wasn't until I figured out the layout that I managed to find a way out. I won't bother with more details, just scatter and explore these rooms to see if there are any hidden mechanisms. With that, he headed into the foremost room. Yiran exchanged glances with the other two, and they too dispersed. After a considerable amount of time, Xiao Beijing, the wild wolf, and Yiran found nothing of interest, while the little beggar remained unusually silent just as they were about to check on him. They heard him hurriedly approaching, panting as he exclaimed, "Master, there is a large tunnel entrance in that room." The three exchanged no further words and rushed over together. Upon entering, they discovered a large hole beneath a broken table. The little beggar chuckled. "I actually didn't find anything at first, but as I was leaving, I accidentally bumped into the table and suddenly heard a crackling sound." Xiao Beijing ruffled her hair. "Well done, when we return, I'll treat you to a feast." Yiran had already reached the edge of the hole, shining her flashlight inside. Upon seeing steps leading downwards, she immediately crawled in. However, the steps seemed to extend infinitely. After walking for a long time, the darkness persisted, showing no end. "What a delightful aroma!" The wild wolf suddenly halted, savoring the peculiar scent in the air, then exclaimed in surprise, "Yi boss, do you remember the 3 corpses we encountered in the ancient tomb?" Yiran nodded solemnly. "I remember. This scent is identical. This fragrance can induce hallucinations." "Little beggar, take out the dispelling pills from your backpack." "Understood, master." The little beggar promptly complied, rummaging through her backpack to retrieve several small porcelain vials. The 4 of them took the pills. Feeling their minds clear significantly, they continued onward, and amidst the despairing darkness, a glimmer of light finally appeared. As they approached, the brightness became increasingly blinding. Upon emerging from the tunnel, all 4 stood frozen in place. Before them stretched an iron chain suspension bridge, and on the opposite side stood a towering tree radiating with golden light. "The golden tree!" Xiao Beijing exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Having cast aside all thoughts of danger and dashed ahead, the wild wolf, fearing for his safety, hurried after him, though his awe remained undiminished. Had they truly found the golden tree so easily? Yiran, regaining her composure, muttered to herself, feeling a sense of unreality. Walking alongside the little beggar to the platform across, she looked up, her confusion deepening. The tree appeared to be entirely made of gold, even its leaves shimmering in gold. Yet, what was truly bizarre was how many severed heads dangled from its branches. Xiao Beijing and the wild wolf seemed to have lost their minds, squatting down to collect fallen leaves, their laughter never ceasing. Unable to bear it any longer, Yiran delivered 2 swift kicks, sending the 2 tumbling to the ground, their heads striking the earth with a thud. "What?" Little Beijing, with a bewildered expression, climbed up as if still dazed. The reaction of the wolf was much quicker. He immediately sensed something amiss. "What on earth are you 2 doing?" Yiran couldn't help but inquire. "This place is peculiar. When I approached earlier, it felt as if I were entranced. A voice in my head kept urging me to pick up gold, and before I knew it, I was squatting down, collecting it," the wolf explained, slapping his head as if still somewhat disoriented. Yiran glanced at the multitude of heads hanging from the trees, all bearing bizarre smiles. "Master, human head fruit." The little beggar tugged at Yiran's sleeve, pointing towards the nearest head. Chapter 53, The Definition of Golden Tree. The little beggar instantly recognized the origin of these items, prompting Yiran to ask, "Has your memory returned?" The beggar shook his head vigorously. "No, but I recognize this thing." At that moment, little Beijing, inspired, suddenly interjected, "I recognize it too. Golden fruit on the golden tree, beneath the golden tree." "You and I. Yiran kicked him again. "Get lost, stop interrupting." Turning back to the little beggar, he softly urged, "Please continue." The little beggar grasped his hair, pondering deeply for a moment before saying, "This golden tree isn't real. Which is why the fruits it bears are human heads. I remember that to grow, the golden tree needs countless lives to nourish it before it can bear fruit. The human head fruit is a deformed variety. Consuming them can prolong life, but one will turn into a monster, terrifying." As he spoke, the little beggar animatedly described the appearance of the monsters, causing the 3 grown men to stifle their laughter. Yet Yiran discerned the underlying truth in his words. The golden tree takes a millennium to bloom a single fruit, and the lives required during this time are unfathomable. The legendary divine tree is also steeped in blood. As for the counterfeit golden tree before them, it was likely an intentional imitation, resulting in such a grotesque creation. "Master, although this golden tree is not genuine, I can sense something at the roots. It must be the golden essence," the little beggar said, his eyes fixated on the tree roots, his small face brimming with excitement. Yiran was puzzled. "What is the golden essence?" Noticing Yiran's confusion, the little beggar explained, "The golden essence is too complicated to describe. You can think of it as the resin essence. Strictly speaking, there are no fake golden trees that can bear fruit. the only distinction is that these trees can only be inferior products. To cultivate inferior products, the primary requirement is the golden essence. After being nourished by life, the tree will gradually grow, eventually returning the favor. This is a valuable substance, but once extracted, the inferior product will wither away. After the little beggar's detailed explanation, Yiran's mood improved considerably. After all, it was exceedingly frustrating to leave empty-handed. Yet, another problem arose: the entire tree was as hard as gold, with just the three of them. Breaking it was a daunting task. Suddenly, the little beggar produced a small porcelain bottle. Yiran took it, opened it, and upon catching a whiff of the rich medicinal aroma, immediately recognized the contents as gold. The little beggar explained, "This is the leftover golden blood I collected. It can soften the tree roots." "Well done," Yiran praised with a smile, then turned to little Beijing, who was once again picking up leaves, and chided, "I ask you, young master, is your family in such dire need of money that you cannot aspire to more?" Little Beijing paid him no heed, solely focused on gathering leaves. "This ground is filled with free money. Only a fool would refuse it." In an instant, a chilling voice resonated from afar. The group turned to see the bell ringer had mysteriously appeared on the opposite side of the suspension bridge, his wrinkled face appearing exceedingly frightful. "I entrust you with a task. Retrieve the golden essence." Yiran tucked the porcelain bottle back and stepped slowly towards the bridge's edge, locking eyes with the old man. The wolf stood upright, while little Beijing, still squatting, looked up at him and asked, "What are you doing?" "I was thinking of lending a hand," the wolf replied. "Honestly, you worry too much. With Yilauda here, what need is there for us? Just keep gathering. Every bit counts. If we can bring back a heap, it will surpass your retirement fund." Little Beijing rambled on while continuing to collect leaves. The wolf came back to his senses, realizing little Beijing had a point, and ceased his concerns. On the bridge, the bell ringer slowly approached, an ominous aura swirling around him, creating a palpable sense of pressure. As he walked, he muttered, "My golden tree, none of you shall take it away." "No one." Yiran's eyes narrowed slightly. If that were the case, could it be inferred that the old man had planted the golden tree himself? Did this imply he had once seen the golden tree and even brought back a drop of golden essence? "I personally dislike violence. How about this? As long as you tell us where the golden essence is obtained, we will leave immediately without taking a single leaf. What do you say? Think it over." Yiran regarded him with keen interest, unaffected by the old man's imposing presence. "Nutrients. The golden tree requires nutrients. You must stay," the old man slowly replied, but his answer was unsatisfactory. Yiran shrugged his shoulders. "So, it seems there is nothing to discuss." The old man fell silent, nearly advancing with his lantern. Seeing this, Yiran no longer held back and shouted, "Little Beijing, stop hiding it. Throw me the item." "Hey, I'm busy happily collecting gold. Don't ruin my mood." "Enough. Alright, fine." Little Beijing reluctantly stood, retrieving a bundle from his backpack and tossing it over. Yiran quickly unwrapped the cloth, his eyes widened at the sight of a brand new, gleaming shotgun. Yiran grinned, aiming the shotgun at the old man. "I'll give you one more chance. Where did you get the golden essence?" Upon seeing the shotgun, the old man appeared momentarily stunned before turning to flee, exclaiming, "I don't want it anymore." Yiran raised an eyebrow. "It's no longer a matter of wanting or not." No sooner had he spoken than the old man dashed away with remarkable speed. Nearly dropping his lantern, Yiran immediately pulled the trigger, but due to distance, he missed, and took off in pursuit, firing as he ran. It was said that the old man was nimble. After a lengthy chase, he still hadn't closed the distance. Thankfully, Yiran had trained. He threw a flying knife that successfully embedded itself into the old man's thigh, significantly slowing him down in just a few seconds. The distance between them had narrowed. Without hesitation, Yiran squeezed the trigger, shattering the old man's leg, causing him to tumble while his lantern flew from his grasp. "I told you not to run." Upon reaching the old man, Yiran pulverized his head, and in his frustration, discharged the entire magazine. At this point, the old man had been reduced to a puddle of mush, except for long-range confrontations. Should anyone dare to engage in close combat, Yiran's way of greeting them would likely involve serving them peanuts. In the face of equality, all flamboyance is rendered futile. Chapter 54. All hands rest. After dealing with the old man, Yiran returned to the suspension bridge. Just as he approached, he was met with the ghastly sight of countless heads suddenly contorting into horrific visages, emitting anguished wails. The once resplendent golden tree began to visibly decay at an alarming rate, and within a minute, only a mass of black ash remained on the ground. My gold. Little Beijing fell to his knees, clutching a handful of ash and wailing. The wolf patted his shoulder. "Look on the bright side. At that moment, the little beggar held a transparent box containing a glimmering, resin-like golden liquid, crystal clear and radiant. Yi Ran hurried over, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at the golden essence. Master, the golden essence cannot be preserved for long without protection. It must be consumed quickly, the little beggar advised. Consumed? Yi Ran's expression turned peculiar, then he asked, is it something that can be eaten? The little beggar shook his head vigorously. Of course not, but it can be used for a medicinal bath, which is immensely beneficial for the body. Yi Ran nodded, although he still felt a lingering sense of disappointment for not having discovered the location of the golden tree. At least there were some gains, preventing a completely empty-handed return. Regrettably, the clues had run dry, and the journey ahead plunged into darkness once more. Let us go. There is no need to linger here any longer. Yi Ran decided not to dwell on it. Since they had made a start, the path ahead would only be a matter of time. For now, they should find a place to rest and gather information when possible. There is a city nearby, Jiangdu City. I have a property there. You can stay there while I take some time to investigate. Little Beijing, who had previously appeared despondent, suddenly perked up, shedding his earlier gloom. Hearing this, Yi Ran couldn't help but ask, if I remember correctly, outside of Kyoto, you don't have any properties, do you? Little Beijing immediately shot him a middle finger, rolling his eyes. Do you underestimate your golden master? Yi Ran exchanged a knowing glance with the wolf and shrugged in unison. Upon leaving the room, little Beijing was eager to vacate the eerie place, urging the wolf to accelerate once they exited the ancient town. Jiangdu City was about 180 kilometers from the ancient town. Yet compared to the journey they had undertaken, this distance was hardly significant. The trees and mountainous scenery on either side swiftly retreated, and the view ahead gradually expanded, revealing a plethora of modern architecture. Upon entering the vicinity of Jiangdu City, Xiao Beijing signaled for the wild wolf to pull over. Why aren't we moving? Yi Ran leaned out to inquire. Xiao Beijing glanced at the little beggar in the passenger seat before responding. She must accompany me. What I am about to do cannot be accomplished without her. Yi Ran pondered for a few seconds, then turned to the little beggar. What do you think? The little beggar cupped her face, remaining silent for a moment until a look of relief crossed her features, and she smiled. I will follow my master. Very well, Yi Ran said, not wishing to prolong the conversation. Xiao Beijing then retrieved a note from his pocket and handed it over. Call the number on this paper. I have already purchased the house. This person will escort you. Just pack your bags and move. Yi Ran was taken aback, questioning if her ears had deceived her. The house has already been bought. Wow, no wonder you're a wealthy heir from the capital. Such extravagance. It seems our genie is indeed impressive. Yi Ran accepted the note with a grin, which immediately caused Xiao Beijing to puff up with pride. Need I say more? Go ask around on the streets of the capital. Wherever I go, I am always the center of attention. As long as one is in the capital, mentioning Jinya's name holds great sway. Let me tell you, back in the day. Before he could finish, Yi Ran playfully swatted at him. A single compliment and you're puffing up like a peacock. Reminiscing about the past, Xiao Beijing quickly stepped back, laughing. You missed. Yi Ran, feeling exasperated, drove the car next to the little beggar. If you have any questions, just ask him. Although Xiao Beijing can be a bit annoying, he's quite clever. Understood, master. Until next time, I'll leave the golden elixir in the car for you. Remember to use it soon. The little beggar spoke earnestly. Yi Ran nodded lightly in acknowledgement and soon drove out of sight. Strictly speaking, the little beggar was not truly her disciple, it was merely a title. Her savior was Xiao Beijing, not this cheap master. Although the wild wolf had decent skills, he could not wield any spells, and at his age it would be difficult to start anew, with the little beggar by Xiao Beijing's side. His safety was assured. Even in the face of formidable challenges, fleeing would not be an issue. After all, they had all witnessed the little beggar effortlessly dispatch a corpse king with a single kick. Even Yi Ran could not achieve such a feat. Possessing such terrifying strength, with a bit of training, she could become a formidable presence. At a bustling intersection waiting for the traffic light, Yi Ran dialed the number on the note. An elderly voice answered, and upon inquiring about the location, she activated the navigation and leisurely made her way there. After traversing several streets, Yi Ran parked the car by the roadside. Before her stood 2 rows of sehiyuan. Although modest in size, a sehiyuan located in a bustling urban center would never be inexpensive. Just a few steps forward, an elderly gentleman in a suit approached with a welcoming smile. You must be Mr. Yi. The young master has instructed me to arrange everything for you. Please follow me. The elder bowed slightly and led the way. Yi Ran said nothing, following him to the midpoint of an alley. Stepping through the entrance, she found the environment remarkably simple, with all the rooms designed in a modern style, exuding a unique charm. Mr. Yi, if you require any additional items, feel free to call my number. The budget provided by the young master is quite ample, so I shall not impose further, the elder stated before politely taking his leave. Yi Ran casually selected a room and fell into a deep slumber. Planning to move her belongings later, after all, carrying a corpse in broad daylight could attract unwanted attention, she was uncertain how much time had passed when she groggily rose to use the restroom. Upon stepping into the yard, she heard a knock at the door. Logically, having just arrived at this place with no acquaintances, it seemed strange for someone to come knocking. With curiosity, she approached the door and opened it to find a young man holding several items. Upon seeing Yi Ran, he greeted her with a smile. "Good evening, sir. My name is Zhou Tai, your neighbor, residing diagonally across from you." Yi Ran regarded him with indifference. "What is it that you want?" Zhou Tai lifted the gifts in his hands, explaining, "My family is hosting a banquet tonight to celebrate, and I was asked to bring some items to greet the neighbors, fostering camaraderie, and to invite everyone over. Living in this alley, one must either possess wealth or influence. As they are not ordinary individuals, this gesture was merely an attempt to cultivate relationships and discern who among them might be worth befriending. For Yi Ran, this was a common occurrence. I've received the items, but I will not be attending the banquet, perhaps next time." Yi Ran accepted the gifts and promptly shut the door, leaving Zhou Tai bewildered. Chapter 55, The Peculiar Neighbor. In the following days, Yi Ran remained at home concocting elixirs. Disheveled and in disarray, with bloodshot eyes, she appeared considerably haggard. Another visit. Yi Ran paused her work, shifting her gaze towards the door, as if she could perceive something beyond the wall. Initially, upon moving to this location, there were no peculiarities. However, recently a surge of yin energy had begun to wander through the alley, and occasionally she could hear eerie whispers. A few days prior, feeling idle, she decided to investigate the situation, only to discover that the sources of the yin energy were actually ghostly messengers. Additionally, numerous wandering spirits had been frequenting the area, which was even more perplexing. Logically, ghostly messengers possess a strong sense of purpose when traversing the mortal realm. Unless impeded, they would not linger in one place. The area with the densest yin energy was the Zhou family's courtyard, indicating that the messengers were drawn to them, yet it remained a mystery why the messengers would trouble the living. As they all resided in the same alley, encounters were inevitable. Yi Ran had crossed paths with them multiple times, a family of three, an elder, a middle-aged man, and a youth. They appeared vibrant and full of life, showing no signs of impending doom. In the midst of her contemplation, a knock echoed at the door. Yi Ran approached, slowly opening a crack to peek outside, discovering Zhou Tai once again. "Mr. Yi, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. May I trouble you for some solid soul grass? I have brought the payment." And Zhou Tai raised the money he held, wearing an apologetic expression. The two families, residing diagonally from one another, had gradually established some interaction over time. They were aware that Yi Ran was a person of the Jianghu and possessed various rare herbs, hence frequently coming to make purchases. "Your grandfather needs it." Yi Ran raised an eyebrow. "Solid soul grass is a special herb used to stabilize souls. It is not needed by living beings, as wandering spirits typically seek it out for themselves." It was curious why Zhou Tai would need it for his grandfather. Zhou Tai scratched his nose, chuckling awkwardly. "Well, my old man has a penchant for peculiar items. Wait here." Yi Ran closed the door, retrieved 10 stalks, and before handing them over, cautioned, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Consuming too much solid soul grass can lead to foolishness." Zhou Tai shook his head repeatedly. "It's not for humans." "Oh no, I mean it is for humans." Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly corrected himself, appearing somewhat flustered. Noticing this, Yi Ran withdrew the solid soul grass just as he was about to hand it over, narrowing her eyes with a smile. "I see, your grandfather is a ghost doctor." Upon hearing this term, Zhou Tai's demeanor shifted noticeably, yet he maintained a jovial facade, laughing it off. "What are you talking about, Mr. Yi? A doctor is just a doctor. Why bring ghosts into it?" Yi Ran remained silent, handing over the solid soul grass, her mind already comprehending that Zhou Tai's grandfather must indeed be a ghost doctor. After the transaction, Zhou Tai did not linger long, exchanging pleasantries before turning to leave. Watching his departing figure, Yi Ran's gaze sharpened, then she closed the door. To speak frankly, it had been a long time since the Jianghu had seen a ghost doctor. This profession is not one that just anyone can easily enter. Besides having a strong constitution, one must also earn the trust of wandering spirits, a task that would stump many. Ghosts are synonymous with calamity. Ordinary people encountering them often face misfortune, and in severe cases, even death. Yi Ran had once seen a ghost doctor, but he was ultimately torn to shreds. Those who pursue this profession often meet untimely ends. Nevertheless, many are drawn to it, as ghost doctors can easily accumulate vast amounts of merit. Individuals like Yi Ran, who tread on the edge of danger, earning their keep in the shadows, will never amass much merit in their lifetime. In contrast, ghost doctors need not stain their hands with blood. Merely by helping the world, they can accrue significant merit. Yiran ran her fingers through her unkempt hair, casting aside her thoughts, and proceeded to the bathing area. Pouring the remaining golden elixir into the water before disrobing and sinking in, the ghostly bride was nearby, serving tea and occasionally coming over to massage her back, even in their honest camaraderie. Yiran harbored no ulterior motives towards the ghostly bride, treating her merely as a servant. The effects of the golden elixir were not immediately evident. After soaking, she noticed no changes in her body. When she called the little beggar, she too could not provide clarity, only recalling that it required prolonged accumulation to reach a certain threshold before it would manifest. What do you wish to do? Yiran glanced at the ghost bride who was massaging her feet. Upon hearing her murmurs, he furrowed his brow. No time for that. You'd best behave. There are ghostly enforcers active in the vicinity. And should you be caught, I cannot guarantee your safety. Be quiet and focus on your task. I will make arrangements later, he admonished, then pulled a towel over his eyes. The ghost bride, feeling wronged by his reprimand, lowered her head and softly began to sing Peking opera, occasionally glancing at Yiran, fearful of being overheard. In truth, Yiran heard her clearly but chose to ignore it. However, the neighbors next door were not so indifferent. Hearing the sudden strains of opera, they huddled under their blankets, too afraid to show themselves. Consequently, the word spread through the alley that the new occupants were haunted. Every midnight, they sang Peking opera, inciting widespread panic. Making even trips to the restroom a group endeavor. Just as Yiran was about to take a rest, he suddenly heard the sounds of a scuffle, and the noise was alarmingly close. He tossed aside the towel from his face and sprang up from the tub. The ghost bride, quick-witted, hurriedly fetched a bathrobe to drape over him the moment Yiran stepped out of the bathroom. The front door of his house was violently shattered. A figure slid in, and upon looking down, he found Zhou Tai, who was coughing up blood. What on earth are you doing? Yiran frowned, then lifted his gaze towards the doorway. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, was leisurely stepping inside. His hunched form, with skin that appeared withered and lifeless, resembled that of a corpse. On his back sat a doll, porcelain-like, with eyes that spun in bizarre directions. Wearing a chilling smile. Mr. Yi, help me. Zhou Tai struggled to rise, but as soon as he spoke, he fainted. Yiran fixed his gaze on the peculiar old man, narrowing his eyes and saying, "Old dog, you owe me a door." The old man remained expressionless until he raised his head, revealing eyes like dead fish. I have been in seclusion for many years. It seems the reputation of the corpseman is no longer intact. That even a youngling dares to be brazen before me. Chapter 56, Masters on the list. Upon hearing the old man's self-identification, Yiran was somewhat taken aback. A corpseman, he recalled that this was the fourth-ranked individual on the list of evil cultivators. How could he suddenly appear here? Although the information at hand was scant, Yiran could surmise that this fellow was after the Zhou family, yet that made little sense, even if the Zhou family had a ghostly physician. He was only responsible for saving souls, so what connection could he have with these evil cultivators? No need to try to intimidate me. The title of corpseman may frighten others, but it holds no sway here. Yiran was undaunted by those on the evil cultivator list. They were merely a group of self-important individuals. The corpseman chuckled at this, yet his face remained devoid of expression. Very well. I shall let you off today. Perhaps next time I shall take you back for dissection. As the corpseman spoke, he turned to leave, moving leisurely, showing no regard for the young man. Yiran did not pursue him. Instead, he crouched down and slapped Zhou Tai a few times. Wake up, stop sleeping. These slaps were quite forceful, rousing the unconscious Zhou Tai. Help, Mr. Yi. Upon awakening, Zhou Tai clutched at the bathrobe as if it were a lifeline. Yiran raised his hand and slapped him a few more times. Let go, let go, let go, speak properly. Why are you tugging at my clothes? In pain, Zhou Tai quickly released his grip, crying out with tears and snot, Mr. Yi, please help my grandfather. We are under attack. Yiran, unhurried, entered the room to retrieve a cigarette, lighting it and taking a puff before responding. All right, how much are you offering? Zhou Tai, disregarding everything else, directly inquired. Mr. Yi, how much do you want? Whatever you say, we will provide. Yiran nodded in satisfaction, squatting down to place a hand on his shoulder, smiling. Let us see, 1 million, and I guarantee your grandfather can breathe. 2 million ensures he won't lose any limbs. 3 million. Before he could finish, Zhou Tai shouted, 10 million, we will give you 10 million. Yiran immediately discarded the cigarette, politely helping Zhou Tai to his feet and brushing off the dust from his clothes. The ground is cold, let us stand to talk. I for one regard money as mere refuse. It matters not whether it's more or less, besides, we are neighbors. We ought to help each other out. By the way, My door is made of golden silk Nanmu, how shall we settle the reimbursement? Upon hearing this Zhou panicked, momentarily forgetting everything else. I'll add 5 million, Mr. Yi, please hurry, my grandfather can't handle any more strain. Deal. Yi Ran snapped his fingers and swiftly exited the courtyard. Zhou initially intended to follow, but as soon as he stepped outside, he was knocked unconscious with a chop to the neck. Don T come to add to my troubles, Yi Ran remarked, his expression unchanged. As he stepped into the Zhou residence, he was greeted by scattered furniture, with a middle-aged man tightly shielding an old man behind him. Retreating warily towards the corner, the middle-aged man was Zhou Yu, and the elderly man was the ghostly physician, Zhou Weiyuan. Upon entering the courtyard, Yi Ran immediately identified the corpse man's position, and beside him stood a captivating woman. Clad in tight leather that accentuated her figure, even revealing enticing curves. Mr. Yi, they are all powerful figures on the evil cultivator list. Be cautious, Zhou Yu shouted. The expression of Zhou Weiyuan hiding behind was grim, as if resigned to fate. He did not believe the young man before them could contend with the villains of the evil cultivator list, or perhaps he had simply lost hope. Young friend Yi, you must flee, they are after me. Do not waste your life in vain. Realizing the situation, Zhou Weiyuan felt a sense of release. Since fate had dictated this, there was no need to risk others' lives. What are you saying, old man? Zhou Yu gritted his teeth. Disagreeing with Zhou Weiyuan's perspective, since Yi Ran had appeared, it was an opportunity to divert their attention. Perhaps there would be a chance to escape. He never intended to harm anyone, but now there was no choice. What is this, the duet? One tells me to leave, the other tells me to flee. Yi Ran rubbed his ears, still maintaining a calm demeanor. Oh, a rather handsome young man has arrived, make sure to hand him over to me. Such beauty must be savored. The alluring woman's eyes gleamed with greed, and she threw a flirtatious glance at Yi Ran. The corpseman snorted dismissively, do as you wish, but we must take Zhou Weiyuan back. Do not forget our mission. Rest assured, once the payment is made, everything will be handled properly. The woman said this before turning back to Yi Ran and blowing him a kiss. Wait for me. Yi Ran scratched his face with his finger, then suddenly crouched low, propelling himself forward. As he closed the distance, he launched a sweeping kick. The corpseman raised his arm to defend, but that arrogance led to his being sent flying. Crashing into the wall behind him and leaving a crack in its wake, the woman's expression shifted, clearly unprepared for the young man's formidable skill, just as she intended to counterattack. Yi Ran's punches came too swiftly. She received a heavy blow to her jaw, spinning through the air several times before crashing to the ground. With that provocative demeanor of yours, only one person comes to mind. The 10th ranked figure on the evil cultivator list, the temptress. Yi Ran slowly retracted his fist, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, both Zhou Yu and Zhou Weiyuan, standing against the wall, were undoubtedly in a state of shock. Their expressions reflecting increasing disbelief. Those were top-ranked figures, the 4th and 10th on the evil cultivator list, who in the martial world did not know their names. Even hearing their names was enough to instill fear. Yet, the young man before them, seemingly under 30, had effortlessly repelled both, and appeared remarkably at ease. Who on earth was he? Countless speculations flooded their minds, not just for them but for the other two as well. The temptress, infuriated, was determined to make him pay for daring to mar her flawless visage, vowing to ensure his demise. Meanwhile, the corpseman remained considerably calmer. Having suffered a blow, he re-evaluated Yi Ran's threat level. Moments later, the corpseman spoke, somewhat astonished. Are you a scholar or perhaps a young student? No, wait. The corpseman shook his head. I have some recollection of the young student. You cannot be him. That leaves only the top scholar or the young scholar. Both are elusive. Who, exactly, are you? Chapter 57. The astonishing Yi Ran. To be candid, the corpseman began to entertain thoughts of retreat. If the opponent were indeed a young scholar, then he and the temptress could possibly join forces to fight. However, if he were the top scholar, there would be no chance of victory. As for the top scholar, the corpseman found it hard to believe that the individual before him could be one. The title of top scholar was well known throughout the martial world. Who did not know of it? Yet, regrettably, no one had truly seen the top scholar, with rumors suggesting that position was entirely vacant. The competition among evil cultivators was extraordinarily ruthless. Every 3 years, a tournament was held to determine rankings. Even so, the top scholar had never appeared. Just like that young scholar, he had been exceptionally gifted in the realm of evil cultivation, even defeating the previous young scholar with overwhelming force. This individual has always aspired to challenge both the scholar and the top candidate, seeking validation of his own prowess. Ultimately, however, he suffered a narrow defeat to the scholar in a private contest. Though some claim they were evenly matched, yet, the figure of the top candidate remains shrouded in mystery. Unseen by anyone to this day, thus, the spectre harbors suspicions that the person before him is most likely the scholar. Hey, when Jotai sent me over, he didn't mention there were two of you. Yiran turned to gaze at Zhou Yu upon witnessing the remarkable prowess of this young man. Both Zhou Yu and Zhou Yuan felt a surge of joy, but upon hearing his words, a flicker of apprehension crept into their hearts. Mr. Yi, I implore you, Zhou Yu began earnestly, but was interrupted before he could finish. Why Yiran replied nonchalantly, Zhou Tai promised me 10 million, which is why I came to assist. If you wish for me to continue protecting you, the price must be increased. Upon realizing that it was merely a matter of financial negotiation, the father and son breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Yu quickly exclaimed, I'll add another 10 million. Add what? Go to hell. The enchanting woman suddenly erupted, a faint black mist manifesting upon her palm as she darted forward like a hare. Yi Xiaoyu, be careful, Zhou Yuan shouted, sensing the imminent danger. Yi Ran tilted his gaze, sidestepping the incoming strike with a slight turn of his body, then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, he effortlessly seized the enchanting woman's arm. I've already stated that this list of wicked cultivators holds no significance. What can a bunch of misfits achieve by banding together? Humph, how audacious! I shall soon demonstrate to you what true terror is. The enchanting woman forcefully broke free, nimbly leaping back to prepare for another attack. Yi Ran, unhurried, turned around and mocked, it seems this ranking has bestowed upon you an unwarranted sense of bravado, causing you to forget your own limitations. How pitiful, save your words for your tombstone, the enchanting woman retorted, already standing before Yi Ran. Seeing that he bore no defensive stance, she couldn't help but smirk. It was well known that the black mist in her grasp was highly toxic. Even those ranked above her would think twice before recklessly confronting it. A mere inexperienced youth daring to act so arrogantly would surely meet his demise today. It's over, Yi Xiaoyu is far too conceited. Even if he possesses strength, such reckless behavior will only lead him to an untimely end, Zhou Yuan lamented, shaking his head. He had thought he had found a glimmer of hope, but now it seemed like a fleeting illusion, his life was still at stake. Zhou Yu also wore a face of despair. All seemed lost, little did they know their thoughts would soon be proven misguided. Yi Ran's lips curled into a slight smile, his palm turning slightly to reveal a faint aura glowing forth. Without flinching or dodging, he raised his arm to clash with the enchanting woman. It worked. The spectre stepped forward, fully aware of the enchanting woman's capabilities, or else he wouldn't have sought her assistance. For the inner strength she cultivated was nothing short of lethal poison. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed, and the onlookers braced for the inevitable conclusion, yet, when they looked up again, they were utterly flabbergasted. The very Yiran they had dismissed stood unscathed, while the fierce enchanting woman had broken her own arm, the shattered bone protruding grotesquely through her flesh. Let us go! The spectre's expression shifted drastically as he immediately hurled a clay jar to the ground. In the next moment, the entire courtyard was engulfed in a swirling black mist, severely obstructing their vision. When the mist finally dissipated, the spectre and the enchanting woman had vanished without a trace. Mr. Yi, allowing a tiger to return to the mountain will only lead to endless troubles. You must pursue them. Zhou Yu, understanding the principle of striking a drowning dog, urged immediately, pursue what? I can't be bothered with him. As long as Zhou Yuan is unharmed, our transaction is complete. Zhou Yu, rebuffed, wanted to retort, but upon recalling Yi Ran's strength, he swallowed his words. With the danger averted, Yi Ran prepared to return home, feeling quite chilly in his bathrobe on this late night. Oh, and remember to transfer the funds to my account promptly. If it drags on too long, I will become rather displeased. Before departing, Yi Ran issued one last reminder and then strode away. It was unclear when precisely the individuals on the list of wicked cultivators had developed a penchant for close combat. Perhaps the mere mention of their names instilled fear in others, allowing them to act with such impunity. For most wicked cultivators, their most formidable skills lay in their enigmatic and unpredictable techniques. Those ranked higher on the list wielded even more troublesome methods. This was because, aside from the fixed titles for the top three, the remaining names were self-assigned, representing their areas of expertise. When high-ranking wicked cultivators unleashed their techniques, they could be exceedingly troublesome. However, if it devolved into mere hand-to-hand combat, they were no different from weaklings in Yi Ran's eyes. Of course, this was merely his perspective. For others, it was an entirely different matter. Mr. Yi, has the situation been resolved? My neck feels terribly sore, and my head is spinning. Jotai finally regained consciousness, rubbing his neck with a pained expression. Yi Ran raised his hand and delivered another swift strike, causing Jotai to roll his eyes and faint once more. Yi Ran mused, here I am, freezing to death in a bathrobe, and you ought to experience a bit of discomfort as well. There is an old saying, when the predecessors weather the storm, the successors hold the umbrella. However, Yi Ran thought differently. Since I have braved the rain, why not tear apart others' umbrellas and let everyone get soaked together? That way, no one is at a disadvantage. In the chaotic courtyard of the Zhou family, Zhou Weiyuan could no longer hold on, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Zhou Yu hurried to assist him. Concern etched on his face. "Father, are you all right?" Zhou Weiyuan waved his hand. Having just hovered on the brink of death, he appeared significantly aged. "I have 5 days left before I descend to the underworld. I fear our adversaries will not relent, and these days will be arduous. We should manage. If necessary, we can offer a bit more to have Yi Ran assist us. If we can endure these 5 days, everything will be fine." "Foolish, can't you see what sort of person Yi Ran is?" Zhou Weiyuan fell silent, his gaze shifting restlessly before he finally sighed. "Never mind, tomorrow, arrange for a grand banquet, it must be splendid." Chapter 58, The Judicious Arbiter. 1. Although the matter had been resolved, Yi Ran returned home still harboring doubts. Zhou Weiyuan was a ghostly physician, and with frequent visits from ghostly messengers, it suggested a connection to the underworld. Yet now faced with calamity, no one from the nether realm had come to his aid. The series of events simply did not add up. How peculiar, however, the answers to this enigma would soon come to light. The following day at noon, Zhou Yu arrived at Yi Ran's residence with Zhou Tai, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. "Mr. Yi, I am grateful for your tremendous assistance last night. Here is a card with 50 million. Zhou Yu presented a bank card with a beaming smile. Yi Ran cast a glance, refraining from immediately accepting it. "You seem rather courteous, just say it. Do you wish for me to assist further?" He was no fool. The remuneration discussed the previous night was only 25 million, and this sudden doubling of the amount suggested ulterior motives. "Indeed, Mr. Yi is astute. We wish to request your continued protection for a while longer. The extra funds are to serve as a deposit," Zhou Yu unabashedly admitted, having come with this very purpose. Yi Ran scoffed lightly. "You certainly have an excellent strategy. 2 masters from the top 10 on the wicked cultivator list suddenly wish for me to act as your protector for this paltry sum? Do you not find that rather farcical?" Zhou Yu did not take offense. He appeared confident that Yi Ran would acquiesce and proceeded to explain. "I understand that Yi possesses formidable skills and can earn substantial sums anywhere. However, the offer I am about to present is one you certainly won't refuse." His words were delivered with utmost conviction, igniting curiosity in Yi Ran, who lit a cigarette and settled into a chair. Saying, "Commence your performance." Zhou Yu sat as well but was promptly reprimanded by Yi Ran. "Did I permit you to sit?" Zhou Yu's expression shifted. He had never endured such treatment within the confines of Jiangdu City. Yet, recognizing his purpose was to plead, he swallowed his pride and held his tongue. Yi is also a man of the world. You must have heard of the Arbiter. "Yes." This time Zhou Yu's tone shifted from its earlier amiability to one of firmness. Upon hearing the term arbiter, Yi Ran nodded slightly. "And what do you wish to convey?" "It is nothing, merely that my father is soon to take up a position in the underworld, the rank of third-grade literary arbiter bestowed upon him. Initially, I had intended to offer you this esteemed position as a protector, yet it seems you are not particularly interested." Zhou Yu's posture became more imposing as he mentioned the third-grade arbiter. His pride evident in his voice. Yi Ran remained silent, contemplating the intricate web of interests at play. Positions within the underworld are categorized from 1st to 9th grade, whether literary or martial, the higher the rank, the greater the authority. For instance, the well-known figures of Cuizhu and Zhong Kuei are first-grade arbiters, their status second only to the 10 Yama kings. Thus, a third-grade arbiter's position is certainly not insignificant and likely entails access to core information of the underworld. While Yi Ran had numerous connections in the mortal realm capable of facilitating matters, the intricacies of the nether realm were far too convoluted for the living to penetrate. Establishing a rapport with a third-grade arbiter would provide immediate insights into the underworld's intelligence. "I am willing to agree, and the funds may be waived, but your esteemed father must grant me a personal favor." Yi Ran raised his head and stated Zhou Yu was no fool, having already flaunted his prowess. He knew further arrogance could invite trouble, thus he reverted to his earlier polite demeanor. "I am unable to make decisions regarding this matter. I kindly request Yi to proceed to the restaurant, where my esteemed elder will converse with you personally." This is no falsehood. It is indeed Zhou Weiyuan who descends to the underworld, not Zhou Yu. "Matters of promised favors are beyond my authority." "Very well, let us depart." Yi Ran did not hesitate further. For he had long devised a strategy in his mind. The favors of the judge cannot be acquired with mere currency. Anyone in the underworld holding a position of authority is undeniably formidable. Just as the horseface encountered in the ghost market, who has the power to take your life without hesitation, knowing full well that those in the mortal realm dare not retaliate, hence his audacity. Should I manage to secure Zhou Weiyuan's favor this time, I would ensure that the horseface returns twice the copper coins. Throughout the journey, Yi Ran remained largely silent, paying little mind to the elaborate arrangements surrounding him. Upon entering the private room, Zhou Weiyuan rose politely, clasping his fists. "Young friend Yi, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Yi Ran raised his hand to interrupt. "There is no need for such pleasantries. My agreement to come here already grants you sufficient respect. I have but one question. Is it true that you hold a position in the underworld?" To be frank, Yi Ran was perplexed as to why the underworld would appoint a mortal to such a role. Initially, he had no intention of coming, but upon seeing Zhou Yu's confident demeanor, he felt compelled to verify the matter. Zhou Weiyuan exchanged a glance with Zhou Yu, signaling him to step outside once the door closed. He began to explain, "Young friend Yi, you may not be aware, but my identity as a ghost doctor has been passed down through generations. I am already in my 7th generation. In fact, during my grandfather's time, the underworld had extended an invitation for him to serve as a 5th-grade judge, yet he chose to prioritize saving lives, thus postponing the opportunity until now. Despite this, I still lack the qualifications to ascend to the 3rd-grade judge's position. Unfortunately, as my time approaches, the underworld does not wish to let me reincarnate. However, there is a vacancy due to an old judge's impending rebirth, hence, they plan to assign me to that position. I must admit, my attainment of this role is solely due to the blessings of my ancestors." Zhou Weiyuan laid out the entire situation with candor. Although he expressed embarrassment with his words, the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. It was no wonder. In the mortal realm, he would undoubtedly be considered a sudden leader, one of the highest echelons. Anyone would feel thrilled in his position. Yi Ran soon comprehended that it was the accumulated merits of several generations that afforded Zhou Weiyuan this chance to serve in the underworld. Thus, making sense of the situation, Zhou Weiyuan raised his glass and drank deeply, moistening his dry throat before continuing. "I believe you are quite curious as to why I am unable to secure assistance from the underworld?" Yi Ran did not conceal his thoughts. He indeed harbored that very question. After all, he was a prospective judge. Even summoning ghostly minions or asking a commander for a favor should not pose an issue. Why then did he find himself in such a predicament? No matter how formidable a mortal may be, they remain but an individual, when confronted by beings from the underworld, who would not retreat in fear. Zhou Weiyuan sighed with a bitter smile. "My status as a 3rd-grade judge is an unexpected elevation, naturally inciting discontent among many. Lord Shuiju has exerted considerable effort on my behalf. Ultimately, he fought against the odds and granted me a 5-day trial period during which I cannot enlist the aid of influential individuals, nor will the denizens of the underworld intervene on my behalf. Should I meet my demise within these 5 days, I shall be sent for reincarnation. If I survive until the end of the 5 days, I can then assume the role of a 3rd-grade judge." I find myself feeling quite powerless upon hearing this. Yi Ran's doubts were entirely dispelled. No wonder this old man was nearly killed yet failed to seek assistance. It all became clear. Zhou Weiyuan suddenly fell silent and then bowed to Yi Ran. "I implore you, young friend Yi, to protect me. I shall undoubtedly repay your kindness in due time." Yi Ran had indeed come for this purpose but did not immediately acquiesce, responding coolly, "Your words are more melodious than a song. You may simply depart for the underworld, but what of me? Should I then seek you out in the underworld when the time comes?" Zhou Weiyuan seemed to have anticipated this very moment. Producing a jade pendant from his person and handing it over, "Young friend Yi, rest assured, I am not a man of empty promises. This pendant contains the essence of my soul. Should I perish, it will be activated instantly. I trust you understand its significance. To ensure his safety over these 5 days, Zhou Weiyuan was indeed willing to stake everything. After all, he was to become a 3rd-grade judge. His ancestors may have been indifferent to fame and wealth, but he could not afford such luxury. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and no matter the cost, he must seize it. Yi Ran immediately grasped the jade pendant, confirming that Zhou Weiyuan spoke the truth, and his excitement was hard to contain. Though he kept his composure, the essence of the soul held immense power. If damaged, the original spirit would suffer severe injury. While it could be cultivated back, the process would demand an extraordinary amount of time and effort. With this assurance in hand, there was no longer a fear of Zhou Weiyuan reneging on his promise. Simultaneously, Yi Ran understood the importance of moderation. He would not treat this old man as a mere servant. After all, he was a judge, and should he provoke him, it could lead to mutual destruction, a risk he could not afford. "I have accepted this task. Let us now discuss who seeks your demise. Last night, I overheard the corpseman mention taking you back, indicating that there must be a mastermind behind it. Why Iran carefully stored the jade pendant. Feeling elated, Zhou Weiyuan too felt relief. Should this young man agree to assist, his position as a judge would be secure. After all, even a top-ranking evil cultivator could falter at his hands, indicating strength beyond expectation. Very well, let us eat and converse, Zhou Weiyuan said, signaling for the dishes to be served, then solemnly added, as far as I know, the one hired to kill me is a sworn enemy. Also a ghost, Dr. Da. I failed to clarify earlier, but there is another contender for this judge's position besides myself. That individual is backed by a judge whose power rivals that of Lord Cuiju. Should I meet my end, that judge's position will rightfully belong to him. At this point, Zhou Weiyuan clenched his teeth in frustration, having finally attained this position only to have someone attempt to usurp it. Such dreams. At that moment, Yi Ran, having chewed a few bites of beef, spat it back into his bowl, placing the jade pendant on the table. Have you lost your mind? You want me to go against a high-ranking judge? You are merely a third-grade judge, and being an outsider, who knows how many will have their eyes on you once you reach the underworld. You can scarcely protect yourself. How could you possibly protect me? The underworld's forces are intricate and fraught with alliances, a common tactic. When Iran initially agreed, he had considered many factors, believing that a third-grade judge wielded significant power and could offer valuable aid. But now, this old man spoke of other judges entangled in the affair. Indeed, it was clear from Zhou Weiyuan's words that he was allied with Lord Cuiju. However, how could this old man guarantee that Cuiju would protect a mere mortal? Now that he had stepped into this quagmire, there would be no turning back. Should the judge decide on vengeance, Yi Ran's life would be forfeit. Young friend Yi, you need not worry, Zhou Weiyuan began. But before he could finish, Yi Ran raised his hand, speaking fiercely. Do you believe I won't slap you against the wall? Don't think I won't dare just because you are an old man? Speaking such nonsense in broad daylight only angers me further. I might just strike you. He assumed a threatening stance, causing Zhou Weiyuan to hastily shift his chair. Oh dear, young friend Yi, please let me finish. Zhou Weiyuan implored. The judges of the underworld possess the authority to appoint a messenger in the mortal realm, akin to a trusted aide. Even lower-ranking judges must treat the messenger with respect. This jade pendant contains the essence of my soul, serving as your identification token. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, merely presenting it can resolve most issues. Furthermore, once you become a messenger, you will be considered half an employee of the underworld. As my trusted aide, how could I not assist you in times of need? If all else fails, I would also seek intervention from Lord Cuiju. No matter how you look at it, you stand to gain. Yet, the more he spoke, the angrier Yi Ran became, rising to roll up his sleeves, preparing to give this old man a sound beating. You want me to be your errand boy while you take all the good fortune? Just wait, you'll get what's coming to you. As his words fell, Zhou Weiyuan hurriedly clarified, I assure you, I will never make you run errands. I will consult with you on any matters that arise. How does that sound? You said it yourself. I did not coerce you. Just remember not to blame me later. Yi Ran replied, instantly shifting his demeanor and resuming his seat, eagerly awaiting this very assurance. Zhou Weiyuan sighed deeply and shook his head. Very well, since we have come to an agreement, let us return to discussing that sworn enemy of mine. Yi Ran lifted the bottle, drinking a few gulps before lighting a cigarette, saying, Tell me the name of the opponent, their location, and leave the rest to me. As Zhou Weiyuan ceased his chatter, his eyes revealing a hint of resentment as he spoke. Zhang Cha, Bayou Street, Jiangdu City, Medical Clinic, number 369. Yi Ran remained silent, seizing the jade pendant and departing. Seeing his reckless demeanor, Zhou Weiyuan reminded him, Yi, my friend, you must not act impulsively. Although Zhang Cha is a ghost doctor, he possesses an exceptionally formidable skill in controlling spirits. Before he could finish his words, Yi Ran halted momentarily, turned with a frosty tone, and declared, I have already stated that you need not concern yourself with the rest. The instant their eyes met, Zhou Weiyuan felt a chilling sensation surge from his feet to the crown of his head, and ultimately, he could only prudently fall silent. Chapter 60. Preparing for action after departing from the tavern. Yi Ran retrieved her phone to navigate the route, ambling leisurely along the way. It was still early morning, and the vibrant atmosphere of the street was quite palpable, having only taken a few bites at the tavern. She now found herself genuinely hungry and decided to indulge in the breakfast delicacies of Chang'an. A supersized meat-filled rujiamo. The Bayou Street was merely 4 blocks away, and it didn't take long for her to reach her destination. Upon recalling the address 369, she entered a narrow passage, soon confronting a medical establishment that appeared devoid of clientele. Pushing open the glass door, the scent of medicine enveloped her, gnawing on her rujiamo. Yiran surveyed her surroundings. To her left, a man was reclining on the sofa with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep, yet occasionally emitting a clicking sound. Intrigued, she approached quietly, only to witness a woman kneeling on the ground, nodding incessantly as if she had committed some grave error. Oh, to be indulging in lollipops so early in the morning, her energy is truly remarkable. Why Yiran suddenly spoke, startling both individuals. The man instinctively rose, but in the process his lollipop got caught, causing him to grimace in pain. Damn it, what kind of blind fool are you? Has no one taught you to knock before entering? The man hastily adjusted his trousers, his fury palpable. The woman, covering her face, dashed for the exit. Yiran whistled at the fleeing woman and then took a bite of her rujiamo before turning to inquire, "Are you Jiang Cha?" "Jiang, your grandfather. I am Jiang Qian, and you better get lost. We're closed for business today." Jiang Qian, clutching his groin, hurried to a side table to grab some iodine, nearly exploding with rage. At that moment, Yiran's phone emitted a notification. Upon checking, she found a photo sent by Zhou Tai depicting a sinister-looking old woman, with Jiang Cha's name inscribed beneath it. Another image showcased a middle-aged man, none other than Jiang Qian. "Her son. Didn't I tell you to scram?" Jiang Qian bellowed in exasperation, but as he turned, he felt a searing pain radiating across his face, and after a dizzying moment, he found himself sprawled on the ground. Yiran, maintaining an expression of indifference as she chewed on her rujiamo, approached the medicine cabinet and delivered a series of fierce kicks to Jiang Qian's face, over a dozen in total. Afterward, she squatted beside him, gently patting his cheek. "Let me ask you something. Where is Jiang Cha? If you tell me, I promise to turn around and leave without causing you any further harm." Yet, at that moment, Jiang Qian could utter no words, his visage now a grotesque mask. Finding it impossible to extract information, Yiran rummaged through his belongings. Retrieving a phone, she scrolled through the contacts until she found Jiang Cha's number. But as fortune would have it, no one answered when she called. Scratching her head, she placed the remaining half of her rujiamo on Jiang Qian's chest, saying, "Breakfast on me." "Don't be shy." With that, she settled onto a nearby sofa, awaiting Jiang Cha's arrival. During this time, several patients entered the clinic, but each was dissuaded by Yiran. While they entered with calm expressions, they exited seething with anger. Those waiting to enter took notice of this peculiar trend and curiously inquired about the situation. A passerby sighed dramatically. "I just wanted some medicine for my cold, and the doctor prescribed me a pound of capsules, as if they were a meal." "Damn, you think that's bad?" "I told him my leg felt off. And guess what he said? He actually suggested I amputate it." "You think that's tragic?" "I claimed I had high blood pressure, and he told me to slice open an artery to let some blood out. With less blood in my body, my pressure would naturally drop." Can you believe this? Is this how a human speaks? The crowd stood at the entrance, outrage palpable as they discussed the absurdity. The newcomers, upon hearing this, swiftly fled, terrified of falling prey to a quack. However, Yiran found it perplexing. Had medical establishments not adopted such practices nowadays, a cold often resulted in an avalanche of prescriptions, leaving one uncertain of their efficacy. While minor ailments led to a barrage of tests and referrals across various departments, culminating in exorbitant expenses for a clean bill of health. He merely offered the most straightforward and direct treatment, and without charging a fee. Why then the aversion? It was baffling, utterly baffling. She remained seated for quite some time, and as evening approached, Jiang Cha had yet to show up. Initially, Yiran had intended to resolve matters with utmost directness. Yet it seemed she would need to exert a bit more effort. Her gaze shifted toward the bound Jiang Qian, whose eyes blazed with rage, devoid of any trace of fear. Why Yiran stood up and tore away several layers of tape from his mouth, patting his face with a smile. "Let us see how much you mean to Jiang Cha." Jiang Qian cursed vehemently. "You bastard. You better hurry up and let me go. Do you have any idea who my mother is?" Yiran chuckled coldly. "Of course, I know, the ghost doctor," with a judge backing her. Upon hearing the mention of the judge, Jiang Qian paused, then shouted, "You're Zhou Wuyuan's dog. Quite astute, but your tongue is foul, and I must impose a slight punishment." Why Yiran's gaze turned frigid as she rose and began rummaging through the cabinet. Jiang Qian's mind raced. Being associated with Zhou Wuyuan surely meant his doom was nigh. He needed to devise a means of escape. Unfortunately, this thought was swiftly extinguished as Yiran emerged holding a needle and thread, her demeanor ominously stern. "What are you going to do?" Jiang Qian shouted in terror, having lost all composure. Why Yiran offered no reply, instead extracting a needle, threading it, and forcing it into Jiang Qian's mouth. The excruciating pain drove him to thrash violently, his eyes bulging, veins in his neck straining, as he emitted pitiful whimpers. Why Yiran's lips curled into a smile as she methodically stitched his mouth shut. one stitch at a time. Subsequently, she withdrew several pieces of paper to wipe the blood from her hands and dialed Zhou Tai's number. Within 10 minutes, Zhou Tai burst in with several companions. Upon seeing Jiang Qian, now a grotesque figure, Zhou Tai's lips twitched uncontrollably. Yi Ran snapped her fingers and raised an eyebrow. "What are you dawdling for? Bag him up and take him to my place." Of course, regaining his composure, Zhou Tai directed his men to carry out her orders. As they journeyed back, he couldn't help but steal glances at Yi Ran, though they appeared to be of similar age. Her methods were ruthlessly fierce, leaving one to wonder what kind of devil resided beneath her gentle facade. Chapter 61, setting the stage. As long as Jiang Qian was indeed the biological son of that old woman, Yi Ran had ample means to extract the truth. "If you do not appear, then I shall force you out." Upon returning home, Yi Ran summoned Zhou Weiyuan, instructing everyone else to steer clear of the alleyway. Observing Yi Ran's persistent activity, Zhou Weiyuan felt a growing sense of unease and trepidation, his left eyelid twitching incessantly. "Yi, my friend, I possess no combat prowess. Remaining here may hinder your efforts." After much contemplation, Zhou Weiyuan could no longer contain his thoughts. Yi Ran donned a tattered black robe and cast a sidelong glance at him. "You possess quite the self-awareness. Worry not, your assistance is unnecessary." Zhou Weiyuan sighed lightly, realizing he had no choice but to remain, his heart heavy with apprehension. Yi Ran wasted no time on idle chatter, promptly arranging several paper figures at the corners of the formation on the ground. Raising her gaze to the sky, her fingers deftly formed seals as she muttered incantations. In no time, the already desolate courtyard transformed into an oppressive atmosphere. Zhou Weiyuan surveyed the black talismans plastered everywhere, the stench of congealed blood permeating the air. With each breeze, the nauseating odor filled the entire space. Accustomed to various strange scents, he mused that any ordinary person would likely be retching by now. As for Jiang Qian, he was bound to a pole, crucified in a manner reminiscent of a cross. Glancing over at the altar, Yi Ran was busy grinding something in a mortar and pestle. Due to the distance, Zhou Weiyuan couldn't discern the details but observed Yi Ran occasionally tossing in insect-repellent herbs with vigorous strokes. After a while, she poured a viscous black liquid into a bowl. "Here, make him drink this." Yi Ran spoke nonchalantly, extending the bowl toward Zhou Weiyuan. Believing she was addressing him, he instinctively rose, only to freeze in place. Suddenly, a wisp of white fog enveloped Yi Ran, and a figure clad in attire reminiscent of an ancient performer materialized. Floating upward to pour the concoction down Jiang Qian's throat, Zhou Weiyuan's eyes flickered, and he suddenly resumed his seat, though a sense of shock gripped him. He had suspected Yi Ran's identity as a practitioner of dark arts. Yet he had not anticipated her to harbor a vengeful spirit by her side. Jiang Cha was also reputed for her formidable spirit control. It remained uncertain who was superior between the two. Once preparations concluded, Yi Ran turned to warn, "As long as you remain within this room, I can guarantee your safety. Do not court disaster." On Friday, Zhou Weiyuan roused himself with a wry smile, responding, "Rest assured, my young friend Yi, I would not dare venture beyond this room." Upon hearing this, Yi Ran ceased her further remarks and promptly produced a skull. Placing it upon the altar, she then brought her fingers together before her lips, while her right hand gently tapped a withered severed arm against the skull, resembling a monk reciting a sutra. Just as words turned to deeds, a gust of chilling wind swept through the courtyard, causing the black talismans to sway precariously, as if they might take flight at any moment. Zhou Weiyuan, entranced, shielded his eyes with a trembling hand, his head darting from side to side, as strange sounds, akin to a deathly chant, echoed in his ears, sending waves of unease through him. To an outsider, he appeared merely as a timid old man, yet despite being a ghost doctor, he had undoubtedly encountered countless terrifying sights. Such behavior, however, diminished the gravitas of his status as a judge. In truth, before descending into the underworld, Zhou Weiyuan was merely a mortal, and especially in this critical juncture, a moment's inattention could lead to his demise. Thus, the touch of timidity was only natural. This eerie spectacle persisted for the duration of an incense stick before gradually subsiding. Yi Ran suddenly opened her eyes, striking the skull with great force. The sound of shattering echoed as the once sturdy skull lay in ruins. Simultaneously, Jiang Qian above began to convulse violently, her eyes rolling back, and her sealed lips burst open, revealing decayed flesh. A viscous, dark liquid spewed forth from her mouth, her entire visage adorned with grotesque violet patterns, as if she were on the verge of exploding. Yi Ran swiftly seized the doll before her, traced a circle upon its head with her fingertip, and bit her fingertip, dabbing the blood onto the doll's forehead, her expression resolute. "Draw the soul, break the body, corrode the bones, devour the entrails." Mother and child connected through the mist, chasing step by step from afar. As the incantation fell, the doll seemed to spring to life, its movements mirroring those of Jiang Qian, even displaying a strikingly similar expression. A smirk graced Yi Ran's lips as she deftly plunged a silver needle into the doll's chest. Looking up, she saw Jiang Qian begin to wail in agony. Had she not been tightly bound, she might have truly escaped. This technique was known as mother and child pursuing the soul. It had originated from a deranged individual who had a peculiar penchant for older women, particularly those 2 or 3 decades his senior, claiming that their age lent them a certain allure. Even more outrageous was his twisted desire to debase these women in front of their sons, prompting nearly everyone to guard against him, lest their own mothers be implicated. Thus, the mother and child pursuing the soul technique was conceived. However, he eventually met his demise, not only disdained by righteous practitioners but also reviled by malevolent cultivators. By chance, Yi Ran had learned this technique. Although its creator was a pervert, his prowess was undeniable. The efficacy of this technique was such that if the son were harmed, the mother would feel the same pain, no matter the distance. Thus, Jiang Cha, who had yet to reveal herself, would be compelled to appear unless she wished to forsake her son, enduring the same suffering herself. Such an act would only gravely wound her soul, rendering her incapable of ever aspiring to the position of judge. Thus, she had no choice. Yi Ran continued to pierce the doll with the silver needle, while Jiang Qian writhed in despair, unable to even utter a scream. You would do well to hope Jiang Cha arrives swiftly, otherwise I shall ensure your line ceases to exist. Trust me, the agony will be more harrowing than death by 1,000 cuts, one you would not wish to experience. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Qian could utter no words, her only recourse to silently cry out within her heart. After a protracted wait without any sign of arrival, Yi Ran, growing weary, puffed on her cigarette, her patience eroding. Just as she prepared to intensify her efforts, the courtyard was suddenly filled with the laughter of children. The paper figures all turned their heads in unison, gazing towards the doorway. Yi Ran's eyes followed suit. Chapter 62. Lure into the trap. From the shadows of the entrance, 2 points of red light suddenly ignited. In an instant, these lights surged forward towards Yi Ran at an alarming speed. Only upon emerging into the illumination did she discern that it was a porcelain doll with horned braids, its face adorned with a sinister smile, its laughter incessant. A long red string connected to its belly, as if manipulated by unseen hands. Just as the doll was about to leap before Yi Ran, a figure clad in blood-red garments suddenly appeared alongside, swatting the porcelain doll to the ground. The ghostly bride wore a fierce expression, fixated on the doll as if intent on tearing it apart. Yi Ran merely cast a disinterested glance, dismissing such clumsy sorcery. Zhou Weiyuan within the house, however, was far from calm. First, a ghostly performer had appeared, and now another vengeful spirit in red had emerged. How many spirits did this individual harbor? Before he could fully process his astonishment, a figure slowly materialized at the entrance. A corpse. Behind it stood 5 or 6 talismanic corpses, their bodies radiating a menacing aura. Observing this, Yi Ran remained unfazed, smiling lightly. What is this? Have you chosen not to engage me in close combat today? The corpse scoffed, declaring, that was merely my oversight. I, an old man, have learned from my mistakes and shall not fall a second time. No sooner had he spoken than another figure appeared upon the wall. A vengeful enchantress, her right arm heavily bandaged, blood seeping through the wrappings. Yi Ran leisurely lit a cigarette, provocatively addressing her, and you, as I recall, your greatest ability seems to be charming others with drugs. How utterly pathetic. Having suffered humiliation at Yi Ran's hands before, the enchantress now seethed with rage, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. You may be arrogant now, but soon I shall make you aware of the true weight of being ranked 10th. For every mark you have left on me, I shall ensure you repay it tenfold. Hearing this, Yi Ran erupted in laughter, nearly choking on the smoke. A commendable thought. I hope when your silicone is burst, you won't be weeping and wailing. Since you 2 imbeciles have arrived, then Jiang Cha should be here as well, right? I know you've been lurking, waiting to ambush Zhou Weiyuan. No matter, I shall grant you this opportunity. Go ahead. Zhou Weiyuan instantly sprang to his feet, realizing this young man intended to use himself as bait. What a predicament! As her words fell, a sinister old woman appeared beside the corpse, a malevolent spirit drifting alongside her. Have you any idea who you are challenging? Jiang Cha's cold voice rang out, hands clasped behind her back. Yi Ran scoffed dismissively. Given the gravity of the situation, do you truly believe threats will prove effective? Stubbornness will only lead you to your demise. Let the old crone fulfill your wishes. At Jiang Cha's command, the corpse immediately tugged at the red thread in its grasp, the talismanic corpses and the porcelain doll on the ground rising simultaneously. The enchantress, no longer able to contain herself, leaped down from the wall, brandishing a sharp dagger aimed directly at Yi Ran. How ruthless, to prioritize attacking an outsider rather than rescuing her own son. Was this the mentality of a prospective judge? Yiran ignored Jiang Cha's assault, merely snapping her fingers nonchalantly, summoning the ghostly performer to appear before Zhou Weiyuan. Glancing back, she saw the ghostly bride pursuing the porcelain doll, her ferocity suggesting she would not relent until her opponent was vanquished. Let us see who can save you. As the enchantress drew closer, she unleashed a cloud of pink dust. The corpse's stiff features broke into a rare smile, praising, "Well done, observe as I tear this child apart." Just as he reveled in his control over the talismanic corpses, a clear, ringing sound of a bell echoed. In the next instant, a shadow emerged from the dust, causing the advancing talismanic corpses to scatter in disarray. The corpse's expression shifted, but upon seeing the ancient corpse floating in midair, his greed became uncontainable. This zombie was on the verge of breaking through to the flying corpse stage. What a delightful surprise! I never imagined such unexpected gains would arise from this excursion. You thought you were the only one with such a treasure. I too possess one. The corpse forcefully stomped his cane upon the ground, shaking his head as he began to chant an incantation. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from beyond the courtyard walls as a grand red coffin materialized from thin air, embedding itself into the ground. Within lay a zombie with a dark face and protruding fangs, its aura of death rivaling that of the ancient corpse. Yiran narrowed her eyes, acknowledging that the reputation of this corpse was well deserved. It indeed possessed a zombie on the cusp of breaking through. The pink dust had clouded her vision somewhat, causing her to momentarily falter. "Little handsome, would you like to experience a feeling of ecstasy in death? I can accommodate any position." The enchantress's sultry voice resonated in her ear as she slowly approached Yiran, skillfully shedding her garments, her delicate hands resting upon his shoulder, her face drawing near. Exhaling a fragrant breath, "Your yang energy is truly robust. I adore it. Come now." As the enchantress lured Yiran closer, a dagger glinting with a cold light pressed against her neck. Internally, she scoffed, deriding the man before her. The so-called hero struggles at the beauty's gate. No matter how powerful one may be, it is difficult to maintain resolve in the face of such temptation. This is the true weight of being ranked 10th on the Dark Cultivator list. There is no need for overwhelming combat prowess. A mere flick of her finger can render countless men kneeling at her feet. At this moment, Yiran appeared somewhat dazed, her pupils turning a shade of pink, as though she had transformed into a puppet at the mercy of others. As the opportune moment presented itself, the enchanting woman's alluring visage abruptly vanished, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. Yet before the dagger in her hand could plunge downward, it froze mid-air. How could this be? "You should have fallen victim to my seduction spell." The seductress was taken aback, struggling to maintain her composure. Little did she know, Yiran had always been exceptionally ruthless with herself. It was not uncommon for her to test new poisons on herself. What effect could this trivial toxin possibly have on her? Yiran grasped her arm, turned her cold gaze, and then broke into a grin. Game over. That moment, the seductress felt her heart leap into her throat and instinctively sought to flee. However, Yiran would not grant her such an opportunity. She clenched her right fist, and as a faint glow emanated, she struck fiercely at the seductress's chest. With that single blow, the seductress's chest caved in profoundly, a violent force coursing through her body, ultimately erupting from within. With a splatter, her blood surged, and her back was instantly torn apart, bones fracturing. She was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing against the surrounding wall, struggling only a couple of times before her head drooped, lifeless and terrified. Chapter 63, Instant Kill. The corpse humanoid entangled with the ancient corpse showed no concern for the fate of its companion. Its singular focus was to subdue the zombie before it. Most malevolent practitioners were like this. "We are merely mercenaries, devoid of familial bonds or romantic ties. Your demise bears no consequence for me." Yiran paid no heed to the corpse humanoid, instead directing her attention toward Jiang Cha, who was frantically assaulting the defensive formation with her malevolent spirit, her eyes fixated on 5 words: "Kill Zhou Weiyuan." Currently, Jiang Qian remained with only a breath left, teetering on the brink of death. Rather than squander time rescuing her, it would be more prudent to eliminate the competition. Once she ascended to the role of judge, she could ensure her son enjoyed wealth and comfort by her side. Yiran remained unhurried, turning to gather some dry twigs to ignite a fire in the courtyard, while also retrieving a few chicken wings to grill. She settled down leisurely, lighting a cigarette. Do not rush. My defensive formation requires time to dismantle. Allow me to grill these wings for you. When you tire, feel free to come and have a bite. Regain some strength before continuing. As Yiran nibbled on the chicken wings with a cigarette dangling from her lips, an idea struck her, prompting her to rise and inquire, "I forgot to ask. Do you drink?" The the corpse humanoid and Jiang Cha exchanged glances entirely dismissive of her, continuing with their own endeavors. Yi Ran shrugged and ventured into the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of white liquor after taking a sip by the fire. She couldn't help but sigh. This weather is simply freezing. While Yi Ran appeared relaxed, Zhou Weiyuan inside the room had long since adopted a face like a bitter melon. Yi Xiaoyu, I am in dire straits. How can you lack any sense of urgency? This old hag wishes to kill me, and you sit idly grilling chicken wings and drinking. Oh dear, think of a way, my heart cannot endure this. Zhou Weiyuan's nerves were taut while Yi Ran casually grilled and sipped her drink, leaving him astounded. Did this young person truly possess no sense of crisis? Yi Ran, however, remained unfazed, pouring another small cup of liquor down her throat before stating calmly, do not fret, this defensive formation should hold until tomorrow morning, over 10 hours. Let the old hag have her fun, she has come all this way. After all, upon hearing this, Jiang Cha's eyes twitched uncontrollably, and she turned to glare at Yi Ran, her murky gaze aflame with fury. This is intolerable. Jiang Cha gritted her teeth, speaking each word with deliberate emphasis. Yi Ran's actions were undeniably insulting, treating them as mere jesters. This was beyond what could be tolerated. Jiang Cha bellowed, kill him. The malevolent spirit, which had been assaulting the formation, immediately redirected its attention. Yi Ran remained unfazed, licking a bit of the grilled wing with her tongue, intending to taste its flavor, only to wince from its heat. Just as the malevolent spirit approached to strike, a towering figure stepped in front of it. Zhou Weiyuan was once again taken aback. Yi Ran had another ghost. Moreover, sensing its aura, it was evidently stronger than the first two that had appeared. This individual, no wonder he was so relaxed. How many tricks does he have up his sleeve? Upon catching sight of the lantern lady, Jiang Cha instinctively realized the gravity of the situation and turned to flee. The figure with the lantern on its head exuded a ghostly aura, evidently nearing the threshold of ghostly wrath, an existence she could not contend with. Simultaneously, Jiang Cha began to speculate about Yi Ran's identity, feeling as though he had materialized out of thin air. For she had never heard of such a person in Jiangdu City. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, her body froze in place, and in the next moment, she collapsed to the ground. Yi Ran slowly lowered her arm, which had been raised with a gun, and addressed the ghostly performer within the room. Consume her soul. For such a quasi-judge, even if a person perished, their spirit must not remain, lest revenge follow in due time. Witnessing their employer's demise, the corpse humanoid wore an expression of complex emotions, begrudgingly watching the ancient corpse before them. It understood that no matter how greedy one might be, there must be a limit. To linger further would likely spell doom. In the brief moment of contemplation, Yi Ran proceeded to empty the magazine. All 5 remaining bullets struck the creature, yet it continued to flee, seemingly unfazed. Unbelievable, how could it not die? Yi Ran glanced at her handgun, then at the direction the corpse humanoid had escaped. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely improbable given the state of the corpse humanoid. It seemed it had transformed itself into a zombie, likely no longer human. Never mind, the primary target is dead, chasing after them would be meaningless. Yi Ran holstered her gun and resumed her grilling. With the outside now secure, Zhou Weiyuan finally exhaled in relief. Having been drenched in sweat despite the frigid weather, after resting for a moment, he stepped outside and sat beside Yi Xiaoyu. This old body has been thoroughly exhausted. Zhou Weiyuan could not help but lament. Yi Ran, without a word, handed him a skewer of grilled wings. Here, have a bite. Zhou Weiyuan hesitated but took a small bite, only to spit it out immediately. It's raw, still undercooked. Yi Ran continued to tend to the grill, responding nonchalantly, how would I know it's undercooked if you don't try it? I don't fancy eating it raw. Zhou Weiyuan found himself at a loss for words, remaining silent for a considerable time. Eventually, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Yi Xiaoyu. I will ensure they deliver your reward tomorrow. However, I am somewhat perplexed by your identity. Could you enlighten this old man? It is evident that a young person like you possesses formidable power, effortlessly dealing with the masters on the malevolent practitioner rankings. All this suggests that your identity is anything but simple, possibly even a top-tier expert among the malevolent practitioners. Yi Ran suddenly straightened, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded him. Is identity truly that important? You only need to know that I can assist you in resolving your issues. Though her tone bore little emotional fluctuation, Zhou Weiyuan sensed an undercurrent of danger and promptly shifted the subject. Yi Xiaoyu, upon my descent to the underworld, I will submit your name, thus allowing you to become a full-fledged envoy. I anticipate a myriad of cumbersome duties during this period, so if I am unable to respond promptly, I hope you will understand. Rest assured, I will respond as soon as I am free. Hearing this, Yi Ran merely waved her hand. No worries, as long as you do not delay me. One more thing. who is the opposing chief judge, now that Zhou Weiyuan and she were inextricably linked. Understanding the opponent's background was essential, even if retribution was inevitable. To her surprise, Zhou Weiyuan was also unsure, pondering for a while before replying, "There are many judges, I cannot recall their names clearly, but I know they serve under the Wheel King." Chapter 64, Sudden Incident. With matters here temporarily settled, Zhou Weiyuan had scarcely departed when members of the Yin-Yang Association arrived in the courtyard. Upon seeing Yi Ran grilling Wings, the leader, a burly man, immediately furrowed his brow. The house bore signs of a struggle, and a heavy aura of negativity lingered. With a disheveled corpse lying by the wall, "A friend, are you the owner of this residence?" the burly man inquired. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Ran glanced at him before returning to her drink, showing no inclination to engage. The burly man remained unperturbed, gesturing for his subordinates to inspect the corpse. The individual approached with swift motions, examining the body and then pulling out a phone to take a closer look, exclaiming in surprise, "Captain, it's the seductress." Upon hearing the name seductress, the burly man's gaze instinctively turned wary. He scrutinized the young man before him once more, his mind filled with questions. "Someone has illegally intruded. I trust one am justified in defending myself." Only at that moment did Yi Ran slowly speak. "If that is all, then there should be no issue." However, the burly man produced a baton, narrowing his eyes. "If it were merely as you say, there would be no problem, but the information I received suggests otherwise. Oh really, it seems your information is rather inaccurate. Perhaps you should return and reassess. By the way, kindly remove the corpse and send the bounty my way." Those listed on the wanted list for malevolent practitioners are often accompanied by substantial bounties, and given that this woman ranks among the top 10, the reward should certainly be even greater. "No." Yi Ran leaned back in his chair, turning to face the crowd with an expression devoid of emotion. Before the burly man could utter a word, someone beside him leaned in to whisper something, causing his brow to furrow even deeper. "A colleague had just informed me that you are not from Jiangdu. What brings a malevolent practitioner from Tianhai City to our city? Do you know you have crossed a line?" The burly man had already obtained information on Yi Ran, yet he was perplexed by the fact that this individual's file was classified as high-risk red, accessible only to those of elder rank. How could such a being appear in Jiangdu? Was it mere coincidence or a premeditated plan? "My name is Li Wu, the action team leader for this area. I will contact the Yin-Yang Association of Tianhai City, and I ask that you cooperate with our investigation for the next 24 hours." Li Wu, dismissing his swirling thoughts, commanded his subordinates to draw their guns. Yi Ran remained silent, locking eyes with Li Wu, and the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Everyone stood at the ready, unwilling to relax even for a moment. Those who can access red files are not to be trifled with. "Ha, look at how frightened you all are. I am hardly a ruthless fiend. Very well, I shall accompany you for now, and collect my bounty in the process." Yi Ran's previously murderous expression melted into a genial smile, making it difficult for anyone to associate him with a dangerous individual. However, Li Wu grew increasingly anxious. He had encountered many like Yi Ran, and beneath that seemingly innocuous facade lay a heart full of darkness. "For the sake of safety, I must place you in handcuffs," Li Wu began, but as Yi Ran's piercing gaze fell upon him, he quickly amended, "The handcuffs can be omitted, but please refrain from any dangerous actions." Yi Ran patted his shoulder and reassured, "Rest assured, I am not a ruthless fiend, merely a good citizen." Not long after they got into the vehicle, Li Wu received a phone call. After a respectful response, he glanced at Yi Ran in the back seat, as if pondering something, turned the car around, head to the Jiangyang construction site. "What, team leader, aren't we taking the person back first? Just go where I say. And spare me the chatter." "There's been an incident at the Jiangyang construction site, and it's been quite significant. The higher-ups are applying pressure." Li Wu's gaze darted about, just when one issue seemed to settle, another arose. "What terrible luck." Yi Ran, unfazed by their intentions, chuckled at the person beside him and said, "Brother, you look rather unwell. It seems you might be suffering from kidney deficiency. I have some medicine here, reasonably priced and fair to all." Noticing the man turning away in silence, Yi Ran shifted his attention to another. "How about a cigarette?" Upon arrival at the construction site, they found it already besieged, with throngs of journalists and onlookers pushing forward, making it impossible for the orderlies to maintain control. The incessant flashes of cameras created an illusion of a celebrity walking the red carpet. "Come with me," Li Wu said, casting a wary glance at Yi Ran. Given the nature of this individual, he could not trust his subordinates to handle the situation alone. He needed to oversee it himself. As soon as they exited the vehicle, a portly official rushed over, lamenting, "My dear team leader Li, we must act quickly. The online discourse is overwhelming, and that group of reporters is broadcasting the entire event. Our viewership has already surpassed 1 million. Li Wu, harboring his own frustrations, retorted, "Why turn to the Yin-Yang Association for a matter of unpaid wages? Are you all merely idling? Just have the boss come out and return the money. Was it necessary to escalate to this level?" After enduring a tirade, the rotund man, with nowhere to vent his anger, shouted back, "If it were that simple, would we seek the Yin-Yang Association? The deputy mayor has been taken hostage by those above us. What can we do? Moreover, that person possesses magical abilities. All our agents sent to confront him have been repelled. If not for you, who would we turn to?" Upon hearing that the deputy mayor of Jiangdu had been kidnapped, Li Wu's expression morphed into one of disbelief. "How is the deputy mayor involved in this?" The portly man, suppressing his fury, glanced sideways at Yi Ran, mistakenly assuming him to be one of Li Wu's subordinates, and continued, "The deputy mayor is the hidden major shareholder behind the Jianyang construction site. I want to elaborate further, but I can assure you that many prominent figures are watching closely. If this is mishandled, we are all doomed." With that, he slumped into a corner, adopting an attitude of indifference. The higher-ups wield magical powers, and they cannot be approached. It conveniently allows them to shift the blame onto the Yin-Yang Association. Usually, they are quite capable. Let us see how they handle this. Now, without a clear understanding of the situation, Li Wu was already overwhelmed by the implications of the two statements, with the deputy mayor entangled in this mess and public opinion spiraling out of control. A single misstep could not only spell disaster for him but also tarnish the reputation of the entire Yin-Yang Association across Jiangdu and beyond. Damn it, I should have sent someone else. Li Wu kicked a stone in frustration, his teeth grinding in anger. Yi Ran lit a cigarette, adopting an amused demeanor, eager to witness how the Yin-Yang Association would adeptly navigate this predicament, or whether they would resort to lethal force. Chapter 65, The Coldness of Society. The instigator of this turmoil was located on the third floor, clearly visible from the ground level, due to the proximity to the edge and the person's agitated demeanor. There was a constant risk of them making a rash decision. Upon ascending to the third floor, a negotiation expert was attempting to engage with the individual, but the latter remained obstinate, their agitation only growing. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, his skin weathered and darkened, hands roughened with calluses, clad in faded camouflage attire caked with mud. The individual he had firmly gripped by the neck, however, was a middle-aged man in a pristine suit, wearing glasses, and exuding a polished appearance that starkly contrasted with the surroundings. Do not provoke him further. You all should withdraw, Li Wu instructed, signaling for the armed personnel to pull back to avoid escalating the situation. The female negotiator furrowed her brow and cautioned, "But that is the deputy mayor. Can you take responsibility if something goes wrong? Do as you wish, just do not bother me." Li Wu shot back without a hint of politeness. Meanwhile, Yi Ran observed the worker closely, detecting something amiss. In just this brief span, the man's hair seemed to have turned significantly whiter, which defied logic. Then, in the worker's pupils, he noticed an anomaly. The reflections within were not of the immediate environment but two snakes. This emblem, it is the snake temple. Yi Ran immediately grasped the situation, and after a moment of contemplation, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. From the conversations of those nearby, it was evident that the troublemaker was merely an ordinary worker who had, it seemed, suddenly acquired magical skills. Coupled with the rapid whitening of his hair and the snake temple emblem reflected in his pupils, Yi Ran concluded that this individual must have used some sort of artifact or ingested something that granted him power in a short span. Moreover, this item likely possessed severe side effects, potentially draining the user's vitality. If his suspicions held true, the capabilities of the snake temple were far beyond what one might anticipate. As Yi Ran continued his contemplation, Li Wu began to approach slowly, a yellow talisman now in hand. "Listen to me. We can sit down and discuss this calmly. The construction site owes you money, does it not? If you release the deputy mayor, I will ensure they pay you immediately. Even if you do not consider your own welfare, think of your wife and children at home. What you are doing now is a grave offense that could cost you your life. Hypothetically speaking, if you were to perish, what would happen to your family? I understand that being a worker is no easy task, but trust me, if you release the deputy mayor, I will advocate for you in court to secure the best possible leniency." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the worker's emotions erupted, and he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "It's all a lie, every word of it. You people do not speak a single truth. I have toiled at this construction site for half a year, hoping to earn enough to return home for a reunion before the new year, but what about you?" The worker's anguished roar echoed, his eyes reddening, his body trembling, clearly a surge of adrenaline coursing through him, on the verge of losing control. "Time and again, my wages have been withheld. My son was severely beaten by your lot while trying to get an explanation. And he is still lying in the hospital. My wife sought to report these injustices, only to be met with collusion among officials. She was brutally attacked, her legs broken, and left like a dead dog on the street, only to freeze to death by the next day. I was preparing to hold a funeral for my wife, yet these beasts dared to come to my home and threaten me to remain silent, denying me even a penny of compensation. Because I could not afford the medical bills, the doctors callously shoved my son into the corridor, refusing to treat him no matter how I pleaded. And I had to watch him die before my eyes. Tell me, should I not seek revenge? Should I not retaliate? You tell me, we are indeed poor, but we are a family that steals nothing, living honestly and working diligently to earn a meager living. In the eyes of those lofty individuals, we are but mere insects, foul and insignificant, easily crushed underfoot without a shred of dignity. We yearn to live, to simply exist. Alas, you deny us that opportunity. If that is the case, then I shall take you down with me, even in death. The workers' emotions swelled, their agitation palpable. On the brink of foolishness, the vice-mayor, sensing the turmoil, hastily distanced himself. My good man, none of this concerns me. Please, calm down. I too have a son and a wife. He continued. How much do they owe you? I will personally compensate you. Double the amount, or even triple if necessary. Just let me go. Name your price, but do not act rashly. Everything can be negotiated. By the end of his plea, he trembled, panic etched on his face, upon hearing the mention of family. The worker unleashed a fist upon the vice-mayor's head, shouting, I have a family too, but you have caused their demise. Li Wu seized the moment to intervene, stating, tell me how much they owe you. I will have someone bring the money immediately. After overhearing this exchange, Li Wu clenched his fists in frustration, longing to confront the vice-mayor, but duty restrained him. The worker, his face fierce and teeth clenched, declared $6,327.05. At this utterance, Yiran, who had been silent until now, suddenly burst into laughter, drawing every gaze toward her. The negotiation expert nearby scolded, What are you laughing at? Is this amusing to you? Yiran quickly waved her hand. My apologies, I simply cannot contain my laughter. You owe a mere 6,000, and yet you hesitate to pay? You lot are truly amusing. I wager dining out costs you tens of thousands. She shook her head, incredulous at their absurdity. In that fleeting moment, the sound of gunfire echoed near her ear. The worker's head was instantly punctured, and he fell back lifelessly. Li Wu reacted swiftly, lunging forward to catch the vice-mayor, who was on the verge of plummeting from the building. Pull me up. Hurry, how could you leave me in such danger for so long? I will have my reckoning when I return. The vice-mayor, terrified, flailed his legs in panic. Li Wu's face turned ashen, yet he exerted all his strength to hoist him up. Upon regaining his footing, the vice-mayor unleashed a torrent of curses at those present, utterly indifferent to the worker's fate. Yiran gradually turned her gaze toward the sniper position nearby, yet chose to remain silent. Chapter 66. The arrogant and conceited. It was unexpected how swiftly the matters at the construction site had been resolved. Fate indeed plays its hand in ways we cannot control. The worker's body was subsequently taken back to the Yin Yang Society. From the incident to its conclusion, a mere half-hour had elapsed, and the authorities had already begun issuing slogans aimed at rectifying the online environment. Videos pertaining to the construction site were vanishing at an astonishing rate, to the point where searching for anything related to the site yielded no results. Such speed was truly astonishing. As for the vice-mayor's fate, the public could likely surmise the outcome, though the authorities would certainly refrain from disclosing it, for it pertained to their own reputation. Within the Yin Yang Society, Yiran sat in the monitoring room, apathetically smoking a cigarette, with no inquiries directed her way, nor any notable activities occurring. In the late hours of the night, Li Wu finally entered, accompanied by a seemingly genteel middle-aged man, though the sharpness of his gaze hinted at a more formidable nature. Yiran, the rogue from Tianhai City. It is said that the local Yin Yang Society has no means to deal with you and even occasionally offers assistance. He paused, then continued, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Gui, the head of the Yin Yang Society branch in Jiangdu City. Once seated, Tang Gui began his self-introduction, his hands clasped on the table, exuding an invisible pressure. Yiran yawned, nonchalantly stating, In situations like this, you either wish to solicit my help or negotiate something. Frankly, I have no interest in your ramblings. Let us be direct. Spare me the theatrics. Hours had passed since his arrival, and aside from a water-bearer, not a single soul had entered. Moreover, Yiran noticed that the surveillance camera in the corner had been switched off since Tang Gui's entry, thus piecing together the information. It was not difficult to deduce his intentions. Tang Gui chuckled softly. You are just as Jiaqua described. In that case, I shall dispense with the pleasantries. He exchanged a glance with Li Wu, who promptly stood and tossed several photographs onto the table. Yi Ran glanced at the photos dismissively before inquiring, the attire of the individuals in these photos suggests they are from the Yinyang society. What is your aim? Tang Gui maintained his affable demeanor, explaining, I wish to enlist your assistance in dealing with him. His tone was remarkably casual, indicating that he felt no pressure in making such a request. Yi Ran narrowed her eyes and remarked, you people are truly amusing, so quick to dispose of your colleagues. What, are you an inept husband, and this individual just happened to be pilfering from your home? Unperturbed by Yi Ran's mockery, Tang Gui continued, his name is Sun Ming, a fellowhead, but he is arrogant and has offended many. Coincidentally, a position for a deputy supervisor has opened in Jiangdu City. And I have 3 competitors, though one is uninterested in a career in governance. Thus, although he had not finished his sentence, Yi Ran grasped his meaning. The Yinyang society excelled at maintaining a faade while engaging in the most underhanded dealings behind the scenes, often employing hired assassins for such troublesome tasks. If all went smoothly, it was ideal. However, should anything go awry, the hired hands would face dire consequences. Such intrigue and rivalry had existed since the society's inception. Yi Ran reclined, reigniting her cigarette and exhaling a heavy cloud of smoke. If you have a problem, consult a psychiatrist. Don't emerge and cause chaos. Killing a head will only bring me trouble. I have no desire for that. In response, Tang Gui smirked disdainfully, I know you are harboring spirits, and I happen to possess a bargaining chip you cannot refuse. Yi Ran raised an eyebrow, intrigued, such a thing exists? Tang Gui continued, a puppet ghost, a unique malevolent spirit birthed in specific environments, its power reaching that of a ghostly fiend, adept at conjuring illusions. I believe you understand the difference between illusions and ghostly entrapments. Such a spirit is not easily encountered. If you agree to eliminate Sun Ming for me, I will provide you with an item capable of dispelling the puppet ghost's illusions. This deal is a win-win. He elaborated on the puppet ghost's capabilities with fervor, then settled back, awaiting Yi Ran's response. From his demeanor, it seemed he believed he had her completely under control. Yi Ran sat up straight, contemplating the implications. The 3 spirits she nurtured lacked the ability to conjure illusions. If she could indeed acquire the puppet ghost, it would not be an exaggeration to say she could kill without a trace. Leaving no evidence behind, such unique spirits were exceedingly rare. The lantern flower granny was also a special spirit but lacked formidable abilities, though her resilience was exceptional, akin to a tank. No, the risk was too great. After deliberation, Yi Ran firmly stated. Upon hearing her response, Tang Gui frowned but quickly regained his composure, a smile returning to his face. That is ahead, the price must increase. Tang Gui chuckled, a trivial matter. I will give you 10 copper coins up front, with an additional 20 upon completion. Typically, I would offer 5 for ordinary rogue spirits, but for you, Yi Ran, I can double the price. The value of copper coins far exceeded that of the circulating red notes. And 30 copper coins represented a substantial fortune. Many in the lower echelons of society toil for a lifetime without amassing such wealth. Agreed, but I have further inquiries. Do you believe capturing a ghost with the ability to conjure illusions is a straightforward task? You also mentioned an item to dispel illusions. I wish to know how many uses it has. Yi Ran raised her gaze, her expression now serious. Slaying a ghost was not particularly challenging, the difficulty lay in capturing it. If she were to encounter the puppet ghost, who could discern whether the sight before them was an illusion or reality? If the item she possessed could only be used once, all would be lost. Tang Gui slowly raised a finger, speaking softly once. It can only be used one time. Yi Ran narrowed her eyes, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. Let me ask you this. You don't intend to use the puppet ghost to eliminate me after I've dispatched Sun Ming? Do you? Tang Gui displayed a look of nonchalance, clapping his hands slowly. Very astute. I do indeed entertain that notion. However, should you successfully tame the puppet ghost, I will have nothing to say, but if fortune does not favor you, and you perish, I am powerless to intervene. In either scenario, the outcome will be mutually beneficial for both of us. There is no need for you to glare at me. My intentions are merely to ensure my own safety. Moreover, it is a fundamental truth that humanity is inherently selfish, is it not? You, the practitioners of the dark arts, are no exception. Such sentiments are expressed with an air of entitlement, even in the presence of Yi Ran. Revealing an unabashed honesty in one's thoughts. How audacious! It is a blatant disregard for others, surpassing even Yi Ran in its arrogance. Very well, let us see how this unfolds. Additionally, I wish to examine the body of that worker. Please send all relevant information to my phone, and I shall promptly fulfill your request. As Yi Ran approached the door, she cast a sidelong glance at the self-satisfied Tang Gui. I am this world. There are far too many intelligent individuals, and oftentimes they meet their demise due to their own cleverness. Chapter 67. No survivors within the morgue of the Yin Yang Association. Li Wu extracted the corpse of the worker. Having fallen from a great height, the head was utterly crushed and unrecognizable. Yi Ran began to meticulously inspect the body, yet after a considerable time, she found nothing unusual. Finally she inquired, "What did you discover during the autopsy?" Li Wu turned away from the morgue and soon returned with a small bag of powder, patiently explaining, "This purple powder was not recorded, it was excavated from his stomach." Yi Ran took the transparent bag, opened it, and placed a small amount in her palm, bringing it closer to her nose for a whiff, only to furrow her brow in recognition. Human head fruit. The scent was identical to that of the fruit from the golden tree. Yet it seemed to contain traces of something else. This particular aroma was unfamiliar to her, leaving her puzzled. The little beggar had once mentioned that consuming it would yield certain enhancements to a person, but ultimately it would transform them into a monster. The worker must have wielded some form of magical power, likely birthed from such consumption, though the aftereffects would be significant. One of its effects undoubtedly involved draining one's life force. The methods employed by this snake temple are indeed exceedingly sinister. Their influence must have spread far and wide. However, if this organization could acquire human head fruit, it implies they have encountered the golden tree. What is human head fruit? Just as Yi Ran was lost in thought, Li Wu abruptly interrupted her. She shot him a glance and then tucked the bag of powder into her pocket. Analyzing its composition would be far too time-consuming. Sending it to Xiao Beijing might yield better results. Li Wu, initially intending to stop her, ultimately shook his head and watched as she departed. On the streets, Yi Ran opened her phone to find a deluge of messages. Among them was the address of Sun Ming, along with details of his abilities and strength. Notably, it highlighted that he was a master of external energy, distinct from other members of the Yin Yang Association, and was known to practice martial arts regularly, earning the moniker martial arts enthusiast. To deal with him, assassination methods would be most effective. A direct confrontation would be ill-advised. However, upon seeing that title, Yi Ran nearly laughed aloud. What year is it, and we still have a martial arts enthusiast? Following the provided address, Yi Ran easily located a martial arts school where Sun Ming resided. Besides being the leader of the Yin Yang Association, he also taught martial arts, gaining local fame. Noticing the lights still on, Yi Ran pushed open the door and stepped inside. Before her stood a bare-chested man wielding a large knife, his muscular frame glistening under the light. Beside him sat a woman, her face marred with wounds, fresh blood indicating recent injury. "What brings you to my martial arts school at such an hour? If you wish to learn, return tomorrow morning. If you seek a challenge, with your scrawny frame, you'd best leave now unless you desire a swift end." Sun Ming halted his movements, forcefully swinging his knife, producing a sharp clang. Indeed, he was arrogant, even more so than Tang Gui. Yi Ran, cigarette in mouth, chuckled lightly upon hearing Tang Gui's name. Sun Ming erupted in anger. "So you're his lackey? Get out, or I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in a hospital." Their animosity had long been palpable, and it seemed to have reached an irreconcilable point. Explaining Tang Gui's malicious intent, without hesitation, Yi Ran drew a handgun from her waist and ended the woman's life beside her, swiftly redirecting the gun towards Sun Ming. That woman. Sun Ming reacted instantly, lunging to embrace the fallen figure. Alas, it was too late. The woman lay lifeless, a bullet having pierced her skull. Had she survived, Yi Ran would have ensured a second shot. "You scoundrel!" Sun Ming's eyes bulged with rage as he swiftly drew his knife and charged. Yi Ran's marksmanship was impeccable. 2 precise shots shattered Sun Ming's kneecaps, and he collapsed to the ground. "You fool! I am the leader of the Yin Yang Association. Do you comprehend the consequences of attacking me?" Sun Ming's anguished roar echoed. Yi Ran appeared unfazed, expressionless as she prepared to pull the trigger. Just as she was about to shoot, Sun Ming gritted his teeth, forcing himself to rise, his legs trembling. "Even if I must die, I will die with dignity, not at the hands of your despicable weapons. If you dare, let us fight to the death." With that declaration, his head met the bullets, and his body crumpled to the ground, never to rise again. Indeed, the higher-ups of the Yin Yang Association displayed a peculiar lack of sanity. "Fight to the death? What then is the purpose of my firearm? Merely to intimidate? How juvenile!" Yi Ran crouched down to take a photograph, then dialed a number. "The matter has been resolved. Please confirm receipt and expedite the settlement of the final payment. Additionally, send me the information on the puppet ghost immediately now at once." After hanging up, she took a deep drag from her cigarette, exhaling the filtered white smoke heavily. Just as she prepared to leave, a figure caught her eye upon turning. Upon a closer look, she discovered a child staring directly at her. "Uncle, why are daddy and sister sleeping?" the ground is so cold. At the sight of the child's innocent gaze, Yiran hesitated, lowering her weapon. She approached the child, crouching before him with a smile. They are simply tired. How about this? Uncle will give you a toy. You can play with it. As she spoke, Yiran retrieved a grenade from her bag, pulled the pin, and handed it to the child, inquiring, "Is there anyone else at home?" "Yes, my mother is still there." The child nodded vigorously. Yiran smiled and ruffled the child's hair, advising, "Uncle wants to play a game with you. Hold this ball tightly. When you see your mother, let go, and you will witness beautiful fireworks." "Really?" The child's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of fireworks. Yiran nodded, "Of course it's true. Now go." "Okay, uncle, I'll wait for you here." The child clutched the grenade tightly and dashed towards the inner courtyard of the martial arts school. The smile on Yiran's face vanished abruptly, replaced by an icy demeanor. As she exited the martial arts school, a resounding explosion erupted from behind her. In the realm of dark practitioners, while one may enjoy freedom devoid of morality, the rules are not fewer than those observed by righteous individuals. The foremost principle is clear: eradicate the roots, for if the grass is not uprooted, it shall sprout anew with the spring breeze. Chapter 68, Chaotic Relationships. Even Tang Gui could not have anticipated that Yiran would eliminate Sun Ming in such a brief span. From the moment he proposed collaboration to the relay of Sun Ming's demise, scarcely an hour had passed. No, not even that. This man, Tang Gui, clenched his fists, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. Li Wu stood nearby, observing him with an odd expression. "Go, deliver that item to him, along with the reward," Tang Gui instructed, removing his glasses and rubbing his eyes. Li Wu remained silent, turning to leave. Soon, he delivered everything to Yiran's residence. "Mr. Yi, I have brought all that you requested, and I would like to discuss a few matters," Li Wu said, extending 2 cigarettes toward her. Yiran was preoccupied with an object capable of dispelling illusions. Not bothering to look at him, yet still responded, "Do you wish to ascend?" Li Wu found himself frozen in place, uncertain whether to retract his outstretched hand or maintain his posture. Yiran smirked slightly. "There are certain individuals whose inner thoughts I can discern with just a glance, while others, I can sense their malevolence even without looking." After a moment of contemplation, Li Wu gently placed the cigarettes on the table and smiled. "Mr. Yi, you truly are remarkable. I do indeed harbor such aspirations." Yiran, pacing with the bead in hand, replied coolly, "Is that so? Then your sincerity will be under scrutiny. I am quite accommodating. The more substantial the remuneration, the greater the service rendered." The money sent over was too tempting to refuse. The chaos within the Jiangdu Yin-Yang Association far exceeded Yiran's expectations, initially believing Tianhai City to be disordered. He discovered that this place's Yin-Yang Association was truly a revelation. Internal strife among colleagues and subordinates plotting against their leaders. One could only wonder what other situations might arise. "Consider carefully and return to seek me out. Off you go." Seeing Li Wu hesitating to speak, Yiran issued an invitation to leave. Li Wu did not dither. He promptly produced a handful of copper coins, counting only 10. "This is all I have on me. But I assure you, once I ascend, I will offer you double what Tang Gui does." In the Yin-Yang Society, the title of leader sounds appealing, yet in reality, it amounts to nothing more than being a mere dog. The true power lies with the grand leaders and those above them. Over the years, Tang Gui has taken advantage of his position to amass considerable wealth, a fact that incites great envy. Attaining the status of Grand Leader grants one both riches and authority. Even the heads of prominent enterprises in the city must show him a degree of respect and offer tributes regularly. This is precisely why Li Wu was so desperate to ascend the ranks, and the same can be said for Zhao Kuo from Tianhai City. "Given your earnestness, I shall reluctantly agree to your request. But I have matters to attend to, so I shan't keep you any longer," Yiran said calmly. Li Wu felt a surge of joy in his heart and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "I shall eagerly await good news from you. Mr. Yi, finally the opportunity to rise in status has arrived. After 10 long years of being Tang Gui's dog, I am on the verge of turning my fortunes around. As for Yiran, he knows too much. Once Tang Gui is dead, I shall find a way to eliminate him, ensuring my peace of mind." Just as Li Wu was filled with hopeful anticipation for the future, he suddenly froze in place. Slowly lowering his head, he beheld a bloodied knife piercing through his heart. Yiran materialized from behind him, malevolence gleaming in his eyes, and grinned, saying, "Friend, are we so familiar? Did Zhao Kuo not inform you why he still draws breath? Allow me to enlighten you. It is because he is astute enough to recognize that opposing me leads to dire consequences. Moreover, although he occasionally schemes against me, it is merely to cause me some inconvenience. He would never dare to threaten my life, unlike you fools." As his words fell, Li Wu's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground, blood frothing from his mouth. Within moments, he breathed his last. Yiran looked indifferently at the corpse before dragging it back inside. The following morning, Yiran packed his belongings, preparing to journey to the location of the puppet ghost, for the safety of Zhou Weiyuan. He relocated the ancient corpse and the three ghosts, setting up a series of formations. This way, even if the old man encountered danger, he would have ample time to hold out until Yiran's return. After making all the necessary preparations, he drove towards the countryside. The puppet ghost resided in a quaint ancient village renowned for its shadow puppet shows, which often hosted grand festivities, although it was a village. The populace was quite substantial. By the time he arrived, it was nearing noon, and he could still see passenger minibuses at the village entrance point. 3 men and 3 women disembarked, their attire suggesting they were tourists. Curiously, as if sensing something, Yiran and a buzzcut young man locked eyes unexpectedly. The young man nodded first, offering a friendly smile. Yiran ignored him, intending to find a place to stay and grab a bite to eat. "Hey there, young man, looking for a place to stay?" A middle-aged woman snacking on sunflower seeds approached, beaming as she sized up Yiran. "Indeed, do you have an inn here?" Yiran replied with a smile. "Of course, our family runs one, and we also have a small restaurant to cater to travelers like you," she exclaimed. Yiran promptly handed her 2 red bills, stating, "I would like a room that is somewhat quiet." Upon seeing the money, the woman's smile widened even further, and she praised, "No problem at all. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed you would achieve great things. Come follow me." The woman, brimming with enthusiasm, hurriedly led Yiran, eager not to miss out on what she perceived as a lucrative opportunity. Upon arriving at the inn, Yiran took a moment to assess the layout. Although it was called an inn, it was essentially a converted wooden cabin with a large courtyard, giving it a distinctly rustic feel. Yiran was not particularly picky, satisfied with simply having a place to stay. By the way, could you prepare something for me to eat? I haven't had a bite since I set out, and I'm quite hungry, Yiran said, setting down his luggage. Of course, feel free to choose any room you like. I'll whip something up for you right away, the woman called back, bustling off. "Dear, wake up and start the fire." As she walked away, the atmosphere was undeniably lively. Yiran surveyed the 6 rooms available, ultimately choosing one tucked away in a corner, far from the entrance. Just as he settled his belongings, he heard commotion in the courtyard. Peering outside, he saw the buzzcut young man and his companions, laden with bags, entering the courtyard. Chapter 69. The little Taoist Yiran paid them little mind, focusing instead on organizing his room when shortly after, the woman returned with steaming dishes. "Eat up, young man. Our food is all traditional farmhouse fare, absolutely no additives, just relax and enjoy. If you need more, just let me know, as I have other guests to attend to," she said cheerfully before attending to the newcomers. Yiran indulged in the meal, but since the courtyard was close to his room, he could clearly overhear their conversation. "Why can't we stay in that room?" one of the disgruntled guests complained. "We searched for ages, and that was the only spacious one." The woman quickly attempted to soothe their frustration. "It's not that I don't want you to stay. It's just that room truly cannot be occupied." "Why not? You need to provide a reason. If it's reserved, we can pay extra," came the protests from the group. Faced with their inquiries, the woman appeared troubled, her explanation caught in her throat, unsure how to respond. "Alright, since you insist on staying, I won't force the issue. It's been so many years, there shouldn't be any problem." Finally relenting, the buzzcut young man inspected the room before emerging without voicing any concerns. Likely having found nothing amiss, "Xiaoyu, is there something wrong with the room?" a girl beside him suddenly inquired. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to have a visual impairment, needing to reach out to comprehend her surroundings as she spoke. The young man named Xiaoyu shook his head. "No problem at all. Let me help you find a room." "Thank you. You're welcome," he replied with a smile, gently guiding the blind girl toward the corner. Their interaction exuded a sense of camaraderie, hinting at something more than mere friendship. Yiran turned his gaze to Xiaoyu, noticing a string of bagua charms adorning his wrist, seemingly imbued with some mystical power. Sensing Yiran's scrutiny, Xiaoyu glanced toward the courtyard, quickly locking eyes with him. However, there was no further exchange. He merely smiled and nodded before ushering the blind girl into the room. As night fell, Yiran returned to his room after surveying the surroundings. Just as he settled down, he heard unmistakable sounds of passion emanating from the adjacent room, utterly unrestrained. Yiran decided to don his headphones, cranking up the volume to the maximum. Once the outside noise subsided, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the central room, incense sticks in hand, bowing before the room and burning some paper offerings on the ground before departing. In the deep of night, as the urge to relieve himself struck, Yiran donned his clothes and turned only to find Xiaoyu crouched suspiciously by the window of the central room. Upon being discovered, Xiaoyu could only scratch his head awkwardly, though his expression was clearly unsettled and nothing to worry about. young people often have peculiarities, it's normal, continue, Yiran remarked, refraining from raising an alarm after returning from the restroom. He found Xiaoyu still at the window. Peering through, he noticed that the window was made of a material resembling a wooden mesh, allowing light to filter through, casting faint shadows within. Strangely, the figures inside appeared to be hanging. Alarmed, Xiaoyu's expression tightened as he forcefully kicked open the door and rushed inside, soon followed by the sound of overturned furniture. Yiran approached cautiously, peering in to see the young couple suspended from the beam. Their eyes glazed and faces adorned with eerie smiles, swaying in midair. Xiaoyu glanced around, spotting a chopping knife standing in the corner, seizing it to sever their bonds, although he managed to rescue them. The couple appeared bewitched, glaring at Xiaoyu with ferocity, as if intent on devouring him. Bold specters, you bear no grievance against them, why seek to take their lives? Quickly release them, and perhaps I might spare you. Otherwise, I shall ensure your utter destruction. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears as the specter controlling the couple propelled them toward Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Xiaoyu wasted no time, leaping back while conjuring 2 yellow talismans between his fingers. Essence of Yangming, spirit might concealed in the heart, capture the shadows, conceal their forms. With this talisman, banish the demonic presence. Should you dare defy, the heavenly soldier shall rise, I command you. As the incantation concluded, the talisman shot forth, striking the couple squarely on their foreheads. In an instant, the possessing specter was expelled, leaving the couple to collapse to the ground. To take another's life is to incur the wrath of heaven and earth. Today, I, a humble Taoist, shall enact divine justice upon you, wretched beings. Heavenly fire and thunder, strike down the wicked, quickly depart. In accordance with my Lord's decree, I command you, as Xiaoyu bit his finger and traced a symbol in his palm. Arcs of electricity began to dance around his hand, a sight both awe-inspiring and formidable. While chanting the incantation, others had already leaped forward, delivering a palm strike upon the malevolent spirit. The closest of the spirits immediately disintegrated into nothingness. Another, perceiving the dire situation, took flight towards the exit, but upon nearing Yiran, it halted in its tracks. Yiran gazed at it with indifference and then subtly shifted his body, creating a narrow passage. Observing this, the spirit made a hasty retreat, daring not to linger. Brother, how could you let it escape? Xiaoyu exclaimed, preparing to pursue. Yiran, however, merely scoffed. Enough with the theatrics, with your 6 ding and 6 jia. And the Celestial Thunder 5 lightning spell, do you even have any magical energy left? I know you are deliberately showcasing your prowess. It's quite enough. Practitioners of the Tao possess a unique sensitivity towards each other's magical energy, allowing them to sense its presence, though they remain oblivious to each other's true strength. Thus arose an unwritten rule. When 2 unfamiliar practitioners meet, they must immediately demonstrate their formidable abilities to instill caution and achieve a significant deterrent effect. This was why Xiaoyu resorted to employing the 6 ding and 6 jia, followed by the Celestial Thunder 5 lightning spell. Both of these techniques are potent means of vanquishing evil. Yet they are exceedingly draining on one's mental state and magical energy. Unless one's magical foundation is sufficiently robust, one would be incapacitated after just 1 round. Xiaoyu, warily eyeing Yiran, took a step back and clasped his fists. My master, Niu Daorun, may I inquire your esteemed name? Upon hearing his self-introduction, Yiran slowly replied, so you are the disciple of Niu Daorun. I was wondering why your manner of speech sounded so familiar. Do not trouble yourself to inquire about my name. It may vex your master. With that, Yiran smiled and took his leave. The name of Niu Daorun is quite renowned throughout the realm, especially among practitioners of righteousness. He is known for his unwavering integrity, mercilessly slaying demons and evildoers with no room for leniency. Yiran had once crossed paths with him, leaving an indelible impression in his mind. This man truly embodies the essence of righteousness amidst evil. Chapter 70, The Shadow in the Well. Before dawn, Yiran rose early. After inquiring the previous day, it seemed the villagers were concealing something, with specific warnings to avoid the back mountain, claiming it was unclean. Yiran dismissed these admonitions as mere wind passing through his ears, for he had come to this place in search of malevolent spirits. Their caution only fueled his determination to explore. Halfway up the mountain, the weather had cloaked the area in thick mist, rendering visibility tenuous. After probing a considerable distance without a trace of malevolent energy, Yiran began to doubt whether the villagers were merely scaring themselves. Continuing onward with his flashlight, he suddenly froze, glancing down to discover a piece of spirit money beneath his feet. Surveying the ground around him, he noticed it strewn with spirit money, while 2 soul-calling banners hung from a nearby tree. A chill wind swept through, causing the spirit money to flutter chaotically. Yiran tightened his collar and exhaled warm breath into his hands. Peering into the mist ahead, he discerned a vague silhouette. As he advanced, the figure shifted forward as well, evading his pursuit. Initially, he thought it a mere figment of his imagination, as strange illusions were plausible in such an environment. However, when a melodious female voice rang out, it jolted Yi Ran into alertness. The voice seemed to beckon him forward, compelling him to follow until he arrived at a well. Yi Ran approached cautiously, leaning over the well's edge to peer down. In that moment, his pupils constricted in shock. Within the well danced a graceful woman, her every smile and frown exuding an indescribable allure, captivating his very soul. "Save me!" The woman suddenly leapt from the water's surface, her expression contorted in anguish as she gazed up at Yi Ran. His mind momentarily blanked, and he felt himself inching closer to the well, asking, "Who are you, and why do you need my help?" As she spoke, tears streamed from her eyes, and with a pitiful quiver in her voice she implored, "I am trapped in this well by a band of wicked men. My body bound beneath the village's locust tree. Please save me, and I shall repay you by serving you faithfully for reasons unknown." A flicker of long-lost tenderness arose within Yi Ran, and a chilling thought crept into his mind: jump down. Suddenly the bell on his wrist glimmered, shaking violently on its OWN. In an instant, Yi Ran's dazed eyes regained their clarity, and he took a deep breath, abruptly turning to survey his surroundings. The fog had dissipated, revealing a ground littered with vines and thorns. Glancing back into the well, he found it a mere dry pit, devoid of any presence. Had he jumped in, his head would have surely exploded. Truly, this malevolent spirit possessed extraordinary abilities. The illusion it cast could manipulate one's mind, making the encounter all the more intriguing. Surviving the ordeal, Yi Ran felt no anger, only exhilaration, determined to capture this puppet ghost. He looked down at the bronze bell on his wrist. Had it not instinctively protected him, he might have leaped in without hesitation. This bell was a trophy he acquired after vanquishing an evil practitioner. Upon further examination, he discovered that not only could the bell control corpses, but it could also identify those possessed by malevolent spirits. Lacking a core, it required some magical energy to activate. However, if it rang spontaneously, it indicated the presence of something inhuman nearby. Yi Ran lowered his arm and peered into the well once more. The woman he had encountered was likely the puppet ghost. The exorcism spell inscribed upon the well suggested that her words were a blend of truth and deception. The village's locust tree seemed vaguely familiar to him. "Ah," Yi Ran murmured, then turned to depart. By now, daylight had fully broken, and a beam of sunlight cascaded down the mountainside, dispelling the lingering chill. As he descended, the wisps of smoke from the village became visible. Upon returning to his lodgings, he found the matron had prepared breakfast, bustling about to serve it. With no extra dining tables, a large one sat in the center of the yard, where the other visitors had already begun to eat. "Young man, come quickly. When I went to call for you, I found your room empty and thought you might not return for a meal. I'll fetch another set of bowls and chopsticks." The matron enthusiastically brought over a chair and hastened back to the kitchen. The others were all watching him, but Yi Ran paid them no mind. Sitting down to eat, Xiaoyu could not help but glance at him several times, then suddenly inched closer, whispering, "Senior, I sense an aura of malevolence surrounding you. Did you encounter something?" Sensing Xiaoyu's concern, he quickly added, "Please don't misunderstand. I'm simply curious." Yi Ran shot him a sidelong glance and replied earnestly, "The female ghost, she was breathtakingly beautiful, and she wore no clothes, often dancing before me. Those ample curves were impossible to resist." Xiaoyu gasped softly, casting a furtive glance at the blind girl before leaning in closer and lowering his voice. "Are you speaking the truth, Senior?" Yi Ran chuckled lightly. "Of course it's true. Why would I lie? There's a dry well on the back mountain of the village, and she resides there. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he added with a teasing smile, "What, are you intrigued?" Xiaoyu immediately adopted a serious expression, indignantly declaring, "I am not that kind of person, but since I am aware that malevolent spirits are causing trouble in this village, it is our duty as cultivators to alleviate the burdens of the world." Hearing this, Yi Ran could not contain his laughter, setting down his bowl and clapping in appreciation, giving Xiaoyu a thumbs up. "Your skill in fabricating nonsense far surpasses that of your master." Realizing his facade had been uncovered, Xiaoyu could only force a smile, awkwardly raising his bowl to pretend to eat. "What are you two discussing?" the blind girl inquired softly. Xiaoyu quickly shook his head. "Nothing much, just talking about how we didn't sleep well last night, probably due to the unfamiliar surroundings." "Oh, then you can take the day to rest," the blind girl replied. Yi Ran remained silent, his gaze fixated on the two individuals who had been possessed by malevolent spirits the previous night. They appeared to have no visible issues aside from their poor mental state. Indeed, typically those possessed do not recall their experiences, as their consciousness falls into a dormant state during the possession. After finishing breakfast, Yiran headed to the small square at the center of the village. Remembering that the locust tree was situated there, however, as he approached, the bell on his wrist began to tremble. Chapter 71, The Human Incense Burner. Just as Yiran prepared to investigate further, an elderly voice interrupted him. Turning around, he saw a frail old man with white hair, hunched over and sporting a long beard that nearly brushed the ground. You young folks must be visiting from afar. Right, the Shadow Puppet Hall is that way. You've taken a wrong turn. The old man spoke slowly, his eyes nearly shut, leaving Yiran to wonder if he could even see the path. Yiran lit a cigarette. Gesturing towards the towering locust tree before him. Old man, this tree has grown quite large. It must have quite a history, doesn't it? The old man chuckled and shook his head. Oh, there is no history to speak of. It was just a small sapling once, growing and growing until it became what you see now. It is merely an ordinary tree, unworthy of further investigation. Let us instead visit the Shadow Puppet Hall, as it seems to attract many outside tourists. After the old man finished speaking, he fell silent, departing with a trembling gait supported by his cane. Yiran, cigarette in mouth, glanced up at the flourishing branches of the large locust tree before hastening to catch up with the old man. In broad daylight, it would be impractical to dig the earth with a spade. Such endeavors could only commence after dusk. Upon arriving at the Shadow Puppet Hall, Xiaoyu and the others were already inside, busily snapping photos with their phones. Yiran surveyed the surroundings, observing numerous shadow puppet figures displayed on the tables. Additionally, several fabric dolls hung from the walls, clad in various costumes, yet their appearances bore an unsettling peculiarity. Prominently positioned at the forefront was a doll, nearly life-sized, but devoid of a head, with numerous incense sticks burning at its neck. What captured Yiran's attention most was the doll's skin, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a human, with veins and intricate patterns appearing remarkably lifelike. Perhaps due to artistic intent, this doll was unadorned by clothing, unabashedly exposed for all to see, distinctly feminine and formal. Wow, even if it's a doll, it shouldn't be so explicit. It's practically naked, Yiran mused. Are the villagers perverse, showing such disregard for modesty? Nonsense. I think it's quite beautiful. One ought to appreciate it with an artistic perspective, rather than filling one's mind with lewd thoughts. The crowd was divided in their opinions, women expressing disdain for the doll, while the remaining men wore smirks of amusement. Yet Yiran felt a lingering discomfort, though he could not pinpoint the cause. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, who was assisting the blind girl, furrowed his brow and did not ease his expression upon seeing the lifelike doll. The white-haired elder who had earlier appeared from behind the curtain noticed the crowd's fascination with the doll and began to elucidate. Our village was initially renowned for its puppet shows, but due to unforeseen events, we were compelled to transition to shadow puppetry. The realistic dolls you see were crafted by a master artisan at the behest of our villagers. They are enshrined here in hopes of ensuring prosperous careers and the safety of our people. As for their lack of clothing, we believe that a person's essence is pure upon entering the world, akin to celestial beings untouched by earthly filth. Thus, we strive to exemplify that purity to the fullest. Those with impure intentions will undoubtedly harbor malevolence upon witnessing such a sight. Conversely, those with righteous hearts will not be tainted by any wicked thoughts. Regardless of how provocative the imagery may be, human nature is inherently good. As long as one remains true to oneself, external influences cannot sway them. Our true intention is to cleanse the soul. After the elder's ramblings, the expressions of those present varied drastically. Yiran couldn't help but scoff inwardly, deeming his reasoning utterly nonsensical. You haven't seen anyone running around naked, have you? If you dare to do so, the authorities would swiftly intervene and take you all away. Finding little interest in lingering any longer, Yiran turned and exited. Just as he stepped out the door, a glimmer caught his eye, and upon turning back to gaze at the lifelike doll, four words suddenly flashed in his mind: human incense burner. If memory served him correctly, this was a form of sorcery from the southern regions. It involved using a person as a vessel, decapitating them and burying the head at a nexus of yin and yang, subsequently employing a formation to seal their soul within the body. This dark art specifically siphoned life force, utilizing the souls of others as sustenance to nurture something and thereby amassing great wealth. Notably, this sorcery could not be sustained for long, necessitating the search for a new human incense burner at regular intervals. With a sense of uncertainty, Yiran returned to his room, preparing to light a cigarette when he heard a commotion from the kitchen, an argument involving the old woman's voice, with cigarette in mouth. He approached the kitchen, but upon reaching the doorway, he quickly recoiled, hiding behind the wall, cautiously peering in. The old woman and her husband were grappling over a piece of jade, about the length of an arm. I told you to sell it immediately, it could fetch a handsome sum. No way, this one is mine, didn't you take yours last time? We are married, what as yours is mine, why should we distinguish between the two? Ridiculous, are we not allowed to have clear accounts in marriage? This jade is mine, if you want it, go get it from under the locust tree, you're full of it, the incense burners at the Shadow Puppet Hall are nearly depleted. Without new burners, how could the locust tree possibly produce these items? Look at your pathetic demeanor, who says there are no new incense burners, one of those newcomers would suffice. True, that blind girl seems suitable. I'll make my move after tonight's puppet show. Suddenly they both set aside their quarrel, and the man exited the room with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Iran had already repositioned himself behind another wall. Coldly observing the man's departure, it appeared that the villagers were rather peculiar. The locust tree, Iran muttered to himself, narrowing his eyes, had he not fortuitously returned in time to overhear the couple's dispute. He might have continued to regard them as amicable. This reinforced his suspicion regarding the human incense burner. It seemed this village had long been engaged in such practices, consequently, it was highly likely that the locust tree had transformed into something more sinister. However, the immediate concern was not the tree. The villager's intentions were of no consequence to him. He needed to procure the doll spirit swiftly, for Yuan would soon descend into the underworld, and he must return to safeguard her against unforeseen events. Young man, when did you return? The old woman suddenly appeared at the doorway, clutching 3 incense sticks. Iran glanced at the black and white incense threads in her hand and remarked with a smile. Yin yang break. The old woman's gaze flickered momentarily before she chuckled nervously. What are you talking about? I don't understand. As she entered the room, she spoke with feigned concern. You young folks from outside often struggle to acclimate. This incense has a calming effect. I specially bought it from town to help you sleep better. Iran maintained his smile, but in the next instant, he sprang up and seized the old woman by the neck. She flailed helplessly, her eyes wide with terror. What are you doing? Iran ignored her, tightening his grip. The old woman's face turned crimson as blood seeped from her mouth, and ultimately, her eyes rolled back as she succumbed to death. Looking down at the lifeless body, Iran scoffed. Did you truly believe I was unaware of the purpose of yin yang break? Pathetic. Chapter 72. Illusion. Perhaps due to a jaded familiarity, the village square had been arranged with benches. Yet few attendees had come to watch the performance, making it easy to see the stage. Iran was among them, appearing quite lackadaisical, on the verge of dozing off. Xiaoyu glanced at the blind girl beside him and then sat down next to Iran. Speaking with palpable anxiety, Senior, I sense something is amiss here. Iran cast him a sidelong glance, replying nonchalantly, if you feel that way, then leave. What use is it to tell me? Xiaoyu scratched his head. Visibly troubled, I want to leave too, but at this hour, there are no buses. If we want to go, we'll have to wait until tomorrow morning. Iran pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Silently watching the stage, then glanced up at the sky, noticing that the surrounding light was nearly extinguished. The village typically had streetlights, yet none had been illuminated, plunging the area into increasing darkness, save for the stage, which remained lit. It was too late to leave now, and if you're fortunate enough to survive until tomorrow morning, perhaps we may meet again. With that, Iran stood and departed. Xiaoyu, bewildered, called after him. Senior, what do you mean by that? However, Iran offered no reply, his figure swiftly swallowed by the encroaching darkness. At that moment, Iran retrieved a shovel he had prepared and began digging beneath the locust tree. After a short while, he had excavated a pit. How deep could it be? After digging for so long, yet no bones in sight, truly perplexing, Iran plunged the shovel into the earth and lit a cigarette. Taking a moment to indulge in the smoke, as he exhaled, a drop of water landed squarely on his face. Raising a finger to wipe it away, he felt its sticky texture, a foul odor wafting into his nostrils. Looking up, he was taken aback to find the branches laden with corpses, swaying gently. Each face bore the same eerie smile, their dead fish eyes fixated on Iran below. An illusion. When had it been activated? There had been no warning. Iran exhibited no signs of the panic one might expect. Instead, he calmly assessed the situation. It was unclear whether the villagers had initiated this formation or if the doll spirit had reappeared. Lowering his gaze to the pit he had dug, he hesitated briefly before deciding to continue excavating. The primary purpose of an illusion was to confuse the mind, amplifying inner fears to effectuate a silent killing or to trap individuals. The bells on Iran's wrist remained silent, indicating that he was still in a safe state. Before the illusion intensified further, it was wise to unearth the corpse of the doll spirit first. If all went according to plan, retrieving the doll spirit's remains would merely be the first step towards breaking the seal. After laboring for a while longer, he finally struck something solid, clearing the surrounding dirt. He was astonished to uncover a wine jar adorned with an exorcism talisman. Ye Ran tore off the yellow talisman, removed the wooden stopper, and reached inside with a flurry of motions, eventually extracting a darkened bone. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it bore intricate engravings of an exorcism incantation. It seemed this was indeed the remains of the puppet ghost, buried deep and heavily safeguarded, under the influence of the dual exorcism spells. Even if the puppet ghost were to reclaim its own remains, it would find itself unable to employ any means. Moreover, the absence of a skull and limbs within the jar indicated that the prior conjecture was accurate. Unearthing the corpse beneath the locust tree was merely the initial step in the unsealing process. Based on Yi Ran's years of experience, he surmised that the illusion here was undoubtedly crafted by the puppet ghost. But the villagers were also complicit. To put it simply, the villagers must have transformed the puppet ghost's limbs and head into focal points scattered about to control its manifestation of illusions. Who among the villagers could be adept in such formations? That old man. Yi Ran narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with images from the past few days. Suddenly, the corpses hanging above him erupted into a collective sinister laughter, sending chills down his spine. Yi Ran snapped back to reality, raising an eyebrow as he looked up, and in that fleeting moment, the thick roots of the tree seemed to come alive. Transforming into sharp spikes that lunged at him, quick to respond, Yi Ran leapt from the pit to evade the attack, simultaneously tossing the scattered bones into his satchel. Had they evolved due to prolonged exposure to the malevolent energy? Never mind, you are not my target, there is no need to linger. Yi Ran initially considered retaliating, but then realized it would be a sheer waste of time. The tree demon was inherently tough-skinned and resilient. Furthermore, at present, it had yet to develop a true demonic form, its range of movement limited to this confined space. So where to search next? Yi Ran turned around, scanning his surroundings, and then retrieved a black talisman from his satchel. Deftly folding it into the shape of 1,000 paper cranes, with his fingers forming a circle, he chanted a few incantations, and the paper crane took flight, fluttering ahead. Yi Ran hastened to follow the crane. Observing that it was heading directly towards the shadow puppet hall, upon reaching the entrance, it seemed he triggered some kind of restriction, and it instantly ignited into a pile of ashes. As he stepped inside, he caught sight of Xiaoyu, but he appeared in a wretched state, blood seeping continuously from his forehead. Even so, he steadfastly shielded the blind girl behind him. As for the other two couples, they had already been decapitated, sitting cross-legged upon the altar, their necks filled with still burning incense sticks. Sensing something behind him, Xiaoyu's expression shifted, and gripping a demon-slaying staff, he swiftly turned around upon seeing Yi Ran. His expression relaxed considerably. "Senior, you are unharmed." After lowering his guard, Xiaoyu greeted him. In such a stifling and perilous environment, having a powerful senior by his side undoubtedly provided a greater assurance of survival. "Can you engage in conversation, or do you wish for my demise?" Yi Ran remarked as he walked. Xiaoyu let out an awkward chuckle. "I misspoke, please do not hold it against me, senior." "All right then. Just tell me how they met their end," Yi Ran said, pointing toward the bodies ahead. The moment the topic was broached, Xiaoyu's countenance darkened, revealing a hint of anxiety. "They committed suicide." The two words conveyed the horror he had witnessed. Although he too was a shadow walker, the scene he had encountered filled him with dread, his voice trembling slightly. "We were merely watching a performance when suddenly the people behind the screen vanished. Then, a woman in costume ascended to the stage, singing in a peculiar tone. Sensing something amiss, I approached for a closer look. To my shock, what stood upon the stage was not a human, but a heavily made-up puppet. I intended to shout for everyone to flee, but when I turned around, everyone had disappeared. Moments later, I heard sounds from within the shadow puppet hall and rushed over, only to find those few individuals slashing their own throats. I tried to intervene, but was ambushed by a sudden puppet attack. In the struggle, I managed to save one person. The image of those couples taking their own lives remains vivid in my mind, haunting me still." Chapter 73. Breaking the formation. After listening to Xiaoyu's account, Yi Ran chose not to press further. The four had succumbed to the allure of the illusion, and ordinary people in such circumstances could only consider themselves unfortunate. Shifting his gaze to the human incense burner above, Yi Ran approached for an examination and ultimately discovered something unusual beneath the cushion. Without hesitation, he kicked the incense burner over and pulled aside the cushion, revealing a hidden compartment beneath, within which lay a skull. This position, Yi Ran quickly formed a hand gesture, realizing that due to the influence of the illusion, the compass would be rendered useless. He had to rely on his previous memories for guidance. After a brief calculation, he tossed several coins onto the ground. The Jin and Sun trigrams corresponded to wood flee to fire, Koan and Gen to earth, Chen and Dui to metal, and Kan to water. The shadow puppet hall thrived on fire. The village entrance was rich with commerce, representing metal. The dry well in the back mountain lacked water, indicating earth. The locust tree in the village symbolized the cycle of life and death, representing wood. But where was the water? Yi Ran furrowed his brow and shook his head lightly. This formation operated on the principles of the 5 elements, and breaking it piece by piece would grant access to the puppet ghost's complete remains. The other elements had clear positions, yet the water remained vague and elusive, impossible to pinpoint. Strangely, it felt as if it could be seen, yet equally as if it were completely invisible, creating an inscrutable conundrum. Did you understand what I just said? Yi Ran turned to Xiaoyu, continuing, if you wish to survive, go break the formation, we shall act separately. Xiaoyu understood and inquired, Senior, which direction should I head towards? Yi Ran raised his gaze. After some contemplation he replied, to the back mountain. After all, I am reluctant to venture into overly dangerous areas. Xiaoyu's expression turned a shade of liver. You don't want to go to dangerous places? So I should want to go instead? What kind of absurdity is this? Yet, there was no choice. To survive, he had to comply with Yi Ran's directives, for his own strength was insufficient. Let us depart. Xiaoyu gently took the hand of the blind girl. The illusion posed too great a danger. Leaving her alone was worrisome, so it was better to keep her close, ensuring he could look after her at the first sign of peril. Seeing the two leave, Yi Ran stood and stretched, initially intending to avoid the tree demon, but now he had to return. As he bent down to collect the coins from the ground, his hand suddenly halted mid-air. The trigrams had changed. Yi Ran focused, placing his hand on the coins. What had been a vague water trigram now completely vanished. What was happening? Yi Ran muttered to himself, pondering for a moment without reaching a conclusion. He could only shake his head and pocket the coins, taking the skull as he departed the shadow puppet hall. His immediate priority was the village entrance. Once he secured the remains, he would confront the tree demon. However, after scouring every house, he found no trace of the remains. Just as Yi Ran was puzzled, he recalled the scene of the couple's earlier quarrel in the kitchen and promptly retraced his steps. Beginning a meticulous search, the kitchen was rather small. Where could they possibly hide? Yi Ran sat on the edge of a rice jar, taking a couple of puffs from his cigarette before shifting his gaze to the ground. Then moving the jar aside, sure enough, beneath the rice jar lay a hidden compartment. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a dazzling array of jewels and gold that could blind the eyes. Among the pile of treasures stood a hand bone. This couple had certainly amassed a fortune. Yi Ran's eyes gleamed with greed as he reached for the jewels. Just then, the bell on his wrist suddenly chimed. Coming back to his senses, Yi Ran shook his head, and when he looked back into the compartment, all that remained was a writhing mass of worms and venomous snakes. Almost fell into a trap. This illusion truly was insidious. Yi Ran exhaled slowly, quickly retrieving the hand bone and shaking off the worms that clung to it before stowing it into his satchel, returning to the central locust tree in the village. If one listened closely in the stillness, they would discover that the tree was, in fact, breathing. The corpses hanging from its branches had closed their eyes, as if plunged into a state of slumber. Yi Ran circled the locust tree, yet failed to uncover any further hiding spots for the remains. Surely they could not be concealed within the tree. Lacking an axe or chainsaw, he could not break through. At an impasse, he settled down to smoke and ponder his next move. Approaching the locust tree would inevitably awaken it. Without locating the remains, any rash action would yield disastrous consequences. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu had already led the blind girl to the back mountain. Cautiously advancing in search of the dry well, Xiaoyu, I sensed something was amiss with everyone's voices earlier. Did something go wrong? The girl spoke softly. Xiaoyu, not wanting to alarm her, forced a calm smile. Not at all. They just insisted on having a bravery test and dragged us along. I had no choice but to agree. Yet, you seem rather anxious. Are you all right? The girl reached out to touch Xiaoyu's face. Having heard another voice speaking earlier, but could not discern what was said, gazing at this gentle girl, Xiaoyu felt a surge of affection, gently grasping her hand. How could I have any issues? I'm as solid as a rock. All right then, let us hurry and find them. I feel a bit cold, the girl concluded, falling silent thereafter. Xiaoyu silently resolved that if danger were to arise here, he would protect her at all costs. As they pressed on, the beam of the flashlight grew increasingly dim and flickered sporadically until it ultimately extinguished. Fortunately, they had already spotted the dry well, otherwise, they would have found themselves in quite a predicament. Wait here for me, don't wander off, I'll be back shortly. Alright, just be careful, rest assured, responded Xiaoyu with a nonchalant tone. Yet as soon as he turned away, a grave expression took hold of his face. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he cautiously approached the dry well. Peering inside, he was met with an abyss of darkness. Utterly unable to discern the bottom, the flashlight had lost its usefulness. But fortunately, the flashlight on his phone remained operational, albeit dimmer. It was certainly better than being engulfed in complete darkness. Glancing around, he grasped a long vine and secured it around himself, testing its sturdiness with a firm tug before gradually descending. The chill within the well was far more oppressive than outside, and even before reaching the bottom, it sent shivers down his spine. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly stifling, after what felt like an eternity. His feet finally touched solid ground. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed something amiss with the wall of the well directly ahead and instinctively reached out to investigate. To his surprise, the moment his fingers brushed against it, a stone dislodged and tumbled away. Xiaoyu swallowed hard, illuminating the opening with his phone's light, and began to clear away other stones, steeling himself to venture inside. The cavern was modest in size, just enough to accommodate 2 people, and on the ground lay a ceramic jar. Xiaoyu immediately recognized it, adorned with a talisman meant to ward off evil. This must be the item his predecessor sought. Realizing that lingering here was unwise, he resolved to retrieve the jar promptly to avoid any unforeseen complications. After a brief internal dialogue, Xiaoyu reached for the ceramic jar. However, the moment his fingers made contact, a sharp sting coursed through him, and within seconds, excruciating pain seized him. This is bad. Xiaoyu's complexion paled as he beheld his fingers turning purple, instantly understanding he had been poisoned, with the toxin rapidly spreading. He acted decisively, drawing a dagger to sever his own finger. Just moments before, he felt no pain, but the agonizing throb that followed nearly caused him to faint, before he could apply a bandage. A rustling sound erupted around him. Turning the light towards the source, he was horrified to see a swarm of centipedes emerging from the crevices of the stone wall. A particularly large centipede was perched atop the ceramic jar. He had been bitten by it earlier without noticing. If one centipede possessed such venom, being overwhelmed by countless others would surely spell his doom. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoyu plunged his dagger into the nearest centipede and seized the ceramic jar. Fleeing for his life, at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on his pain. A moment's hesitation could cost him his life. He scrambled upward with all his might, as he finally emerged from the well. He dared not pause to catch his breath, immediately racing away from the site, dragging the blind girl along in his haste. Meanwhile, Yiran remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding behind the mountain. Seated in place, chain-smoking, and littering the ground with cigarette butts, suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and he slapped his forehead in realization. How could I have forgotten such a simple principle? A smile broke across Yiran's face. In this world teeming with supernatural entities, each possessed its own formidable traits, but they also harbored weaknesses. Any plant-based creature would be most vulnerable to fire. He had been so fixated on the skeletal remains that he had completely overlooked this fact. With a solution in mind, Yiran hastily returned to the shadow puppet hall, gathering a substantial amount of lamp oil and dousing it liberally. After rummaging through his bag, he discovered a hand grenade that he hadn't yet used. He promptly pulled the pin and hurled it into the fray. With a deafening explosion, a small mushroom cloud of fire erupted, igniting the lamp oil and causing flames to engulf the tree roots. Gradually spreading upwards, this was exhilarating. Yiran laughed heartily. The tree demon, now ablaze, writhed in agitation, thrashing its roots as the corpses hanging from its branches emitted piercing screams, yet it was powerless to intervene as the flames consumed it whole. Predecessor, help! A sudden cry caused Yiran to furrow his brow and turn around, only to see Xiaoyu being pursued by a horde of centipedes. In his frantic escape, the blind girl struggled to keep up and stumbled to the ground. Yiran extended his arm, and 2 winged centipedes buzzed forth, taking flight towards the advancing centipede army. Originally 3 in number, one had been dispatched by Yiran using his golden blood. Nonetheless, this was sufficient. The winged centipede soared into the ranks of its brethren, emitting a rhythmic buzz. The centipedes halted their advance, rearing back on their hind legs and swinging their long antennae before retreating in unison. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Xiaoyu's eyes nearly bulged out. What on earth? The centipede leader. After completing its task, the winged centipede leisurely returned and nestled into Yiran's sleeve. Thank you, predecessor. Xiaoyu quickly clasped his fists in gratitude. Relieved to have returned just in time, otherwise, he would have become a centipede's feast. Did you bring back what I asked for? Yiran wasted no time with pleasantries. Here, Xiaoyu hurriedly offered the ceramic jar. Yiran opened it and retrieved a finger bone, nodding in satisfaction. Xiaoyu, my leg is aching, the girl murmured, tugging at Xiaoyu's sleeve. Her expression pained. An ominous feeling washed over Xiaoyu as he examined her body. Discovering a small bite mark on her ankle, this is bad. Xiaoyu hastily rolled up the leg of her pants and found that her entire calf had turned purple. I don't have any antidote. Panic surged within him, and he anxiously scratched his head, momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, a ringing sound emanated from the bell on Yiran's wrist. He abruptly turned to scan the surroundings, but nothing appeared amiss. How strange. As he shifted his gaze back to the blind girl's leg, he extracted a small cleaver from his bag and handed it to Xiaoyu, saying, "Cut off her leg." What? Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Fixating on the cleaver without making a move, the girl was already blind. If he were to sever her leg, how would she manage to live afterward? Xiaoyu's heart was a tumult of emotions. He had the courage to sever his own finger, yet he lacked the resolve to harm the girl. Fool. Yiran kicked him aside, and with a swift motion, he brought the cleaver down, severing the girl's calf. Just then, the bell on his wrist chimed once more. Yiran sensed something was off and leaned closer to the girl. The bell rang again. Yiran's expression shifted as he leaned in again to confirm. With the sound of the bell, his gaze turned icy. Raising the cleaver high, he brought it down towards the girl's head. No. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in horror, rushing forward to stop him. But it was too late. The cleaver cleanly split the girl's head in two. Logically, with her head cleaved, she should have perished instantly. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the girl suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter. Her voice unmistakably laced with fury. "I've disguised myself so well, yet your little trinket managed to unveil my true form. How infuriating!" In an instant, the blind girl's body began to contort, merging and reshaping into a new visage. Xiaoyu watched in disbelief as the new form materialized, a heavily made-up puppet. No wonder, he thought, realizing why the omens had been so peculiar, though the water level was right before him. He could not pinpoint its exact location. "Just as I suspected, you must be the embodiment of the puppet spirit. The remains I seek are within you." Yiran spoke in a cold tone, his hand reaching for his bag. Before becoming a ghost king, no spirit could articulate human speech unless under specific circumstances. The spirit of the puppet should still reside in the well, capable of speaking due to the special enhancement of its own illusion. "Clever, but now that I have gathered all my bones, I no longer require your assistance. You may all perish." Chapter 74. No good deed. Under the weighty gaze of those present, the puppet spirit's form began to twist grotesquely. And suddenly several more puppet spirits manifested around it. The ground trembled, fissures cracking open, releasing thick plumes of black mist that coalesced into several looming hands. Sinister laughter echoed as the puppet spirit retreated into the shadows. Vanishing from sight, Xiaoyu, now devoid of reason, was consumed by hatred, the last image etched in his mind being Yiran's act of killing the blind girl. "I respected you as my predecessor, which is why I maintained a humble demeanor in our discussions, but why did you have to kill her? She was just an ordinary person." "An ordinary person?" Xiaoyu, nearly driven to madness, lunged forward. Seizing Yiran by the collar and unleashing a torrent of accusations, his rationality unraveling under the weight of the girl's death. "Foolish, you brought her here. It was your decision to involve her in this peril. From the beginning, she chose to trust you, and the outcome is merely the consequence of her own choices. You couldn't even protect someone you cared for. Ultimately you are but a waste." In the face of Xiaoyu's frenzied rage, Yiran remained indifferent, merely pushing him away. As an assault bore down upon him, Yiran did not flinch or evade. Instead, he produced a small orb, raising it high before smashing it down onto the ground. Boom! The instant the orb detonated, the terrifying visions dissipated into oblivion, and silence once again enveloped the surroundings. Yiran was not idle. This bead could only be used once. Without delay, he arranged the collected bones upon the ground, meticulously piecing them together. He then hastily grabbed a handful of lime and inscribed a formation on the earth. Lacking the soul-capturing umbrella, he realized that in order to capture the puppet ghost, he would need to activate the soul lock formation. However, this formation necessitated a considerable amount of fresh blood to be fueled. At this moment, Yiran's gaze fell upon the disheartened Xiaoyu, and he promptly approached, pressing down on the top of his head and swiftly slashing his throat. A torrent of blood gushed forth. "Since you cherish this girl so dearly, I shall send you down to meet her, so you can become a pair of fated lovers in death. No need to thank me." A sinister smile crept upon Yiran's lips, his eyes glinting with malice as he dragged Xiaoyu into the heart of the formation, allowing his blood to flow in all directions. In this era, no matter the endeavor, it is all about the outcome. No one cares how the process unfolds. A simple example: in school, if a teacher assigns various tasks and you fail to complete them, crafting a plethora of excuses will yield no benefit. In society, failure to fulfill a superior's tasks only brings accountability, even the threat of salary deductions. There are countless such examples, although the circumstances differ. They share a commonality: they only care about results, not the process. Who cares what you have endured? Yiran came to this place to capture the puppet ghost. if a few lives must be sacrificed to achieve that. So be it. Point 3 Souls return to their essence, 7 Spirits return to protect the self. I humbly beseech the Southern Dipper's 6 stars and the Northern Dipper's 7 stars, urgently as per the law. As the incantation fell, Xiaoyu's body visibly shriveled, almost completely drained of blood. The blood that escaped crawled over the skeletal remains laid upon the ground. Once the blood enveloped the entire skeleton. Several blood-red chains swung forth, all heading in the same direction. Yi Ran's gaze sharpened as he grasped a few black talismans in his hand, fixating intently on the chains ahead. In the next moment, he witnessed the puppet ghost being forcibly dragged back by the iron chains. I have lost my patience for games. Allow me to scatter your soul, and then we shall converse further. Yi Ran shouted fiercely. Immediately invoking the 6 Ding and 6 Jia exorcism spell. He raised the black talisman and slapped it onto the puppet ghost's soul form. One talisman was insufficient, and he swiftly produced 10 more. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia exorcism spell is exceedingly taxing on both magical energy and spirit, yet Yi Ran was far from lacking in power, compared to the previous soul-devouring blood-refining formation. This expenditure was utterly trivial, as more than a dozen black talismans struck down. Not even one ghostly fiend could withstand such torment. Even if 2 more appeared, they would not endure, bound by the chains. The puppet ghost struggled in vain, its soul form nearly dissipating from the onslaught of the exorcism spell. Ultimately, it could no longer hold on, collapsing before Yi Ran, desperately bowing its head in supplication. I shall temporarily seal your soul. Should you dare to play any tricks, I will ensure your soul is scattered. Yi Ran's voice was frigid as he raised his hand, placing the black talisman upon the puppet's forehead. While the iron chains transformed into blood and splattered onto the ground, although the puppet ghost was temporarily sealed to extract it, he still needed to locate the final bone to completely dismantle this formation. His gaze shifted towards the burning locust tree, now bereft of leaves, fully consumed by flames. At that moment, Yi Ran spotted a leg bone tied to the highest branch. Without hesitation, he shot out several threads to bind the skeletal remains. Pulling forcefully to sever the rope, with all the bones collected, Yi Ran had no desire to linger further. After tidying up, he began to carry the puppet ghost out of the village. Little did he expect that just a few steps later, the path ahead was obstructed by a group of people, led by an elderly man with a white beard. Friend, if you wish to depart, you may do so now. However, the puppet ghost must remain. The old man's tone was heavy, his eyelids, long closed, now creaking open a slit. Yi Ran regarded the group with a calm demeanor. Step aside. I shall not repeat myself. As his words fell, he felt the puppet's body quivering slightly. As if brimming with immense rage, however, unable to break free from the seal, it could only emit a cacophony of ghostly cries. The old man before him seemed to comprehend the ghostly language. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he spoke blandly. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. We merely seek to earn a little money. Taking the puppet ghost away would undoubtedly sever the village's means of livelihood. I can sense you are a skilled individual, and I have no desire to be your adversary. If you leave the puppet ghost, I can offer you substantial wealth. This deal is bound to be profitable. Should you insist on taking the puppet ghost, do not blame me for being ruthless. As the old man finished speaking, the villagers behind him immediately raised their machetes, eager for action, their eyes betraying their greed. Yi Ran offered no reply, though disdain was evident on his face. The old man scoffed. Since you seek death, I shall accommodate you. With a forceful push of his foot, he lunged toward Yi Ran at blinding speed. Raising his palm to strike, Yi Ran regarded the old man with utter disregard, merely extending his hand lightly to meet the old man's palm. What appeared to be a soft attack sent the old man staggering back, nearly losing his footing. So, the old man truly overestimated you. The old man rubbed his arm as he stood, a look of ease upon his face. Although they had exchanged a blow, he sustained no injury and assumed the individual before him was merely stronger than average. Just as he prepared to channel his energy to retaliate, an excruciating pain surged within him, as if something were violently assaulting his internal organs. Unable to bear it, he ultimately spewed a mouthful of old blood and fell to his knees. Dark energy. The old man's face turned pale with terror, blood quickly seeping from other orifices. How could this be? How could a place like this harbor a master of dark energy? Masters of dark energy in the martial world are perched atop the hierarchy of combat prowess, each possessing a renowned reputation and unmistakable identity. Yet the young man before him appeared so youthful. How could he possibly be a master of dark energy? His mind raced to recall the names of all known masters, but he found no leads. Just as the old man was engulfed in shock, Yi Ran had already approached him, gazing down with cold eyes. He slowly raised his leg, bringing it down violently upon the old man's head. The aged skull burst open, a gruesome spray of red and white splattering everywhere. Yi Ran lifted his gaze to the other villagers, initially expecting them to part ways upon the old man's death. To his surprise, they remained unmoved, evidently blinded by greed. I am no paragon of virtue, nor are you righteous souls. Yi Ran spoke indifferently, then lightly shook his arm, watching as two winged centipedes soared toward the crowd. The dim light caused many to hear only the buzzing sound, oblivious to the creature's presence. By the time they realized, their hands had already been bitten. In mere seconds, those bitten began to foam at the mouth. Their eyes bloodshot, as if driven mad, raising their machetes to strike at their neighbors, and more than one person joined in the fray. Chaos erupted among the crowd, descending into a frenzy of mutual slaughter. Yi Ran darted past the tumult, returning to his vehicle, placing the puppet ghost safely inside before preparing to leave. Even after driving a distance, the sounds of clashing metal persisted from the village. The air thick with terrified wails and anguished cries that lingered long after the puppet ghost was secured. Upon returning, he would refine and subdue it. For the one named Xiaoyu, he was the disciple of Taoist Niu. Killing him without cause would undoubtedly lead to troublesome consequences, yet, alas, the villagers were all in an abnormal mental state. Perishing in such chaos would yield nothing of value. During his drive back, Yi Ran received a call from Li Wu. The voice on the other end sounding utterly mechanical. Perfect, have Tang Gui meet me. Tell him I have sustained severe internal injuries and have little time left. He will surely rush over to deliver the final blow. Where? I recall there is an abandoned mental hospital nearby. Let us meet there. After hanging up, a cold smile crept across Yi Ran's lips. Li Wu had long since met his demise. Yi Ran had merely turned him into a corpse puppet. And the one controlling his body was merely a vengeful spirit. In the current Yangyin society, very few truly understood the Taoist arts. With the passage of time, everyone now possessed firearms. Who would still bother to learn such tricks? Yet this arrogance presented Yi Ran with countless opportunities. Chapter 75, a fitting end within the Yangyin society. In Tang Gui's office, Li Wu, who had previously called Yi Ran, was now utterly silent. Numerous members of the society stood nearby. While Tang Gui sat on the sofa, his expression dark. He had sensed something amiss with Li Wu. Indeed, Yi Ran was quite the schemer, devising such a method to plant a spy within his ranks. Go, immediately mobilize all members to the mental hospital. Ensure an ambush is set before Yi Ran arrives. Yes, however, Chief, my subordinates are concerned that pulling away the majority of personnel. Do as I say. These matters are not for you to fret over. Yi Ran possessed a modicum of cunning, but how could he fathom that Li Wu had already given himself away? A conceited individual like him surely believed his plans were flawless. I estimate he is delighting in fantasies of how to eliminate me. Unaware that I, the chief, have long set a net eagerly awaiting the unsuspecting prey to fall into it. To eliminate him would be a significant achievement. Not only would I not be limited to merely the deputy position, but ascending to chief would not be out of reach. A smirk curled Tang Gui's lips as he gently swirled the red wine in his glass, already exuding the demeanor of a victor. However, he is merely a rogue cultivator. Do you truly possess the strength to contend with me, Tang? After approximately 2 incense sticks worth of time, a shadow materialized before the cold facade of the mental hospital. The dim light obscured its features, yet its purposeful strides indicated a clear intent to enter the institution. The ambushers, having long since concealed themselves, held their breath, vigilant and cautious, the moment the figure stepped into the mental hospital. A voice rang out, shouting open fire. In the next instant, the surrounding darkness erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, with a relentless symphony of shell casings clattering to the ground for a solid 10 minutes. The barrage continued, transforming even steel into a sieve of perforations. Ceasefire. Proceed to inspect and ascertain whether the target is present. As the command echoed, 2 individuals cautiously advanced to investigate. However, upon illuminating the scene with their flashlight, they were met with a mangled corpse, utterly unrecognizable. The leader, upon witnessing this, immediately dialed Tang Gui. Returning to the office, Tang Gui was leisurely slicing a steak, elegantly placing a small piece into his mouth to savor. Upon receiving a call from his subordinate, a glimmer of delight flickered within him. What news? Has Yi Ran been eliminated? What? You don't know? What sort of incompetence are you? A bunch of useless fools. Enraged, Tang Gui flung his phone aside, cursing the buffoons beneath him who couldn't even handle trivial matters, who in their right mind had recruited such dimwits. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to personally investigate the matter. For this was no trifling issue. Unless the deceased could be definitively identified as Yi Ran, the consequences could be dire. Yet, just as Tang Gui rose and approached the door, a familiar voice called out behind him. Team leader Tang, where do you think you're going? Startled by the voice, Tang Gui stiffened and turned, his pupils constricting in shock. Why Yi Ran? how are you here? Tang Gui stammered, his composure faltering, a tremor evident in his voice. Yiran lit a cigarette, a playful smile gracing his lips. You seem quite surprised. Faced with Yiran, Tang Gui forced a semblance of calm, letting out a scoff as he seated himself across from him. What is there to be surprised about? Did you manage to capture the puppet ghost so swiftly? Tang Gui instinctively attempted to divert the conversation, but then recalled they were within the realm of the Yin-Yang society. Bolstering his confidence that Yiran would not dare to act violently in such a place, it's merely a mundane excursion. Since there is little left to discuss, I bid you farewell. Yiran raised a silenced pistol, grinning as he spoke. Tang Gui raised a finger to point at Yiran, but before he could utter a word, his head was punctured by 2 bullets. Yiran's smile faded as he stepped forward, holding a small porcelain vial, pouring the venom over Tang Gui's body. I've long stated that there are far too many clever individuals in this world. Yet they often meet their end due to their own cleverness. Do you believe me now, team leader Tang? When Li Wu's call had come midway, Yiran sensed something amiss. He had never given any orders to the corpse puppet. He had merely instructed it to return to Tang Gui's side, thus it was impossible for it to independently make a call. Consequently, Yiran had openly reminded himself to eliminate Tang Gui, showcasing his self-proclaimed cleverness. It was unexpected that Tang Gui would take the bait, even dispatching most of the Yin-Yang Society's forces to corner him. In truth, Yiran had harbored intentions of murder against Tang Gui long before they set out. He had simply awaited the opportune moment. As Tang Gui's body began to dissolve slowly, Yiran felt no desire to linger in this perilous location and swiftly leapt out of the window. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yiran hastily made his way to Zhou Wuyuan's residence, for the soul-capturing umbrella still lay in their possession, and it was imperative to retrieve it. Yi Xiaoyu, you have finally returned. My heart, which hung in suspense, can now be set at ease. Zhou Wuyuan sighed in relief upon seeing Yiran unscathed. Although the security at home was impeccable, the absence of Yiran made it impossible to relax. He had to depart soon, making this moment crucial. Don't trouble me tomorrow unless you're on the brink of death. Yiran took the soul-capturing umbrella, also summoning the ghost actors back. While the ancient corpse could remain with the Zhou family for the time being, once back home and securing the door, Yiran unfurled the soul-capturing umbrella, summoning soul chains to firmly bind the puppet ghost. The creature momentarily froze upon seeing so many of its kin nearby. Yiran also noticed that the puppet ghost bore a striking resemblance to the ghost actors in attire and appearance. As the 2 ghosts met, their eyes locked. The ghost bride scrutinized the ghost actor, delivering a swift kick to his ethereal form before approaching Yiran and chattering animatedly, implying that the ghost actor was infatuated. Yiran clicked his tongue, frowning as he remarked, "It's one thing for humans to gossip, but you, having become a ghost, still indulge in such trivialities. His infatuation has nothing to do with you." "Oh, I see. Because you lack it, you cannot stand to see the ghost actor thrive." Upon hearing this, the ghost actor promptly stepped forward, engaging in a heated argument with the ghost bride. Just as it appeared they would resort to blows, the piercing gaze of Yiran caused them to cower and submit to the ground. Granny Denghua remained composed, merely scratching her face and saying nothing. With the atmosphere quieting, Yiran began preparing to refine the puppet ghost. This particular entity was somewhat unique, requiring more meticulous attention than the previous 3. Yiran spent an entire day locked away in his room, diligently researching. He discovered that the runes on the bones were not exorcism symbols. The similarity led him to erroneously employ the wrong method for removal. If the runes could not be eradicated, the puppet ghost would remain irredeemable. Yiran sensed a familiarity with the runes and, after careful contemplation, a figure surfaced in his mind. It was that individual. No wonder the removal proved so challenging. It seemed that the battle from years past had not extinguished his fighting spirit. This truly vexes me. I should have dispatched him without hesitation back then. Yiran shook his head with a sigh before commencing a new method to eliminate the curse inscribed upon the bones. As time slipped away, midnight soon arrived. At this moment Zhou Wuyuan lay in bed, dressed in official attire, his complexion pale, appearing as though he had but one breath left. "Child, I am about to depart. Do not grieve too deeply. I shall keep a watchful eye over you from below. Each year during the Ghost Festival, I can return to the mortal realm to reunite with you. Just remember not to engage in wrongdoing." Zhou Wuyuan spoke weakly, his gaze becoming increasingly vacant. Zhou Tai showed no signs of sorrow. Instead, he chuckled. "Grandfather, once you descend, do find me a fated true maiden, for I am counting on you." Zhou Yu raised his hand and playfully smacked the back of his head. Chiding, "You rascal, always thinking about women, your grandfather will be busy once he descends." Suddenly Yi Ran appeared at the doorway, noticing Zhou Weiyuan still clinging to life, and expressed his impatience. "Could you hasten your departure? Once your soul exits, you can converse with them just the same. There is no need to prolong this act. By the way, which messengers from the underworld are coming to escort you?" Upon Yi Ran's inquiry, Zhou Weiyuan continued in a feeble tone, "Heibai Wuchang, Nyoto, and Maimian." Upon hearing the mention of Maimian, Yi Ran's mouth fell agape in disbelief. "I'll wait for you in the courtyard," Zhou Tai gasped. Perplexed, why does it seem like Yi Xiancheng is particularly elated? The other two were equally baffled. Even if one could meet the 4 great generals of the underworld, there was no need to be so exuberant. Was there? Just as Zhou Tai was about to interject, Zhou Weiyuan completely lost his breath. Simultaneously, a cacophony of gongs and suona music erupted in the courtyard. Yi Ran leaned out to observe, noting the suffusion of yin energy in the alley as a procession of pallbearers approached slowly. The bearers were not mere ghosts, they were Heibai Wuchang and Nyoto Maimian. It appeared the underworld held Zhou Weiyuan in high regard, dispatching the 4 great generals as bearers, bestowing him with considerable honor. "Yi Xiaoyu, I entrust the affairs of the mortal realm to you." Zhou Weiyuan's voice resonated from behind, clad in a crimson robe, smiling as he stroked his beard, exuding an air reminiscent of ancient scholars. Yi Ran appraised him from head to toe, offering a commendation. "Not bad, you do look quite refined." Upon hearing this, Zhou Weiyuan closed his eyes and tilted his head back, exclaiming, "Yi Xiaoyu, I am now a judge. Do grant me some respect." Before Yi Ran could respond, a resounding voice rang out, "Congratulations to Lord Zhou on his passing. Judge Li brings gifts, Judge Wang brings gifts." Chapter 76, The Method of Amassing Wealth. A ghostly attendant held a list, continuously announcing the names of those who had come bearing gifts. It seemed Zhou Weiyuan's ascension had garnered considerable attention, with many already scheming to curry favor, offering rare treasures and precious materials. Given the extensive list, if this continued, they would likely be unable to reach the underworld before dawn. And Zhou Weiyuan interrupted the attendant, clearing his throat. "There is no need to continue with the list. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual beside me. His name is Yi Ran, my appointed envoy." Upon hearing the term envoy, all present exchanged glances, a mix of intrigue and apprehension in the air. Although this position lacks actual power, it is nevertheless that of a trusted aide to a magistrate, attracting flattery and favor from countless individuals without requiring any overt action. So it turns out to be the esteemed officer Yi, whose renown precedes him. Today, upon our first meeting, he indeed exudes an impressive aura, and we must make a point to engage more frequently in the future. Quite right, if there are any needs, my brother and I are willing to offer assistance within our capabilities. The black and white impermanence duo hastily began to curry favor, recognizing the undeniable advantage of maintaining a good relationship with an officer. Yi Ran performed a symbolic clasp of his fists in greeting. Yet his gaze was furtively searching for the figure of Ma Mian. Despite having spotted him earlier in the alley, he had vanished in the blink of an eye. "Hey, brother Ma, why are you hiding behind the palanquin?" Nyo too also noticed Ma Mian's unusual behavior. Upon entering the courtyard, he had concealed himself, perhaps out of shyness. Ma Mian gestured for Nyo too to be silent. "Do not speak, some matters are quite complex to explain." At that moment, Yi Ran discerned the underlying tension and approached the palanquin with a smile. Alarmed Ma Mian quickly turned his head away, his anxiety palpable. "Oh, is that not the illustrious Ma, who once cost me 200 copper coins? Why are you hiding behind the palanquin? Come, step forward." Yi Ran deliberately raised his voice, instantly drawing every gaze towards him. Nyo too, standing nearby, was wide-eyed, his jaw nearly unhinged. "What? 200 copper coins?" The crowd collectively gasped, pondering how long it would take them to earn such a sum through hard labor, while Ma Mian had the audacity to swindle an officer. Such boldness, Zhou Weiyuan, fearing the situation might escalate, quickly intervened. "Young Yi, 200 copper coins is no trifling matter. This is not something to be spoken of lightly." Yi Ran shrugged. "Inquire with Ma Mian." This remark undoubtedly thrust Ma Mian further onto the metaphorical knife's edge. His internal lamentations echoing, the last instance had only cost him 50 copper coins, and now the sum had multiplied several times, more unscrupulous than even He Wuchang. Ahem, the previous incident involving Officer Yi was purely accidental. Surely, with your grand demeanor, you can overlook it. I shall do my utmost to make amends. However, 200 copper coins is simply excessive. Could we perhaps alleviate some of Ma's burden? My monthly salary barely totals 25 coins. And I find myself at a loss, given that Ma Mian had already acknowledged the situation. It was now an inevitable reality. No two side, understanding the gravity of the matter, here stood an officer appointed by the magistrate. And having already offended a trusted aide, he could very well face repercussions in the future, yet Yiran was unwilling to relent, as that was still 50 coins at stake. Let us proceed this way. I see you are in dire straits, so I shall not make it difficult for you. Upon hearing these words, Ma Mian felt a surge of hope, ready to express his gratitude, but what Yiran said next plunged him into despair. The principal sum of 200 copper coins need not be repaid in one go. For the first month, I shall only require 5 coins in interest, yet the principal shall increase by 10 coins. In the second month, I will collect 10 in interest, with the principal rising by 15 coins, and so forth. Today marks the joyous occasion of the magistrate's ascension, and my approach is already generous enough to afford you some leeway to gather your wits. Of course, you may choose to decline and return the 200 copper coins to me immediately. As soon as Yiran finished speaking, gasps resonated throughout the courtyard. The glances directed at the officer shifted entirely. Such an interest-laden scheme could surely lead to Ma Mian becoming a mere beast of burden until the principal was fully repaid, yet he was not even repaying the principal, merely the interest. How nefarious was this officer? Ma Mian's expression changed drastically. He understood the implications all too well, yet he simply did not possess the means to repay such a debt and ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce. Lamenting inwardly that he should never have heeded this fellow's call for assistance, now he stood to lose everything. Everyone, do not be alarmed. I always act with fairness. Anyone in urgent need of funds, feel free to approach me. As long as your credit is sound, I shall expedite the loan. Yiran spoke with a smile, having recognized a lucrative opportunity through Ma Mian's predicament. There were countless ghostly officers in the underworld. And surely some would be tempted, once they borrowed copper coins and the interest began to accumulate, wouldn't they strike it rich? This approach was certainly swifter than toiling away to amass funds elsewhere. Moreover, with the backing of a third-rank magistrate who would dare default, enough of this farce for now. Let us not allow this matter to sour our camaraderie. Prepare the palanquin. I must return to the underworld to report. Any discrepancies can be addressed later. Zhou Weiyuan adjusted his official robes and promptly settled into the palanquin. Lift the palanquin. With this command, the celebratory sound of gongs and flutes rang out once more. And the multitude of spirits swiftly dissipated. Upon returning home, Yiran received a call from Xiao Beijing. Bossy, are you attending the Evil Cultivator Conference? Xiao Beijing's tone was somewhat grave. Yiran lit a cigarette, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, and replied, what need have I for such a tedious gathering? Are you particularly interested? Xiao Beijing responded, I've encountered some difficulties in my recent research. The little beggar has fallen into a deep slumber. What is happening? Yiran's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. That little one was connected to the Golden Clan and could not afford any mishaps just yet. Xiao Beijing remained silent for a long while before finally saying, in any case, there is something I require at the Evil Cultivator Conference, and whether I can awaken the little beggar will depend on it. Yiran likewise fell silent, truly reluctant to participate in the conference, as it was a den of lunatics. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the venue lacked any semblance of order, where one could easily fall victim if they were not cautious, as everyone harbored ulterior motives. All are villains. Very well, inform me of the date the Evil Cultivator Conference commences. I have not been keeping up with it for quite some time. In 5 days, at the Death Desert. And an old acquaintance of yours will also be attending the Evil Cultivator Conference, making quite the spectacle of his whereabouts. I suspect the Evil Cultivators are already in a frenzy. With that final remark, both parties instinctively hung up the phone. Yiran absent-mindedly flicked ash from his cigarette, that familiar figure resurfacing in his mind. After glancing at the time, he noted that the Death Desert was quite a distance away. Even at full speed, it would take 3 days to arrive, and once there, he would need to venture further into the depths of the desert. Time was indeed of the essence. To save time, Yiran had no choice but to pack his belongings and set off immediately. Fortunately, he had saved up a fair amount of money, and this opportunity would allow him to purchase some rare materials for corpse refining. He was already on the brink of success and was determined to help the ancient corpse achieve the next level. Chapter 77, The Death Desert. Throughout the journey, Yiran did not pause for even a moment, only stopping to eat and refuel. The Death Desert lay at the borderlands, with no signs of human habitation for miles around, as the environment was far too inhospitable for survival. Logically, one would expect to encounter few vehicles on the road leading to the Death Desert. Yet contrary to expectations, the traffic had only increased. Day and night flowed by, and on the edge of the death desert, a vast expanse of yellow sand stretched before him, with numerous vehicles parked in disarray. However, many who believed their vehicles to be up to the challenge plunged directly into the desert, only to find themselves ensnared in the sand, unable to move. One could frequently spot individuals clad in Taoist robes, trudging with bulging bags across the sands. At the desert's edge stood a makeshift inn where many camels were kept within a fenced enclosure, yet most merely glanced and shook their heads in disapproval. "Bossy, over here," in the distance, Xiao Beijing, burdened with a pack, waved his arms excitedly, with Wild Wolf standing nearby. This fellow was clad in a flamboyant red shirt and shorts, even more absurdly, wearing flip-flops. He appeared as though he were on vacation. The Death Desert was unlike ordinary regions. It lacked the four seasons and remained perpetually hot, yet the temperature was abnormally oppressive. It was said that the desert was home to a drought demon, which contributed to the bizarre heat, leading visitors to dress in light clothing just in time. "Let's buy a few camels." Ran suggested nonchalantly. Xiao Beijing adjusted his sunglasses, raising an eyebrow. "The Lord Jin is wealthy. Must we be gouged so mercilessly? The sellers here are as greedy as you can get." While cash was acceptable, they demanded copper coins, 10 coins for a single camel, a ludicrous price. The individuals in view were evil cultivators, and those who constructed the temporary inn were also evil cultivators, all gathered for the Evil Cultivator Conference. Hence, cash held no value here. The only circulating currency was copper coins, despite Xiao Beijing's wealth. He had little in copper coins. Ran smirked slightly. "Shall we walk instead?" "Forget it, I might as well buy some. I can't endure the thought of walking for so long," Xiao Beijing ultimately conceded. Recognizing that reaching the depths of the desert would take at least a day and a half on foot, and he could hardly fathom the discomfort that would entail, Xiao Beijing rummaged through his belongings, counting out copper coins multiple times. Anxious not to take an extra one. Upon entering the desert, they encountered many evil cultivators accompanied by their families, likely fearing retribution for the misdeeds they committed outside. While many had turned to the path of evil cultivation, not all were without family. Lifelong bachelors were a rarity, unless they were inherently wicked. A shred of conscience would remain. Every profession has its own tales, and those forced into the path of malevolence often find themselves with no other choice. I inquired, "How did you manage to put the little beggar into a deep slumber along the way?" Ran, riding atop a camel, suddenly turned to ask. Xiao Beijing felt a dull ache in his head and could only respond helplessly. "The research value of the golden blood and the little beggar's constitution is exceptionally high. If I could unravel the secrets within, I might just bypass the golden tree and directly glimpse the enigma of immortality. You know, my lifelong dream is to decode the mystery of eternal life. I may have unintentionally exerted a bit too much force. It was entirely an accident. I had no idea that her constitution possessed a strong repulsion against certain herbs. When the two forces clashed, she fainted, and no matter what, I couldn't rouse her." Upon hearing this, Ran curiously asked, "What kind of herb did you use to make her faint, given that the little beggar has self-repairing abilities?" Xiao Beijing took out some sunflower seeds and chuckled awkwardly. "Bloodlingji, have you lost your mind?" Ran immediately retorted, continuing, "Bloodlingji can cause a surge of qi and blood within the body. One misstep could lead to explosive death. Normally, just a sliver the size of a fingernail is sufficient, and it often overflows. How on earth did you manage to knock her out? Let me guess. Did you use an entire piece of bloodlingji to fill the little beggar with qi and blood in hopes of acquiring a substantial amount of golden blood?" Xiao Beijing did not refute this, merely nodding in embarrassment, for that was indeed the truth. There was no other way. After countless nights of research, he discovered that golden blood evaporates autonomously if separated from the body for about 10 minutes. While it posed no issue when contained in a vessel, once extracted, it would succumb to the same fate. To continue his research, he needed a large supply of golden blood, but one cannot simply keep slicing open someone's palm. How much blood can one obtain? In desperation, he had no choice but to give the little beggar an entire piece of bloodlingji. At this point, there was no use in lamenting the situation. The little beggar was merely a child. He would have to be more cautious during future experiments, otherwise, with such reckless actions, even a young adult would struggle to withstand it, Ran remarked, lighting a cigarette. Xiao Beijing sheepishly scratched his head and said, "I promise I'll be more careful next time." "Absolutely." The three of them fell into silence, continuing on their way until dusk approached, prompting them to seek a place to set up camp. All the prime spots had long been claimed, and numerous individuals had even resorted to violence over their resting places. From the moment they stepped into the Death Desert, all rules had dissipated. Even if someone were to be killed, the onlookers merely exhibited indifference, with some even clapping and cheering at the spectacle. The trio stumbled upon a dilapidated shed that could barely shield them from the wind. It was too late to look for alternatives. Inside the shed sat an old man and a woman dressed scantily, and a casual glance revealed a considerable view. Upon noticing the newcomers, the two immediately exhibited caution, hands instinctively reaching for their respective bags. "Good evening, you two. We three have nowhere else to go. We hope you might extend a favor." Xiao Beijing boldly approached, politely cupping his hands in greeting. The Paris vigilance remained. Yet after some deliberation, they decided to relent. After all, this was the Death Desert, a place devoid of rules. The three young men appeared vigorous. Should they suddenly attack, it would indeed be difficult to manage. "Very well, but you must keep to the side. Let us not interfere with one another," the woman replied coldly. At these words, Yi Ran raised an eyebrow and immediately drew a dagger, ready to eliminate the two. Given that this shed was the only refuge from the wind, camping to the side was no different from sleeping on the open road. The wild wolf, too, was poised to act, seeing the tension escalating. Xiao Beijing quickly intervened, pushing Yi Ran back. "Hold on, put the knife down. Let us not be so uncouth, shall we? Rest assured, with Jin Yi here, everything will be settled in a heartbeat." Witnessing the charged atmosphere, Xiao Beijing stepped forward to calm Yi Ran, who looked perplexed at Xiao Beijing's behavior. Glancing at the woman with an appealing figure, "Jin Yi, you wouldn't be getting ideas, would you?" he asked. Typically, this fellow would retreat at the first sign of trouble. When had he ever stepped up to shield anyone? Xiao Beijing gently patted Yi Ran's arm, retorting, "What are you suggesting? Am I that kind of person?" "You are," came the immediate response from the long silent wild wolf. Xiao Beijing frowned deeply. "You two, please don't undermine my credibility. Let us not be so crude. We are civilized individuals." After soothing the two, Xiao Beijing turned back, sporting a friendly smile. "My friends, please don't take offense. My two brothers are rather uncultured. However, the nights in the Death Desert are not only filled with sandstorms, but they are also perilous. We should stick together, for if any trouble arises, we can address it collectively." "Right, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." He produced 2 copper coins and tossed them over. Despite his reluctance, he recalled the saying, "One cannot catch wolves without parting with their young." Upon receiving the coins, the two exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. The woman then said, "On account of the copper coins, you may join us. Thank you for your understanding." Xiao Beijing's eyes squinted with joy. Yi Ran sheathed his dagger and whispered to the wild wolf beside him, "He has definitely got ulterior motives." So the wild wolf nodded in agreement. "Without a doubt, he is interested. I've never seen him this eager." Both men nodded in unison, thoroughly agreeing with each other's assessments. Xiao Beijing stretched his neck and suddenly exclaimed, "Are you two gossiping about me behind my back?" Yi Ran spread his hands, feigning innocence. "How could that be? We are not those kinds of people." With that, he stepped forward to sit by the campfire. The old man and the woman shifted their positions, attempting to maintain a comfortable distance. Half an hour passed in silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly frigid. Xiao Beijing cleared his throat, stood up, and retrieved a bottle of fine liquor from his luggage. The breeze was indeed chilling. "Lucky for me, I brought a bottle of wine. A friend who owns a winery specially crafted it for me. I've heard it warms the throat beautifully, perfect for this cold." He poured several cups and offered them to Yi Ran and the wild wolf, while the two opposite them graciously declined, which was entirely expected. Seeing that the wine failed to spark conversation, Xiao Beijing decided to take a direct approach. "I observe that both of you possess remarkable qualities. You must hold notable ranks within the ranks of malevolent practitioners. May I inquire as to your standings?" Most individuals attending this gathering were indeed malevolent practitioners, and given that the ranking list boasted over 10,000 names, those ranked below 500 lacked prestige, often regarded as mere drifters. Typically, discussions regarding the malevolent practitioner rankings could effectively break the ice in such awkward situations. Mo Qingyu, ranked 88, Xie Laodao ranked 100. The two immediately proclaimed their standings, taking pride in their positions within the top 100, hoping to instill a sense of caution in those before them. Xiao Beijing turned to Yi Ran, scrutinizing him for a few seconds before fabricating a ranking. "The three of us are all ranked beyond 500, hardly worth mentioning. We never expected to encounter such esteemed individuals ranked within the top 100 here. I've long heard of your names. I, Xiao Beijing, have admired you for ages." After all of those ranked below 500 garnered little attention, no one would suspect him of fabricating his rank upon learning that the three were ranked below 500. The vigilance in the eyes of the others diminished considerably. Those who failed to reach the 500 mark could generally be deemed inconsequential, presenting a low danger level. Xiao Beijing then introduced Yi Ran and the wild wolf. offering them more wine, which this time Mo Qingyu and her companion accepted without protest. Mo, are you aware that a heavyweight figure will attend this malevolent practitioner conference? Xiao Beijing inquired. Mo Qingyu nodded, her eyes seemingly sparkling with excitement. Yes, I've heard that the top scholar will be present. The reason I'm attending this conference is to see him. Xiao Beijing was unfazed, while the wild wolf unconsciously shifted his gaze toward Yiran. Noticing this attention, Yiran turned to ask, "Is there something on my face?" "No," the wild wolf quickly averted his gaze. Xiao Beijing stoked the fire and continued, "Indeed, the top scholar has always been elusive. It is surprising that he would publicly reveal his whereabouts this time, making such a grand announcement. It is bound to attract more participants to this malevolent practitioner conference than ever before. According to some insider information I've gathered, ever since the top scholar announced his return, nearly all malevolent practitioners have been flocking to the Death Desert. The Yin Yang Association has also dispatched a considerable number of personnel, totaling over 30,000 stationed at the borders. This news was not fabricated. It was likely that individuals from the Yin Yang Association had already arrived, with heavy troops stationed at every entry point. They dared not venture freely into the Death Desert, for the stakes involved were too significant. Even if the Yin Yang Association comes, what storm can they stir? The top scholar is here. Should they dare make any moves, they would meet a fate without burial grounds. The top scholar's charisma was no jest. With a mere call, countless individuals would willingly sacrifice themselves for him. That is the sheer might of the top scholar. Mo Qingyu spoke with unwavering determination, her words consistently revolving around the title of Zhuan Yuan. Yet, she was not alone in her sentiments. Zhuan Yuan served as the supreme leader of the evil cultivators, embodying their very spirit, despite the current arrogance of the Yin Yang Association. It was merely a facade, a consequence of Zhuan Yuan's sudden disappearance. Prior to his vanishing, the evil cultivators were united as one, and the Yin Yang Association dared not utter a sound. Such mindless flattery elicited a disdainful response from Yiran, who remarked with a hint of scorn. However, one undeniable truth remained. Before Zhuan Yuan's absence, the evil cultivators were indeed remarkably cohesive. Regrettably, they had now devolved into a disorganized rabble, vulnerable and easily defeated. Friends, let us refrain from speaking carelessly. Zhuan Yuan is not one to be slandered. It will, the elder of evil remarked, furrowing his brow as he cast a discontented glance towards Yiran. Xiao Beijing quickly interjected, pay him no mind. My buddy here always speaks like that. Let us continue our discussion about Zhuan Yuan, shall we? Miss Mo, come, let us drink. Chapter 78. The absurdity of Xiao Beijing. Xiao Beijing's prowess with words was truly remarkable. After a few glasses of baijiu, he had Mo Qingyu in fits of laughter, her demeanor delightfully animated. Miss Mo, are you all right? Your complexion seems rather pale. Xiao Beijing feigned concern. Mo Qingyu slightly shook her head. I am fine. The alcohol is rather potent, and I feel a bit dizzy. After speaking, she covered her mouth and hurried away. It's unsafe for her to be alone. I should check on her, Xiao Beijing declared resolutely. Yet was halted by Yiran's voice. What's the matter? He inquired, puzzled. Yiran retrieved a small porcelain vial from her bag, raising an eyebrow as she said, I believe you know what you're doing. Even with a beautiful exterior, she cannot escape the fact that she is an evil cultivator. The toxin in this liquid will not penetrate the skin. Find an opportunity to apply it to your second brother. It serves as a precaution, for if something were to happen to you, we would be unable to save you in time. Xiao Beijing, aware of the stakes, accepted the vial after a moment of contemplation. Once her instructions were conveyed, Yiran returned to the campfire, fully aware of what would transpire between the two men, a silent understanding shared among all present. After a considerable time, the elder of evil succumbed to the effects of alcohol. Exchanging a few more words before finding a spot to recline, his encounter with Mo Qingyu had been mere happenstance, lacking any substantial bond, merely deciding to team up temporarily. Yiran, what are your thoughts on Zhuan Yuan? As night deepened, the restless wolf raised a topic. Yiran, silently smoking, took a moment before replying. A troublesome individual, though merely somewhat troublesome, for the vast majority of evil cultivators, Zhuan Yuan's strength is undeniably top tier, with few capable of defeating him. Indeed, he is formidable. However, that is not my primary concern. Oh, what do you mean by that? Do you suspect there is some conspiracy surrounding the cultivation conference? Wolf pursued the line of conversation, though he had not attended the evil cultivators conference. He had heard many rumors. The righteous sects also held their own Yin Yang conference every 3 years, coinciding with the timing of the evil cultivators conference. This indicated that the evil cultivators conference was approaching. While the Yin-Yang conference was also being prepared, both righteous and evil practitioners were making their way to their respective sanctuaries. Wolf had attended the Yin-Yang conference a few times but found it incomprehensible. Primarily consisting of introductions of disciples and factions akin to a grand comparison event, utterly dull. However, the Evil Cultivators Conference was said to be entirely different, characterized by its rawness, where the only rule was strength. Even those ranked high on the Evil Cultivators leaderboard could not escape challenges. Winning would elevate one's rank and reputation, bringing immense advantages, honor, wealth, and resources. Conversely, losing meant losing one's life, once a challenge was issued. There were only two possible outcomes, life or death, with no mercy shown. I am uncertain. Yi Ran exhaled a puff of smoke, stating calmly, Zhuang Yuan has been silent for quite some time. His re-emergence cannot be without reason. The connections are difficult to fathom. However, I can assure you, this Evil Cultivators Conference will not be as straightforward as in previous years. We must remain vigilant. Should we encounter unavoidable trouble, do not worry. I will take care of them. As her words fell, a fierce glint flashed in Yi Ran's eyes. In this lawless territory, one could slay thousands without facing any disdain. The righteous, evil cultivators were akin to tumors. And the more that perished, the better. The Yin-Yang Association, they would relish witnessing evil practitioners turn against one another. Even if they all perished, it would matter little to them. In this world, evil cultivators were deemed worthless scum. Wolf ceased further conversation, allowing Yi Ran to rest while he took the night watch. Time passed, and Xiao Beijing emerged from the shadows, a satisfied expression adorning his face. Mo Qingyu trailed behind, flushed, lingering a moment longer with Xiao Beijing before returning to lie down. Wolf glanced at him, sighing, if you do not change this bad habit, you may well find yourself in peril one day. Xiao Beijing, however, was unfazed, shrugging, it's not that serious. Besides, with Yi Ran around, what do I have to fear? Do you know who Yi Ran is? Continue. Let's see if Yi Ran will rise up and smack you. Wolf instinctively shifted his gaze to Yi Ran before returning to Xiao Beijing. I was merely caught up in the moment. Don't mind the details, Xiao Beijing whispered, grinning as he settled down. Perhaps boredom had taken its toll, or the alcohol had yet to dissipate fully for Xiao Beijing sighed. Tell me, how could anyone not crave fame? If it were me, I would have long been renowned, respected, and feared by all. Wouldn't that be delightful? Wolf frowned and retorted, people believe that fame brings unnecessary trouble. Your motives are simply to show off. Xiao Beijing rolled his eyes, huffing dismissively before lying down to sleep. As dawn broke, the temperature in the Death Desert rose once more. Everyone rose early to prepare for their journey, hoping to cover some ground before the heat peaked. To everyone's surprise, Mo Qingyu and Xiao Beijing rode together atop a camel, their chemistry undeniably strong. One could only wonder what concoction had bewitched her, for after a single night, she was hopelessly infatuated with Xiao Beijing. As for the Elder of Evil, lacking a camel, he trudged ahead, burdened by his pack. Yi Ran could easily deduce the reason for Mo Qingyu's transformation. Xiao Beijing was wealthy, immensely so. Not only that, but his father wielded significant power. However, due to his unique status, his name could not be mentioned in public. Both Wolf and Yi Ran understood the extent of Xiao Beijing's father's influence among those who dabbled in evil cultivation. Aside from the few who were mentally deranged and enjoyed killing, most sought wealth. Aligning oneself with a wealthy individual would naturally alleviate the need to dwell on the precipice of danger. Yet, based on Yi Ran's understanding of Xiao Beijing, he was nothing more than a scoundrel. It was likely that he was merely experiencing a fleeting novelty, one that would soon fade. Why, Yi Ran, look ahead. Wolf suddenly changed expression, pointing to the right with urgency. Everyone turned to see a cloud of yellow sand swirling ominously toward them. A sandstorm. Xiao Beijing's heart sank. Mo Qingyu's beautiful eyes narrowed as the sandstorm loomed larger in her vision. It is a sandworm storm, run. As their gaze shifted back, Mo Qingyu's fear intensified. The sandworm storm was several times more terrifying than a sandstorm. Xiao Beijing's mind raced, and he quickly urged the camel to sprint away. What is a sandworm storm? Wolf exclaimed, turning back. Xiao Beijing shouted, why do you care? Just run. Ancient texts described a peculiar species of communal insects in the Death Desert, resembling fleas, and feasting on raw flesh. Whenever they emerged to hunt, they would conjure a sandstorm, and if caught within, one would be reduced to mere bones in an instant. By the time he finished explaining, Yi Ran had already dashed far ahead. Hey, you traitor! Xiao Beijing quickened his pace. Upon hearing this explanation, Wolf dared not linger any longer. Fiercely cracking the whip at the camel, the four of them fled, leaving the Elder of Evil in a dire situation. Hey, give an old man a ride. I don't have a camel. Wait for me. The Elder of Evil, terrified, lost his hat, his legs moving frantically, yet the soft sands hindered his speed. In that moment, he cursed his parents for not giving him 2 extra legs. Friends, save me, he shouted as he ran, and alas, his speed was too slow. The sandstorm engulfed him in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, his figure was obscured by the swarm, his flesh and blood vanishing before their eyes. Within seconds, a living man was reduced to a skeleton, pushed forward by the storm before collapsing. The death desert was fraught with peril. Without suitable means of transport, one's luck could turn disastrous. Even in flight. To save a mere 10 copper coins, one could meet such a tragic fate, leaving one to ponder the folly of their choices. In a frantic rush, Xiao Beijing finally caught up with Yiran. Brandishing his whip and bellowing, "Yi Lauda, don't you have a multitude of insects? Why not bring out a few insect kings to fend them off?" Yiran, utterly speechless, turned back and retorted, "Do you think insect kings grow on trees? I don't possess that many. Those insects behind us are already starving. If I were to produce an insect king, they would likely devour it. What shall we do then? I remember some literature stating that these insects fear water the most. But where in this desert can we find any water?" Xiao Beijing's heart raced, terrified at the thought of becoming a mere pile of bones. Yi ran, equally at a loss, surveyed the endless expanse of sand. Pondering where to locate a significant source of water. "Evil town. We can seek refuge there," Mo Qingyu exclaimed, her mind racing. "Evil town," Yiran murmured, recalling no such place. Perhaps it had been too long since he last ventured into the Death Desert, and he had fallen behind on news. "Trust me." Seeing Yiran's hesitation, Mo Qingyu shouted again. She was no fool. It was clear that among the three imposing men, the one in charge was none other than Yiran himself. "Lead the way." With no time for further indecision, Yiran pressed on. As the sandstorm's speed increased ominously, Xiao Beijing cracked his whip and surged ahead, taking the lead. However, at that moment, the expression on the wolf's face shifted uneasily as he raised his palm and struck his neck, revealing a lump of insect carcasses in his hand. Chapter 79, Evil Town. Yiran had never heard of Evil Town, but fortunately they were not far from it. The camels slowed, panting heavily. The group's hearts sank. Just a second before disaster struck, their vision shifted from a dusty yellow to vibrant green. Before them lay a small oasis. At the center of the oasis, houses became visible, capable of accommodating thousands. Indeed, Evil Town existed. Yiran glanced back at the encroaching sandstorm, which was nearly upon them. In that critical moment, the four of them finally stepped onto a wooden bridge, beneath which flowed a crystal-clear river, seemingly encircling the entire oasis in a continuous cycle. The sandstorm, as expected, halted at the river's edge, emitting a buzzing sound before retreating. "That was close. We almost didn't make it," Xiao Beijing sighed in relief, exhilarated by their narrow escape. My goodness, Wolf, you're covered in insects." Before Xiao Beijing could express his astonishment further, he turned to discover Wolf's alarming condition. "Quick, throw him into the river," Mo Qingyu urged gravely. Wolf felt a searing pain coursing through him. He dared not delay, diving headfirst into the river without even shedding his clothes. Immersed in the water, the pain significantly diminished. Yiran hurried over, pulling him ashore and lifting his shirt for inspection. His neck was dotted with small red spots, and his back bore deep pits where the insects had gnawed away flesh. "You've got a strong constitution. You're not in serious trouble, are you?" "Don't worry, you won't die. A simple bandage will suffice." Wolf was no delicate flower. Such minor injuries were inconsequential to him, as he had endured worse. "No, those insect bites must be thoroughly cleaned. I am concerned some may have burrowed into your flesh. If left untreated, it could lead to dire consequences." As Mo Qingyu spoke, she retrieved various medical supplies from her small bag. "You're quite the healer, aren't you?" Xiao Beijing remarked, somewhat surprised. Mo Qingyu smiled lightly. "I suppose so. One must possess essential skills when traversing the world, especially as a woman, otherwise I'd be in grave danger." With that, she instructed Wolf to sit while she crouched behind him, beginning the disinfection process with remarkable expertise. "Miss, what is your Daoist title?" Yiran asked impulsively. Mo Qingyu looked up at him, then returned her focus to her task. Once the bandaging was complete, she washed her hands by the river before returning to clasp her fists and respond. "I am but a humble practitioner known as San Yang." Upon hearing the title San Yang, Yiran felt no particular recognition. However, Xiao Beijing seemed to recall something, exclaiming, "You are the famed ghost Dr. San Yang?" Mo Qingyu nodded. "Yes, that is me, but people simply call me San Yang." Xiao Beijing's realization dawned, and he slapped his forehead. "No wonder you dared to venture alone into the Death Desert." Yiran, arms crossed, shifted his body slightly toward Xiao Beijing, raising an eyebrow. "What exactly is this ghost Dr. San Yang? Is she renowned?" Realizing that Yiran was genuinely curious, Xiao Beijing reconsidered his earlier intention to tease him. "I've only heard of her," he explained. As you know, practitioners often skirt the line between life and death. While many possess various means of survival, their medical skills generally leave much to be desired. When injured, they resort to the simplest or even most extreme methods of treatment. This often leads to lingering ailments, and in time, death is not out of the question. Ghost Dr. San Yang, however, is synonymous with survival in the martial world. No matter how grave the injury, she possesses the means to heal it, and chances are 1-1 suffer any long-term repercussions of thus those on the evil practitioners list hold her in high esteem and treat her with utmost respect. Knowing that encountering misfortune may necessitate her expertise, they dare not visit hospitals, for if the Yin Yang Society catches them, it's either execution or imprisonment. In such cases, the simplest and most direct solution is to seek out Ghost Dr. San Yang for treatment. Astonishingly, it is said she can even reattach severed limbs. Xiao Beijing divulged all he knew, casting a glance at Mo Qingyu, who now appeared even more admirable in his eyes. The thought of having captured the heart of a revered figure made him feel utterly content. Is that so? It sounds rather impressive. Is there any hope for curing the cancer afflicting me? Yi Ran interjected, nodding in acknowledgement before shifting the conversation. Xiao Beijing sighed. Your cancer has metastasized throughout your body. Had you not relied on dark arts to prolong your life, you would have succumbed long ago. No matter how skilled the physician, they cannot save you. True, Yi Ran mused, feeling a twinge of regret. Yet understanding that some things simply cannot be forced. Darlings, come here, let me embrace you. I adore you. Xiao Beijing suddenly changed his demeanor, striding over to envelop Mo Qingyu in his arms. Oh dear, everyone is watching. This isn't appropriate, Mo Qingyu protested, though her body half-heartedly acquiesced. Yi Ran grabbed a nearby stick and threw it at them, startling Xiao Beijing into retreating with Mo Qingyu in tow. Evil town. How far are we from the central city? Transitioning to serious matters, Mo Qingyu gently pushed Xiao Beijing away and replied, perhaps another day's journey. The evil practitioners' convention lasts a full 2 months. So we have ample time. I doubt the champion has arrived yet. Someone of his caliber surely makes a grand entrance. To be honest, I have admired the champion for quite some time and long to see his true visage. He is the spiritual pillar of our evil practitioners. Upon mentioning the champion, Mo Qingyu's face lit up with excitement, her admiration unabashed. Xiao Beijing scoffed, TSK, why do you always bring up the champion? Why not talk about me instead? Yi Ran, uninterested, directed his gaze toward the small town ahead, suggesting, let us take a moment to rest and gather supplies before we set off again. Upon entering Evil Town, the surroundings were indescribably chaotic. Though the town lay at the heart of the oasis, dust still swirled around, and the architecture was exceedingly rudimentary, seemingly constructed of mud. The passers-by carried various loads, their faces adorned with peculiar symbols, exhibiting odd behaviors. No one paid much attention to the three imposing men. Most gazes were directed toward Mo Qingyu, whose attire was indeed quite revealing. The women who caught sight of her wore expressions of disdain. After all, it is human nature to compare oneself with others. Encountering a woman perceived as more beautiful and alluring would inevitably stir feelings of dissatisfaction. Let us find a place to eat. In crowded areas, there is bound to be plenty of gossip. Perhaps we can gather some useful information, Yi Ran suggested. Turning to the others, they readily agreed, embarking on a search through the town until they settled on a relatively clean establishment. Inside the hall, many patrons filled the space, and crude language abounded, with risque jokes being a common occurrence. Fights occasionally broke out, only to be swiftly quelled, with some individuals taking their quarrels to the street, where one was soon killed. The surrounding crowd merely cheered and laughed. This place could use some rule enforcement. It's always so chaotic, Xiao Beijing remarked, finding a corner to sit and resting his head on his hand. Then shifting his gaze to Mo Qingyu, you too, as a woman, why do you frequent such places? What if something happens? I'd be devastated. Mo Qingyu chuckled, covering her mouth. If I hadn't come, how would you have met me? True, Xiao Beijing conceded. It seems my luck remains as ever. The four engaged in light banter when the waiter approached, his face beaming with a smile. What would you like to order? Our establishment does not offer ordinary ingredients. Instead, we provide flavors that are truly unique and cannot be found elsewhere. As she spoke, Yi Ran tossed a copper coin towards the server. And now, keep your eyes peeled. The server promptly darted towards the kitchen. Through their interactions, Mo Qingyu had discerned the personalities of the other two, yet Yi Ran remained an enigma. From last night until now, she noted that this individual wore their emotions openly, without any pretense. At times, they appeared quite aloof, while at others, they were quite talkative. However, this very duality made it all the more challenging to understand the true thoughts hidden beneath the surface. The emotions displayed were merely a facade for others to see. By the way, what rank do you hold on the evil cultivation leaderboard? Given our recent brush with death, a slight disclosure shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Had this been last night, Mo Qingyu would not have contemplated such matters. But after the events that transpired, she found Yiran's demeanor strikingly unique. Although their gaze seemed indifferent, beneath that thin veneer lay an indescribable confidence, immensely powerful. At that moment, Xiao Beijing chuckled and remarked, "We will naturally share what you need to know. What you shouldn't know is pointless to inquire about." With such clarity, Mo Qingyu refrained from pressing further, after a brief diversion into small talk. The server returned with 2 large bowls of mouth-watering meat dishes, resembling roasted piglets. Yiran prodded the food with their chopsticks, then selected a small piece to taste. Upon chewing, their expression shifted subtly. The wolf noticed this and inquired, "Is there something wrong with the meat?" Yiran set down their chopsticks and replied coolly, "I suggest you refrain from eating it, otherwise you may regret it for a lifetime." The 3, who had just brought the meat to their mouths, froze in shock. What is happening?" Xiao Beijing stared at them, bewildered. Yiran raised a hand to poke their own face, arching an eyebrow. "It's white meat." Chapter 80. The Madman. All 3 understood what white meat implied, immediately spitting out the food in disgust. Onlookers burst into laughter, hurling scornful remarks. Clearly these were a group of Navi youths, foolishly daring to eat recklessly in the evil man's town. "I suggest you return home to nurse, for this place is no sanctuary for delicate beings like you." One jeered, "That little lady appears quite tender. How about we entertain her for a while?" Another chimed in, "Absolutely, but I must make it clear that I desire the first turn." "Nonsense, who do you think you are to claim the first turn? Stand aside." Desire glinted in their eyes, unabashedly expressed as a group of 5 or 6 men rose. Grinning maliciously, the wolf swiftly drew a dagger, knowing that silencing them was the best course of action. Just as he stood, a figure painted as a clown also rose, grasping the chopsticks on the table. He thrust them through a burly man's neck. This individual displayed remarkable skill, swiftly dispatching the raucous troublemakers at his feet. Those who had been contemplating mischief recoiled instinctively, fear coursing through them. "It's the clown." Ranked 7th on the evil cultivation leaderboard, some in the crowd recognized him, gasping in astonishment. The top 10 on the evil cultivation leaderboard held great renown in the martial world and were easily identifiable. While some were amazed to encounter the clown, others were perplexed as to why he would assist a group that appeared so inexperienced. Did they possess some significant backing? Countless speculations arose in the minds of the onlookers. Yet none yielded definitive answers. The clown discarded the chopsticks and approached Yiran, who instinctively moved to block him. The clown remained silent, grinning as he tilted his head to scrutinize Yiran for a prolonged moment before bowing respectfully and stepping out the door. "Yilada, do you know him well?" Once the clown had distanced himself, the wolf turned to ask. Why Yiran shrugged, "Not really. We've merely crossed paths a couple of times. This fellow is quite peculiar." Never uttering a word, despite his nonchalance, Mo Qingyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The clown, ranked 7th on the evil cultivation leaderboard, was a rogue sought after by numerous sinister factions. It was said that his methods were exceedingly bizarre. Targets marked by him never survived, often found adorned with balloons post-mortem, typically appearing on rainy nights. However, there were exceptions, with some managing to survive his grasp, albeit emerging as raving lunatics. Legends claimed that prior to the clown's assassinations, targets would hear an eerie melody, and once it ceased, they would unknowingly perish with a smile. The tales surrounding him were abundant, with rumors suggesting his strength could easily place him in the top 5. Highlighting the acknowledgement of his prowess. Yet, what intrigued Mo Qingyu most was the fact that the clown had bowed to Yiran, a courtesy even the formidable third-rank scholar had not received. "This man, who exactly? Why are you all staring at me? Either eat or leave," Yiran remarked, noticing all eyes were fixed upon them. Feeling rather perplexed, "How can I still eat? Let us get out of here." "I truly do not wish to linger any longer," Xiao Beijing said, rinsing his mouth with water and grabbing his backpack. The other 2 mirrored his actions, their appetites extinguished at the sight of the meat. Hastily gathering their belongings, just as they were about to exit the town, Yiran overheard an intriguing conversation, prompting him to pause and glance towards a nearby group engaged in discussion. "You fellows must be cautious. I've heard that the scholar is approaching Evil Man's Town. Isn't it natural for the scholar to come here? There is no village or town nearby, and this is the nearest supply point." "Where else would he go?" one replied. "Can you not let me finish?" Another interjected, annoyed. "If it were merely for supplies, would I warn you? Let me tell you, it seems the scholar has gone mad, lost to a frenzied state, killing everyone he encounters on his way here. Furthermore, he is purportedly inquiring about a name, slaying anyone who cannot provide an answer." "What? Who would be so foolish as to provoke the scholar? It seems the name he is searching for is something I can't recall. Let us just hurry up and gather supplies to leave, lest we incur some unwarranted disaster." The conversation was crystal clear to Yiran, as well as to the 3 ahead. who turned to stare at him in astonishment. Xiao Beijing glanced around, then hurried over to Yiran, saying, "Yi Laoda, they mentioned the scholar is searching for someone. Could it be you?" Yiran scratched his face, responding nonchalantly, "It might be, but it's not necessarily me. There are plenty of people with the surname Yi in the world. One cannot assume it's me just because my name starts with Yi." Xiao Beijing, looking bemused, retreated slightly. "Hee, with your way of speaking, it seems the scholar is indeed after you." Why Yiran clicked his tongue. "Stop making wild guesses. Let us move." Their banter continued as they faded into the yellow sands. Approximately 2 hours later, a figure emerged outside Evil Man's town, clad in a blood-soaked white robe, with disheveled hair resembling a beggar. His eyes were bloodshot and red, and his expression appeared deranged and menacing. This individual stumbled into Evil Man's town, incessantly muttering a name, his words laced with fury. "Why Yiran, I will kill you. I am determined to kill you." In a fit of rage, he seized a nearby person, snarling, "Have you seen Yiran?" The unfortunate soul, taken aback, snapped, "Are you insane? If you're looking for someone, report it. This is Evil Man's town." No sooner had he spoken than he was silenced, his neck twisted and broken. Meanwhile, Yiran and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, continuing their casual conversation as they traveled. Why Yiran surmised that the scholar, having recently emerged as a formidable contender, had easily defeated the previous scholar, likely fostering a sense of arrogance. However, after repeatedly encountering setbacks at Yiran's hands, his pride would undoubtedly be severely shaken. In simple terms, such individuals often possess narrow minds, and upon facing continuous failures, they easily destabilize, leading to madness, a state commonly referred to as losing one's mind. Unless they personally resolve the obstacles in their path, they would ultimately succumb to insanity. Chapter 81, The Demon I Judge. At our current pace, we should reach the central city by tomorrow afternoon. For tonight, we must make do. Mo Qingyu said softly, stirring the food in the pot. Why Yiran displayed little expression. He had not wished to come here in the first place. Had it not been for the little beggar fainting, he would not have participated in the evil cultivation conference. I say, genie, what are you gazing at? The stars in the sky are countless. Come over and count the sand with me. While they set up camp, Xiao Beijing stood there gazing at the sky for half an hour, seemingly unable to tear his eyes away. Quit interrupting. I am observing the celestial phenomena. Xiao Beijing retorted. Why Yiran initially had no intention of continuing to pay him any mind, but suddenly he caught a whiff of a dangerous presence. In an instant, he sprang up and surveyed his surroundings. His sudden shift in demeanor immediately drew the attention of Mo Qingyu and the wolf, prompting both to abandon their tasks and cautiously converge. What the hell? The little Beijing suddenly shouted, and as everyone turned to look, his figure had vanished without a trace. Yi Laoda, help! The voice of little Beijing echoed again. The others turned towards the sound, and in the dim light of the moon, they could barely discern something on the left that seemed to be dragging him away at a frantic pace. The wolf's face was etched with horror. What is that thing? Though it moved with remarkable speed, it appeared to lack legs, as if it were floating. Upon closer inspection, they could see it had a head with a single large eye resembling a gong, sending chills down their spines. Ghost Eye Soldier, Mo Qingyu exclaimed, her eyes twitching involuntarily. What is a Ghost Eye Soldier? Yiran was utterly baffled. They had merely exited the 3-session evil cultivation conference, and now so many bizarre entities had emerged in the Death Desert. Mo Qingyu explained, within the Death Desert lies a formidable evil spirit known as the Ghost Eye Judge. It commands thousands of Ghost Eye Soldiers, originally the restless souls of the dead in the desert. I don't know what method the Ghost Eye Judge employed, but it has inexplicably transformed these lost souls into its minions. Oh no, we must have unwittingly entered the territory of the Ghost Eye Judge. After hearing this explanation, Yiran stroked his chin and nodded. So that's how it is, but pardon me, shouldn't we be rescuing someone first? The wolf stared at the two in confusion. Damn it. Yiran completely forgot about that and leaped onto the camel, cracking the whip furiously to give chase. The two of them dared not delay and hurried to follow Yiran's lead, fearing they might not know what fate awaited little Beijing if they lingered any longer. Yet, to their utter disbelief, by the time they caught up, little Beijing had already vanished without a trace. Gone, Yiran surveyed the area from atop the camel, seeing nothing, as if the person had evaporated into thin air. What do we do now? The wolf couldn't help but worry. Little Beijing, despite his vast knowledge, possessed little in the way of combat prowess. Yiran squinted and then pulled out a black talisman, muttering a few incantations before tossing it into the sky. The talisman ignited spontaneously, fluttering a few times in the air before descending back to the ground. The malevolent energy here is exceedingly potent. The tracking talisman couldn't even escape. I suspect little Beijing is right beneath our feet. Yiran dismounted, bent down to scoop up a handful of yellow sand. and seemed to have made a discovery. After digging a little, he uncovered blood-soaked sand. At this moment, Emoching remarked, "I've heard that the lair of the Ghost-Eye Judge is also underground, with such strange occurrences here." "Your guess might be quite accurate," the wolf raised an eyebrow. "But how do we get down? I don't see any entrance." Indeed, even knowing that little Beijing was underground, they found themselves at a loss. They couldn't just dig with a shovel. Not only would it be time-consuming and labor-intensive, but by the time they actually managed to dig, little Beijing would likely be lost to them. "Wolf, go rummage through little Beijing's belongings. That coward must have brought plenty of gear with him," Yi Ran instructed. The wolf turned and left, returning shortly with a large bag. Yi Ran opened the bag and was immediately taken aback. It was filled to the brim with TNT explosives. Not only could they blast a pit in the sand, but they could also obliterate the entire town if they wished. Use it all. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Ran retreated with Emoching to a safe distance, finding a sand dune to lie low behind. The rest was naturally left to the wolf, who was a mercenary and an expert in weapons and explosives. The wolf set up the fuse and detonator, retreating behind the sand dune. Before detonating, he turned back to caution them, "Open your mouths wide and cover your ears." The two immediately complied, knowing the danger they faced. The wolf silently counted to 3 in his mind before pressing the detonator. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed, sending shockwaves rippling outward and stirring up a storm of sand. Even though the 3 had retreated to a safe distance, they could still feel the terrifying force. The ground trembled beneath them, a mushroom cloud soared into the sky, the flames bright enough to engulf everything in its path, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The 3 lay on the ground, hardly daring to move, and in an instant, they were buried beneath the yellow sand. The wolf half raised himself, vigorously shaking off the sand from his head, his mind buzzing, without regard for his own condition. He hurriedly dug Yi Ran out, patting his back. "Are you all right, Yi Lauda? Huh? What did you say?" Yi Ran patted his head, feeling dizzy as he sat up. The wolf leaned in closer and shouted, "I asked if you're all right." Yi Ran waved his hand dismissively and yelled back, "I can't hear you. Speak louder. Stop fussing. Go dig Emoching out. I'll check ahead," Yi Ran said, patting the wolf on the shoulder before unsteadily rising to his feet. The moment he stood on the sand dune, Yi Ran felt his legs tremble and his head spin. Before he could steady himself, he rolled down the dune. What a powerful aftershock! It's even more exhilarating than a grenade. Yi Ran muttered to himself as he stumbled towards the site of the explosion. Where there had once been a sand dune, there was now nothing but a flattened expanse, revealing a deep pit beneath the blood sand. Surrounded by hard, large stones, it was unclear what material they were made of, but they had not been completely obliterated. Peering over the edge, Yi Ran surmised that there must be an underground palace below. The 2 who followed him arrived at the pit's edge and immediately lay down, unable to stand. "Lower me down with a rope. You 2 stay up here," Yi Ran instructed, seeing their bewildered expressions. He gestured emphatically. The wolf quickly understood and went back to fetch a rope. Once secured, Yi Ran slid down with a flashlight until he reached the bottom. Below his feet was a stone bridge, which led to a palace bearing the inscription "Judge's Mansion." Glancing around, Yi Ran realized he was standing on the Naiha Bridge. This Ghost-Eye Judge is quite intriguing, remodeling his lair to resemble the specifications of the underworld. Seemingly unafraid of being discovered and facing dire consequences, cautiously advancing forward. As soon as he stepped into the dark hall, blue flames ignited around him, lending an eerie ambience. It was at this moment that he noticed Ghost-Eye soldiers surrounding him, with little Beijing bound to a wooden post in the center, struggling in vain, seemingly unable to speak. "Halt, kneel before your official." A platform ahead ignited with flames, revealing a fierce spirit clad in a bright red official's robe, who raised a heavy wooden tablet and slammed it down. Curiously, this spirit had only one eye. Judging by its demeanor, it could only be the Ghost-Eye Judge. "Kneel, kneel, kneel." The little ghosts beside it began to strike their wooden sticks in unison, chanting in perfect unison, "Kneel to your granddad." Yi Ran raised an eyebrow, responding nonchalantly, "A presumptuous, you, a mere mortal, dare to defile this official's mansion, and now you utter such defiance? Do you know that such actions warrant death?" The Ghost-Eye Judge slammed the wooden tablet again, its fearsome expression even more terrifying than that of ordinary spirits. Hearing this, Yi Ran couldn't help but laugh. "Do you fear the wind might cause you to slip on your own tongue? The manner in which you conduct yourself now would indeed be a death sentence in the underworld." However, amidst the commotion, Yi Ran sensed something peculiar about the Ghost-Eye Judge. It exuded a strange aura reminiscent of the energy of a judge from the underworld. The only difference was that the aura emanating from the Ghost-Eye Judge was considerably weaker. Given the current situation, there were only 2 possibilities. The Ghost-Eye Judge had either been expelled from the underworld or had escaped on its own. Yet, upon further reflection, this seemed implausible. What kind of place was the underworld? If it had been expelled, it wouldn't be allowed to roam the mortal realm. As for escaping the underworld, that was even more absurd. Not to mention the underworld staff surely wouldn't be blind, but it couldn't even pass through the Ghost Gate. The Ghost Gate has always been a one-way street. There is only one entrance to the underworld. Where exactly did this thing's Judge Aura come from? Humph, this is the judge's mansion. By entering here, you have descended into the underworld. You dare to brazenly threaten me. Guards, give him 100 lashes. The Ghost Eye Judge, seething with rage, slammed the wooden tablet, and several Ghost Eye soldiers rushed forward. Let's see who dares, Yi Ran bellowed, swiftly producing the command token, a cold smile gracing his lips. I may not know your origins, but if you truly emerged from the underworld, I believe you should understand what this token represents. Under normal circumstances, Yi Ran would have already struck. The reason he was still talking was that the Ghost Eye Judge was too peculiar. It was undoubtedly an evil spirit, yet it bore the aura of a judge, making it impossible to ascertain its true rank. Summoning his own little spirits might frighten them into immobility. The red token indicates you are a third-grade envoy. The Ghost Eye Judge's expression shifted dramatically, freezing in place, its pale pupils seemingly reflecting a mixture of fear and anger. While Yi Ran's gaze sharpened, this Ghost Eye Judge had indeed escaped from the underworld. How had it managed to do so? Humph, I will grant you this favor today. Before I change my mind, take your friend and leave. The ghostly judge, with a palpable air of displeasure, resumed his seat and spoke discontentedly. Yi Ran remained silent, his gaze piercing as fleeting images danced through his mind, leading him to exclaim, I understand now, you are the Ghost King. He had been utterly captivated by the surroundings just moments before and nearly forgot that only a Ghost King possesses the ability to articulate human speech. The ghostly judge slammed the table with a heavy hand, insisting, I have instructed you to leave with your companions, do not test my patience. Yet, Yi Ran appeared unfazed, though newly appointed as a messenger. Still unfamiliar with his privileges, he discerned from the judge's demeanor that messengers must possess some unique power that warranted such respect, else he would not so readily allow intruders to escape. After contemplating this, Yi Ran chuckled lightly and replied, leaving is an option, but you must enlighten me as to the source of your judge's aura. The ghostly judge's expression turned cold. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take action against you? Yi Ran shrugged nonchalantly, saying, I am simply a person who enjoys a challenge. If you find me displeasing, come and strike me. I stand ready. In the next moment, the ghostly judge emanated a dense aura of ghostly energy. Glaring at Yi Ran with the intent to engage, however, this tension dissipated almost immediately as the surrounding ghostly energy faded. Very well, since you wish to know, I shall indulge you. However, you must understand the information I am about to divulge is of great significance. And you would do well to pray that the third-rank judge can keep you safe. The ghostly judge spoke with a sardonic undertone. Upon hearing such a perilous warning, Yi Ran swiftly raised his hand to interrupt. I shall not listen. I take my leave. Clearly bewildered by Yi Ran's response, the ghostly judge bellowed, impudence, you shall listen today, whether you wish to or not. Do you take me for a mere fool? Yi Ran casually cleaned his ears and replied coolly, unless you offer me some benefit, I shall not listen. You. The ghostly judge was utterly flabbergasted, collapsing onto a chair and cradling his head, feeling as though his mind might explode. Is this truly a human? I do not speak, and you inquire. When I prepare to speak, you refuse to listen, and more crucially, you demand a reward. Yi Ran clicked his tongue, bemused by the ghostly judge's fragile disposition. The current ghosts seem to have quite a low tolerance for banter. A few words and you fall apart. Who would dare converse with you in the future? He then inquired, so will you or will you not provide the information? Speak up, for I intend to leave if you do not. He approached to untie Xiao Beijing. Indifferent to the judge's response, the ghostly judge's eyes bulged with frustration, and after forcefully reinserting them, he said, young man, to be honest, I once served under Wei Jun. Do you know who our superior is? He scoffed, fear not, you may be startled of the Wheel King. The mere utterance of these three words caused Yi Ran to falter in his actions. He recalled that the judge he had opposed, Zhou Weiyuan, was also an underling of the Wheel King. What a remarkable coincidence. Chapter 82. A wealth of information to elaborate. I have the time. Yi Ran swiftly liberated Xiao Beijing from his bindings, signaling for him to depart. While the ghostly judge recognized value, there was no certainty regarding the other minor spirit's intentions. A living human before them was akin to a feast laid out before a ravenous beast. Xiao Beijing, sensing the danger, fled without a second thought. All right, since you are a third-rank messenger, reveal to me who your superior is, the ghostly judge inquired gravely. Yi Ran hesitated for a few seconds. Zhou Weiyuan had only just begun his duties in the underworld. and it would be unwise to create unnecessary trouble for him. Just as Yi Ran pondered whether to take his leave, the ghostly judge seemed to read his thoughts and chuckled. I suspect it to be a newly appointed judge. Am I correct? Yi Ran furrowed his brow but remained silent. Observing this, the ghostly judge continued, I have encountered most of the judges in the underworld and have a fair recollection of their messengers. Before my departure, I heard whispers of a third-rank judge under King Yen who was to reincarnate. A century has passed since, and I believe the time has come, though you are a messenger. You appear to lack understanding of your own abilities, which leads to but one conclusion: your superior must be newly appointed. The ghostly judge's deductions were startlingly accurate, leaving Yi Ran somewhat astonished. If you have already deduced this, why do you not take action against me? Despite his astonishment, Yi Ran felt no fear. The Ghost King was indeed formidable, but there was always a chance of victory in a desperate struggle. The ghostly judge raised a hand, causing the surrounding minor spirits to disperse, and the grand hall returned to its previous stillness. He stepped down from the high platform, hands clasped behind his back. I sense some power within you, yet it is insufficient to instill fear in me. I refrained from acting against you out of respect for the judge. Do you truly believe you could depart unscathed otherwise? Yi Ran, wishing to avoid further trivial conversation, cut to the chase. Let us discuss the matter at hand. The ghostly judge fixed his gaze upon him and began. I once served under Wei Jun, but I inadvertently stumbled upon information I should not have. To survive, I fled the underworld. Even so, he has relentlessly pursued my life, forcing me to change my name and hide within the Death Desert. Yi Ran cast a sidelong glance, coldly remarking, that sounds quite troublesome. The ghostly judge chuckled lightly. The trouble lies ahead, for I have languished in this place for over a century, and even a brief conversation with half the underworld's inhabitants would alleviate my tedium. Your power is limited. Revealing certain information could easily lead to your demise. However, I can offer you a favor, young man, so listen closely. Inform that newly appointed judge to be wary of Wei Jun, and do not trust anyone around him, including Cui Ju. I believe in the current realm of Yenluo Hall there is but one judge worthy of trust, Wu the judge Zhongkue. The weight of the ghostly judge's revelations was immense. To not trust anyone, not even Cui Ju. What had transpired within the underworld? Zhou Weiyuan's superior was Cui Ju, who had advocated for his appointment as a third-rank judge. Yi Ran's mind raced with contemplation. Unable to ascertain the veracity of the ghostly judge's claims, what benefit do you gain from sharing this with me? You are aware that I am a newly appointed messenger with limited capacity to assist you. The ghostly judge shook his head. I have endured for a century. A little more time means nothing to me. Do I wish to propose a transaction? Do you dare to accept? Yi Ran chuckled knowingly. I anticipated you would make such a proposal. Speak, and I shall consider your request. The ghostly judge scanned the surroundings, then spread his arms wide, stating, at this juncture, I shall be frank. It is true that I escaped to the Death Desert. Yet I have been sealed here, confined to a limited area. Assist me in breaking free, and you shall acquire a secret coveted by all, immortality. The mere mention of immortality transformed Yi Ran's expression, for it was something he had sought his entire life. Yet he remained composed, countering, how can I trust that you speak the truth? The ghostly judge remained unperturbed, turning away with a grin. You will undoubtedly believe me. Intrigued, Yi Ran pressed on, what makes you so certain? Because you carry the aura of the Golden Clan tree, the ghostly judge asserted, pointing at Yi Ran. You are not of the Golden Clan, yet you bear their essence, indicating but one possibility: you have come into contact with golden condensation. Yi Ran maintained his composure. The ghostly judge was indeed a cunning entity. Having lived for so long, he had become quite perceptive. Before this ghostly figure, Yi Ran felt as if he were laid bare, unable to conceal anything. This line of discussion could not continue. He risked revealing far too much. The Ghost King had already proven himself. There was no need for further trivialities. Yi Ran's thoughts surged, and he stated, I am willing to assist you, but I have a condition. The ghostly judge, seemingly indifferent, replied, speak freely. Should I aid your escape, you must submit to my command. Yi Ran declared unreservedly. The Ghost King, a pillar within the underworld, would undoubtedly represent a formidable force in the mortal realm, while Yi Ran's own spirits were far from attaining such ranks. Moreover, his ghostly bride and her companions had yet to meet the prerequisites for ascension. To become a Ghost King, one must condense a ghost heart, otherwise, the consequence would be the depletion of one's essence and the eventual disappearance into the void. Upon hearing this demand, the ghostly judge let out a cold laugh. Young man, your calculations are astute, yet such a condition is impossible. However, he continued, I am not entirely unsympathetic. Should you ever manage to break my seal, I promise to serve as your protector for a span of 6 months. Consider wisely, for this opportunity may never present itself again. This was the Ghost King's unwavering confidence. Though sealed, his pride remained unyielding. perhaps in the underworld a ghost king might not hold much sway, but in the mortal realm, his mere presence could instill fear in those who tread the path of shadows. Even without striking, his reputation alone could deter most. Agreed. Now tell me how you came to be sealed here and what remedy might exist to counter this affliction. This time, Yiran did not succumb to greed. Having a ghost king willingly lower himself to serve as your guardian is indeed a significant concession, although the duration is merely 6 months. It is ample time to accomplish many tasks. The one who sealed me bore a mask obscuring their visage. However, they mentioned something about a snake temple, which during my time in the underworld seemed to echo in my ears. Though the specifics remain shrouded in mystery, the formation laid by those individuals here is beyond my capabilities. Even if I were to gather numerous aids, it would be futile. This formation appears to be called the Heaven Sealing Array. But beyond that, I cannot divulge further. The ghostly judge stroked his chin, seemingly lost in contemplation. Again, the snake temple, why does it seem to appear everywhere? Yiran was also taken aback. To seal a ghost king for a century is indeed a terrifying feat. If it were merely an ordinary ghost king, being sealed would not be particularly astonishing, as killing a ghost king is exceedingly difficult. The ghostly heart remains unextinguished, and the soul unscattered, compared to the arduous task of slaying a ghost king. Sealing them is naturally a more cost-effective option, yet this ghostly judge is no ordinary ghost king, and even so, he has been sealed very well. I shall remain vigilant. Farewell. Yiran turned to leave, just as he grasped the rope. The voice of the ghostly judge resonated all around. Young man, the world is about to change. If you lack formidable backing, you may find yourself engulfed by this murky quagmire one day. Contemplate my words carefully. By the way, my original name is the One-Eyed Ghost King. As the final syllable fell, the voice dissipated entirely. Yiran's gaze sharpened slightly as he murmured, One-Eyed Ghost King, upon exiting the deep cavern. Yiran climbed upwards. Just as he set foot on the sandy ground, he saw Xiao Beijing brandishing an AK, shouting frantically. Wild Wolf stood rooted, gripping the back of his collar, leaving him to jump in place helplessly. Let go of me, how dare you grab Jinyi, just wait and see how we deal with him, Xiao Beijing shouted in fury. Mo Qingyu quickly cast a pleading glance. Xiao Beijing was in a rage and could not be calmed. Yiran furrowed his brow as he approached and said coolly, I recall Jinyi did not have rabies when he came up. Why is he making such a racket now? Put down the gun quickly. What use are your bullets against malevolent spirits? To his surprise, just as he finished speaking, Wild Wolf replied, Bossy, the weapon in Jinyi's hands is indeed effective against malevolent spirits. Yiran was visibly taken aback. What do you mean? Wild Wolf explained, Jinyi recently developed special bullets capable of inflicting certain harm on malevolent spirits, but they are still in the experimental stage and not stable. Yiran's gaze shifted to Xiao Beijing. And he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. This fellow's intellect seemed to operate on another level. Every time they met, he managed to bring a surprise. Now, he had actually devised bullets that could harm malevolent spirits. One could only imagine what explosive devices he would create in the future. If he succeeded in his experiments, the first to be equipped with these special bullets would likely be the Yin-Yang Association. Woof woof, Jinyi, let us hear you bark. Yiran suddenly laughed, hearing him tease the dog. Wild Wolf and Mo Qingyu could only stifle their laughter. You old dog, Jinyi is human, Xiao Beijing shouted. Tugging at his collar. Yiran raised an eyebrow slightly. So you still know you are human, are you leaving or not? If you don't, I shall put a rope around your neck. Upon hearing Yiran's words, Xiao Beijing immediately tucked away his furious demeanor and chuckled, Jinyi, I was merely expressing my inner emotions, just a joke, don't take it too seriously, ha. With that, he dashed off. If anyone else dared say such a thing, Xiao Beijing would ignore them, but in front of Yiran, he truly would put a rope around your neck. The speed of his mood change is remarkable. Mo Qingyu let out a soft laugh. Yiran patted Wild Wolf on the shoulder. Alright, let's head back and rest. We must continue our journey tomorrow. Night passed in the blink of an eye, and as noon approached, the group beheld an expansive desert plain stretching endlessly before them. I will scout ahead. Wild Wolf commanded the camel to move forward, but the camel suddenly refused to obey, stubbornly standing still. Yiran quickly called out to him, saying, Do not go. This is a sea of sand, it can be deadly. Xiao Beijing echoed, Indeed, don't let the sand deceive you. If you step on it, you will instantly sink into the sand sea and suffocate. The sand here is fluid, akin to water. To cross it, one must use a boat. Ancient texts record that the sand sea can even connect to the underworld, directly leading to the realm of the dead. The Death Desert occupies a vast expanse, harboring many phenomena that defy scientific explanation, and the sand sea before us is merely a small part of such oddities. After hearing this explanation, even the seasoned mercenary Wild Wolf broke into a cold sweat. Grateful that Yiran had stopped him, otherwise he feared he would have met his demise in the sand sea. But where are the boats? How do we cross? After lamenting, Wild Wolf voiced his doubts. Naturally, there is a way, Mo Qingyu said as she produced a small bamboo flute from her belongings, placing it to her lips and blowing forcefully. A long whistle resonated through the air, strangely enough. Not long after the whistle sounded, a small black dot appeared in the distance and gradually grew larger. After a while, Wild Wolf could see clearly that it was a cloaked figure rowing a boat. As the boat reached the shore, the sand sea rippled gently, resembling water. Crossing costs a copper coin per person, the boatman said slowly, his voice old and hoarse. Mo Qingyu retrieved 4 copper coins from her small pouch and handed them over with a smile. I'll take care of it. Xiao Beijing hurriedly reached out to touch her lovely face. Darling, you are so sweet. Genie loves you to bits. Yi Ran and Wild Wolf simultaneously looked up, both thinking the same thing. Such familiar words, as if they had heard them somewhere before. The camel could not be taken, so the 4 of them had to unload their belongings and load them onto the boat. Once they crossed the sand sea, a few more steps would bring them to the central city. This was Wild Wolf's first visit, and he was extremely curious about everything visible in the horizon. The small boat sailed smoothly without a hint of turbulence. When he reached in to touch the sand sea, he found that the yellow sand truly flowed like water, utterly incomprehensible. Suddenly ahead, a wave of sand surged forth, akin to ocean waves, but upon reaching the boat, it lost its power. Genie, what did you see while counting the stars? The sand sea was vast, and crossing it would take an hour or so. With nothing else to do, Yi Ran interrupted the two engaged in their tender exchange. Xiao Beijing shot him a glare. What do you mean counting stars? Genie was observing celestial phenomena. Alright, whatever you say is fine. Just tell us what you discovered. Yi Ran raised a hand to silence him. Chapter 83, The Place of Utter Evil. Xiao Beijing recounted everything he had seen the previous night to Yi Ran. The gist was that the celestial phenomena had changed from before. The Big Dipper had shifted, and the entire star positions were thrown into disarray. The stars Tanchur and Pujuan shone brightly, almost overshadowing all other constellations. And they were connected, subtly hinting at a collision. Tanchur represents desire, while Pujuan embodies creation and destruction. Analyzing from ancient texts, Xiao Beijing surmised that if these two stars were to collide, it could lead to severe upheaval in the world. Thus, it is not difficult to conclude that if any turmoil were to occur, it would inevitably stem from desire, though the source of this desire remains indeterminate for now. Yi Ran appeared contemplative. Before leaving the underground palace, the ghostly judge had also alluded to similar circumstances. If it were merely the one-eyed ghost king's idle chatter, it would lack credibility, yet, with Xiao Beijing stating the same, it was highly likely that such an event would occur. However, this was not the time to dwell on trivial matters. He had yet to find the golden tree, and whether he could survive until then remained uncertain. We're at the shore, the boatman announced. Yi Ran turned to look at the shore, where nearly a crowd had gathered. As they approached the central city, the number of people increased, and naturally, the dangers escalated. As soon as they disembarked, they witnessed a swarm of insects devouring a corpse, with chaos reigning all around as people fought for their lives. We are nearing the central city, Wild Wolf and Miss Mo. You two must pay special attention to protect Xiao Beijing, Yi Ran cautioned. Both responded affirmatively, understanding the peril of the area. Yi Ran then turned to Xiao Beijing, advising, you'd best not pull out your firearms. It is acceptable outside, but here, if you dare use a gun, the consequences are not something I need to elaborate on. Xiao Beijing chuckled sheepishly. Rest assured, Genie is well aware, crossing the sand sea meant they had entered the territory of the central city, marking their arrival at the sacred ground of the malevolent cultivators. I am this place. As long as your fists are strong enough, you can do as you please. However, the use of firearms and similar devices is strictly forbidden. Should you dare to produce them, you will face the wrath of countless malevolent cultivators. There have been those who attempted such a thing before, using guns to kill and then fleeing, only to end up torn to shreds. What a sleep, impossible. What awaits you will be a myriad of sinister tricks, where even your breath must be cautiously checked for unseen threats. Thinking of escape, even less likely, the moment you use a gun to kill. You will be hunted down throughout the entire city, and millions of malevolent practitioners will conduct a thorough search to track you down, leaving you with no place to hide. The central city is unlike any other. Constructed in imitation of ancient designs and sprawling over a vast expanse, before the assembly of wicked practitioners commenced, the resident population already numbered in the tens of thousands. When the event begins, practitioners from all corners of the world flock here, and within that month, the population of the city swells to over 1 million. Thus, the surrounding area is dotted with countless tents, as the city cannot accommodate such a multitude. Most of those outside are impoverished and lack influence. Upon stepping through the city gates, one is met with a cacophony of desperate wails and pleas for mercy. To the left, a woman's clothing is being torn asunder, while several burly men leer and humiliate her, seemingly oblivious to the onlookers. To the right, a young man, bloodied and nailed to a wall, has had his limbs severed. A brutish figure stands before him, collecting a fee, allowing spectators to stab the pinned man for mere coins. If he dies, another can quickly take his place, as resources are plentiful. Many malevolent sects eager to test their disciples' mettle readily pay to let them practice their courage. Yet Yiran feels little turmoil within. This place has always been thus, and he has long grown accustomed to it. Xiao Beijing and Imo Qingyu also regard the scene with a calm demeanor, having witnessed similar horrors before. Only the wolf, his heart filled with rage, feels a surge of indignation. Despite having slain many, the sight before him sends a chill down his spine. The city is truly a den of pure evil, utterly shattering one's worldview. Yi Lauda, I'm merely suggesting, what if we were to rescue that woman? Though the wolf is a man of the shadows, he still possesses a sense of chivalry. Witnessing a woman so brutally abused by a throng of men stirs something within him. Yiran halts, casting his gaze to the left, and replies coolly, it is only natural to feel such emotions upon attending the assembly of wicked practitioners for the first time. After all, not all of them have forsaken their humanity. While such feelings may be manageable outside, in Central City, they may very well cost you your life. As he speaks, the wolf follows his gaze. A young man charges forward, swiftly toppling the surrounding brutes, exclaiming in fury, what sort of prowess is it to gang up on a lone woman? Have you no shame? The wolf, skilled in combat, recognizes the young man's strength. It is no small feat to defeat those thugs in such a brief moment. Continuing to observe, the young man immediately removes his shirt to cover the woman, crouching down to reassure her. Do not worry, I will protect you and see you safely away. The woman offers a grateful glance, her eyes shimmering with vulnerability. However, as the young man rises to assert himself further, he is suddenly pierced through the chest by a sharp blade. His eyes widen in disbelief as he turns to look at the woman, only to find himself stabbed multiple times in quick succession, blood spilling forth until he collapses to the ground. Meanwhile, the woman who had been rescued now displays a cruel smile, mercilessly stabbing all those around her with the weapon in her hand. Do you understand now? Yiran turns to the stunned wolf. The wolf inhales deeply, his gaze sharpening as he nods solemnly. I understand, such occurrences abound in this city, far too many to witness in their entirety. When I mentioned the absence of rules here, it was no jest. Do you think that by rescuing someone you will be rewarded with a favorable outcome? Even Imo Qingyu, known as the ghostly doctor, chooses to team up with others, for she is acutely aware that her renown holds no weight in Central City. Moreover, with her striking beauty, venturing alone would undoubtedly lead to a fate tenfold worse. In this place, only 3 individuals wield significant influence, and none would dare provoke them. They are the top scholar, the scholar, and the young scholar. Chapter 84, Continuous shock. Make way, make way. As the 4 cross the city gates, a voice of expulsion rings out. Suddenly, several groups appear outside the gates, led by individuals clad in purple robes. In the midst of the procession is a grand palanquin, and despite the gauzy purple veil, one can faintly discern a captivating figure within. There are at least 20 bearers lifting the palanquin. Yiran, wishing to avoid trouble, extends his arms to gently push the others back. As the palanquin passes by, a gust of warm air lifts the thin veil, revealing a stunning woman whose gaze meets Yiran's, a fleeting glance that conveys nothing but aloofness and disdain. What a grand spectacle! The wolf cannot help but exclaim, for such a mode of transport is nearly extinct in these times. Imo Qingyu furrows her brows, her eyes fixed on the procession ahead. Remarking, it appears to be from the evil Lotus sect, the one seated should be the saintess. No sooner has she spoken than another group arrives, immediately capturing the attention of the crowd, who buzz with excitement. To the left stands a band of bare-chested young men, each strikingly handsome, evoking an otherworldly allure. To the right are women, equally enchanting, their every expression capable of stirring hearts, clad in attire that leaves little to the imagination. Akin to swimwear, the Harmony sect has arrived as well. Old Jean muses, I recall that this sect is notoriously low profile. What brings them out today? Xiao Beijing ponders aloud. Apart from these 2 malevolent sects, others of notable repute follow closely behind. Aside from the individual rankings of wicked practitioners, there exists a sect ranking based on overall strength and influence. Both the evil Lotus sect and the Harmony sect rank within the top 30. The calculations for sect rankings differ from those of individual practitioners, primarily based on the sect's holistic prowess and impact. Countless malevolent sects exist, yet only 50 slots are available on the sect ranking list. Any sect that manages to rank is guaranteed to possess formidable and unique skills. Moreover, many of these sects also include members who are ranked among the wicked practitioners, effectively monopolizing the standings. The individual rankings, including the top 3, are not set in stone. New talents continuously emerge to replace the previous champions. These individuals face 2 paths: either they possess immense strength and choose to remain independent, or they align themselves with these sects to gain abundant resources, elevating their power further. The elite within these malevolent sects are numerous, and it appears they too are vying for a place on the wicked practitioner rankings. This year's competition for rankings will likely be fiercer than ever, and it remains to be seen how many new talents will emerge. Xiao Beijing clicks his tongue, noting that this is merely a fraction of the attendees. More powerful factions are yet to arrive. In Central City, only one establishment can guarantee safety: the Peace Tavern. This tavern is a shared property of the top 3 sects, collectively maintained, and it is rumored that even the top scholar has a stake in it. Inside, no fighting is permitted, unless one wishes to court death. No one dares to cause trouble in the Peace Tavern. As the 4 enter the main hall, they find many individuals in conversation, each exuding an air of elegance and composure. Approaching the front desk, Xiao Beijing deftly produces his coin pouch. The woman at the front desk offers an apologetic expression. "I'm terribly sorry, but we only have 3 rooms left, and they have already been reserved." Xiao Beijing is taken aback, his displeasure evident as he retorts, "The Peace Tavern has never accepted reservations. Are you jesting?" The front desk woman maintains her demeanor, offering no further explanation. "Cancel the reservations and prepare those 3 rooms for us." As Xiao Beijing is still absent, Yi Ran approaches the front desk and places a golden token on the counter. Upon seeing the token, the woman's expression shifts dramatically. She carefully lifts it, scrutinizing it closely, her astonishment growing more pronounced. "Good sir, I will arrange for the rooms to be prepared immediately. Please keep your token safe." In an instant, the woman's attitude undergoes a remarkable transformation. Xiao Beijing chuckles, teasing Yuv, "It seems Yi Lauda still possesses this token. I thought you would have discarded it long ago." Yi Ran secures the token, lighting a cigarette as he replies, "It's only because of your incompetence that I was forced to bring this along." While the two jest, a cold female voice interjects, "Wait, the room reserved by this saintess, let's see who dares to take it." Turning to look, they find the speaker is the woman seated within the palanquin, the saintess of the evil lotus sect. "Oh dear sister, such a temper. I've told you time and again, don't get angry. It'll lead to wrinkles." Behind her, an extraordinarily alluring woman approaches, entwined with a man, her graceful movements captivating all who behold her. "Indeed, today I shall see who dares to snatch food from the mouth of my zombie sect." At the entrance, a morose elder enters, his appearance reminiscent of the corpse-like beings previously encountered. Zhang Qingwan of the evil lotus sect, the enchantress of the harmony sect, and the zombie master of the zombie sect. Mo Qingyu murmurs, dread rising within her heart. Each of them is a ruthless killer, backed by formidable factions. When they desire something, few dare to contest them. This is dire, provoking these individuals. If one cannot summon forces that instill a sense of fear in them, the consequences may be dire and utterly unpredictable. Although Yi Ran possesses formidable solo combat capabilities, the trio remains unable to contend with her. Do not act foolishly, my brother. Mo Qingyu's thoughts were in turmoil. How could she encounter such troublesome matters upon entering the city? Yet Yi Ran remained unperturbed, leaning casually against the counter, her gaze akin to that of one observing a jester. In the next moment, a middle-aged man clad in a suit emerged, upon hearing the explanation from the counter attendant. His eyes widened with astonishment as he turned to regard Yi Ran. With a courteous smile, he approached her and bowed respectfully, saying, "Sir, may I request another glance at your token?" Yi Ran nodded and handed over the token. The middle-aged man gently caressed the token, confirming its authenticity before returning it to Yi Ran with both hands. "Please sir, and your companions may proceed to your room. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall handle the rest." His words were imbued with a palpable reverence, drawing curious glances from those around, who speculated about his identity. The middle-aged man was the head steward of the establishment. Within these walls, he was the authority, treating even the mightiest backgrounds with equal regard. Yi Ran gestured for the trio to follow the attendant upstairs, then turned back before leaving to add, "By the way, revoke the lodging privileges of all members of their sect, eject those who have already checked in." The steward slightly bowed, assuring, "Rest assured, sir, I shall arrange it immediately." Straightening up, he smiled and gestured for the others. "Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the announcement, please depart." Furthermore, effective immediately, the Peace Restaurant is revoking the lodging privileges of the evil lotus sect, the harmony sect, and the zombie gate. You have the right to appeal. But for now, I must ask you to leave, otherwise, I will initiate a judgment. His words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. The expressions of the three darkened, their discomfort palpable, as if they had bitten into something foul. Accustomed to arrogance, they had never before faced such indignity. Jiang Qingwan gritted her teeth and coldly retorted, "What qualifies him to revoke our lodging rights, if you do not provide a satisfactory answer today?" "The evil Lotus sect will not relent." The other two echoed her sentiments, forming an immediate united front. The steward narrowed his eyes, his smile vanishing completely, yet his tone remained flat. "You have 10 seconds to vacate the Peace Restaurant." "This is your final opportunity," Jiang Qingwan huffed disdainfully, reluctantly exiting the establishment. This place would not tolerate their insolence, lest it invite significant trouble. The Peace Restaurant boasted 30 stories, the only structure retaining a modern aesthetic. The rooms on the top floor were exceptionally luxurious, indistinguishable from presidential suites elsewhere. A single room could comfortably accommodate 10 individuals without feeling cramped. Unsurprisingly, the 4 were assigned to the topmost floor. In the elevator, Mo Qingyu stared at Yi Ran, astonished, her voice trembling. "Why you? How could you possess a gold token?" Her surprise stemmed from knowing that the Peace Restaurant had only issued 3 gold tokens. Their recipients a mystery, this token carried immense authority. Within the hotel, one could not only change rooms at will but could also revoke others' lodging rights. Possessing this token was akin to wielding imperial power within the Peace Restaurant. Yi Ran merely cast a cursory glance at her, offering no explanation. Xiao Beijing, wrapping an arm around her waist, grinned. "Some matters are best left unsaid. Just know this, aligning yourself with Master Jean guarantees you will reap benefits. But the most crucial factor remains Yi Lao Da. In summary, the astonishing revelations are far from over. Should you choose to loyally follow Master Jean, your future is undoubtedly bright. Mo Qingyu was left speechless by the shock. Throughout their journey, this man named Yi Ran had continually astonished her. Each new location seemed to redefine her worldview, akin to an ant beneath a towering tree, utterly oblivious to the heights above. Each chose a room, and the wild wolf transported all of Yi Ran's belongings indoors. In that moment, they found themselves reminiscing about the little beggar, who could carry loads several times his own weight. A veritable prodigy of strength. "Wild wolf, here are 20 copper coins. Take this list to the hotel administrator and have the materials delivered to me." After settling in, Yi Ran produced a small pouch of coins and handed it over. Without hesitation, Wild Wolf took the money and the list and exited the room. As night descended, lanterns were lit throughout the city, and from the windows, one could observe a scene bustling with life. Even more vibrant than during the day, the dazzling array of lights created an ambience reminiscent of ancient times. Inside the room, Yi Ran sat cross-legged opposite a coffin, surrounded by a circle of soul lamps. With scattered medicinal herbs strewn across the floor, the ancient corpse brought along lay within the coffin, its body submerged in a foul pool of blood. Yi Ran's hands formed intricate gestures, her lips murmuring strange incantations. The circle of soul lamps flickered incessantly, extinguishing only to reignite spontaneously. The ancient corpse seemed to respond to some unseen call, its body twitching rhythmically until it suddenly rose upright, the copper coin mask on its face clattering audibly. Yi Ran stood, her expression icy, and swiftly cut her forearm with a sharp blade, extending her hand toward the ancient corpse. Sensing the enticing scent of blood, the corpse slowly turned its head and, without warning, seized Yi Ran's arm, sinking its teeth into her flesh. Instantly, her arm turned a ghastly shade of purple, a multitude of thin black veins crawling across half her body, an unmistakable sign of corpse poison taking hold. Sensing the situation nearing its climax, Yi Ran furrowed her brow, gently jingling the bell on her wrist. The ancient corpse promptly released her, gradually returning to its resting place in the coffin. Even a creation of her own making lacked humanity, rendering communication impossible. Yi Ran shook her head slightly, then pressed her fingers together, tapping a vital point on her chest, slowly channeling her energy to push the corpse poison toward the wound. A torrent of dark blood erupted from the injury, pooling on the ground and emitting wisps of white smoke. The pressing issue now was her insufficient copper coins. To procure materials for refining corpses, she needed to amass more wealth. Outside, her current supply of copper coins would suffice, for there were not many expensive items to purchase. Yet, within this central city, numerous rare materials existed, with even a single specimen commanding prices of 10 to 20 copper coins. It seemed imperative to devise a means of earning money. The quickest solution, perhaps the deathmatch arena. I shall investigate it tomorrow. Concluding her musings, Yi Ran exited the room, languidly reclining on the sofa in the common area, exhaling smoke rings. However, her expression abruptly shifted, as blood began to froth from her mouth. And her mind grew hazy, the surroundings spinning chaotically as stumbling to the table, she hastily retrieved a bone ash cigarette, lighting it with a pallid complexion, yet the intense pain within her body remained unabated. And with a cough, she expelled a copious amount of blood. The agony was unbearable. Yi-Ran clenched the last 3 bone ash cigarettes in her hand, trembling as she lit them simultaneously. The potency was considerable. And fortunately, the pain within her body began to subside. Under the influence of the bone ash smoke, Yi-Ran felt her mind blank, and before she realized it, she drifted into slumber. Chapter 85, Deathmatch Arena. Upon waking the next day, Yi-Ran assessed her physical condition, confirming her well-being before cleansing the bloodstains. Given the early hour and the fatigue from inadequate rest and nourishment, her companions remained lost in dreams. Why Yi-Ran opted not to wake them. Descending to grab a quick bite before heading to the location of the deathmatch arena, although dawn had barely broken, the streets were teeming with people reminiscent of the bustling crowds during the spring festival travel rush. The deathmatch arena served as a platform for those seeking wealth through ruthless means. The rules were straightforward. Participants wager a specified amount of copper coins upon registration, earning multipliers based on their victories. For instance, if one wagered 10 copper coins, winning a match would yield 20 coins, winning 2 would yield 40, and winning 3 would yield 80, with the pattern continuing thereafter. Some might consider this akin to giving away money. Thinking that by wagering a few dozen coins, they could win a match and escape with a fortune, such thoughts were valid, yet the rules dictated otherwise the moment one stepped onto the deathmatch arena. The only path to earning the coins was through relentless combat. There was no option for retreat. Should one wish to withdraw, the only way out was through death. Clearing the stage did not refer to a series of challenges to conquer, but rather mandated that a participant fight to the point where no one dared to challenge them. Should an opponent succeed in killing them, they would claim half of the wagered coins and depart unscathed. This was the sanctuary of the wicked. Notions of fairness and justice were non-existent. To earn wealth, one must risk their life. The adage rings true. One must have a life to earn money and a life to spend it as well. At that moment, the deathmatch arena was crowded, with throngs of people eagerly placing bets, speculating on how many rounds the registered participants could survive. After all, life was the least valuable commodity here, and nearly everything could be wagered. Approaching the registration desk, Yi-Ran produced her last 100 copper coins. Tossing them onto the table, the individual seated in the chair inspected the copper coins within his bag and then let out a derisive sneer. 100 copper coins, yet another fool who knows not his own mortality. However, I must admit I have a fondness for your naive bravado. After all, free money is hard to refuse. Young man, do you require me to explain the rules to you? His words dripped with contempt. As he could easily predict the outcome. Yi-Ran flexed his wrist and replied nonchalantly, no need for that. When do I get to step into the ring? The man gestured towards the nearly lifeless giant on the stage. There. He will soon meet his end. Out of respect for your 100 copper coins, I shall allow you to cut in line. Your name, Yi-Ran. Good. Noted. You've wagered 100 copper coins. If you survive a single round, you'll earn 200, and 400 if you last 2 rounds. The best of luck. The onlookers erupted into laughter, mocking Yi-Ran's audacity, declaring that the last ambitious soul had likely been devoured by vultures. As the registration officer called out, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Countless bets were placed. Some wagered that Yi-Ran wouldn't last a round, while others, believing that anyone bold enough to bet 100 copper coins must possess some strength, speculated he might survive 3 rounds. Yi-Ran slowly ascended the stage. While the moaning giant was dragged away, he produced 2 daggers, grasping them in reverse, and lightly leapt to warm up before the fight. Inhaling deeply and releasing a slow exhale, come forth. As his words echoed, a bald man leaped onto the stage, grinning maliciously. Kid, I shall graciously accept your money. With that, he launched himself forward, aiming a strike at Yi-Ran. Unfazed, Yi-Ran sidestepped the attack, swiftly severing the top of the bald man's skull with a dagger, the brain matter splattering to the ground. Next, the spectators were not taken aback. Rather, their excitement intensified, with shouts erupting from the crowd as betting resumed. The registration officer squinted, pondering that he might have misjudged this individual's prowess. He shot a glance at a nearby colleague and yelled towards the stage, Hey, put away your weapons, this is a man's battleground, where victory should be claimed with bare hands. Yi-Ran turned to him, his tone icy. I don't recall such a rule. The officer sneered. There was none before, but there is now. You either put away your weapons or leave. Yi-Ran, uninterested in further banter, replied, Fine, who am I to argue with the hosts? But don't change the rules again, or I won't hesitate to rip out your tongue. The officer dismissed his threat with a chuckle. Survive first before making threats. Just then, a frail-looking individual approached the stage, gaunt as a skeleton yet with a fierce glint in his eyes. The scrawny figure grinned, adopting a bizarre stance as he attacked, swaying with alarming speed, leaving ghostly afterimages in his wake. TSK, just a bunch of flashy maneuvers. Ye Ran sighed, a cruel glint in his eye. The seemingly elusive scrawny figure was swiftly caught by the throat. Ye Ran raised his right hand, plunging 2 fingers into the man's eye sockets, brutally extracting both eyeballs along with their nerves. Ah!